Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it. The fire can stand to the tallest of giants, the tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers. I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. Get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Ayy, I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake to sit in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you seeing I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it.
But God did it.
But you rose like a flower.
And we're live again. Let's see. I'm sure someone. Oh, Crack is back. What's up? Crack is whack. Crack is
Crack
back.
is whack. Crack is back. Don't matter. I don't give a fuck. Blah blah.
Hey, I was
blah.
reading in the chat. HB was saying he said he made so much money off of listening to your stock tips.
Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah. I mean, it's easy, man. It's fucking easy, bro.
I was gonna ask you, what did you think about the conversation that Ben had with CKJ3 about trading stocks?
Oh, I missed that part. I did hear a little bit. You guys were talking about silver and gold, a little bit about, but I didn't pay attention too much. I was less in and out. I was just like, yeah. So should I go over that stream by myself and see what's up?
I'll give you the gist of it. Basically, I mean, you can go back over it, but the gist of it was Ben was approaching like, where are you adding value? And CKJ3 was saying, I'm trading. I think Ben was looking at it from a fundamental perspective.
Yeah.
Where is the value being added in what you're doing versus CKJ3 says, "Hey, I'm looking at the charts and making decisions based off the charts." And Ben said, "Well, what is the value in that?" Right? I think that was the
I
disconnect.
mean, if you're looking, like if you're looking from a practical standpoint, that's kind of like righteous Muffin's point of view. It's like,
Right,
what's the point? There is no
right,
point. Obviously, there is none. Money is just money, but money is
right,
imaginary anyway. To me, it's just like some some asset that just gets eroded. So to me, it's like, okay, you put money in my pocket or you're taking money out of my pocket. Either way, you're doing something. I'm gonna try to do whatever I can to keep the money in my pocket.
right, right,
And as far as like, okay, if we really want to be serious about it, then why don't we become Mennonites or the Amish? Like,
yeah,
because then we can actually have a real economy. I'm actually adding value with my labor, right?
right,
I'm doing labor, I'm farming, I'm building houses,
right,
I'm that's real actual labor. But we as a modern society have disassociated, right? It's now about capital.
right, yeah,
Capital.
mhm,
Capital is moving. That's the value. Just because I have capital, now I have value. The capital generates the labor for me, right? So CKJ3 from his standpoint, he's just making money, but because he's trading, it adds value because you are now part of the machine that creates the stock market. Without CKJ3, there's no liquidity. So if I'm an investor, I want to buy Apple and hold it for the long term. I need to buy stocks.
right,
How is that possible if there's no liquidity? If you look at real estate, there's no liquidity.
right,
When you buy and sell a house, it's only done once every how many years? There's
right,
no liquidity. So in this market, everything is static, right? For the most part. And that's why housing prices are kind of like in a strange position, right? Because there's no liquidity, you don't have a lot of frictionless transfer of money.
yeah.
It has a lot of friction. So
Long
then
lead
it creates
time.
these dislocalities where it's like some guy comes in with a bunch of cash, undercuts you as a buyer, or somebody comes in and overinflates the price because
Right,
they're so desperate to get the house, because the house isn't bought and sold every day, every second, every nanosecond like a stock does. So CKJ3 by trading adds value because he's the lubricant of the stock market.
right.
He's the WD-40.
To make it more efficient, as they say.
Right. So whether he loses or wins does not matter to the market maker, to the overall market.
Right.
But by him doing actions, by him putting down capital, he's the WD-40 of them, and that's where the value is added. Yeah, from that standpoint.
See, that's a better explanation that I
Yeah.
ever could have given there. Crack. Since it's a late night, I figure, what is the world map clock? What do you think, Craig? What is the time all around the world?
Time all around the world. Well, it's 12:30 in my time. It's probably 11:30 in 12th man's time.
Let's see.
I don't know about London, GMT.
On these
11:36, guys. Sorry, I just sent John a Los Angeles story in the back. I don't know if he wants to cover it or
Yeah, I
not.
will. Crack, I was thinking with these late night streams, we should cover topics timely to the people.
Oh, so you want to do German news now? Okay, Guten Tag.
Guten
What
Tag.
what is in Germany?
Okay. Let me smoke another bowl first.
Is there a world clock real time? Let's see.
There probably is. At least there's an app, I'm sure.
Can you add? Let's see. Can I? Oh, I can edit. I wish there was a widget we can have it.
Yeah, widget, right?
On here. Let's see. What cities should we add? What we got? London, Tokyo, New York City. Gotta have Los Angeles, right? Gotta have LA.
What about Cape Town?
John,
Johannesburg.
Nigeria.
Lagos, Nigeria.
That story is going to prove that they focus too much on the church and not enough in their own pathetic school system
Oh,
where
I
sex
think we got-
crimes happen every day.
What we got right
Every
there?
day.
What we got right there? What you guys think? DC, New York. We don't need DC and New York. We don't need New York. We're gonna take out New York since we got DC here. How do I edit this?
We're
And
talking about West Coast or East Coast now.
we
I
got a
forgot.
Add Beijing on there too. Then
How do I remove? Damn, what did I do? We got Tokyo. Is Tokyo? What's Are they on different time zones?
yeah, Beijing's on a different time zone. Yeah.
That city, Beijing.
You need one of those world clock watches, John.
I know. You know what? I may get one.
I think they make a Rolex like that.
You know what? I may get one and put it. Shit, I wonder where can I put it? The late night or any time really. We have one like may get like one of those digitized. Maybe put it right here or something like that, so you can see the time behind me or something. You can see the time all around the world. All around the world.
Well, they know what time it is where they're at, John.
Just in case they don't know what time it is where someone else is. That's what we're
You're on the John Galt channel, better know what time it is.
It's true. Gotta know what time it is. Let's see what we got here. Rather than advising them, she was abusing them. LA school counselor accused of sex crimes. September 24th, 2024. A woman working as a LA high school guidance counselor is facing multiple sex charges, and authorities say there may be more victims. Julia Tishon worked at Eula High School in West LA, but is no longer employed there. The 37-year-old guidance counselor was arrested August 29th and charged in connection to multiple sex crimes on a 16-year-old boy. The alleged crimes took
Oh boy! Woo!
February and March. He had it for the summertime, for the springtime lover. Early spring. She was booked at the MDC and charged with engaging in unlawful sexual intercourse with a minor who is more than 3 years younger than the perpetrator. Listen to 37, 16. Wow. He knew exactly what he was doing, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
The suspect used her position of responsibility to gain these victims' trust and began inappropriate sexual relationships with them. Rather than advising them, she abused them. If convicted, she faces a maximum of 5 years in prison.
That's
Did they have a
it.
picture of her? They didn't have it. They hid the picture of her.
What's she look like, John?
You can't find her. Yeah, let's see if we can find her. You think she's attractive? What do you think?
I don't know.
Damn, that's her.
If I was a boy, I'd be scared of her. Of course,
Damn.
when
You
I
gotta
was
put it
that
up on
age,
screen,
I was
John.
in.
You gotta put it
Not
up on
bad.
screen.
Oh shit, it's not up. Let me hold on.
Hey, you gotta adjust your camera, John, so it
Oh, yeah,
points
yeah.
down to your face, man.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it'd be cut off. No, you gotta move it more to the left or something like that.
Hey, why don't you
You're-
cam up?
Oh, you're
Stop
right.
telling John how to cam up.
No, I
Yeah,
only save
correct.
my face for 10,000 subs, man.
When-
That's where we
When
get the
you
money.
gonna cam up?
10,000 subs. You better get this to 10,000
brother.
subs, motherfuckers. If you want to see my face.
There she is right there. You can see her face.
Oh, it's a white girl.
This is the one sleeping with the 16-year-old.
God damn.
It's not bad, not bad, not
People are
bad.
horny as hell. These girls are like, oh shit, I didn't get enough dick in college. I need to get more dick. It's like,
I got
damn.
it all right
God
here.
damn.
Julia Tishon. Hey, Callaway. Do you know where this school is, Crack? Hey, but wait a minute, Crack. Listen to this. You see this, Crack?
I saw that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That's why
Uh-oh.
you're at. That's
wasn't
why
me.
you're out. They didn't get cracked.
Hey, you know
That's
the
where
Uh-oh.
you live.
All right. That wasn't in the last article. You saw that, right? A modern Orthodox Jewish school. Well, I guess you should.
Damn.
Was West LA. West
Yeah, you
LA.
gotta pull that camera more to the right, man. That label covers your face, man.
Oh,
Yeah, you gotta.
I ain't trying to be.
Yeah, there you go. You gotta center that more. There you go.
I ain't trying to be that much on camera. I hate being on camera sometimes. Anyway,
Uh,
Julia Tishon had her a young boy. She had a young boy, huh? Not a bad looking woman either, crack. These young boys in high school gonna make me want to go back to high school.
I don't know, man. Her face looks psychopathic to me. She's got a psychopathic looking face.
You think
she's probably badass in the sack, man. But you know, but otherwise, I wouldn't marry her.
Someone asked, I wouldn't.
China. Yeah, I covered that 3 days ago, man. China's booming.
Are they really? They're booming, huh?
Their stock market's exploding because they got the stimulus.
There you go.
But
and I was mentioning gold and silver like for weeks now, you know? That's it. Copper's rising. That shit's gonna rise. Yeah.
I'll be right back. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, more modern Orthodox. Yeah, that is kind of an oxymoron, Dennison. I think it's because like these guys, Jewish. Oh man, those guys split up into so many subsects that it's just bizarre. Like they got like ultra Orthodox, liberal Orthodox, which is the modern Orthodox. Then they have the more secular side, and they got it's all kinds of craziness.
Sounds deeper, and I want to go tonight, crack. I don't know.
Well, you got to understand things, and that's one thing you probably have to understand about them. And that's why you kind of have this two paths. You have the liberal Jews that like promote a lot of the stuff we see now, and then you have the Orthodox which hide behind them in a way. And in Israel, the ultra Orthodox, they were exempt from military service for quite a long time. Only recently they removed it, so they got pissed. So those
ultra didn't have to go to war.
The ultra Orthodox didn't. They were exempt because they were allowed to pray all day and night. So the ultra Orthodox would just pray in their little little schools and stuff, and they would go to the Wailing Wall and pray there for hours on end, keep chanting. But now it's like, nope, you guys
scapegoat.
Well, you guys got to go to war too now. And they were like, hell no. Nah. And they were protesting like crazy, so.
Damn.
But another interesting about them is they always like to protest Intel. So Intel factories, they have a semiconductor fab in Haifa.
Talking about Israel. The small hats that own Intel, the small hats.
They have a large lab and campus in Israel. So they do a lot of chip development and production in Israel.
Yeah.
And semiconductor factories, you can't just turn on and off the factory easily. So in Shabbat, in the Sabbath, right? Saturday sunset to Saturday, I guess Saturday, like Friday sunset to Saturday sunset. That's the Sabbath, right? So those ultra Orthodox go over to the Intel factory and protest because they're like, you have to turn off your factory. It's against the law, right? The Torah. It's against the Torah for you to have a factory turned on during the Sabbath. They were always protesting. You can't just turn on and off a semiconductor fab willy-nilly like that, okay? So they're like, nope, we can't do that.
Well, why do people worship a particular day? I never understood that.
Well, Israel is so religious. You go to Israel, even though there are liberal Jews and whatever, it doesn't matter. You go on there on a Friday night to Saturday, it's dead. Nobody drives. Practically no one drives. Nothing's about. Nobody's on the street. That shit is dead like hell. You never see that in America on a Sunday
Sounds like
anymore,
a
right?
dystopian nightmare.
Hmm. So John, I mean, you're old enough. If Stanley was here, he'd probably be old enough. Was Sunday a serious thing? People stayed at home or they went to church and it was quiet during the town.
Yeah, when I was growing up, yeah. Stores
Yeah,
didn't
I
even
would
open.
think so. Yeah,
Mhm.
Israel is just like that and hyped up 100 times. Yeah. So even if you're not like a observant Jew, you still probably wouldn't be out there. This that's serious.
I go to some of the neighborhoods in Brooklyn,
Mm-hmm.
and I like the bakeries, right?
Yeah.
I have to remember, like on Saturdays, they're closed.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
they're closed on Saturdays. Yeah. You know, I have friends that have lived in those neighborhoods, and on Saturdays, the people will ask them to cut their lights and shit on for them. Did you know that?
Right. You are the Shabbos goy. That's what they call a Shabbos goy. You're the goy that does shit for them that they can't do because it's illegal. You can break God's law, but I won't.
You're breaking for me.
Yeah, break it for me. Yeah, you go to hell, bitch. It's like, what the fuck?
You know, I never thought about it like that.
Oh,
Do you heard of that before?
the
I'm
Shabbos
like
goy.
I'm the prodigal son that never returns.
Oh, yeah, the prodigal son. That's right. Good allegory there.
Look
Here,
at this,
I'll, I'll
right?
I'll put it up on screen for you. The Shabbos goy.
You see, it's non-it factor. Say, speaking of the Wailing Wall, that's in Israel, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Bird watching of the.
Because of,
You
because
can identify the different sex. Oh, okay. Yeah, interesting.
if I leave something, why would I want to come back to it? I mean,
Really?
I
I
mean
knew
because
I knew they wore wigs. What different hairstyles?
yeah.
You see that? A Shabbos goy
Mhm.
is a non-Jew
What?
who is employed by Jews to perform certain types of work, malaka, that Jewish religious law, halakha, prohibits a Jew from doing on the Shabbat. Oh, shit.
I never thought
Shabbat.
about that.
There
They're
we
making,
go.
they're making people commit
Uh,
sins here.
You know, okay. Lead Clinton says, you know Yiddish. I do have a university textbook on Yiddish. I haven't read it yet. It was a used book. I just bought it. I was like, all right, maybe one day I'll need to know Yiddish.
I never had to live around Jews get cracked, so this is kind of weird to me.
Yeah, I haven't technically lived around a lot of them, but I went to school with a lot of them. So, um, and and I told you one of my friends from middle school he was basically my best friend in middle school. He taught me stocks. So if you want to be rich, find a Jewish buddy to let you on the secrets.
I went I went in a small hat church one time, and
Mm-hmm.
it stank, and they had all these little small hats at the door, like you had to put one on.
Yes, you have to
I
put
don't
one on. You
wear.
have to put a yarmulke on.
You
Yes,
have to
that's
put it
right.
on.
Yeah, and that
Really?
I didn't put one on, and when I walked in there, it stank, and they looked at me like I smelled like shit too, so I just left.
So all males have to wear that. That's just by law. Yeah,
Really?
males have to wear that. Yeah.
I ain't wearing shit I don't want to wear. Fuck that.
So apparently,
I'm
it's like an affront
American.
to God for you showing your bald, like your
Mm,
skull or something. I
mm.
don't know why, but whatever.
My
That's
long
their
hair,
belief.
like
That's their
Jesus,
belief.
they can shove it.
Those rabbis over there are like rock stars with their own groupies carrying out signs with rabbi pictures. Is it like synagogue wars over there? Can we get a reality show, synagogue wars? Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd probably be a lot of ratings we could
What?
get. Some
What?
ratings
Like
on that.
the what do you call them? Get cracked? The what do they call them? The Zionists against the what do you call the other ones? The not the Zionists, but the what- what's the opposite of a Zionist Jew?
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of sects that don't believe in Zionism.
So,
You
oh
probably
yeah,
are. You
uh,
probably are thinking of the Hasidics. Some, I think a lot of
no,
them, or
the
most of the Hasidics don't believe in Zionism.
Oxidus,
Yeah.
Oxidus Jew, or
Orthodox.
Well,
yeah, Orthodox
Orthodox is kind
Jew.
of mixed, but I think the Hasidics in particular are the subsects that don't believe in Zionism. Yeah.
You know, it's people on the East Coast, so we pay very little attention to the West Coast. But man, you guys are getting away with murder out there without the media casting a light on you.
On the West Coast?
Crypto founder paid LA cops to extort victim for crypto, FBI alleges. Have you heard about
Damn.
that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Adam Izza, the founder of the crypto trading platform Zort.
Sounds Israeli to me.
He
Zort
paid
Izza?
Los Angeles deputies for information they used to blackmail a target he intended to rob.
Damn small hats. What the fuck?
The owner of a crypto company was paying the cops to get access to sensitive information and people's whereabouts so he could use it to extort a victim for their crypto. He allegedly paid 3 LA Sheriff's Department deputies to unlawfully file search warrants. What? And access police data. Izza, also known as Ahmed Fike and the Godfather, allegedly bragged about paying $280,000 a month to the deputies.
God damn.
Man, y'all are the real gangsters out there, crack.
What the fuck?
Hey,
Ahmed Fike. Is this some like Arab Jew? This is some rare
Oh,
form
yeah.
of Jew, a
Get
crypto Arab Israeli.
the cartels are moving crypto all the time. How do you think they keep track of all these little kids and human slaves they're trafficking? That's fucking crypto,
oh
dude.
man. Hey, I saw the article you bring up like yesterday or something with the Baron Trump Bitcoin.
Oh, yeah. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's interesting. Very interesting.
Listen to this, Craig. Izza told an officer responding to the incident that Easy agreed to give him $300,000 for some crypto, but was concerned he was being kidnapped, so he texted his bodyguards for help. Man, this guy must be loaded, Craig.
No,
The
serious shit, man.
men in the SUV were former LASD and one a former deputy. Claimed he owned a security company and worked for Izza and was responding to his ask for help. Wow, this guy was like a gangster, crack. A gangster, crack. Out in LA, man. People never hear about LA.
No,
You know, the stuff that goes on.
LA is crazy, man. It's a jungle out there.
How often do you go to LA, crack?
From time to time, yeah. Because I have relatives in the OC, so I have to go down through there.
But do you go to LA or you just go around LA?
Yeah, I just go around. I don't go to LA proper. That's like a mess. Like go downtown LA, all that. You're just going through traffic. Like it's just a fucking shit show. Yeah. If you don't need to go down there, you don't wanna. You really don't.
I haven't been to LA in years, man.
Hey, John, I just sent you one on how San Francisco cops are gonna deal with deadly crime.
That's crack.
You're gonna laugh your ass off, dude.
Yo, did you see the 2 appearances of Hormaxer on this channel, Non-It Factor? Hormaxer came on our channel twice. And
I want to see it. I've never seen it before.
Oh, you still haven't seen that? Hormaxer was fighting Solid Snake on the first appearance. Oh shit. Yeah, okay, let me find it.
Why you
Check
look-
that
I'm
one
not
story
like
out,
Portia.
John.
I'm not organized. Oh my god.
I just found that one, man. Check out how they're gonna do it.
Breaking crime
They're
story.
gonna fight deadly crime like this.
Mhm. I'm about to pull it up. Here's something from LA. LA City bus hijack.
Yeah, you should full screen it.
It looks like it's 23 minutes. It can't be true.
Through their interviews, the detectives learned that McGuire's motivation appeared to have stemmed from a recent arrest by the sheriff's office.
One man in custody tonight after a courthouse explosion today that injured 5 people in California. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to West Coast Wrap. I'm Alex Savage. Investigators say the suspect in this case was due to face arraignment today at the Santa Barbara County Courthouse, the scene of that blast. Investigators say that an explosive device went off as the suspect, 20-year-old Nathaniel McGuire, threw a bag at the courthouse's security screening station.
Damn.
5 people were injured. All of the victims were treated, and they have since been released from hospitals. Detectives believe McGuire was motivated by his recent arrest on weapons charges, and they're looking into the possibility he could be tied to other crimes.
Our detectives are also working with Santa Barbara County Fire to explore if the suspect is associated with several recent additional arson fires. Our detectives are in the process of serving warrants at both McGuire's car and his home. And McGuire is being booked at our Northern Branch Jail for felonies.
McGuire was booked on several charges, including attempted murder. That courthouse will remain closed tomorrow as this investigation continues. A public transit bus driver in Los Angeles is being
Oh, that was the other. This is the one I want to hear. Hold on, let me hear it.
Called a hero tonight after a gunman hijacked that bus and took passengers hostage. Police say the suspect killed one of those hostages.
Damn.
Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf shows us the chase that ended with that suspected hijacker in custody.
The intense police chase of a hijacked LA Metro bus now leading to a response from city leaders.
Every Angelino has the right to go about their lives safely.
Mayor Karen Bass, along with LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn, calling the bus operator a hero.
I want to recognize that Metro bus driver.
Around 1 a.m. Wednesday, the driver activated the emergency sign, Call 911, allowing some passengers to escape. A man held the driver at gunpoint for about an hour. Spike strips eventually getting the bus to stop. The driver pulled to safety, gunmen arrested, and one person killed from the shooting.
We are acting with urgency now by making sure that when we have these incidences, that the surge and the increased visibility and presence of officers are there.
Officials calling for more police on metro trains and buses.
It will make riders feel safer and be safer.
Welcome to LA, bitches. I would never ride a public transit on LA. All right. Do not get on public transportation in Los Angeles.
Is that fucking
I'd
bad?
never go there to begin with.
When I was there in Christmas, over there during Christmas, someone got stabbed in the neck in the early morning. They're just going to work, and some fucking crazy lunatic goes on the subway and stabs them in the neck. And then a week later, something else happened. Someone with a knife, someone getting punched. It's like, dude, the problem is there's so much homelessness in California. They are mentally, they need to go to a mental hospital. They all need to go there because this is ridiculous. You can't let them be free like this.
Yo, he killed
We
someone.
talked about that early.
Damn, he killed someone on the bus. Oh my god.
If you go to LA, don't go on the public transportation. Please don't. You're risking your goddamn life. Get an Uber.
I rode the bus out there one time. I was like, hey, let me ride the bus. Let me ride the bus in LA, see what it's like out here.
Don't take the bus. Don't take the subway. Don't take nothing. Get on an Uber.
Don't even go to LA.
If you can avoid it, don't go to LA.
You see that one link I sent you, John?
Yeah, I got it up right now. Let me check in on the time here.
Brother.
On the East Coast.
Pretty recent.
What's up, T-Spells? What's up?
Hey guys, I was just out.
Hey, T.
I'm going home in a cab now, but I was out, having a little
Oh, you were
drink.
out?
Where are you,
All
T-Spells?
right, all right. No ghost. No poltergeist.
What part of the country are you in, T-Spells?
What was that? What?
Where are you located right now? What part of the country?
Oh, I'm in Staten Island, New York.
Oh, you're in New York. Okay, no wonder you out so late. It's 4 o'clock on the East Coast right now.
I know. I usually don't do this, but when I do, you know.
Were you out in the city or were you Staten Island?
In the city.
Where'd you go in the city?
Soho.
Is there a particular place in Soho you went?
Well, there's this particular place I always like to go to. I don't wanna say it, but
Okay, no problem, no problem.
yeah.
I was wondering if I had ever been before.
I know. I know you're from New York too, right?
I'm from Alabama, but I live in D.C.
Well,
to New York
you
City.
live in New York, don't you?
Yeah, part-time.
Oh, okay.
Whenever I
Yeah.
want to there, I go up there, yeah.
Yeah.
I have a place there, yeah. Yeah, I like Soho. It's a nice area. Didn't Marcus Samuelson start out in Soho? You know who Marcus Samuelson is?
No.
He has a restaurant called Red Rooster up in
Oh
Harlem.
yeah, he has one in Harlem. I used to go there.
Yeah, I used to go there. Yeah. I was going to live stream from there when I was last in New York a couple of weeks ago.
Have you been to the one in Harlem?
Yeah, that's the only one I've ever been to. But I know he used to. I think he started out in Soho at a fish restaurant or something like that when he first started.
That chef that started that restaurant, he was on a show on Bravo TV. Yeah, he's an He's Ethiopian,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, Marcus Samuelson, Ethiopian, Swedish Ethiopian.
Oh, okay. You know those drinks in Harlem from the Red Rooster in Harlem? Those drinks are lethal. Oh my God, I've gotten drunk in that place.
I used to go there all the time.
And the food is good too.
On the last stream, we had Lead up here, and we were talking about. I mentioned the place that I used to go in Harlem called 67 Orange. You ever heard of the 67?
No, where is that at?
What's closed now, but it was at like 113 in Frederick Douglass. If you're looking at your screen, I'll pull it up. Let me see if I.
I'm familiar with Harlem because I used to go out. I used to go out a lot over there.
Oh yeah. What did you?
Yeah.
You know that big sports bar right there at the D and B train? What's that big sports bar right there on the corner?
D train.
Yeah, it's right there. It's like at 116th and Frederick Douglass, I think. It's a sports bar. I just can't remember the name. Big sports bar, popular sports bar.
I'm sure I passed by it.
But here's where I used to go: 67 Orange. If you're able to see your screen on your phone, 67 Orange.
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, 2082 Frederick Douglass Boulevard. Here's some pictures. This is the guy who used to serve me drinks, and here's their announcement that they have closed.
Nice.
There they are right there, yeah. But it was a good bar, a real good bar. Actually, it's Black Restaurant Week. Okay, there. I didn't know that.
You ever heard of the Tavern? I used to go to the Tavern a lot.
The Tavern. I've heard that name. Where's the Tavern?
In Harlem. It's on one something. I forgot. I haven't been there in years.
I'm sure I've been there. I'm sure. If they're serving drinks, I've probably been there.
Yeah, they serve drinks and good food, like good bar food.
Harlem Tavern. That's it. That's on 116th. That's the sports bar I was talking about. Let me pull it up.
Yeah.
Harlem Tavern. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. I just can't remember the name of it. Yeah. Harlem Tavern. I used to go here and watch football games.
Yeah, they show all the sports games.
Yeah. Harlem Tavern.
They have some good wings in there.
Yeah, I used to go here all the time. Anyone familiar with New York, you would know. If you're familiar with Harlem, you probably know the Harlem Tavern. Let's see if there's some pictures on Twitter or something. See what it looks like.
And I used to go to the Magic Johnson Theater, of course.
Nah, I never went there, but I know where it is, though. I used to go to a place right by the Magic Johnson Theater. I tell you, it's called the Sugar Monk. You ever been there before?
No, I never heard of it. Maybe
Oh,
I'm sure I passed by it.
Sugar Monk in Harlem.
Sugar Monk.
Yeah, Sugar
You ever
Monk.
been to Melba's?
What the
I've
hell is
been
this Illuminati shit up here?
back in the Melbourne.
I'm crying.
I don't know what someone Black Knight says. What closed them? I'm not sure, to be quite honest with you. If I had my guess, I think they made it through COVID. I think so. I think I went there. My guess is that they just been maybe staffing, probably the rent,
Yeah, they closed down a lot of places over there.
I'm guessing the rents, like Harlem is expensive, man. Like,
Very.
if you don't have a good relationship with your landlord and you're a business, like, you're probably going to go to the end of your lease unless you're really humming and he wants to keep you there. He's probably going to be looking to up the rent on you. Excuse me.
Yeah. It's very expensive.
Yeah, so this is the what is this? What did I say
Sugar
this was?
Monk.
Oh, Sugar Monk.
Sugar Monk.
Oh, man.
Illuminati Sugar Monks. Right.
It used to be one of my favorite places.
Is this a reference to Thelonious
Is
Monk
it still
or
open?
something?
Yeah, Sugar Monk is still open. Sugar Monk. Let's look at the menu here. They had a smoke drink, and I'm sure they still have it. And I enjoyed that smoke drink quite a bit.
The fuck is a smoke drink?
And let's see. It was
Oh my god!
smoke.
What would you guys got going to New York? What the hell is this shit?
That's where you light it on fire and you.
Oh,
drink it
you just
while
light it
it's
on fire?
fire.
Oh, okay. All right.
Daphne's Old Fashioned. Bourbon.
Nice.
Bailey,
And old fashioned, you can't go wrong with that.
Angelica, and Pine Cone Smoke. Right?
All right, I like that shit.
You like that?
Just get the Bacardi Bacardi, just light that shit. I don't know any fancy ass stuff you guys doing.
Wait,
I'll
John,
just light the
have you been
Bacardi
to
on
the
fire.
Red Lobster in Harlem? I don't like Red Lobster really, but
Yeah, light the lobster on fire. Yeah, let's go.
Nah, I haven't been to the Red Lobster in years. What is that? The place with the cheese biscuits, right?
yeah, I think they closed it down over there though. They had an Olive Garden at one point at 125th,
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember seeing that. Yeah.
but I think they closed it down too.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, but Red Lobster is coming back with a Nigerian CEO.
What? Get out of here.
Man.
Yeah,
Woo.
Nigerian CEO. We talked about it the other day on the stream. The
Oh my
Nigerians,
god.
they are asserting their dominance in corporate America.
I had so many good times in Harlem. Oh my, I haven't been over there in a long time.
Yeah, I used to go to another spot. I used to all up and down right there by Red Rooster. There were a couple places. I used to go to all those places up there.
Yeah. T, you should go out with John. Y'all got a lot of fond memories together. That would be awesome.
Red Rooster is like, if I were to go there over there again, I would go to Red Rooster for sure.
Red Rooster and
Them damn margaritas. Oh my god.
it's like a place to see and be seen at Red Rooster, I think.
Yes, and it was always fun. They would have bands playing too.
Yeah, that is true. I would sit out on the patio.
Nice.
On the patio, have a good time. I mean, right outside when the weather's straight. Yeah. Red Rooster.
Yup.
And this is the Sugar Monk. Why do you live in Staten Island? Do you ever wish you lived in Brooklyn or Manhattan?
No.
You like it out there?
Well, I grew up in the Bronx, so
Oh, okay.
yeah. It was just time to move.
Yeah, Staten Island. So are you close to where Eric Garner was?
Where what?
Eric Garner, the cigarette guy.
No. Well, I'm pretty sure I'm close because Staten Island isn't that big.
Yeah.
John, may I ask the lady a question?
Go ahead. Talk, man.
Hello, ma'am. What do you like about the Bronx?
Well, I grew up here and I was born here, so.
What do you like about it, though? I mean, what do you really,
I
really
mean,
love
I
about
grew
the
up with
Bronx?
all types of people, like all types of cultures, backgrounds, all kinds of stuff. So,
That's what you like about it?
well, hold on, give me a second. Yeah.
I'm just curious, Get Craig. Don't be
Oh,
laughing,
all
though.
right, all right, all right, all
Yeah,
right.
so I grew up in the Bronx, near Fordham. I even went to college, on Fordham, not Fordham University, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, that's the
But
type of
I
stuff
learned to
I
be
want to
street
hear,
smart.
right?
I spent so much time in Bedford Park, by Fordham.
Bedford Park. Oh, I
Yeah,
know Bedford Park, of
yeah.
course.
My girlfriend used to park her car right there at the train station. I guess it's right there by
Yeah,
Bedford.
the D train.
Yeah. She used to park her car down the block. It was a parking station. Because the zoo is nearby or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she used to park her car right there. I'm trying to think of what street was there. It wasn't Mashulu. It was damn, I can't remember the name.
Lehman College is around there.
Yeah, Lehman. It may have been Lehman College down there by Lehman College. I think that's the next train stop from Bedford Park. And there's a train station right there. I think the Metro North is right there.
Oh, you're talking about the Metro North.
Yeah, she used to park her car right there. There's a big
Is it
Webster.
Webster?
Yeah, Webster. That's right, man. Old memories, man. I used to walk
Yep.
down there. I used to walk down on Webster because I was on my girlfriend. She lived on Perry Avenue.
Okay.
And I walked down the Webster Botanical Garden. Oh man. And I walked down the Webster Avenue to get my coffee from the Spanish people. Right there on what's that main street? Jerome? Not Jerome. It intersects with Webster, that big main boulevard. That intersects Webster. I
I'm
can't
not
remember.
too familiar. I know Webster, whatever. Then there was Fordham. Little Italy is around.
Yeah, Arthur
All right.
Avenue. Yeah. Man.
So you're going to college, T-Spell?
No, I used to go to college on Fordham. Well, near Jerome.
Jerome Avenue, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What'd you study?
Computer information systems.
Nice.
Yeah, it was hell.
Yeah, I dated an African woman, and she used to go up like Gun Hill Road. I think that's where the Africans live, if I'm not
No,
mistaken.
and the Jamaicans. I used to go over there to go to the Jamaican restaurants, John. Yup.
I think a lot of Africans. And so my African lady, she would go up there, and I think her family would come down from some part of Connecticut or whatever and go do big shopping in the African stores up in the Gun Hill Road area. I think that's where the Africans are in the Bronx. Anyway.
Yeah, Africans and Jamaicans too. But yeah, I love Harlem though. I still love Harlem.
Yeah.
Harlem is fun. Like if you want to go out, have some food, have some drinks, like you can't go wrong with Harlem.
So you in South Harlem, T-Spell?
No, where the Harlem that we're talking about, it was more so like the west side and it's like the west side part of Harlem, and it's like I don't know how to explain it. It's not the east side because that's
Had a
like
guy
Spanish
on
Harlem.
here. Had a New York guy on here earlier, like he knew everything about New York and the whole area. And he was saying all the black people live south of Harlem or something like that.
No, all black people live all over Harlem. It's not just South Harlem. All over Harlem. Forget about it.
Right on. That's more like it. I like to hear that.
The rent is expensive as hell over there.
Hell yeah.
It's like
Harlem,
paying 2 mortgages.
yeah, Harlem. The buildings are expensive too. You know, it'd be more expensive in New York than Brooklyn. You know.
Is that where
Yep.
you go to pick up an upper class black woman, like Harlem?
I think
You
you'd have a
find
good
a
shot there. I think you'd have a good shot there, 12th man. I think you'd have a real good shot there in Harlem.
really?
Mm. A lot of
Take the
women in Harlem of all shades. Yeah, I would say all shades. I would say 12th man.
I
I
love
used to
hanging
make
out
it.
over there.
Yeah,
Let me
I
update
like
you guys.
fun. Really.
Let me update you guys on the time here around the world where T spells is where T spells where she is 4:19 a.m. If you're
Yes,
clocking in,
yes, sir.
and if you're
Yeah.
clocking in from London, it's 9 in the morning right now.
But I'll be right back, guys, because I have to,
Okay.
All right.
It was
See
nice
ya.
talking to you guys, but I will be right back.
Yes, ma'am. You too. Thanks for
Later.
visiting,
Yes,
T-Spells.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
God bless you, darling.
You too, honey. I hate you, Give Crack. I hate you.
Yeah, I told you guys, I know how to enchant all the ladies.
Oh yeah, for real.
All
For
you gotta do
real.
is, treat them like a lady. That's all they want.
And if you
Don't be
crack on the
What?
West Coast with Get Crack, it's 1:20 a.m. in the morning. Who knew that Lagos and London were on the same time? I did not know that. Lagos and London, same time zone.
Okay,
You
John.
know,
So you wanna see the Hormaxer shit? So let me find
Oh yeah,
the
let's go.
timestamp. Let me find the timestamp. I'm not organized like Portia.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, this was crazy. This whole interaction was nuts. Let's see.
John, did you forget about that one story I sent you a while ago?
I got it up. I get to it. Sorry about that, 12 man. Wait, where did I put it?
That's all right.
Oh, I got it up
I
right.
thought I'd remind you. I know that was a long segment, bro. You was macking on her, though. I knew what you were doing.
No,
You was
12
trying
man.
to, trying to get her to meet up with you. I know what's up.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna do a live stream one of these days. Have a bunch of us do a live stream.
Yeah. Well, y'all knew all the same places and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, man, y'all need to go out. Nothing wrong with that.
Craig, you found that Hormax?
Yeah, it was a long segment. I want to skip through some of it. I don't know. All right, let's just start from here.
This is YouTube.
But what are you streaming right now though?
WMaxer.
WMax. Okay. Let me look you up.
WMaxer.
Okay.
Now, if you have a venture capitalist, sir, I would like some. I mean, that way you could get some life affirming. You could be a porn producer. I mean, I've done a couple of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And the only well, how much percentage you want? What do you want? What's your split? What do you want?
Well, I could give you the first offer for nothing for now. Let me see what you can do. You know what I mean?
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that is
very. We can continue. Yeah, we can continue from there.
Listen, a lot of these guys out there, they think you just go up to a woman and you ask them to do porn. Listen, when I did that porn, I walked in and I got lucky on a lucky night, met a woman that does porn. Okay, not every night you're gonna meet women. Now there was another woman actually last night at the swing club that did porn, but she was with a guy because she also works as an escort. So she I don't know what they were doing. So it's not every day you just can find to do it. You can, but it's kind of rare.
Okay. Damn. All right.
Would you like to send the goods? Would you like to see some of my resume?
Okay.
Okay. Well, what's your email so I can send you over the.
So he sent me his porn. I would say it's pretty old school, kind of 70s ish. Yeah. If he wants to appeal to the next generation,
I'd turn him over to the feds.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's skip ahead a bit. Let me see the next when Solid Snake appears. Let's see. Yeah, this will be good. This will be good. Skip ahead a bit. All right, right here.
He just trading stocks on
Listen,
the trade
listen,
market.
Big Lips. I would never
And
vote
then
for a
next
woman.
thing you know, you're gonna be jumping your ass
Oh
at the
God!
highest
Oh, this
motherfucking
guy.
elevation
This fucking
because
guy.
you ain't got nothing to fall on.
Just a good old boy, never meaning no harm. Beats all you never saw, been in trouble with the law since the day they was born. Straightening the curves, flattening the hills. Someday the mountain might get 'em, but the law never will.
Yeah, well,
I
I
haven't
don't
seen that
know
in a
what.
long time.
I ain't seen that
Seen
shit.
that in a long time, man.
Wow.
Well, this says I will support God, but
You don't know nothing about that song.
you know you don't shut up though. Your problem is you are ghetto. You are ghetto ass. Have no decorum on you.
Learning what the
No
Germans
woman
and the Russians want you to learn.
down there want to be with me. Oh yeah, she does. They love me. They love me. I don't drink in there. We know.
Pussy ass little white boy. You
Yeah, I know, right? I want to.
push-ups behind
I don't.
I will slap your ass in the back.
You want to do push-ups? You want to do a push-up contest right now, big fella? Hey, big boy, you want to do a push-up contest right now?
That's what you see me as,
Yeah.
don't you?
No, you just a fat ass. You a fat ass, nasty ass black with a big fucking mouth.
Yeah, I
with
can
a
be
big
nasty
fucking
'cause
mouth.
I don't
Shut
know
up
how to get
already!
dirty.
Let you shut your mouth for once in your fucking life! Shut up! Shut up!
Your walls ain't even
quiet,
like
black
my
man!
walls, and your shit still
Be
look
quiet!
nastier than mine. How is that possible? And I bet you went to college and got a degree.
You just you
wanna
blabber
know what
all
college
over. I
you
came here. I
graduated
want to.
from, because a lot of
I
presidents of the
wanted
United
to
States
speak to get cracking, not you.
That's his favorite word, motherfucker.
Yeah, I was here to speak to get crack, or whatever his name is under, and not you. You have nothing to offer. You have nothing to offer. You should shut up. You should sit down and shut up and learn something.
Focus your attention
Go
on the
back to
motherfucker that's
Africa.
aggressive to you.
Do yourself a
Don't
favor.
pick on
They don't
nobody
even want you.
else.
Africans don't even
Choose
like you.
me,
Get away.
motherfucker.
Africans don't like you. They view
I know
you as
you
low
don't.
class.
Don't give a fuck.
They can't stand you. Good.
Wale, come rescue us.
Don't tell me about your
Wale.
homeland. Where do you want to go, baby? Uganda? Where do you want to go?
Punk.
Want to go to Uganda? Ethiopia? I like Ethiopian women. The Thorpes had an Ethiopian restaurant that went down the shitter too.
Who are you talking to me?
Oh, yeah, of course you, baby.
Don't
I'm only talking to you, baby.
even give him the respect
Oh, hell no.
Don't
I'm from America. I was born and raised here, homie. Serious.
You sound like Janet. Are you her? You sound like that crazy woman, Janet.
Straight up from Brooklyn. Straight up from Brooklyn.
Comes from Brooklyn. So don't tell me about Brooklyn, baby. I'm worried about more massaging you down, rubbing you down with some good baby oil.
Nah, don't even worry about that.
Get out of my love life. Get out of
You heard that? You heard the baby oil? I wonder if Hormaxer knows what Diddy was up to. Maybe he was in one of those freak out parties.
my love life, Baldy. Stay out of it. Out.
Don't even worry about that.
Sounds pretty weird.
Yeah, go put out
your ass downstairs out that apartment complex and go get a bitch $20 and get your dick sucked.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
See, now my husband wants me to get off this chat, so I gotta go.
See you later, Virgo. Cheers, man.
Hey,
later, Virgo.
I'll speak.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna go play Call of Duty. Dennis. If you're on, man, I'll stop back in a bit, bro.
Yeah.
Later,
well,
Leo.
All right,
I was
man.
gonna-
Peace
I was
out,
gonna
brother.
straighten things out.
Respect her
I was
motherfucking
gonna
life.
say, you be quiet there. You just stay put now, okay? You creature. You look like
No,
you're
that's
fucking.
why America has fallen.
Oh Lord! Oh God! Your
Because
nose.
of the pussy
That
ass
case
little
looks
white boys like you.
you
And you're probably not even
look.
from America.
You know, you don't even
probably
know what
live
you're
your
saying.
ass somewhere
I
over
don't
there in
speak
Argentina.
phonics. I
or
speak
one of them
English.
motherfucking Thailand
My name
motherfuckers
is Jonathan
fucking all the
Cormack.
goddamn gay ass
I
little
am
women looking
beautiful.
boys.
Shut up and learn
And you're
something.
on the
I know
internet
you're not
acting like
capable
you're
of
on
it.
America through
You
a
got a nose on
VPN.
you.
You
How
sorry
can you
piece of shit.
a little coke up that thing? Look at that schnoz on you. God does not like you because I have information that God hates ugly. And when God put that nose on you, sir, he did a wonderful job in producing an ugly beast. You are ugly. You have no place to speak to an intellectual like myself. You are out of line from the beginning. You should sit down and shut up and learn something if you knew what was good for you.
Little boys.
You know what
You
was good
probably
for you.
fuck little boys. I'm pretty
Such
unattractive because
an
I'm a grown man.
intellectual with the
You're just
towel
ugly.
over
You're one
his
big
Yeah,
bastion
I'm
of
ugly
ugly.
because I'm a grown man. I'm a
Big
developed male.
ugly. So grown men are
You
ugly.
like
is what
them
you're telling
young
me.
males, don't you?
Look
You
at
like
that
them boys
dumpy
young, don't
Well,
you?
I'm sexy
Oh,
beast.
you like them young boys
You like me
young,
too,
don't
don't
you?
you?
You
I'm,
like them
you're
young
not
boys, unprotected and everything.
turned on by me, aren't you?
Ooh,
Love
you remind me of that old school that Family Guy character.
I
We were talking about
over
sexy
like I
girls
bend you.
in
I
South
bend just
Park.
for the
Don't
content.
you
I bend you
remind me of
over.
that old school ass,
Stupid.
old school
I mean, I
that
bend you
like
over
to
like
fuck
that
with
Pulp
Peter
Fiction scene.
Summer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's who you is. Yeah, ooh, oh.
God
That's
damn
what you
it.
sound like.
God, I'm looking at this thing. Don't please.
God damn,
Do me a
I'm
favor.
so
Hit me with
ugly.
a
What, you want to
horrible
find a
thing.
nigga that you want to fuck?
I had to look at. Well, I don't know. I was trying to.
Yeah, you want to find somebody you want to fuck that's attracted to you, huh?
Well, I found you.
What's
Unfortunately,
the point of finding out how ugly I am? I'm an ugly motherfucker. You ain't know?
I know
That's
that. You
my
did
name,
ask me.
Solid Snake.
I
got
know.
a solid snake for your ass.
Yeah, I
You
know.
little weak ass little white boy. I got a solid snake for you. I'll put you in your place.
Oh, jeez.
You want to know?
Listen.
You want to know? You want to find out?
No,
not
really. Not,
no,
no,
you
not
don't want
really.
to find
No,
out.
no,
You
absolutely
holding a
not.
dick in your hand.
No, not
You
really.
ain't let it go.
Honestly,
Yeah, I see you switch hands. I didn't even know this motherfucker like you switch hands.
Yeah.
You switch hands. You went from right hand to left hand.
It's just all over.
I'm an
This
ugly ass nigga.
Well, why don't you at least pump some iron?
Yeah, put it in your mouth. Let me see what it look like. Give me a demonstration.
No, that's slob that you
Give
did.
me a demonstration.
Talk to this
I ain't
person.
even gay and you look attracted to me.
Yeah,
The more you on this
you're
camera with your
attracted.
pretty
Yeah,
ass.
I don't blame you.
Your ass pretty, boy. You
Put
a
it in
pretty
your
boy.
mouth and
Look
see
at
what it
you. I
looks
put some
like, boy.
mascara on, some fake eyebrows. Oh, fuck that bicep, boy. Fuck that bicep. You ain't got no fight behind that.
Yeah,
Look at your weak ass shoulders.
Put them up.
Look at you. You go to the gym and you just work out on your arms. I bet you ain't never worked out your back a day in your life. You sorry piece of shit.
I worked my dick out.
Yeah,
It's about all I need to work out.
I'm gonna break your back. I'm gonna break your back. I'll show you prison. I'll show you prison. Is that where you head?
Yeah.
You ain't got no life. Look at you holding that mic. You holding that mic like a dick. Look at you.
You ugly. I mean, what do you want me
holding
to
that mic like you wish you were mine. Look at it. Look at it. With my ugly ass.
Holding that mic
I'm
like
ugly,
a
but I
dick,
still
bitch.
suck your dick.
Yeah, I know you would.
Sound
But
like.
listen, I
That's what
want
it sound like.
the porn
Nigga,
fight.
it's 2 o'clock in the morning where I'm at, man. Hey, bro. Hey, I don't pull the gloves
Stay
off.
down or something. Do something. Put it back in the
What's up?
field.
I'll pull the gloves off.
Cotton fields to be picked already.
Yeah, cotton fields be picked.
And bread
I bet you gonna pick them for me.
farm
I bet
equipment.
you gonna pick them for me because ain't nobody gonna stand with you.
Farm
Ain't no
equipment.
white boy I know gonna stand with you,
That's
boy.
what they bred
Ain't no
the
white boy I know
NFL.
gonna
They
stand with
bred
you.
you. They
With the
bred
strong
you.
arm. They gonna look at you and look at you as a liability.
The white, you should thank the white man for breeding and making the NFL.
Hey, you need to thank Kamala Harris for
I will
replacing
think
your bitch ass.
Donald Trump likes the
You
golf.
need to thank Kamala Harris for replacing your bitch ass. Because you about to go gay, you ain't finna have no kids. Ain't
I
no
will
woman
be there
gonna have no
golfing with
kids
him.
back.
I can put around Mar-a-Lago a little bit.
That's
Yeah.
why they had to bring
Ain't
real
gonna be there.
men in.
You're gonna have
That's
your
why
type
they
there.
had to
No, you-
bring real
Yeah,
men
yeah,
in.
yeah,
And it
you-
makes sense.
Yeah, what did you say? Listen, nothing you say makes sense. What the hell you want me
No,
to say?
it don't. No, it don't. Not to
No,
you.
Of course
anyway.
it doesn't.
Yeah, it comes
Of course
from a
it
man.
doesn't.
It
Now
sounds,
you
it sounds better
support
coming from a
Donald Trump.
woman,
You
don't
said,
it?
but you
You
support
want
Donald.
a woman in my position,
You
don't
you
you?
support
You'd love
Donald
to
Trump.
have a woman in my position with your big old bicep where you could punch her in the mouth, huh?
Yeah, you would like that,
But you
wouldn't you?
can't punch a grown man in the mouth.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll tell you, the
holding
size
a
of
dick
your
in your
melon,
hand.
the
You
size
act like
of that head,
motherfucker yet.
I
How
thought
many
you could break a
motherfuckers
brick on
YouTubers
you.
or motherfuckers on
I
live
would
stream
break a
hold
brick
a
on
dick
you.
in
I would
their
never
hand?
waste my hand on
You
you.
literally holding a dick in your
I'll
hand.
use a brick. I use a brick over your head. I knock you out, stupid. Goddamn fruitcake. Am I on here? Am I on a stream? Hello? Nobody's here, huh? Everybody left. Well, there was another one. Any panels, those atheists? Let's hop over to another one. Well, I guess everybody left me here on the panel. I don't see anybody else here.
Yeah, left your ass.
All right, that's the content I bring you guys for free. So there you go.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm trying to get King TL up here and fight Solid Snake. That'll be my next goal.
Why are you throwing Snake like a pit bull in a cage? Have him
That's what
fight
he
other
did, man.
dogs.
Did you see the NFL coach?
Solid Snake is working double
I'm the
shifts.
NFL coach for
All,
this
all I
fucking
saw,
shit.
all I saw was two different types of dogs barking at each other. That's all I saw.
Yeah,
Solid Snake is working double shifts, so it's not likely.
Don't worry.
That's what I heard.
There's a plan. There's a plan. There's a plan to the madness. King TL was looking for me. He was looking for me in the wrong stream, though. I'm doing my stocks. I ain't gonna bring your ass up.
I saw the stock stream. It was a good stream.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah,
you guys should criticize and ask me for improvements because I didn't prepare for it. I just went off the cuff, but
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. My only criticism is that you didn't really have much of a script, so you were bouncing a little bit everywhere.
Because when I do those individual streams, it's gonna be more like a lesson plan, And Portia, she's a teacher. She knows
You
better
need
than
a
me.
you need a rubric.
Yeah, so that's how it's gonna go. And I've rarely taught classes. I was a TA in grad school. I was teaching kids stuff, and even when I was in elementary, middle school, I was teaching other kids shit. So I have some basic idea of how to teach stuff. But Portia's more professional. So yeah, you should give some criticism to Portia. Portia will probably train me up to give more polished lesson plans. Anyhow, let's see here. Let me look up.
Do you still got that one link get crack about how San Francisco is gonna deal with
that
deadly
John
crime?
pulled it up. John pulled it up, so he has to pull that up again. Yeah, John, you're muted.
They're gonna dress up. They're gonna
Before you pull that up, let me pull this up. So
Go
you
ahead.
see this? King TL was in chat. All right, get crack. I'm here. Let's leverage our contact together, shall we?
Oh, that's who this guy was. Yeah, I saw
Yep.
him. I saw him
Yeah,
talking.
crack. You left me at the altar. Inside your core, you just ignored the wrong one. See you soon. Great. Excellent. King TL has a hard on for me, so eventually I can lure this guy when Solid Snake's on stream. So I'm slowly getting this guy over here. Let me work my magic. I got my soft power.
Is he like Hormaxer?
No, you haven't seen King TL? Oh, man, you missed out. King TL.
Why you got some data on him that we can watch?
Let me, John. Do you remember? Oh man, let me see this.
San Francisco gonna dress. The cops over there are gonna dress up for Halloween to scare deadly crime away. They're gonna dress up in costumes. No shit.
Let me pull up the article.
What are they gonna dress up as?
Great chat. Oh, is King here too? King.
Oh, go ahead.
Yo, what's up? King.
Not this.
That
thing.
is King TL.
Oh,
This is
not
King
this.
TL.
This is not him.
He makes
That's
no
him,
sense
man.
when he
Oh
talks.
God, I know this guy.
And he's talking to this transvestite drag queen.
John,
Not
surprisingly,
this shit again. Come on, get
John,
cracked.
surprisingly black.
And I'm not being because I'm part
Is
schizo.
insane.
I didn't pretend to be anyone else.
There was no earlier.
What do you mean? What's over his eye?
Look like eyeshadow.
We already watched this shit, dude.
I mean, King TL is part black, part Native American.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you're just it's just his facial features that gives the shadow.
And he's talking to this zombie transphobe drug addict or whatever it is.
I mean, they both look like they could wear mascara. They both kind of look like they wear mascara.
Yeah, I know exactly the idea.
Maybe
Same
imperialism.
shit over again.
I called in earlier, but I was on camera again, and I was.
Nice that you said again. I just have to question about this because this is the way we run shit around here. You wouldn't happen to know somebody called imperialism?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
You kind of look like John and Dwayne The Rock
honestly,
Johnson.
Sure.
I don't need to fake who I am at this point. I'm 33 years old. I have enough shit.
33 years old. Huh? You don't think I fall for that fucking coding?
Sorry, what?
You don't think I fall for that coding? 33. Multiple.
Wait, how old do you?
How old do you think I'm just wondering. I'm spitballing.
Okay, I think I'm missing. Don't think I'm hearing you right.
Yep, no, I'm asking if you're somebody called Imperial.
Talking to a
imperialist. A
transvestite.
motherfucker that was talking all this shit like he's worldwide known. Motherfucker known more on YouTube than. Motherfucker don't even got a channel.
This
He was talking
motherfucker
bad
says he
shit.
has
Talking good
4
shit.
nipples
Talking bad shit.
and shit.
Seem right up your alley.
Talks about
Called in,
humans having
saying it was somebody else
tails.
like you. Then you called in a little bit later. Big dog with your camera on. Einhorn, Finkel, Einhorn and Finkel. With all due respect. What do we think about this?
I wasn't there for that. I didn't see it.
Go ahead and hit your reefer out of that bong. It's not a problem.
Oh yeah. Maybe it'll make Ben hurry up.
Huh?
Maybe it'll make Ben the orthodoxy lover.
I don't dilly dally with any of that. We're not going to be orthodox. Oh, is that what you guys are about to do? You're about to have you're going to have a Bible? Are we not able to hear me? Is my mic fucked up?
No, I can hear you. I don't know anything about no Bible.
Oh, I thought you said orthodox. I thought that had something to do with Bible.
Oh yeah, no, I mean general like conforming to stuff. Like he's mad that I'm a Furby. It's just as like a
Do you think he's mad that you're a Furby when he's asking you to stay here and have me fluff you while he's off doing this shit?
Like he goes off when I'm not even like in the chat anymore. So I think he's a little.
It seems like something that you were earlier today. I understand. I'm talking over you now because I remember earlier today I could have swore you had a problem with Ben and was like, I don't think I really give a fuck about talking to you. Was that? I could be mistaken. There's a lot of people that might say these things.
I'm sorry that I criticized Ben.
So I mean, so those two people they orbit the Thorpes, okay? And you saw, yeah. So they're called Thorpiters. They orbit like planets around the sun. But anyway, so the person on the left, okay, of King TL, all right? That's Melanie. Melanie, she's on here.
Yeah, she came over here.
Yeah, she came over here where Stanley was here that one night. And she came again. I was here with Stanley and she came again. I think she's not dumb. She was talking a lot about electrical engineering stuff when I was up here. She has potential. My only problem is that because she's a transformer, those people are very volatile. So if you want to do some long-term project with her, like I could recommend her to Rashu or someone he knows. I don't have any connections with Silicon Valley anymore. I'm out of the game for a very long time. I would probably say she
Thank
has some
God.
ideas. She has some pretty, because when I was doing my PhD, I was considering a lot of those same ideas. That's why when she was talking that stuff, I could verify it. So my only question is, she needs to find some connection to develop those ideas, because that's a big business. Because if she's serious about doing it, she could be the next Intel. I mean, the next Nvidia, basically.
She was the transgender woman, Melanie. I
Mhm.
remember. Yeah, I didn't see her. Was she cammed up when she was up here? I didn't see her.
No,
But I
no,
heard.
nope. She wasn't.
Talking about that transgender one?
Yep.
Gross.
Anyway, I gotta reboot my computer. StreamYards has killed it. I'll be back later. So you can move on, John, to the article.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. 12 man. 12 man sent me this article. San Francisco police dressing up in costumes to catch scofflaws here. Let me play this video here. You're watching on YouTube. Share this tab instead. Oh, you guys can't see it. This is San Francisco police dressing up like chickens.
You never believe this shit, John Galt. It's how to make San Francisco less violent.
Imagine a police officer signing up to do that for a paycheck.
Is there an article to John Galt?
Oh, yeah, here's the article. I showed the video there. Let me see what the article says here. What's up, Karen? What are you doing up so early?
I got some sleep. That's all I needed. I'm trying this new method of sleeping where you take like 4 hours, 2 to 4 hours every 2 to 4. Like you sleep for 2 to 4 hours every 2 to 4 hours. Basically, like mini power naps.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm doing, Gary.
Cops in San Francisco are donning Halloween costumes in an attempt to stop drivers who fail to yield to pedestrians. The stunt sees officers dress up in ridiculous outfits to see how many motorists spot them and allow them to pass. On one occasion, Jonathan Ozo wore an inflatable chicken suit while attempting to cross a busy intersection. I wouldn't do this if I were police. I wouldn't even wear a chicken outfit. I mean,
this is how we fight crime on the West Coast now.
That's how you fight speeders and people that don't yield to pedestrians, I guess. That is a truly amazing.
Is this recent? Did they just now start doing this, or has this been going on?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, this month.
Yeah, September 24th, 2024. The year is
yesterday.
Can we see the crime stats of after they started doing this?
They probably don't even capture the crime stats. They keep you from looking. You know how that goes.
You telling me there's not at least one of those speedometer things at least built in one of them suits?
You think
see how fast you're going?
I mean, the guy just in the video, the guy just drove right past him. I don't know how he stopped anyone.
Yeah, motorcycles are just blowing right by him, man. You see that, John?
Yeah, I saw
you
that
play it
shit.
again, bro.
Yeah.
Is that the only video, or is there more? Oh, there's got to be somebody in like a spider costume, somebody in a makeup, maybe somebody dressed up as a clown.
I think this is the only one here.
Oh, that's lame.
Do you guys remember Nathan Wade? Do you guys remember Nathan Wade?
I think so. Maybe.
No.
No.
Man,
Check it out.
this girl
Check
touched-
it out, Gary.
Wait, that was a
Hell's
police.
Angel blows through
This is
That
just
was a
stupid.
chicken man.
That's just
Well,
stupid in
actually,
concept.
that was a police officer chasing behind the person that went through the crosswalk. So they did give the guy a ticket or something. There was a police officer on the motorcycle. In fairness, they did give him a ticket or something. Good morning, T Spells, Bobby Perkins. Give me
For
one.
what?
I'll be right back.
12th man,
I
when you
was
brought that
hoping-
up, I expected a
I was
variety
hoping-
of costumes.
Gary and I was hoping they'd like do a ghoul or a zombie or something.
Well, you
Not
thought
a
they were gonna
fucking
they were gonna dress up
chicken,
as like daggum Spider-Man or Iron Man or something?
No, like something really ugly, like Ozzy Osbourne, and Molly Hatchet, and Mother Death or something.
Yeah, but all he did was dress up as a chicken. He looked like a.
I know, man.
He could have. He should have. You know what he should have
Who's
dressed up
it-
as? He should have dressed up
who's
as Big
gonna-
Bird.
Who's gonna
Sesame
stop
Street.
for
Should've dressed
that?
up as Big
Yeah,
Bird.
Big Bird. Maybe somebody to stop for Big Bird.
Yeah, I was going to
You're
say.
right.
You know how tall? Do you know how tall Big Bird actually is? It's like 8 feet, man. Someone
Yeah,
got
they
into that
would've
costume.
stopped for Big Bird.
So much crime in these days, people aren't stopping at all. They see someone
Yeah.
with the outfit on, people, it may make them eat up even more.
Yeah, he might have to suit it up with some technology or something. Turn into like a pseudo mech.
Well, the police
do
did
that.
get behind him. So that was that. Garen, do you know what time it is in Rwanda? Is that where you're from?
Yeah, I don't know what time it is now, but I could turn on my world clock and figure it out.
We're showing the times around the world overnight right now. And so right now, what time is it in Rwanda? It is. What time is it?
It is 10:50. 10:50 a.m.
Kigali. That's the capital, right?
Yep.
The capital of Rwanda.
It is 10:50 a.m.
He's getting his world clock going. You got Alaska time on there yet?
You got Lagos.
We got
Junior, we do
got
have
our own time. We
We
got
do have
our
Lagos.
own time up here, John.
We use Juno.
12:51 a.m. Alaska time.
I see that 12:51 Juno, Alaska. There you go. What do you think about those Eric Adams indictments, Gary? You think it's tied to Puffy?
Somewhat, yes, but I think Eric Adams has had it coming for a while. There's been stuff about him when it comes to corruption since like that's been going on since last year. I think this whole Puffy stuff is just a good way to, wrapping them in and actually taking them to court in the first place. Honestly, I'm surprised it took him this long. I'm surprised he lasted this long.
I think Puffy even makes it to court, bro. I don't know why people. I don't think he makes it to court.
Really?
Either they kill him, or he kills himself. One of the two. I don't think they can allow him to get to court, talk about the things he may talk about.
All the things that they were planning on testifying.
Mm.
John, did you hear about that one guy who's planning on testifying against Puffy?
I saw that. I was about to bring it
What's
up.
his name?
Tell me about it.
God, what was his name? He agreed to testify in court during the court date. What was it? God, it was it was a girl. She said she had like a book. She was supposed to be like she's somebody who went to a freak off.
Mm-hmm.
She openly admitted to like, hey, I'll testify against him once the court starts.
Yeah.
I forgot her name.
I forget her name too, but let me see if I can find it. I saw it earlier. Where she's willing, or he.
Yeah, he or she. It was somebody.
prostitute or something,
I
right?
remember reading about it because there's a whole thread on Twitter that keeps up with this stuff.
I mean, they are really, male prostitute turns in alleged videotape.
Yeah.
Puffy. Have you heard about this, Crack?
Male prostitutes
turn in a videotape of a freak off.
The videotape. I mean, we heard about the male prostitutes in the whole indictment, right? So it's not a surprise they're gonna start snitching.
But Craig, like, think about this, man. Like, how stupid must you be to let people come in your house and film illegal behavior that you're engaged in?
The guy's a freak, man.
It's called a freak off for a reason, John. There's no limit.
Yeah, it's like people watching porn, right? Once you watch the vanilla stuff, it's like you gotta go to the extremes.
I want to know, how can you fuck for a week without your dick falling off?
Oh, Diddy. I guess Diddy just built like that, I guess.
Well, I mean, from this point of view, it sounds like he's not freaking off. He's just watching people freaking off, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's
so how can you jack your dick for a week without it falling off?
Well, that's why he's probably filming it for later. He's just saving
that's probably why he's recording it.
Yeah. He's building his own little porn catalog in a way, right?
Yep.
Kind of like what HB does, right?
I don't think he was blackmailing anyone.
Come on, good Craig.
Hey, last night HB admitted he filmed his little escapades because he's a film student.
Between him and a lot lizard.
Maybe that's why he wants one.
Mm-hmm.
Needs a new actress.
HB needs a good woman. That's what he needs.
It's like Megan Fox is Michael Bay.
I hope he don't.
One day she's gonna quit for so-called harassment.
HB don't catch monkeypox before he decides to settle down.
Man, that ain't real. Man, that ain't real.
Monkeypox, mopo. You can't say monkeypox anymore. It's
mopo ain't real
to monkeys.
I don't know. Look at Nancy Pelosi's husband's face. He looks like he has monkeypox.
What the heck is that white stuff on her back?
Champagne.
What?
Oh, that was something else.
Oh my lord! Oh my lord! Jesus! Oh man, they got pictures. What's the video? Can we play the video?
There's no video.
Maybe sperm. You never know.
Imagine if they just put a Diddy Party video in a news article.
Oh my lord! This dude.
The filmmaker, the whistleblower, and described to investigators how he traveled from Atlanta to Miami. This might be a black dude. For the sex film, and how he went about finding another escort to engage in a debauchery. The male prostitute told authorities he kept a copy of the freak-off tape from that night. That copy is now in the hands of federal investigators. Wow.
Woo! Snitching time.
Wow.
It's over. It's over for Diddy.
They are keeping the prostitute anonymous. All we know is that he's a male prostitute.
Might be torture time.
Man, how old are you, non-it factor? You know Hogan's Heroes? Bob Crane from Hogan's Heroes did the same with Vanguard VHS equipment back in the 60s. Is that why he killed himself? Is that why Bob Crane killed himself? Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
The sex worker signed a proffer agreement that will allow him to give testimony without incriminating. It's over for him.
Yeah.
Wow.
All for what?
There you go.
He had a 20-year run of having a great time, I guess.
life in prison, or maybe you'll hang yourself, or what?
He's definitely somebody's gonna kill him. Someone's gonna try to kill him anyway.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's over. You can't let that kind of loose thread around. Yeah.
You think the government will kill him, Crack?
Like Epstein? I don't know.
Big business will have him killed. Like
Yeah, it's gonna be someone else. I don't think he's important. Like Epstein had to be killed. I mean, that whole thing stank, right? Like, oh, all the security cameras suddenly turned off. Oh, all of a sudden the 3 guards there weren't
But
accounted
get
for.
cracked. Are they gonna get away with that twice with Diddy and
No, they won't do it
whoever
with
this
Diddy.
hooker is?
They'll find another way for sure. They'll be like
Get
waiting.
away
No,
with
they might just
murder
they might
twice.
set it up as like a they might set it up like a regular old drive-by or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I
Like a
think
gang
is gonna
affiliated
happen.
shooting.
Because they need him to
drive-by.
score him a little bit.
What do you mean
know?
a drive-by? Drive-by where? He's in
Not
prison.
a literal one. I mean, like they'll probably set it up as Diddy getting into some argument with some random
Yeah,
nigga.
some guy
and
shanks
he
him.
ends up,
Yeah.
yeah,
They'll
and
get
someone
shanked.
shanks him or
but
someone
he's in.
shoots him or something like that.
No, because he's in PC, right?
Well,
Only guards are supposed to be around.
hey, Epstein had guards too, and they conveniently turned off the cameras and said they didn't see shit.
Yeah, imagine
So,
seeing a head.
so all they need to do, is walk him. They need to walk him along.
You think they're gonna get away with it twice, though?
Yes,
really?
I do.
Yes.
Really?
Because but they'll do
fake
it
something
differently
in a
this
row.
time.
Yeah.
So what's
Okay.
going to happen is they're going to transport him across the jail cell, and they're going to conveniently send another guy going the opposite way in the hall, right? And that guy's just going to suddenly shank him. That's it. That's how they do it, man.
Yeah, they'll set it up
Fucking
as like
motherfuckers are hella corrupt, man.
Yeah, they'll set it up like some
Correction
sort of gang
officers,
affiliated
yeah,
attack.
hella fucking corrupt.
Somebody wanted P Diddy's head.
Yeah.
Mhm. That's how
Yeah,
they'll do it.
Damn, that's crazy, bro.
Or it could be a literal drive-by. That'd be funny.
But I know they want him to score him a little bit more because you bring up the Eric Adams and all that. They need him for a little bit more. They need him alive for a little bit longer.
Why? Why though, Crack?
I think they want to use him to keep punishing people. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Once
that's why they're trying
they
to go
get
so hard
once
on
they
Eric
punish
Adams.
the people, once they punish the people they want punished and not further, they'll get rid of him. They don't need him anymore. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, they'll need him to implicate the people they want to be implicated, but once he's trying to like snitch on higher people, no, we're gonna take you out before you get that far, bitch.
Yeah,
That's the end of it.
Diddy's gonna go out the same way he came in, being used as a middleman to mess with other people.
So remember, kids, there's a high price to pay. You might get a lot of stuff in the beginning, but
We should keep track of all the politicians who interacted with Diddy in the past 10 years.
Good point. Yeah. But anyway, don't pay the devil, you know. You make a deal with that devil, they're gonna come collecting later on. He's getting collected right now.
Yeah, it was definitely widespread, widely known what he was doing, you know?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, exactly. But you know how the media works. They won't shine the light on the roaches until they need to.
John, you getting a flood warning?
Yeah, John got some warning, huh?
Amber Alert.
Oh, it's an Amber Alert. Oh, who's missing? Grace?
Yeah, who stole her? Her dad?
Don't they have like black Amber Alerts in California, Crack?
Yeah, they do. They do. Yeah. But
I
I
use
use
a black Amber Alert.
But I got a flip phone, so they can't do shit to me. I got old technology. I don't get none of that shit.
The heck is a black Amber Alert?
Yeah.
What? Tell them, Crack.
Come on, get Crack. Go blow smoke.
Man.
They segregate. Hold on, no. They segregating the Amber Alerts now?
They have
You're not on
different
no
levels of
flip
Amber
phone,
Alerts.
get
Yeah.
Crack.
So it's called an ebony Amber Alert, and it's for a black woman or black person.
So they segregating the Amber Alerts now.
Yeah, man.
So what's this one called? Instead of Amber, it's like
It's an ebony Amber Alert.
the Ebony Alert.
Yeah.
Ebony. And you didn't know that?
That's so stupid.
Yeah, this is a California thing, I think. It's a
Yeah.
CHP.
Oh, of course it
is.
is.
Yeah,
I
the
turned
California
the
Highway
alerts
Patrol.
off
I was gonna say, what difference does it make?
Well,
I turn the alerts off because they abuse them, man. They're like, "Oh, it's a tsunami! Grab your shit and run to the top of the hill." I'm like, "Fuck that! Turn that shit off, man."
One of these days, 12th man, you better be listening to those alerts. Japan's gonna have a 9.0 earthquake, and you're like, whatever.
Those are, you can ignore Amber Alert, but what you're talking about is storm warnings. Can't ignore that.
Yeah, well, all of it. I turned them all off. I don't give a fuck anymore.
I mean, one day you're gonna get swept up. Ain't nobody gonna know.
This was an Amber Alert for a 14-year-old.
I do my part in AmeriCorps. I don't need to pay attention to all these alerts. I have a focus, man.
This is an Amber Alert for a 14-year-old female with black hair and brown eyes. Last seen in a white shirt and pink pants with black sneakers in the 1300 block of Longfellow Street Northwest. Possible suspect vehicles: a black caddy, daddy's caddy.
Oh no. The
It's
pimp
too late.
came. The pimp picked her up.
Yeah, you think she?
Pimp collected his hope. You know what's crazy? I'll be looking at sometimes at the missing girl alerts. It'd be some of the same black women be going missing multiple weeks in a row.
How? Well, yeah, no, I know how.
Run away from home, man. Really, you just run away.
Yeah,
from
they just be running.
Mama called 911.
Yeah, I shared one on my Facebook earlier, John. I can read it to you.
I don't want to hear about that.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
This hurricane's beat my butt down here.
Yeah, Stanley was like, I ain't seen nothing yet. So you're getting the brunt of it in North Carolina, and he's in Georgia. He ain't seen shit. I don't know what's going on then.
Nah, we're mainly just getting a bunch of wind and rain. The only real reason it's a problem is because it's messing with my antenna outside.
Okay. So nothing major flooding yet. Oh, okay.
No, not yet. Well, I mean downtown, the roads have some of the bridge getting into the town has been flooded.
Yeah.
But that thing always gets.
Yeah, because they don't.
Right
because it's old, right? It's old infrastructure.
Yeah, it's old and it's right above a creek, so
yeah,
of course
yeah. The water level, yeah. I mean, sometimes people just don't clear out the storm drains, you know. So a lot of the leaves build up, and then it just builds up. Yeah, if the city doesn't pay for those guys to do a vacuum clean of the whole sewer, fucking flooded in no time.
Yeah. So how'd you like last stream? Was it fun?
Oh, the last stream with Ben?
No,
No, I didn't watch it. I was like, hell no. I saw Ben when I woke up. I was like, oh fuck this. I'm going back to sleep then.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not gonna be blamed for another person getting exiled from the island. You know, it's like already got Imperious. It was because of Ben. You know, it's because of Ben that he got banned.
That's the goofy thing though. Ben, I was going to say whenever I was going in and out from the stream, all Ben did was talk. Like every time I got on there, it was him talking about himself.
Blah 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 blah. Same Ben Thorpe shit. I mean, you might as well just put Grace up there. At least we can see something more pretty than your like ugly ass laying down and shit. It's just like, what?
Speaking of, how in the world does he have his phone positioned? Because the way it's literally just his head floating and then like a flat plane, which I guess is his body.
I don't really know either.
Does he have his laptop on his gut or something?
They only
because that position looks hella uncomfortable.
Yeah, I do know they have a laptop. I do know they have an iPad and they have a phone. right?
So he
So
just holds it
they'll
on his
stream on
chest.
they'll stream on 3 of those devices. So
he's just sitting there holding it on his chest.
he could
Because that's what
be.
it looks like.
I mean, they might have a stand, but if it
no,
was
that
the
looks
laptop, it makes more
incredibly
sense.
uncomfortable.
Could a
scuba
tsunami
gear
be
and went down into
survived if you had time to put on scuba gear and went down a manhole into the sewers or maybe a cave?
I wouldn't do that because
Yeah.
sewers would get sometimes sewers get blocked off during major amounts of during tsunamis because they don't want to prevent the excess water from leaking in. So even if you go into the sewer with scuba gear, depending on where you go in at, you could get blocked off and drown from just, running out of oxygen. So you imagine going down there, be like, oh, you think I'm safe, and all of a sudden all the sewer drains get sealed off in order to prevent flooding in other areas, and now you're trapped.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I don't know.
That idea reminds me of those stupid earthquake prevention beds.
Earthquake convention beds? Prevention
Yeah,
beds? What?
it's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. It's like when you sleep on it, and whenever an earthquake comes, like it has a sensor that opens up a compartment right below the mattress.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Is
Yeah,
this
and
Japanese?
Yeah, I think so, and it's supposed to seal you in. It's kind of like an automatic coffin. It's the stupidest thing. It's
Yeah,
basically
that's
and it
Japanese.
has like special. It has like special. It has a special oxygen air tank under it, so that you could survive in there for like 2 to 3 days, and you're just sitting there in your bed while there's a
So I
bunch. It's supposed
just
to have it where you have a bunch of rubble on top of you, and it's supposed to protect you.
so I
Stupidest
just
thing in the world.
found out that girl that came up missing the other day, she was found. So praise the Lord. Yeah.
Well, you had an Amber Alert? Oh, you had one too?
Yeah. Her name was something Guzman. Alicia Guzman or something like that.
Alicia
Came up missing
Guzman.
2 days,
Okay.
but then they found her. So thank God. She's only 14 years old or something like that. Yeah. Happens up here too, guys.
Yeah, like a mini panic room? Yes. I guess so.
Yeah, but hold on, I'm gonna try to see if I can find a video of it. It's the stupidest thing.
It has to be Japanese. I know what I've probably seen it before. I know what you're talking about now. It's Japanese, I'm sure.
The Anchorage Police Department reported her missing, but it was the Alaska State Troopers that found her.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah. Troopers are the heroes up here. Them and the Coast Guard.
All right, get crack. I posted it.
Yeah. We don't really have a county, but we do have city cops, but not really county. It goes from city cop to state trooper to Coast Guard. That's how it works in Alaska.
I'm
You don't have
surprised.
sheriff? You don't have any sheriff
Yeah, I was gonna
department?
say, do you guys not have
No.
a sheriff department?
No.
Huh. Okay, that's weird.
Yeah, no. I
Get
wish
crack.
we
I posted
did,
it in
but
the
we
back check.
don't.
I found the
Yeah,
video.
yeah, I'm downloading it right now. Yeah, Gary.
Oh, okay. It sucks you got to daggum download it. You don't got Chrome.
Nah, I don't want to use Chrome anyway. They fucking track you and shit.
Yeah.
And the ad
I mean, I
blockers,
use
like,
yeah, what are you afraid of?
Brave.
What are you
I mean, I don't
afraid of?
understand why StreamYards doesn't work on Brave. I would just use Brave. Like, what the?
Yeah, I
fuck's the
would use
problem?
Brave, but they block it for some reason. The only thing it works on consistently is for StreamYard is Chrome. Safari,
Yep.
and no, I was gonna say it works on Firefox, but it
Why
actually
are you
does.
so afraid of Chrome? afraid the
It's
AI
Google.
Chrome is
Yeah,
gonna
it's
come
Google.
get you, get cracked.
Number one reason, it sucks up memory way more than any other browser. Brave
It
is the
does.
best. Brave is the best memory management. Number
I was
two,
gonna say
Well,
Opera, but Opera got sold to China.
yeah,
So
I
they use
mentioned
Opera
that.
no
Someone mentioned Opera before, and I told Angel, hey, no, Opera is
well,
Chinese.
Yeah, Opera's
well,
Chinese now.
hold on a minute. My Samsung S24 Ultra is handling it fine. It's not even warm. I
Oh
just
yeah,
felt the back
it'll
of my
handle it
thumb.
fine. But the thing is that compared to other browsers, it takes up way more data.
Yeah, if you use Brave, you'll see like it's way better than that. You'll see like,
The
whoa,
only thing I
shit.
don't like
But
about
you
Brave is that
can.
it doesn't have account sync because I got a lot of stuff on my Chrome account.
Oh, it doesn't? They haven't
Oh,
added that feature yet?
no, they don't. No, Opera has it
Oh,
though. Opera has it,
that's strange. I would think they had it by now.
and that's what I would
Hmm.
think too. But they
Well,
don't.
AI.
Damn.
AI is gonna control your life.
I don't care about no AI.
ChatGPT.
Have you got speaking of weird
Gonna
AI? Speaking of AI stupid stuff,
Chat
have you guys
GBT
heard
is
of those
gonna
Norwegian
come
suicide
down
beds?
there and
Oh,
lick
Norwegian
your
suicide
belly
beds?
button,
Yeah,
boy.
they're sponsored by
Mm.
the government and they're a part of your insurance. They have a little contract that comes
Oh, so they have a
called
suicide bed for you as you get for your insurance. All right, nice.
yeah. It's like in case you want to kill yourself. Here's a special pod. Here's a, here's a special pod. They have pictures of them on Google. They're the goofiest looking thing I've ever seen.
I'd rather die in the mountains. Fuck all that shit.
All right, let's play this. Let's play this.
I found this is relatively short.
It's what Get Crack wants to do with everybody. Suck you right up.
Imagine that
Use
getting
you
stuck.
for your organs and ship you away. You're insane, Crack.
Amazing. Amazing.
Imagine that thing getting stuck.
Yeah, you're fucked. You're fucked.
Stuck in transport, that is.
That thing looked like a daggum.
Open that van up, boy. What you got in there? Oh, I just got a bunch of organs, sir.
Not to
No
mention,
pro-
imagine
okay.
trying to get that up. Imagine if you lived in like a really small place and trying to get that upstairs. And you know, you need a daggum forklift. Not a forklift, but you need a crane.
Yeah.
How do you walk upstairs? Or do you got an elevator to get cracked? I
No, I
bet you
walk.
got
I
an
don't have an
elevator,
elevator.
don't
No,
you,
I don't have an
motherfucker?
elevator. I walk.
You have to walk up and down the stairs, or
Yep.
so you live in an apartment then?
No, a condo.
A condo?
Yeah.
You got Chinese chicks at your door?
No, it's random. It depends on who's there. A lot of those units are Airbnb nowadays, so I'll just see random people.
That sounds hilarious though. You can have all types of crazy neighbors at any time.
Yeah, at any time. Yep. That's a drawback, but I don't mind. I don't give a shit.
Okay, I'm not selling a third of an acre after all. I don't want any neighbors.
Yeah, I specifically moved out here so I can get away from people. But in
Get
case something
out of
happens,
here,
them
hippie.
911 calls are going to be difficult.
Stick 'em. Okay, sorry, Gary. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
John, take
I've noticed.
another nap. I think
Yeah.
John took another nap.
He probably
He
did.
ain't coming back. Where's
Anyway.
HD? HD should be taking over by now. What the fuck? It's already.
Yeah,
It
where
should
in
be
the
5
fuck
o'clock
is
Eastern.
HB?
He has to take over.
He's probably he probably sleeping in his cab a little more.
Oh my god! Wake
Well,
up,
get
fucker.
cracked. Get cracked. You're our forever slave now.
Nah.
You can't get away.
I'm gonna get away. I don't want to be here
No,
when Ben
you're
Thorpe
not.
comes here.
Yeah,
I'm
I was
like,
I'm not
oh,
gonna let you.
hell nah.
Yeah,
Hell
he's
no.
I'm not
that's the
gonna
one.
let
That's
you
the thing,
get
though.
cracked.
Ben's waking up right now, 5
Yeah,
o'clock.
Ben's been coming over here way more frequently.
Ben's desperate for viewers. He has to
He's
come
a
here now.
sucker for attention, you know.
Yeah, I've also noticed they haven't been restreaming on their own platform. Every time they come over here, they're just not streaming for some reason.
Nope. I don't know.
Fuck
Are they
'em.
demonetized?
I don't give a fuck about Ben Thorpe, Garen.
I do. He
You
keeps
know,
coming over here. He's annoying. And every time he comes over here, he just takes over the stream.
Yep. That's how it works.
well, he takes up half of it with his big old Jabba the Hutt looking ass.
Yeah.
Looks like a white Jabba the Hutt.
Here, let me play this for you guys.
In Washington today, the U.S. Supreme Court handed down a landmark decision. Despite the growing number of death row inmates who've been exonerated due to DNA evidence, the court reaffirmed the legality of the death penalty on the grounds that it is, quote, totally badass. For more on the case, we go live now to Onion News Network Washington correspondent Jane Carmichael. Hi, Jane.
Good to see you, Michael.
How did the Supreme Court come to their decision on this ruling?
Well, Michael, it began this morning when the lawyers for the petitioner presented to the court a videotaped lethal injection that showed an inmate writhing in pain before dying. As the tape played, Justice Kennedy said, quote, whoa. Justice Alito remarked, quote, holy shit. And Justice Ginsburg said, quote, that's wicked.
And what was the defense counsel's response to that?
Well, following the video, Chief Justice John Roberts said, while evidence presented to the court indicates a degree of fallibility in the procedural methods of capital punishment, it is the opinion of this court that the practice remains hella fucking balls to the wall awesome. At that point, the decision seemed fairly certain.
Was there any dissent to the opinion by the Chief Justice?
Actually, very little. Justice Clarence Thomas supported the argument immediately, citing the precedent set by the movie 300, in which the offending parties were, quote, kicked into a huge fucking pit. Justice Samuel Alito then stated, yeah, or like Judge Dredd. Justice Antonin Scalia then stated quite loudly, quote, I am the law.
That's the catchphrase from the film,
Yes.
Judge Dredd?
Yes, it is. Then there followed approximately 1 minute of all of the justices individually claiming that they were the law.
Now, the justices, I'm told, came down with a decision fairly quickly. Is that correct?
They certainly did. The court also took the rather unusual step today of submitting not just a written decision, but also drawings by all of the justices illustrating, quote, more badass punishments.
The final ruling was 8-1 in favor of the respondent. Tell us about the lone dissenting vote then.
Sure. That one came from Justice Anthony Kennedy. He stated that the death penalty is, in fact, too lenient a punishment, and that sentencing inmates to life without parole seemed, quote, way more brutal because it's like they're on some sort of prison colony in the future where they just have to fight for the rest of their lives.
Some Supreme Court experts are saying that today's ruling is similar to the 2005 ruling in Torchinsky versus Peterson. That
Yo, 12th man, you think this is real, 12th man?
Well, no, I don't think I agree with it.
Craig, shush.
It is legal to carry a concealed weapon as long as the weapon is totally slick, like a huge-ass machine gun. Versus
I
Peterson,
agree with
that
the
it
death
is legal
penalty.
to carry a concealed weapon.
Because it's like they're on some sort of prison colony in the future where they just have to fight for the rest of their lives.
Some Supreme Court experts are saying that today's ruling is similar to the 2005
With
ruling in
their
Torchinsky
child
versus Peterson,
trafficker
that it is
or
legal to
something like
carry a
that.
concealed
Or
weapon as long as the
fentanyl
weapon is
dealer,
totally slick, like a
then you're
huge-ass machine
going
gun
down.
that you carry under a trench coat, like in The Matrix. Is that right?
Right, that's correct. Legal experts are already talking about how this clearly marks a trend towards the Roberts Court being less strictly constitutional and more strictly awesome.
Jane, Jane Carmichael reporting from the Supreme Court for us again. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Michael.
Roomba has introduced a fully sentient vacuuming cyborg.
Better get my dog. He's barking his head off.
So, you know, The Onion used to be really good. Really good. This was
they're
like
kind
about...
they're kind of mid now.
Yeah, they fell off bad.
Yeah,
So
it's
this...
kind of funny, but I do
So-
agree with that one guy. Like, we do need the death penalty. I agree with that. And it should be immediate if they're a drug dealing cartel.
Not the drug dealing cartels.
fentanyl, child trafficking piece of shit motherfucker, then we should be able to just shoot them on the spot. You know, boom, dead. You're done. Carry them off.
Okay. Okay.
You know, just like the old West. That's the way I'd do it.
All right. All right.
But America don't have no balls no more. So
Not the balls.
Yeah. Oh, let me download this other Onion one. This is one of my favorites too.
How in the world do you download
come
the
on,
videos?
prisoner.
You just use the
You're
YT command line. You can YT something. It's called. It's Python.
Oh,
you can
okay, yeah,
download
that makes sense.
But you can use websites to download it too if you're lazy to install.
Yeah, I got a 4K downloader.
Yeah.
It's what I use to back up John's channel on my hard drive.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So is that run on the PowerShell or something?
Yes.
Okay.
A little
All right,
application you can install.
This is the Onion News Network, keeping you safe from the lies.
We begin tonight with an update on a story we've been following all week. Hannah Stevenson, the 16-year-old girl from Detroit, accused of stabbing a classmate to death with a screwdriver last month. At her arraignment this afternoon, Hannah received the harshest possible sentencing from the judge. She will be tried as a black adult.
Due to the extreme and violent nature of this crime, this court finds it fitting to try the defendant as an African American. Henceforth, you will be referred to for the jury by the name Bondell Brown.
Once the trial begins next week, all courtroom images of Hannah will depict her as a 300-pound muscular black man, and jury members will be instructed to imagine her as such.
We're going to do our best to make sure that Hannah is treated with the sympathy and sensitivity that she, as a photogenic white girl, deserves.
This is America.
Oh my
Nobody
God.
deserves to be treated as a black man.
Now that Hannah has been ruled black, the court has instructed local media to assume
Jeebus.
she's guilty, and the police have retroactively charged her with assaulting her arresting officer.
Oh,
Hannah's
God.
24 character witnesses have been replaced by a single
Get
crack
cracked.
addict.
Do
who
you
goes
know
by the
how
name
to
of Skaggs.
play anything
Hannah's parents
real?
are, of course, planning to appeal the ruling.
Hey, hold
saying
on,
that
hold
their
on. Let me go back
who goes
there.
by the name of, and the police have retroactively charged her with assaulting her arresting officer. Hannah's 24 character witnesses have been replaced by a
Why are her
single
teeth
crack
built like
addict
that?
who goes by the name of Skaggs. Hannah's parents are, of course, planning to appeal the ruling, saying that their daughter should at most be tried as a black celebrity or a stunningly beautiful Filipino lady. Every time I hear a story like that, it makes me so glad I'm exempt from the legal system.
When you follow Fact Zone's Brooke Alvarez, you're following the news anchor with more stalkers than any other major network on-screen personality. If you're watching Brooke Alvarez, you're not alone. Fact Zone on the Onion News Network.
I mean, yeah, that was the peak of the Onion. That time between around 2008 to 2010. After that, yeah, it fell off.
Oh
And
man.
I think they got recently bought out by some rich dude. Some rich dude bought them out. So I don't think it's gonna get better. Honestly, it's probably gonna get worse. Yeah.
Be honest, get crack. I don't spend my time watching AI, dude. I really
AI.
don't.
This is not AI. This
It's
was
not
actually.
AI.
Yeah,
That's
this
those
was
are
back in the
comedy
time
skits.
before AI,
Bullshit,
man.
though.
No,
It's not real.
Yeah, it's not real. That's the whole point. This is
It's a
satire.
comedy. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
comedy
dude,
sitcom,
you
man.
don't get this. You don't know it's Onion News Network.
Fake shit. Still fake.
But you
Just
were
like
talking about
AI
it
is
though.
fake.
But you were talking about it though because it's commentary on real life, right? It's like it's telling you like this white girl, if she was tried by as a black man, she probably get different treatment. And then the other one where they're talking about like, oh, the death penalty.
I
So
don't
it's
like
like,
it.
oh, you don't like it, man. You don't got a sense of humor for
Oh,
this
dang.
shit.
Seems
Tall
like
man don't like nothing.
it's
He don't like
Damn.
government.
keeping
He
stuff.
don't like government. He
It's
don't like the
keeping.
trans. He don't like the
It's
gays.
keep.
He don't
It's
like.
keeping stuff alive that
He don't
don't
like.
need to be alive. You know.
I mean, there's no real way to get rid of it, so somebody gonna bring it up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
One way to get rid of it, just get your own woods, and you could just turn it off anytime you want. What they gonna do?
See, this is why cyberbullying isn't real because people don't know how to shut off their computers. If people just figured out that they could just take the top of their laptop or the
Hey, you remember that it was a rapper, right? Who
yeah,
was
Tyler the
telling
Creator.
Yeah, so he was telling
He made a
cyberbullying
whole
ain't real.
cyberbullying ain't real. Just turn your computer. Yeah,
Yeah, just close your eyes.
I mean he's
Yeah,
not
take
wrong.
your
He's not wrong. Just
take
ignore it.
take your headphones off, nigga. What the fuck's wrong
Yeah,
with
you ever
you?
thought about hitting the log out? You ever thought hitting the log off button and the log out
Yeah.
button? You ever thought about just get off Twitter? If you really getting harassed online, you ever thought about just putting your phone down? Read a book?
So this is my all-time favorite onion one here.
Well, yeah, you gotta.
If you haven't felt the pinch yet, you will soon. As of today, the average cost of a pack of cigarettes has gone up to 2 hand jobs and a stick of beef jerky. For more, we go now to
I
Onion
love
News
this
Network prison economics expert Hal Rogan. Hal, I never thought I'd see the day when cigarettes cost more than 1 hand job. Why the sudden spike now?
Well, most analysts are tracing it back to the Brothers Pius pop-off at San Quentin Friday.
Right.
The lockdown that resulted there cut cigarette imports up to 66% across the West Coast system.
That's a much steeper drop-off than anyone saw coming.
Oh, you better believe it. But of course, we shouldn't discount the recent influx of punks at Chino.
Of course.
According to reports, more than 80% of these fish were greeners, willing to give 2 hand jobs and a stick of beef jerky for a pack of rollies.
And their exuberance is what's causing the increases we're seeing in so many other sectors today, from baby oil to tracers to chestnuts, car from bars
yes,
of soap.
absolutely. Look, the prison economy runs on cigarettes. They're involved in every economic transaction at some stage, from contract killings to naked woman picture acquisition.
Right.
That's why we've got shampoo at 6 batteries. We've got tattoos at 50 commissary stamps, slocks at a stick and a muff bag.
That's incredible.
Yes.
How nervous are investors at this point?
Well, it's hard to tell since most of them have trained themselves to never show fear, but
course.
clearly there were a lot of jitters across the market this morning after reports came that the impending Chiva deal between Rico Perez and Bones Gorman was called off after a pigeon told hacks to put Bones on shitwatch.
Now, for what it's really like out there in the market, let's check in with major cigarette trader Big Dap Ramirez. Big Dap, nice to see you again.
Thanks, Rick. Good to see you. What's happening, Hal?
How's it going, Big Dap?
Now, it's obviously a boom time for cigarettes
What's
right
that,
now.
Big
I'm getting a lot
Daddy?
of
But
hand
with
jobs.
prices this high, analysis shows you're going to be seeing a drop-off in real sales soon as consumers turn to smoking grass fajos.
Look, we've been through this before. The market teaches us not to panic. But if I learn anything in this game, it's that a wife or girlfriend will pass off a few decks in the boneyard. Supply will normalize, and we'll see cigarettes returning to a single hand job or less.
Big Dap, in the interim, what are investors like yourself supposed to do?
All I can say is monitor your assets carefully.
Like
This morning I got
prison,
stabbed
dude.
with a sharpened toothbrush by this bitch Django who tried to crib my supply. I fucked him up bad in the library. But hey, that's the way the market's going to be for a while.
It is.
All right, Big Dap, best of luck to you.
What is
We'll keep
this?
checking in
In
on the
prison,
story with
Jerome
Hal
Powell?
throughout the day.
Thanks, Rick.
Moving on to some happier news. In Atlanta today, 2 snitches were beaten to death.
I mean, it's a joke, right? But I tell you, everything
Like a
is
prison
fractal.
mentality, though.
No, but the
Yeah,
thing is,
Craig.
like economics applies everywhere. Prison, the big boys in Wall Street, your own local neighborhood, right? With the liquor stores, like everything's the same, man. When you break it down, so if you have the right mentality as a capitalist, you can thrive anywhere. You can thrive in Wall Street. You can thrive in the prison because you are that nigga, right? That's what John keeps honing in on. You are the person that makes the market. You ride it to make money.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the market is. It's all the same. There's supply and there's demand. Whether it's stocks, whether it's like Shanks, whether it's like Playboys, or it's like or people sneaking in cell phones and their girlfriends' pussies into the fucking when they do conjugal visits. It's like it doesn't matter. It's all the same. It really is. So I think if you learn like stuff from this channel, you should apply it everywhere in your life. So even if I talk about
I
stocks,
do.
yeah, even if I talk
I
about
do
stocks,
get cracked.
yeah, or even if John talks about real estate, even if you don't have
So I
real
don't
estate,
hang out with
yeah,
niggas.
yeah, if you don't have stocks, it doesn't matter. What we're trying to teach you is a mindset, I think, and that's the key. That's the key. That's what we're trying to do here.
You want to hang around who you want to be like.
You're right.
Were
Exactly.
you paying?
Sound like it
What's
was in a
that?
bottle.
Were you? Was he pouring something? Were you pouring something, or were you peeing?
What do you think? Use your imagination,
I
motherfucker.
refuse. No.
I'm Juliana McCandis, filling in for Clifford Baines, who messed with the wrong people and got himself involved in some serious shit. With all economic factors indicating the U.S. is heading for a prolonged recession, some experts are suggesting that the government should stop dumping all of our money into an enormous hole. Is it time to close the national money hole?
That kind of talk is alarmist and
National
irresponsible.
money.
America needs the money hole.
Right. Driving truckloads of money out into the
Not
New
the money
Mexico
hoe.
desert and dumping it into a massive pit is one of America's greatest traditions.
It's frankly, it's a national
Now, look,
treasure.
no reasonable person is advocating that we are going to stop destroying money. But the American people earn that money. They have the right to decide how it should be destroyed.
Okay, so you are in favor of personal money holes?
Yes, people should be able to dump money into a hole in their backyard or flush it down the toilet. Let the free market decide the most efficient way of destroying
My
money.
father worked 2 jobs so he'd have money to put in the money hole, and he never
Now,
complained.
you can't depend on private money holes to destroy that money.
Duncan's right. I mean, some of this money could blow away.
Yes.
Some of it may not be correctly buried. I mean, there's
Birds
too
can
many
make nests out
variables.
of
Why
it.
the
It's-
government pours gasoline into the money hole and lights it on fire to make sure all the money is destroyed.
I
It's just-
love the money fire.
It's just like they say, you have to throw money in a hole and set it on fire to make money.
Okay, but find the cheapest way to destroy that money, like shredding it up and feeding it to hogs.
Tell that to the
Adding
digger who's
jobs
worked the
every-
graveyard shift for 20 years. Digging the hole is all he
The
knows.
sheer number of shovelers that it takes to maintain
But
that
if
hole.
we're talking about closing holes, I mean, what about the soldier hole? How about the energy hole? I mean, I can't believe
The
the closing
soldier
the money
hole.
hole is even on the table.
Don't close
Why are
the
you
money
pushing
hole.
this pro-hole agenda? Is the money hole lobby paying you?
What
I
about
resent
the
that
booty
accusation. I do
hole?
not take money from special interests. And if I did, I would throw it right in the hole because I am a patriot.
If you love America, you throw money in its hole.
So I mean, you look at it, it's like satire, right? But that's some truth
Yeah.
in it.
Throw
We
money
just
in the
burn money. We're just burning money. We send it to Ukraine. We send it to fucking Israel. We send it to wherever, right? And it's just like,
Buy
yeah, we're just
weed
burning
with it.
money. And you look at that, it's like, oh, it's a joke, but that's some real commentary about that.
This
We
is South
Yeah.
Park level stuff,
I
man.
see your
Yeah.
point. Get cracked.
Yeah, you see now, right? Yeah. Because
Yeah.
it is like when you do satire and stuff like that, it's really, really good because a lot of dumb folks, they don't understand like what's screwing them over. Inflation, money printing. So when you look at that, you're like the money hole. If you make it a joke, people will understand. We are literally burning money, and your money, your taxpayer dollars are gone. And not only that, inflation is rising. You are losing money too because that's a hidden tax.
Every
Inflation is a
day.
hidden tax. Yeah.
Every day the dollar is devaluing.
And
Every
so
single
yeah,
fucking day.
and I remember like Be Brave maybe 2 months ago or something. He was like, everybody knows inflation. You don't need to explain it. And I'm like, no, I met so many people that didn't understand that their money was being drained from them. You know, they think like a dollar is still
Losing
a dollar.
value.
Yeah,
It's
people.
not even.
Yeah.
It's not even in really inflation. Get cracked. Is that the dollar is losing value
No,
because
that's inflation.
the
That's
world
inflation.
the world is losing confidence in the dollar, so
Well, I
they
mean,
are
well, you know, they're
diverting their assets also
well,
elsewhere,
you have to
basically.
understand, like, there's a range where the dollar has to be. You don't want the dollar to be too strong. You don't want to be too weak. So usually the dollar is in a range. So even if they lose confidence or gain confidence, it really doesn't matter to America. All it is,
Let,
it has to
let,
stay in a
let me
range.
ask you. Let me ask you a question. Get cracked.
Hmm.
What was the price of minimum wage in 1953?
Wasn't like
It's probably $1.
I don't know. It's probably like
What
$4.
what what was that dollar?
Well, I mean,
That was 4 silver quarters.
so
And
I'm gonna show you this. I'm gonna show you this.
what are 4 silver quarters worth today?
So you can't even own
About
silver.
$20.
Some
It's
bubble
30
gum.
now. It's 30 now. Anyway,
Yeah.
let me
So
bring this up.
there you go.
So
It's the money. It's not inflation. It's the money, man.
inflation
Like
is killing the money, dude.
if
That's
we
what
can go
inflation is.
back to gold and silver,
No, we can't
then
go
I
back to gold and
think
silver.
Okay,
you don't think
here's this
so.
chart here. Okay, I'll show
No,
you
I
this
mean,
chart.
number one, America be broke because the East got more gold and silver than we do now, especially Russia. They've been hoarding that crap.
So you see this man, I wish I could like make this more clear. So you see this red and green chart here. Let me see if I can change it actually to black. Let me change it to black. If I can do that.
I blew it up as much as I can, get cracked.
Can I change the color? I think I can change the color. Can I? Damn it. I guess I have to
Hurry it
change.
up, Asian.
Oh man, let me see. Line.
Oh
All right,
no,
here
not
we go.
the racism.
Here we go. So this black line, all
There you
right.
go. I told you it
So
works every time.
this is the house price, the median house price in the US divided by gold. Okay. Now the reason I do this is because the house price is in dollars, the gold price is in dollars. When I do a ratio, it's basically the price of houses in terms of gold ounces. All right, this is ounces of gold.
Damn.
So you see here, when you look at it, between the 2008 crash and now, we're in a range. So if I had maybe 200 ounces of gold, I could buy a house because
Yeah,
it doesn't matter if the dollar is decreasing in value from inflation.
that's right.
I have 200 ounces of gold. I can still buy the same house from the 2008 era till now. So you
Can
can
you
see
keep
how
it up?
gold you can see how gold saves its value. The dollar. So it's actually, you think like the housing prices is going up because of demand. That's part of it. But the real
So
reason house prices are going up is because your dollar is decreasing in value.
that's
Okay?
right. I told you that. That's what I
Yeah,
said.
but the
God
problem
damn it.
no, the problem is you're saying it's not inflation. That is inflation. That's the definition of inflation.
No, it's
Inflation is
not
destroying your
inflation.
dollar.
It's
Yes, 12th man.
deliberately.
Yes, 12th man. That's the definition of an inflation.
No, it's
Inflation
not
kills your dollar.
inflation.
That is
No,
inflation.
they're just now look back to 1907 till now.
I don't
I
have
dare
that
you,
chart, man, because I don't go that far. It's only going to 1976. I don't have that data.
because you will see a 95% decrease in the dollar since 1907 when the Federal Reserve was created. Okay? And
But
ever
that's
since
inflation.
then,
That's inflation.
no, it's
That's what they
not.
do. Yeah, it is. Dude, this is. They are controlling inflation. The mandate of the Federal Reserve is to control inflation. They are controlling the inflation. That is what the goal is. That's their mandate. That's one of their mandates. Anyway.
Well, their mandate is to control us, but that's beside the point.
But that's through inflation. They're not hiding the fact. They're controlling you. But they tell you how they're doing it through inflation.
So when we had sound money pre 1907, when what's his name was president, uh, which president created the Federal Reserve?
Woodrow Wilson.
It was like
Woodrow Wilson.
Yeah, that was the biggest traitor of America. Get cracked, and that's who sold. And he even made a speech afterwards, apologizing, saying, "Well, I totally fucked America down the river, because he took us away from solid money." And
So you see this? So you see this inflation calculator? So $1,000 in 1950 is now worth $13,000 in today's money. So that's an
Right.
inflation of
That's how-
1,206. So that's why I told you, 12 man, this is inflation. This is why your dollar is decreasing in value.
That's
It
how
is
much
inflation.
No, that's not inflation.
This is
They
look at
are-
the calculator. It's the inflation calculator, bro. That's inflation. That's the definition of inflation.
You're not listening, get cracked.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
They are deliberately doing the.
How are they doing it?
devaluation.
Through inflation. Inflation is
Remember-
the mechanism.
Hold on. Remember when we had sound money, gold, silver?
Yeah, but gold is
you
not
know,
an inflationary product. It's a fiat currency is designed to
Ever
inflate.
since they took that away, we have had a devaluation of the dollar, especially.
And how do they do
since
that?
The creation of the Federal Reserve, get cracked.
Which is how do they do
That's their
that?
purpose.
But how do
That's
they
the
do that? What's the
reason.
mechanism they do that with? Why does
By
it move that way?
devaluing the
That's
dollar.
called inflation. You
Well, whatever.
dude, you
I
have to
guess-
understand the terminology here.
Can we agree
Devaluing the
basically-
currency is caused by
Can
inflation.
we agree it's basically the same fucking thing?
I'm trying to
Since
tell
we
you
have
that. But
real
you're not
money.
agreeing with me. You're trying to say it's not inflation. That's the definition of inflation that you just gave.
Well, I just see it a little different.
You're not
because-
seeing it differently. You're just disagreeing on the terminology now. That's the only reason.
Yeah,
That's called
basically.
inflation. That's basically it. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna use the word inflation because it's easier to understand for people.
Well, to me, it's devaluation.
Yeah, that's okay. Fine. Whatever.
Does he not realize
Anyway.
he's talking thing?
He's not realizing it right now. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And the
Yeah,
reason why is
basically
because
the
Going in
same-
circles. Color.
Wait
Yeah,
a
Color
because
minute,
going in
I thought we already agreed that it's basically the same thing. They've been basically devaluating our dollar since we don't have real money anymore. That
Yeah.
it's digital and it's these retarded paper dollars and all that other shit. Right?
So we have to understand why when the Federal
It's
Reserve
not
came
gold,
on.
it's not silver, it's bullshit.
So the Federal Reserve came, right? And what happened was when Nixon took away the dollar's peg to gold.
Woodrow.
So that
You
was
gotta
when
start
real
with-
inflation happened. So once you depegged from gold, this is what happened when Nixon did it in the Bretton Woods. He ended the Bretton Woods agreement. So what happens then is what we call fiat money. That means your money, the dollar, is just backed by nothing. Okay?
That's
It's just backed by whatever the market decides it's backed by. Now, China had this. China did this first. They were the first ones to create paper money. All right. So China has a long history with paper money, beginning in the 7th century CE. During the 11th century, the government established a monopoly on its issuance. And about the end of the 12th century, convertibility was suspended. The use of such money became widespread during the Yuan and Ming dynasty. So basically, what's that? Your paper money is not backed by anything, not silver, not gold. So China did it first. The Song dynasty in China was the first to issue paper money, Yaozi, about the 10th century CE. Although the notes were valued at a certain exchange rate for gold, silver, or silk, conversion was never allowed in practice. The notes were initially to be redeemed after 3 years' service to be replaced by new notes for a 3% service charge. But as more of them were printed without notes being retired, inflation became evident. So you see what the Chinese did back then, we're doing now. All right. So this is not new. Nothing is new under the sun. So that's the Federal Reserve for you. They're doing the
That's
same
all
shit.
I've been trying to say, get cracked.
Well, but you see that inflation? That's what I call the mechanism where you're devaluing. It's inflation.
It's just a different terminology, get cracked. It's still devaluation. See how as soon as the dollar wasn't backed by gold or silver, it kept devaluing and devaluing. Like, I mean, it's the same damn thing, basically. I mean, we're arguing over nothing. Still there, get cracked. Oh, what happened? You there, John? Oh, well. Maybe rejoin up later, homie. You there, get cracked?
Where'd that Garion go? Garion, man, HB should be here by now. Oh shit.
What? I told you, you're the slave. You got to be up all night tonight.
No. F that, man. I ain't. I mean, if you guys want to go like all night, I gotta play videos and shit and something.
Can't leave me alone when Johnny's sleeping, man.
I'll put it in the back. Let's go. I'll put it in the back.
So yeah, I thought that was a good conversation. Really good, crack.
Yep. So let's review this. Let's review this video.
Okay.
Here. Okay.
Can you start with Woodrow? Oh, this again?
Yeah. I mean, we'll talk about Woodrow Wilson like some other time because I think yeah, I don't know people here what they want to see.
Yeah,
but
they don't want to talk about educational shit.
Yeah, I think we got the point across pretty much.
Yeah.
we'll definitely
Yeah.
discuss it again later because a lot of people they don't know the Federal Reserve, they ignore it, they don't know about it, they don't understand, um, where the real power is at, So that's kind of the problem.
Yeah. Get crack. I did not know that China did this before.
Yeah, they
I
did,
did
and
not know that.
because they tried it before, they did it before, and the interesting thing about China was they had a huge silver market. China doesn't have silver mines really, and so, but they love silver more than gold at that time, and all the silver came from Mexico. So the Spanish they gave silver to China to get silk and other shit, other goods, and that's how they funded their empire. So you had silver from the Aztecs going to China, and then all the silk went back to Spain, and Spain sold all that silk to other countries to get money so that they could have wars. So a lot of the war funding in Spain to fight like the Protestants, because of Spain were like, oh, we're Catholics, we're uber Catholics, and we're gonna fight all you heretic motherfucking Protestants. And so all those wars in Europe were funded indirectly by Aztec silver going to China for Chinese silk to be resold to get money to fight wars in Europe.
Wasn't there a special name? I know the name of that highway. They call it the Silk Highway or something
Oh
like
yeah, the
that,
Silk
right?
Road. Yes, the Silk Road. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
the
yes,
Silk
yes.
Road.
But at that time, the Silk Road is pretty ancient. So
Yeah.
the problem is the Silk Road went through Iran, it went through Turkey, it went through a lot of hostile Muslim nations at that time. So once the Islam spread from the Arabian Peninsula and it spread out, Europe was always looking. This is why Europe went to America, because they were like, damn, every time I want to buy silk, I got to buy it from a Muslim. And this Muslim would overcharge my ass, right? So this Muslim would tax me just to buy their goddamn silk, which they didn't make.
God
It was
damn.
from China. So that's why they were trying to find alternate routes. So that's why Spain went to Mexico and the Philippines just to get to goddamn China for the silk. And when they got there, they found out the Chinese only want silver. So it's like, hey, we got tons of silver from Mexico. We'll give you the silver. Give us the silk so we don't avoid paying the fucking Islam money, right? We're funding Islam. We don't want to do that. So anyway, so that's why. Okay, so here we got a comment here. Why don't they teach this in public school? They don't. They don't. I'm teaching you this shit.
You only learn it on the John Galt channel.
Yeah, that's right. You only learn from the Galt channel. Yeah. I had to learn this shit on my own, I went to public school. It was garbage.
Well, I've known about that Spice Road for many years, and it also goes through the Strait of Hormuz, and then the Vikings were trying to get in there.
You're right.
Back
You're
in
right.
the day, and going
So-
through the Saharas and
So
shit.
that's why the Portuguese went through Oman, the Strait of Hormuz, all these places, because the Portuguese were sick of it too. So the Spanish went through the Philippines to get to China, right? Mexico, Philippines. And then the Portuguese went the other direction. They went to Africa, around the Horn, they went through the Straits, and they went to India. So once they landed on India, they had the colonies in India so they could trade with China. You see that? So that's why all this colonization happened. People okay, if I want to enslave a motherfucker, the only reason I'm doing that is because there's a reason why, because it's economical for me to do it. So a lot of this stuff, you want to talk about morality and this and that. Honestly, humans are greedy. Humans are greedy. It could be anyone.
And I hate to say it, get correct, but it's honesty. But a lot of the African slaves, they're still doing it today, selling their own people out
They are.
into
Mauritania.
slavery, and
So
back in the
Mauritania.
day, they would hold on a minute,
Mm.
right? Back in the day, they would do it for bags of beans and rice or sugar or whatever, and they'd sell their own daughters off. So, maybe they
Yeah,
should
it's true. It's true.
go
It's true.
there to get their reparations from
So
their own family.
so you guys should look at Mauritania. Mauritania was the last African country to abolish slavery. They abolished slavery in 1981. That's how late that country stopped slavery in
Oh, and they're
Africa.
still doing it in the Middle East.
Well,
Dick
yeah, they're
Rack.
doing it in Libya right now on the low key, and there's also like human trafficking, which is another form of slavery. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Well,
yeah.
we got our own human trafficking here right now.
No, the
There's
Thorpes.
that. Well, I don't know about that, but all across the border towns and everywhere, man. It's everywhere. It's really disgusting. But we don't have to go that. I like the historical context the best. Yeah.
Okay, I found the timestamp. Let me get to it. This is when Sir comes in. So Sir is in the
Sir in the building.
Yeah,
don't get too feisty with me, Sassy.
All right. Dude, ain't you walking around?
Yeah, you see that? Sir's in the Thorpe panel right here. You see that?
Oh,
You see
it is.
that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's see what he says. I'm gonna go back 1 minute.
They've been dead for years, but they came back a little bit. They came back a little bit with the last album, 72 Seasons. There's a few really good tracks. Hold on. Oh, I'll show you. Hold on.
I'll give you the respect for that. I love that. So Ava comes here now. Okay, can anybody that was in listening to the last 40 minutes realize there was nothing going on? Yes,
Yeah.
hell yeah,
Oh,
you got
yeah,
it.
I
Yeah.
remember
Good one.
this.
Great time. Nothing wrong with that. Support your favorite artist, I say. Unfortunately, Third TV has succumbed to DEI policies. What the
There's
fuck?
Ava. She ignored me. I was up backstage last night after the debate, and I think she fears that I'm like some ultra right wing or something because she left me hanging on the backstage for like 10 minutes or so. I'm like, okay, well,
Ava did these things?
I scared the bunny. The bunny got scared.
Yo, what is this? What y'all doing? Why y'all not at work? What y'all doing?
I am going to work, but why
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Like, way too many goddamn questions.
Hold on, Sassy. Don't get too feisty with me, Sassy.
All right. Dude, ain't you walking around the streets right now? Now I ain't got no problem with you. But you're coming in here hot and coming in here real funky.
Where is Grace? I came here to speak
what
with
I'm wondering.
sexy Grace. I want to see some titties, some thighs, some hips. I want to hear Ben say some dumb shit like he always does. Where the fuck they at?
She's in Tommy's trunk.
Don't be saying that crazy shit. We can't be there. Nothing like
Well,
that. But
yeah, my bad.
Nobody knows. Just got here, bud.
Oh, okay. Well,
now, can I
this is
ask
my
you a
first time
question?
hamming up, man. Huh?
Can I ask you
Ava,
a
what's
question?
up, dog? I know Ava. She's cool.
I can't tell who's talking to me.
Ava's cool.
Yeah. So
She's
how
cool.
did this guy got? So Ava's backstage, and then let this gentleman on, and it's not a big deal. I don't care who the fuck.
How did I get up here before Ava?
That's what I was wondering, but I don't think they're seniority.
Ava, get on.
But it's all good. Why? What is she gonna say?
We
Do you
need
want this to
female
have-
energy.
Why do we need
female
female
energy?
energy?
She's gonna bring this up. Oh, I'm sober right now, so I'm just sober. I like the chick when she's fucked up on something. I'll say it.
Oh, come on, man.
Hey, okay, what do I want to hear? I want to keep hearing about all the.
That was just
I'm
really
not even in the mood for this yelling.
That was
I
just
don't believe
really
you, Tommy.
R. Kelly.
Tommy, I don't believe you. You look like the type of guy that wants to save a girl. You play hard, but deep down, you're the type of guy that will save a girl.
We all know
I'm
this
not saying
guy's
I'll
lying.
get you sober. I'm not saying I'll get the woman sober. That's crazy.
How the hell would you do
I
that
don't care. I
anyway?
just
You
don't
gonna
talk.
give her
I don't
an
talk
IV? You gonna give her
We
an
don't
IV?
talk
How you gonna do that anyway?
the rehab talk.
Oh, okay.
That shit just gets a little churchy.
That's crazy. I'm gonna write that down. Never heard of that.
Who is this?
Why?
Rob Rack?
No. Look at me. Look at me. Look real quick. This is me, bro.
Oh, I
I'm
got
just
you.
some
I got you.
random
You're a whole
nigga.
different dog. You're a whole different dog. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Yeah, I'm just some random nigga patrolling these YouTube streets. Metallica, what's up,
That
dog?
makes more sense.
Hey, what's up, man?
Ain't nothing. I came to see Grace in her cleavage, but she ain't here.
She might not be having a good day, from what I
Do you
hear.
think Ben done hit her again? He probably done slapped her again. Maybe. No. Oh, is that not a
Did you
joke?
say again?
No. It's the thing.
Oh, okay. I'm
Yeah,
just
that's
saying, is that not a joke here?
Yeah. No.
Yeah. Again, Metallica. Again. Yeah. Again. Yeah.
You slapped her once?
Oh, she's cammed up plenty times with a black eye, sir.
Did you see the black eye? That black eye? I never saw it.
Yeah,
And I'm
I've
not
seen her
saying I
cam
was-
up with a black eye. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
Now, does that mean she was actually hit? No, because you can do makeup, but it's how it looks. If you actually go on the damn, I can't remember what it's called, bro. I'm not much of a YouTube nigga.
Yeah.
I like real life, but I seen her doing like some dancing in a hotel. She probably got in a fight with Ben and shit. I don't know. They're weird, but I think Grace is. I'd fuck her, so I'd be watching from time to time.
Yep.
Ben is a racist prick. He's a 6'8" bastard living in.
Did you hear him on the last panel debate?
Oh, he's a 6'8" motherfucker living in an RV that's too small.
Ooh, he was going off.
He's
on
funny.
Some racist.
Ben is funny though. He's
Hey,
funny. I'm not gonna lie. He is funny.
Can you
I'll give him
pause
that.
it for a minute?
He was going off.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. Can you find anything on Janet Jackson says Kamala isn't black, and then she caught a bunch of flack? You know Janet Jackson, right? She caught a
I
bunch
think
of flack.
Portia probably will cover that. I mean, I think I heard that before. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, yeah. Wait. Yeah. Send it to Portia. She does the news segment, so that'll be more interesting during her segments. Yeah.
I wonder what.
Yeah. I think we were talking about Janet Jackson like maybe 3 nights ago, something like that. So, but yeah, send her any updates to her. Let her filter it out.
Well, that one video is like 4 hours long. That Black Alpha Network. When he gets to going, man, that brother don't be quiet, man.
I don't know. Anyway, Ryan, I switched over from a podcast on LNG exports and U.S. energy policy to Sir. Yes, the Sir question must be answered. Sir was going ape shit crazy last night. Ryan, you missed it. So now we're just going over it. But, I have a stream earlier. It's an independent stream. You can see that. And we were talking about fiat currencies, inflation, just before you got on here. So now we're going back to dumb shit. So we teach you the good shit. Now we go back to the ignorant shit right here. All right.
He's funny. He's funny.
Well, that's what they want, I guess.
What's up, though, man? What y'all doing today?
Well, ready to go clock in for a couple hours.
Why you working on Saturday, bro? What's up?
I work every day. Every day.
You military?
Nope.
Oh.
You?
No, used to be.
Me too. Regular armed. Fort Sill, Oklahoma.
I was in for 10 years. I went to Fort Bliss, Korea, Fort Riley, Fort Benning. I've been everywhere.
Oh, you did the real thing, nah. Fort Sill, Oklahoma, 3 years and got the fuck out.
No, I was also infantry. I was 11 Bravo for 10 years.
Oh, hardcore.
But yeah, where is Grace? I want to see some titties.
I'm not even playing.
I want to see her pretty ass face.
This man wants some grace.
Grace, get your ass up here,
You want
goddamn
to
it.
see
Grace,
your
I don't ever
titties?
call in, Grace. Get your ass
Is
up
that
here
what
now.
he?
Ava, even
Is
if
that
you're
what
here,
he
camera.
said?
Let's do it.
Yeah, now
It's
that
Saturday. I ain't got no job and I ain't got shit to do. I do have a job, but just not today.
it's okay.
She's talking about bye, sir. Ava, don't hate. You ain't no fan of mine. Cut it out.
Ava.
What was she gonna?
Let her
Fuck talking about that shit. That's
Bye,
I'm
Ava.
already pulling up to where I gotta be.
Yeah.
Yeah. This motherfucker's like he ain't got a job. He's driving around in circles, just looking like he's busy.
Hey, that ain't none of my business, dog.
Look,
Ain't none of my business for real. Hey,
did you listen to? And I'm not asking this shit to be something, but I do listen to music all that. Did you fuck with that release that just came out in Future?
I do.
You fuck with that
You
shit
talk about
yet?
Avatar? I love Future, bro.
Yep. Did you?
Maybe a little too much now. Listen,
yeah,
I ain't gonna lie to you, brother. The only reason I like Future is I ain't gonna lie, his music is good, even though it's probably senseless. But I like how he treats women. I love it.
Okay. Yeah, he have exposure.
I'd be the same way if I was a millionaire rapper. Now, what do you think about his album?
Oh, what he did to Sierra?
Absolutely.
Like how he did that?
I mean, that's
Russell
every
Wilson?
woman. He's doing that to every woman.
I mean, that's why Russell Wilson, I don't think, can play in the NFL right now because locker rooms are banging that shit, right?
Yeah.
You know you can't be listening to no fucking. You can't have no Future playing and be the starting quarterback warming up for a football team. Think you winning? You ain't winning that day.
What's your name, brother? Well, whatever your YouTube name is.
Yeah, Tommy.
Comment. Look, bro. Look, they know. They know Russ is a puss. Future is that nigga. Them niggas in the locker room know that shit. They know. You're like, bro, you a player. You like to tell on us if you see us smoking a little bit of weed or something. You a snitch. Fuck you. They rock with Future. And I'm sorry, but Future honestly is the woman of men. He treats women the same way women treat men. You better have something to offer if you want anything out of me. Other than that, I'm gonna fuck. I'm gonna drop 10,000. Go get you a Birkin bag and get the hell out of my face. Fly yourself home.
Yep, I don't got no problem with that.
Let's be real. Women are just as harsh with men. So that's why I respect Future. He uses his money, his power, and his platform to degrade women. Look at my picture. He made this bitch tie his shoe. Look at my picture.
God damn.
I'll give you $1,000.
That's what it is now that I'm stopped. I see it.
And she was like, okay, $1,000. These hoes stupid. They
All right,
move.
boys, I gotta run up in here and check in for just a little bit, but I'll touch base later. We'll see what we're still doing.
All right, bro.
Boys,
Get to
have a
work.
good one.
All right, bro. Get to work.
Get out. Cool.
Get to work. Get to work, bro. All right, man. It's me and you, Metallica. What is that behind you? What is that? What is that?
Behind me?
Yeah, what is that? Yep.
Window?
You got plants?
Oh no, that's my it's a mess. It's supposed to be plants. I haven't bought plants yet. I just got in here like recently, so.
Oh, okay. You one of them California people?
No, Philly.
Philly. Oh, okay. Eagles fan.
No, I'm not a sports fan.
Oh, you're a smart guy. Okay. You're not indulged with sport. What do you indulge in then?
Indulge? Well, that's a good way
What's
to
a hobby of yours?
I have time, maybe I'll paint, or go to the gym. Like I'll be going to the gym in a few minutes. Hey, do you think the way he treats women is really, and another way you can look at it is how does he treat people that might be poor? I'll give you this amount of money to tie my shoes. Like a rich woman wouldn't do that.
Well, maybe not. But in my honest opinion, I'm gonna assume that whoever he does do that to is gonna be a woman, and B, it's not gonna be a poor or homeless woman. It's probably some trick that's around the studio or around the music, the video shooting, and she's just trying to be chosen, trying to be. It's probably some airhead. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Future is an evil guy, but he knows how to treat the women who only want him for his fame and his fortune.
Gotcha.
And that's damn near all of them. So he's like, look, if I wasn't a rapper, you wouldn't even look at me. So why would I treat you right? No, I'm not gonna treat you right, and I agree with that. He talks
Hold
about it
on,
in his
get
music.
crack.
I'm
Can
not
you
gonna
pause
treat you
it?
right because you're only here because I'm Future. You're only here because I'm Future.
Sir,
If I
rapper.
was whatever his name is, he got a weird
I
name.
didn't know he was a rapper.
Latavia, some bit. But anyway, if I was a regular 9 to 5 guy, you wouldn't even be here. I'd be unnoticeable. So why the hell would I treat you right? No, I'm gonna fuck you, bust you, and kick you to the curb. Here's $5,000. Go get you whatever the hell, fly yourself home. I do the same thing, bro. I'm not gonna lie, I would, because women, that's what women do. They're only there because of who you are. They don't really care about you. So why the fuck would you care about them?
Hold on. Not all women. I mean, I'm sure if he wasn't a rapper, he still lives on Earth where he can make a connection with women.
Well, that's a dimension that we can't speak on because that's not reality. He's a rapper.
The men that can have a relationship or just vibe with a woman without being a rapper.
Now, we're only speaking about Future, sir. We're not talking about anybody else but Future.
I don't know Future, so why is this dude ugly as fuck or?
Well, no, this is who me and the other guy was talking about before he left. He was asking me if I heard his new album, and basically we got into what he raps about. And I told you I like how he treats women. I love it because I think most men that have the power and the platform that he has, they cater to women, which they should not, because women will never cater to us.
Well, okay, so you're not a rapper, you're not famous or anything like that. So
absolutely not.
You're able to vibe with a woman, aren't you?
Absolutely. It's very easy. Women are dumb. It's very easy to fuck a woman.
Oh.
With her consent. It's very easy.
Yeah.
As long as you're attractive, I would say. It still depends on attractiveness. They have to like you. You know what I'm saying? You got to make them laugh and simple shit like that. They're like kids, honestly. I mean, if you can make a kid laugh, the kid will like you.
Right.
And women are the same way.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I've seen it a bunch of times here in Philly, walking the streets, and well, not a bunch of times. That's an exaggeration. I'll see a really sweet, good-looking woman, and the guy looks like a schlep, and she's all over him. I've seen that, and the first thing you think about is this guy have a personality. He knows how to vibe with other people, so there's no hate towards that guy. There's actually admiration for this schlep. Not very, his looks wise, she's like if we use points, 3-4 points above this guy. I'll see it so many times, and she's on him. And first thing you think of is this guy has personality. He knows how to connect with people.
Possibly.
And he's not a rapper. you know.
Well, let's keep it real, Metallica. When we speak about rappers, there's only one demographic of women who actually pay attention to those motherfuckers.
Yeah,
let's be real.
All right, we ain't talking about like that. That's been like that with rock. We always heard about the groupies backstage. Yeah,
we ain't talking about Grace. Ain't no goddamn Future fan. She don't know who Gucci Man is. She don't fucking know who Shawty Low is and all these other rap niggas. You know what I'm saying? It's only one demographic.
She might actually.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. She's young. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. But if she didn't, I wouldn't be surprised either. But yeah, there's only one demographic that actually follows that stuff up, and that's the demographic that he deals with on the most. So trust me, he ain't got no white woman flying in on a red eye, 10 grand at the front. Yeah, white women ain't moving like that. They like, nigga, who the fuck? I don't give a fuck. But a black woman, shit, nigga. Drop 5 grand. That bitch getting on that plane. Period. You probably drop 2 grand and she'll get on that plane. She don't know where the hell she about to fly into, but she going.
I hear you.
So that's all I'm saying, bro. I just like how he's the only rapper that does it. All these other rappers, they be all in love with their girl, and even though their girl is twerking, posting half naked pictures on Instagram, she's clearly showing nothing but whoredom. Nothing. Spreading nothing but whoredom, and you're just all in love with this bitch. But Future is not that rapper. He's the rapper that's like, I'm gonna get some pussy and I'm gonna kick the bitch out. because she yawned. I don't like yawning bitches. Don't yawn around me. Get the fuck out. Thanks for the pussy though, ho. That's how he is. Because 9 times out of 10, if he wasn't Future, she would not be in his bed in the first place. And I digress.
So he behaves like a Caesar with the girls.
Absolutely.
Or
Absolutely.
like a hero.
You guys are just as important as my money, and my money is not important. So
I got you. Hey, man, what's your name?
Sir.
Sir? Nice to meet you. Mine's Edward. I got to go. I got to jump in the shower. I'm going to go to the gym and try to get some adrenaline.
Go ahead. Sir can run this panel. Let's get it.
It was nice talking to you, brother.
Yeah, no problem, man. Hopefully Grace comes up here and shows us her titties at some point. That'll motivate, right?
We can only hope.
We can only hope. Come on, Grace. Have a good day, sir.
Be good, man.
Yeah, you too. Always be good, guys. Always be good to everybody around you. Unless you're Future, of course. Then you ain't got to be good to these bitches. You ain't got to be good to anything that has a titty, 2 titties, and a vagina. You do not have to be good to them at all. You can be cordial with them. You can be polite. You can hold the door. I wouldn't hold the door. I used to.
You one from Alaska to get cracked.
You don't even have to hate them, guys. Just want them for what they actually have to offer. And that is some pussy. And do not cash out Grace. She is not here right now. She does not deserve any money. She is not currently working. She is not on the clock. I should be getting the cash apps. Bo Ricks. I should be getting the cash apps. But I don't want your cash apps. I don't need them. I'm doing just fine. But everybody is here for one reason. And for one reason only. And no one is getting that, Grace. I don't know if you're, cuddling with Ben. Or even doing something as simple as tying Ben's shoe, like in my picture. But one of you two motherfuckers need to get the hell up here, because I'm about to leave too. And now your whole channel is just hanging and hanging. It's just hanging. It's just here.
Weird.
Shout out to Grace Thorpe. Shout out to that weirdo she calls her dad. I don't think that's her dad, guys. I think that's just some old guy she fucking met. And if it is her dad, then the whole family got some weird shit going on, because they be at the house and all. I think mom be upstairs. The brothers be, I don't know, somewhere away from cameras and noise. They're fucking robbing all of y'all. But that's just my opinion. Who the fuck am I, right? I'm just some nigga on YouTube talking, just saying stuff with a picture of what we would presume as a cute white bitch tying a nigga's shoes.
Save us, HP.
And these ain't just
save us.
A nigga's shoes. These are Future's shoes. This is what may become of the future, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Some cracker bitch tying my motherfucking shoe. Because I said, bitch, get your ass down here and tie my fucking shoe.
He just drunk
with your pale
on,
ass.
Man.
And you know what? She's going to bend the fuck down. She's going to, first of all, I don't even like this picture. First of all, I don't even like how this bitch got her fucking hair hanging all over the goddamn place. Get that shit the fuck out of the way. Pin that shit the fuck back before you bend your pale ass down.
How long does this go on?
Motherfucking shoes. Get your goddamn hair out the way. You gonna have that shit swinging and swaying everywhere when you're bringing me food? What about when I gotta eat? You gonna have your fucking hair everywhere? Get it the fuck out of here. Pin it the fuck back. That shit, it falls out. It literally falls the fuck out. Your goddamn hair be everywhere as if I had a goddamn dog in the house. Get it the fuck out of the way. I don't want it anywhere near my food or my shoes, damn it. Now to get back to what I was saying, I'm sorry, guys. I can go off on a
oh my god,
on a tirade. But getting back to what I was saying, Grace.
All
if that's
right,
even
I'm
your
out.
real name, bitch.
Crap. I can't listen to this shit no more.
If you're not up
Take
here
care, buddy.
on the panel showing your body, showing what little titties you do have, I ain't gay, so I still play with them. Don't get me wrong. Titties are titties. Nah, not really. Some guys got titties. So those titties are not titties. Those are, that's a fat nigga. But if the person has a vagina, then those are titties, I would presume. I could be wrong. This is 2024. But Grace, when you get up here and you have what you call your tits out, this is what we are here for. We don't care to see your overgrown father with his giant head, his giant nose. He has a nice hairline. I'll give him that. His hairline's nice. But we don't want to see this overgrown motherfucker sleeping in a goddamn Scooby-Doo van. No Scooby-Doo. And probably no food either. Remember, Scooby-Doo and them, they always had sandwiches and shit. You guys always have cigarettes. I don't never see no fucking food. Nothing. Nobody wants to see this overgrown man living in a goddamn van with what he the fuck calls his goddamn daughter. Bitch, get your fucking ass up here right now. And that goes for you or Ben. Dan, you get up here and you make me shut up. You white monkey. You poop thrower, flea flicker, knuckle dragger, anti-sunlight. Yeah, get your bitch ass up here. I can argue with a cracker. Come on, honky. You got the right nigga up here. Yeah, you get up here, bitch. No, I ain't gonna shut up. You get your ass up here. How about that? Anyway, until the Thorpes allow this fag to get up here, I'm gonna keep going. Because that's what he is. He's just an alabaster, a caucasoid. The sun hates him, and black people are the sun, which is why he hates us. Anyway, I would worry more about dodging the sun than getting on the internet and arguing with niggas. We ain't your enemy, bro. The elements of life is your enemy. The sun literally tries to cook you alive, bro. I would worry more about that. Anyway, pin your fucking hair back when you bend down and you tie my goddamn shoes, Grace. Do you understand that? I honestly don't think you do. Well, and I had another question. Real quick, because I know they're going to get up here eventually. They ain't got shit going on in life. Why would they not, right? They'll be up here eventually. And this is courtesy of the John Galt channel. All right. Shout out to John Galt. Everybody go follow the Urban Landlord on YouTube. But anyway, Ben, I had a question for you, man. And this may be it may be seen as unethical or illogical. That's fine. Shout out to John Galt. Ben, what is the pussy like? Keep it real. I'll give you a sec to answer. Hello? In my honest opinion, Ben, your silence speaks volumes, sir. I would imagine, I think most of the guys that are here would imagine, little soon to be 22-year-old Grace, cigarette smoking, Probably drinks a little alcohol, a little wine here and there. Tight. Nah, I ain't gonna say that. Her body ain't too tight. She's kind of pudgy. But, you know, we're men. We like what we like. So, Ben, how is your daughter's pussy? She ain't my daughter. And she ain't no little girl of mine. So I feel free asking you that. In my honest opinion, Ben, I don't think it's that good because I wouldn't have it living in a van. If that pussy was really worth my time, why not put it in a house? Why not put it in between some walls with a roof, irrigation system, refrigerator, garbage disposal system, fenced in yard, you know, heating and air conditioning, you know, maybe a dog. No, you guys are white. Maybe you shouldn't have a dog.
Oh my God, bro. Who the fuck let this coon up here? Who let the coon up here to do all this, fellas? What the fuck is going on, Thorpe TV? Seriously, dead ass, yo. Dead ass, what the fuck is going on? We let this coon up here running his goddamn monkey lips for goddamn
Why are you
6
talking
hours,
like
yo.
a nigger?
Nah, yo.
Why are you talking like a nigger,
yo.
sir?
Dead ass, yo.
Why is
Dead
your
ass, yo. Dead ass, B. Yeah, I chased him out of here. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. We chased his ass out of here. Now we're here with the drunk man. What's good, drunk man?
Yeah, what's up? That's Dan, right?
Party has a right. What's your
Yeah, bring me back because that motherfucker ain't got shit to say. Hey,
never
why
said
you
the
talking?
N-word.
Why
I
are
never
you
said the
talking like
N-word,
me,
yo.
bro? Why you talking like me? Why do you talk like me?
I don't talk like you.
You
I ain't
calling
gonna
me
lie.
why you calling me a coon, but you talking like a coon? Why you
Stop
doing
it,
that?
coon. Stop
Nah,
it, you
be
dirty
yourself.
coon.
Be yourself, cracker boy.
This is
Be
exactly
yourself.
me.
Be
Hey,
yourself,
Chet. Hey,
bitch.
Chet.
Be
This is
yourself,
me.
bitch.
This is
Stop
me,
talking
yo.
like
This
me.
is me.
Stop
With
talking
the
like us,
collar
nigga.
shirt on.
You ain't one of
With
us,
the
nigga.
collar
Stop talking
shirt
like
on.
a nah.
Hey,
Shut up,
no
nigga.
N-word. No N-word. No
Shut
N-word. No
your bitch
N-word.
ass
No
up. We know
N-word.
you white boys. Y'all weak. Y'all ain't
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, I
Y'all
bet we
copy
are.
everything everybody
Yeah, I
else
bet
do.
we are.
Be
Yeah, I
yourself,
bet we
white
are.
boy. Be yourself, white boy.
Hey, I'm John Galt K.
Be
Hey, I'm
yourself,
John
white
Galt
boy.
K. Hey,
Be
I'm John
yourself.
Galt K.
Be
Come do
yourself.
something.
Be yourself,
Come do
white
something
boy.
about it.
Stop walking around your fucking
Something
house.
about it.
Sit down and be
I'm fresh
yourself.
off the wake up, man.
Be
Fresh off the wake up,
yourself.
I do
Be
this shit,
yourself,
man.
white
Yo,
boy.
use up,
Be
bitch.
yourself,
Use
white
up,
boy.
bitch.
Be yourself, white
Use
boy.
up, bitch.
Be yourself. Stop copying me and my people. Be yourself, pussy. Be yourself, bitch. Stop copying us,
Tell him,
nigga.
EFD.
Stop copying the coons. Stop copying coons, nigga. Stop copying coons, nigga. Yeah, nigga. You got the right one up here, pussy, nigga. Stop copying us. Stop copying us. That's you tying my shoe on my picture, pussy boy. Mole rat, you little poop thrower. That's you talking. That's you. That's you on my picture. Yeah, that's you. That's you on my picture tying my shoe. You little you little poop thrower. You cave ape. You cave monkey. You fucking sloth. Shut up, sloth. Shut your ass up, sloth. I was waiting on you to come up here, you fucking redneck. Let's get it, boy. Let's get it, boy. Get it, boy. Yeah, talk to me nice, boy.
Hey, what
And we got King up here. Shout out King.
why, why the hell do you have a fucking Bible verse on fucking shit? Get out
Why
of
do I
here.
have what? On what?
White man can't handle me.
I'm
Let's
not
go.
yelling no more,
Let's
yo.
get it.
I'm not
Let's get it.
yelling no
Yeah,
more.
because you can't handle me, nigga. You met.
Ah, there it is. Thank you. Shout out D-Dog. Shout out.
What's up, Be Brave? You're in the dark, man.
Where you? You can't. That's not good enough.
Nah, this is cool. You got the silhouette going.
Well, you can see me. I mean, you can see
Yeah,
my.
that's cool. That's cool. I didn't know you could switch it up. All right, that's cool.
Oh no, it's just early in the morning. Light, it
Mhm,
isn't
mhm.
light outside or nothing.
Mhm. Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
woke up and
We are entering winter. Yeah, we're gonna get to the fall and winter.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I always check in and see what kind of shit's going on when I wake up in the morning here.
Yeah. So, did you see last night with Sir going ape shit crazy on American Man and Garion? Like that was
Uh,
last night. Yeah.
no. What was he? What was he? What
So,
was he
so you
mad?
see, you came on here just when like Sir is like blowing up right here.
Well, I sleep and I get up at about 6 o'clock, and then
But you
once the
saw a little bit of this video, right? You saw Sir yelling and
no.
screaming.
Oh yes, this one yes, just
Yeah,
a
yeah.
minute ago. Yeah.
Yeah. So imagine that like 12 hours ago with American Man and Gary. So Sir is just going crazy. I don't know.
What were they trying to do?
I don't
Defend?
understand it. I went back to that video because I jumped in the middle of it. Like you see here, like I'm
Uh-huh.
jumping in and I just hear like Sir and American Man talk about like I think American Man was talking at that point. He was going like, and you suck Ben Thorpe's dick or something like that. And I was like,
Oh,
what? What?
wonderful.
And I
Very
had to
good.
go back like 20 minutes or 30 minutes to figure out like, and I still didn't understand what started it.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know how it is. Somebody was too sensitive. Let's put it that way.
Woo-wee.
And it just went crazy from there.
Yeah. No, I just came up here because Sir was kind of up here, and I'm going, hey, I want to be on with Sir.
No, no, no. My bad, my bad. I gotta remove the video. Yeah. Yeah, that was about it. That's all I wanted to play. But yeah, that's Sir.
Oh,
Sir
you mean
kind of
hold it. Oh, hold it. You mean this wasn't live? What I was looking at?
no,
Okay. I guess I
nope.
guess you can tell by the inset. Oh, I thought I was going to get on with Sir. Oh,
Sir's
what? It's
no.
just me and you this morning.
Yeah,
Crap.
John's napping. I don't know where 12th man went. He went
I
somewhere.
thought Sir had a good point in that white guy talking black. It's like that's got to be annoying to blacks. That's what I was gonna say. It's kind of funny. That's got to be annoying. But no,
Yeah, he was on the Thorpe's like panel. That was the Thorpe's
oh,
panel. Yeah, see.
oh my goodness.
Yeah. So you see these three people here. They're just orbiting around the Thorpes, and they give free content to them now. Do you know Dan, like the guy on the upper left?
No.
So he was on here. I basically got rid of him and pushed him to the Thorpes. So
Yeah. Good move.
yeah,
Any
he's
white
perfect.
person.
He's perfect for them. Yeah.
Yeah. Any white man that talks like a black man like that is probably more or less out of their minds in about 10 different ways.
Yeah.
No, you
But
just can't
yeah,
do that.
well, his history is that, as a kid, 8 years old, he
Yeah.
was prescribed Adderall, a
Yeah.
lot of Adderall. So I think that fried his brain, man.
Yeah. I'm
So,
glad that's. Go ahead.
oh no, I was just saying, like, what you think about like, you think kids are overprescribed these drugs and they got fucked over, and now you have a generation of like
Oh, I tell
yapping
you what,
young people.
they would have put me on it. I was real hyper in school.
Mm.
Always been very hyper. I'm glad it wasn't around because to me drugs are for entertainment, not surviving. Unless
Yeah.
if you got a prescription that keeps you alive, that's one thing. But to rely to for your mental state to be relying upon a drug is like, yeah, that's not a good
Yes.
thing.
Yes, I think this is a problem. Like, so how did you deal with the hyperactivity then? Did you just do it on your own? Did like
No, I
teachers had
no.
to discipline you
Oh, I
or
was a pretty back then. Even if you were hyperactive, there was still a overwhelming cultural sense of behaving for teachers.
Mm.
Yeah, no, it didn't. You didn't. You didn't act up too bad, and if you did, it was short, taken care of, and you settled back down. But the problem is if when you were hyper back then, I mean, I did real good in up until the 6th grade. I mean, it was a small
Mhm.
school, and me and 3 other kids were the obvious top in the class in our own one and
Mhm.
only 6th grade class. But the No, you just and then after that, after 6th grade, I just stopped doing anything in school. So and it was probably due to my hyperactivity. I don't know, but
Right, right.
it didn't hurt nothing. You know, I always say school is way overrated, and it's one thing to use it for babysitting, which we need. We do need babysitting services, and but at a certain age, the ABF, the ABCD bullshit needs to stop for some students. I think it would help them. You know, why give them an F grade? Okay, if they're in a particular um, setting or something like that, and it's it's one thing to grade them, but to give them an F grade is like just telling the kid that's already troubled that he's a fucking loser. You know, it's
Yeah.
like no, I don't agree with that. They need to. I think they kind of got towards a pass fail for some of us low performers in school. That's what they need to do. Is just I guess some kids don't even need graded. Just they need
Yeah.
to separate the schools out and put the kids that are troubled, you know, in not separate them from the school, but they don't need to have them in class with other kids that are really wanting to try. That's what I don't. I have no clue as why they still do that.
No, it's basically everything has to be a one size fit all nowadays, and yeah, it is a disservice, like you say.
Oh,
Like
oh,
a lot of kids, they would be better off like you separate them out into like some kind of special uh like groups where you're like, okay, we identify this and that, but they won't do that anymore. Definitely not. And
well,
yeah, and a lot of kids will fall through the cracks because of this reason. Yeah.
I think if they separated them and they got them to understand a respect for authority is basically once you learn a respect for authority and you learn to calm yourself down in the face
Mm-hmm.
of what is right behavior, even if you're not interested in academics at all, eventually you'll do what we all do and crack an English book in your adult life and
Mm-hmm.
math. You'll catch on to something somewhere. So it's not. I think they're too worried, put too much stress we got to get these kids doing it in school, and it's like no, he's shot to hell. His home life may be shot, everything around him shot.
Mm-hmm.
Just put him in this facility or in these classrooms with these other kids, where they're all kind of on the same page, but yet you got to figure out how to make them not necessarily learn anything until they want to, but you got to get them to where they can at least understand if you don't want to participate in this class, it's okay, but you got to just shut up and not disturb, even in the hoodlum classes, I call them. You don't get to just destroy the class either here. And that way they would learn to settle down, and they have no expectations, and yet they're just kind of like fitting in calmly. And
Mm-hmm.
I think it could be done easier than what people think. I think it's just too politically incorrect to set kids aside. Um,
No, yeah. Yep.
yeah, set kids aside that just simply aren't going to go anywhere in school.
Yeah,
And
that's
the
true.
sad part about the kids that want to learn, it's like not only are they not learning, but the loudmouths are generally these days. Not so much when I was in school, but these days the loudmouths are now physically intimidating. It's like,
Hmm.
they'll talk, physical, threats and shit. It's like, well, wait a minute. Now the kid don't get to learn because you're disrupting the class. And if he says something to you about he could get his ass whipped after school. It's
Yeah,
like
right.
it's like no, they know what they're crack, get cracked. They know what they're doing
Mm-hmm.
in these schools with the destruction that
Mm.
they
I
know what
see.
they're doing. They got them
Yeah.
engineered that way, buddy. It's
No, it's true. There's this book. It was called Weapons of Mass Education or something like that. I think I mentioned it before some time ago. Yeah. So the
yeah.
way they do it is like, they copied from the Germans, like the Prussian model of education, I think. And from then on, it's just like, yeah, it's just a slippery slope down to nowhere. Um,
Well, if they weapons of mass education, I haven't read the book. I heard about
mm.
it years ago,
Oh, okay.
and I didn't even
Oh,
remember
weapons of mass instruction. Weapons of mass
weapons of
instruction.
mass. Yeah, instruction. Yes,
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
heard about it, and I forgot all about it until you just mentioned it. How
Hmm.
old is that book? How long has it been out?
Yeah, it's been pretty old. Yeah, let me see. Oh, it's not that old. Oh, that's strange. So it was 2008 was published? I thought it was older than that.
Yeah. I wonder what it goes into there. It probably goes into blaming one political party or the other, I imagine.
No, I don't think so. It's just basically just shitting on the whole public education system.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It needs to be shit on.
Yeah.
It's done by design. They don't have any variables. Everything's strict right down the line, and they know what they're
Mhm.
doing. They
I
know
think
what they're
that's what
doing.
that book was
Yeah.
about. Yeah.
Is it? Yeah, they know what they're
Yeah.
doing when they let the kids that are out of their kids that come from psychological wrecking balls that they call home. They don't need them
Mhm.
in with the kids. They need to really
Mm.
isolate the kids that do well, even
Mhm.
from the kids that are in the middle.
Yeah.
Get the kids that are really doing well completely off to themselves. If you got a room full of kids, or you got kids, and you got a certain percentage of them just simply excelling every assignment, coming in perfect wording, perfect punctuation, perfect writing, the coherent uh, uh, writings on paper at the age of 13. Get that kid away from all of the others and in with his own. And take that whole class and let him excel. They won't do that because it would hurt the other kids' feelings. It's ridiculous that they don't advance the gifted like they should in schools. They did to a degree when I was in school. They called them nicely, they called them college prep courses.
Mm. I
Everybody.
think during my time they had GATE. It was called GATE, Gifted and Talented Education. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a whole conspiracy about GATE program too. I thought it was like yeah, it was a feeder program for like to go into the feds, like work for the feds or something like that. I don't know.
So what? So what?
Mm.
I would
Mm.
have said, who cares? Get them off by themselves. If that's all we get, and the people that are running things want to do it that way, that's up for the people to play inside of. Get my kid out of the idiot classes, because I can talk him out of joining the feds for peculiar reasons. If he doesn't want to, he might want to.
Mm.
There's a lot of people, crack, that won't admit it, like myself, but a lot of people are corporatists. They just don't know it yet.
Hmm.
And I mean, who doesn't want the corporations running things as opposed to um, regular run-of-the-mill people
Mm.
running things? So I don't mind that they're manipulating the schools. The only thing that spooks me out, hey, is that Denizen? Only thing that spooks me out is that they won't separate the really talented kids like they should. Were you in a GATE program?
Yeah, late on, like they thought I was a retard at the beginning, so they placed me with the dumb class, and then later on they were like, "Oh shit, this guy ain't dumb." So then halfway through, I was like, "Oh crap, the small hats and the whites and the Asian class." So I was with the Latinos and the blacks for the first half of middle school, and the second
It got in
half,
with the small hats and the
yeah, I was
Asians.
like, "What the fuck is going on here?" I was laughing my ass off. I just thought it was funny.
How many kids were in your class?
So that program was probably just filled up one classroom. I think it was maybe at most 40 kids
Well, I'm glad to hear
out
they
of
did.
out of
How long?
like hundreds of kids that were just in the normal classes. Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm
Yeah.
glad to hear they got that. I didn't know they had that. I thought that would be politically incorrect.
No, they did have that. So yeah, you can look that up. GATE. There's a
Oh.
whole conspiracy. Dennison, what do you think about the education topic here?
Oh, I was just thinking I had a similar experience as you.
Mm. Were you
Yeah.
placed with the ghetto kids and shit, and then later they put you out?
Almost exactly, yeah. The
Oh.
Mrs. Fields, my I can't remember what grade she was, but she told my mother I was retarded because I even remember the project. It was like draw your family in a house.
Oh,
And I was
Jesus
bored,
Christ.
so I just, I drew a square, triangle, a door, windows, some stick figures, and some grass, and I was like, boom, done. Next.
Yeah,
And
hey, that reminds me. I swear to God, I yelled at my mom. I said, like, this is bullshit. when I go to school, they told me to draw a turkey with my hand. You know
Yeah.
that? Yeah, they just draw you. You just take your hand, spread it out, your fingers, and just draw a turkey with it. I was like, what the fuck am I learning? No, I'm with you, Dennison. Some kids. It's like it's not because you're retarded. It's because you're
Well,
bored.
she was told, by her college or wherever she got her degree that children draw stick figures at a certain age, and then when they reach another age, they get
Oh
advanced.
my god.
And
Oh
she
my.
pissed my mother off. So rather than getting signed up for retarded classes, they gave me testing. And while I was testing, I didn't even realize it until you just said it. But yeah, they put me in the remedial classes, and it was all the Latinos and black kids.
So until
And then
the testing came through, then you got put up, right?
Well, then I tested at a college grade level when I was like 7 years old. So they skipped like 3 grades after that, and I never saw Mrs. Fields again.
Yeah, that's similar story to me, man. Yeah, that's how. It
Damn,
went.
they skipped you 3 grades, Denizen.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which was maybe not necessarily good for my development, as I'm sure
that's
you
probably
could
not good,
you could
yeah.
extrapolate yourself, but
I think if it was done right, I don't see where it hurts. If you can absorb. Well, at 7, I don't know how old you are when they skipped you. How
yeah,
old were
when
you?
I
How old
was
were you when they-
almost 7 years old.
Yeah, that's probably a little too early for
So you
skipping.
figure like the kids that were 11, because
Yeah.
I was, yeah. So
Right. Yeah. Nah, that's probably. I don't know who was thinking what on that one, but
they
yeah.
didn't take into consideration that school is not just about educational learning, that it's a socialization, right?
That's true.
So
That's right.
now
And
at the same time, though, I did always like hanging out with older kids, but in school, I was smaller and younger than everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's yeah, that's not good to put a young 7-year-old or 8-year-old in with, because 11-year-old they're starting to explore a lot more things,
Yeah.
get cocky and mouthy and everything else, while in 7 or 8-year-old is still,
Yeah.
still kind of subdued in life, and
Yep. And I had a tiger mom too, so I
Did ya?
was very well mannered,
Yeah.
very respectful toward the teacher.
Yeah. It's funny, and back in the day when I was in school, nobody needed a tiger mom. The whole goddamn culture was tigers that everybody knew in school. In school, you just didn't goof up against the teacher. It was a kind of days gone by. It was different. That's for sure. That's why.
Then they took when I went into junior high, they took like the highest percentage of the class and put it into a gifted class.
Mm-hmm.
But they still had remedial classes. I think they were phasing out remedial classes. I think what they did was they was gifted and special, and so it was the same umbrella, right? So they got rid of remedial and called it special, and the gifted kids who were at the top of the class were in the same umbrella of the department of the education department as the lower kids in the class. But one class was called gifted and it was the top of the class, and the other class was called special and it was the bottom of the class.
That's weird.
Not in the same class, just in the
No.
same age group.
No, but the problem they had when they used the same teachers, that was where they messed it up. So now if you like my social studies teacher, he was badass, so he could teach at a high elite level. But then maybe one of the kids from the special class might have argued he wasn't so good for their kid. I don't know. But my science teacher, I knew more about science than he did. So he needed, they needed to have gifted teachers too for the gifted students, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it would be nice, but even if they don't, just for God's sakes, get the gifted kids away from the idiots. I don't care how you do it. Just for God's sakes, don't do that to kids.
Hey, so
I mean,
Dennison, wait, which school district was this? You do remember? Like
What do you mean, like city and state?
Yeah.
I'll just say it was New England.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
The Boston area.
Boston area. All right.
Did you live around Boston?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I grew up in New England.
I can't even imagine living around one of them hellhole big cities. How far were you from Boston?
Not very far at all. But back in those days, this was like the height of 80s fascism. So the cities were relatively clean and quiet.
Yeah, they were much better back then. A lot of people don't like to think that, but
It
yeah,
was right after it was really bad in the late 70s and early 80s, right? There was
right.
like the bounce back period.
Yeah, the
like
bounce
like
back
the kind
period,
what
right.
Trump is trying to sell right now, right? Which is post high inflation, and it's when you let the cops loose, so to speak. What is it, search and frisk or whatever it is?
Yeah, like
Stop and
Rudy
frisk.
Giuliani. Yeah, Rudy
Right, yeah.
Giuliani, like that era.
So
Yeah.
things got so bad, then the hammers came out, and so whether or not that what that does for our psyches and our freedom is one thing, but it definitely cleans the place up, right?
yeah. No, it's you gotta. There ain't no way you can allow people to just run amok. Can't be done. Can't be done. That's why I say I'm a corporatist. Until the parties get it together, the corporatists are engineering us. They're playing with us. It's all a lot of negatives, but you know what? Oh, sure, yeah. Let's let the parties take over and the idiots that vote for these parties run things. Yeah, no thanks. I'll just take my little old corporatism and let the world global rulers run things. Thank you very much. I don't know. We're living pretty good in spite of being played with like rats and mice in a laboratory. We're still living pretty good here in this country. So, but
Is that going to maintain though over the next 5 years?
oh, it'll maintain probably for a long time to come. They have
So
to have.
you're expecting a crash then?
No, I'm not.
A reset.
Not a
Do you
harsh one.
think? Do you
Not a
think
harsh
we can
one.
keep going with these prices? If they keep going up, they don't go back down.
Oh, the prices will probably slow down if they go up, and if they're not going to take them up too high. They're not going to wreck this. This is their throne land. They're not going to wreck it. So I mean, they gotta. They always are going to play with inflation to keep us at heel for consuming, and I say a large part of it is to stop the consumption of world natural resources. They slow down. They slow it down. What do you think? I mean, when everybody talks about growth and thriving economies, you don't want to talk about the reality of, well, what if everybody was uh, um, rolling along at 100 grand and successful and go getter and buying everything up? Do you realize? You realize that we'd probably pollute ourselves off this continent. There's a lot of low consumption that takes place that probably saves a lot of wear and tear on the ecology.
The rent is too damn high though.
The rent? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, are you still renting?
Yeah, I'm still renting.
I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine it.
I'm renting and I'm trying to save up for a farm at the same time. So you can imagine I'm not.
That landlord.
Now,
Goddamn on Galt.
now next year though, once the election's over, then I probably won't be so whiny because I'll probably make 6 figures next year.
Okay.
What kind of farm are you looking for? I mean, when you say farm,
Just
what?
just a conservative amount of acreage that's still on the grid, but far away from the people farms, within a reasonable distance from a hospital. Just in case I'm gonna be an old man soon enough, and then I want to build off grid. So I kind of have if I need to, if the shit hits the fan type of deal, and I want to be able to take control over my own food supply. That's my. I can't eat this grocery store shit anymore. It's killing me, and I'm getting old.
Well, are you eating the grocery store shit that's better for you, or eating your grocery store shit that's we all know is junk? I mean,
No,
the grocery store has. I know it's all junk food. I get it. I get that the
yeah.
processing of meats and stuff like that is horrendous. I get it, but
No,
still,
no.
the
I
grocery.
try to buy as whole as I can, and then I cook it myself.
Yeah.
I'm pretty strict. I'm not like like I had McDonald's a few weeks ago. I'll do whatever I want, but for the most part, I cook all my meals myself, and I don't buy anything in a box or a can.
Yeah,
No preservatives.
I probably buy too many canned goods, but I try to make them healthier ones. But yeah, I probably use too many canned vegetables rather than cook them.
You can. I mean, they got the sodium-free ones now.
Oh
So
yeah. No, it's all sodium free. You can bet on that.
yeah,
But
I buy those for my my what you call it, my C19 fund. You know what I mean?
no. Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, what?
Like during that whole mess, I didn't want for anything.
Mhm.
But I did go through every little last bit of my reserves, though. I had probably good, 3 to 5 years worth of supplies, and now I have none.
Jesus
Wow,
Christ.
you saved up that much?
Yeah. I had I didn't go shopping for toilet paper a single day during that whole ordeal.
Oh, I
just
didn't either. I hoarded that shit early.
I hoarded it. Yeah.
Because I knew how stupid people react. It doesn't matter if you believed in C19 or not. You just know how stupid people are. You're just like, oh, toilet paper's next. I know that.
Yeah,
I
I
had
did.
like a little part of a bedroom that was filled with water. It's all gone now.
Bottled water or plastic water?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they say you're poisoning yourself with that. It's like, well,
Absolutely.
who do you know? What do you know?
Those,
Who knows?
yeah. Well, I
I'll
mean,
tell
that's what I'm
you this,
saying. Be
bro.
brave. I want to dig a well, man. You know what I'm saying? I want to collect rainwater. I'm not joking. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you can drive a well is your best bet for sure.
Hey, be brave. Plastics everywhere. The microplastics.
Oh,
They,
I know.
They find them and the worst offender is makeup. If you got a girl and she wears makeup, they use the micro, like little nodules, little nanoparticles to keep the makeup stuck on their skin. They use plastic.
And she's soaking it up. And then imagine if you put a baby in there.
Ooh,
it's gonna be half. What do you call it? Maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe it's your baby. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Shit.
Yeah.
Ah, you got the jingle. You got the jingle.
In the last 30 years, they've been poisoning us on steroids. That's for sure.
Yeah.
they've been doing weird shit, but
That's what I'm talking about.
I always say what we don't catch on to, and what we're missing big time, even worse than plastics. And I'm saying it's worse than plastic.
Pharmaceuticals.
Nope. Fragrance products in the home.
Oh yeah, like your cleaners.
Everything.
Yeah,
Everything.
because
Now
you spray it all over everything and then you sleep in it.
they got fragrances in everything. Everything. Toilet paper, everything. They got
I don't do that shit either.
Yeah, they got hell. You got to look for it to get out of it. Fragrances,
do.
and everything.
I'll
And
tell you what I do.
what kills me
I
is
do rubbing alcohol, baking soda,
with fragrances.
vinegar. No, I'm saying I just use those as cleaners
Yeah, I use
instead.
vinegar.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
baking
yeah.
soda. That's what I do too. Vinegar,
Yeah.
baking soda. Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, no, it's something to behold that we don't understand with the air fresheners and them plug-in wall air
Oh yeah, I
fresheners.
hate that shit.
Then
Oh,
they
dude, fasting too. Humble.
Yeah, they shoot a squirt of chemicals into the air every 30 minutes for your family to absorb. Wonderful. Just
Humble's
all
right.
kinds of it. What's humble?
Fasting is nature's cheat against the elites. I fast every day. I do intermittent fasting every day. I eat one meal a day.
That's
And
good.
I also right now I'm preparing for a 14-day fast. Last time I did 3 days.
14 days on water only?
I might do 7 water, 7 juice. We'll see what happens on day 8.
I would go. I don't know. Why would you do the juice?
Just to give yourself,
Well,
some kind of.
they pasteurize They pasteurize the nutrients out of it in juice, unless you're getting real juice. Are you squeezing?
No,
you squeezing.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, like a blender.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I was gonna say you buy juices in a bottle, or Jesus crying out loud, that stuff is dead. It's dead. It's worse than
It's
water.
just sugar.
Sugar and junk and chemicals and
Yeah.
everything else. Just drink water. No. Well, I don't call eating one meal a day fasting, though. I don't know. I eat one meal a day. I don't call it fasting.
It is.
Yeah, I don't eat much
Intermittent
either.
fasting works.
I mean, since college days, I don't eat much either. That's just in me. Yeah.
If the one meal a day is at least 24 hours apart,
It is, yeah.
Well, there you go.
I don't know. Just
That's good for you.
Of course, a lot of times I'll have a banana and some pecans in the morning, so that's not complete fasting. That's not, but it's just a handful. Just a handful. Not much. Not even a handful actually. But nah. Yeah, just a little.
Imperious just joined my Discord.
Joking?
Banned.
Are you kidding me? Oh my god!
I'd
Why
send
do
you
have-
the I'd send you the screenshot if I could.
Why does he
And
have a
it said
hard on for you?
it said Imperius was typing, and then I clicked ban, and it went away. He's about to send his first message.
Oh,
I need a clip of him saying "I win." I need a clip of that.
What
After
did
everybody,
you? What
huh?
did you do to him, Dennison? What did you do to him?
I don't know. I probably made like a valid argument for atheism at one point or something. You never know with these people. It always starts with something like that. Like it's usually my position on free will or feminism or socialism is a big one. Like when I challenge people on capitalism, they get really upset because nobody knows the shit they're defending. You know,
They don't. They really don't.
they don't.
Yesterday on Chaotic's channel, they were all talking about we're a capitalist country. I said, no, we're not. We're a corporatist country. That ain't got nothing to do with capitalism. Not only that, but capitalism is a pile of nonsense. It can't survive on its own. Socialism could actually survive on its own. Minus capitalism, socialism would be not fun. And I'm not talking about authoritative. I'm talking about just, let's be real careful with everything and make sure everything goes. But it can't do without capitalism. But capitalism on its own would die immediately because you would have mobs in the street making things so dangerous that you couldn't have a civilization if you didn't feed them and house them, And people say, well, that's just welfare. I said, you call it what you want. It's called the human species. We turn mean over little things. You don't want that. So, no, conservatives and their capitalist rants it's kind of like, to me, it's like I feel more sad than angry that people with good intellects will think so shallow like that. It's like, that's what's like, what is it fear that keeps people from really examining what's going on economically and what's paying what's supporting what's financing what? Is it fear? It's like, man alive, did you ever listen to Rush Limbaugh, Denizen?
Yeah, a lot.
I never did a lot. I'm glad he died. To him, he was an evil man. He took and I'm not saying that lightly, I'm not saying that kiddingly, I'm not saying it, I'm saying the dude was evil. He spoke in such superficial conservative terms that the people, good people, smart people with good strong intellects listened to him, and they adopted that thinking because he was their hero. And it's like he did that to millions of Americans, took them and turned them into political and economic little uh, thinking children. And and I don't think anybody did it as well as him, and I don't think anybody's ever going to match his skills at that. But I was glad when he died. I said, "Get that evil bastard out." To me, he was like a demonic, because you can't just keep saying shit such a superficial manner, and his intent was to convince others that he's right. He didn't have to do much convincing. His intent was to convince others to follow him in that thinking, when in reality he didn't believe it himself. He didn't. Rush Limbaugh knows it's a corporatist system. Rush Limbaugh knows that it's a mixed economy. Rush Limbaugh knows the value and the reason behind a mixed economy, because Rush Limbaugh knows humans. He knows that if you don't meet the necessities of a civilization, you're not going to have the civilization, or you can have a third world country. But no, no, Rush Limbaugh was I don't know. He was something, but when I used to think of that stuff, and I'm not even into I'm not into any of it. It's just complete observation. It's like you can't. I mean, I didn't get into any. I stopped school in the 6th grade, quit it. I mean, I went to school, but I quit school in the 6th grade. It's when I graduated and I first thing I looked into politics was, oh, I see, this is cool. The Democrats clean up the messes and the conservatives talk big and get us all going to work and like we should do things properly. Good combination. But no, 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 no. Then came the blue-haired liberals. That was not an accident, folks. That was not an accident. The blue-haired liberals fed the liberal the blue-haired liberals fed the well-being of rational socialists to the conservative insult machine. it's like the corporates set up people that are in favor of housing and food and health care for all. The people that are in favor of that, they set them up for conservatives to knock around by bringing up blue-haired liberals to defend housing, welfare, and food and health care for people. When you got a blue-haired liberal defending anything, the first thing you do is get sick to your stomach. That wasn't an accident. The corporatists knew what they were doing because they had to destroy the notion of healthcare as a right, food and housing as a right, because it would have grabbed on if it was done real in a well-reasoned manner. Because even though people talk about healthcare as a right, healthcare, housing as a right, the people still go, no, you got to get up and work. Everybody has to work. That's the law. Only the people that need it would get it. And that's what well-reasoned people would think. And they did not want the well-reasoned among the Democrats to catch on. So they made sure they destroyed them with insane blue-haired liberalism, drag queens, rainbow flags everywhere. And gee, guess what? The conservatives look like they're correct, when in reality, the conservatives are almost as ignorant, is not ignorant, is almost as disgusting as blue-haired liberals. Damn near. They really are, because I just can't take fantasy speak. I don't care who it comes from. I don't care who it comes from. And so, I mean, that's when I seen the advent of the blue-haired liberal, I said, okay, Democrats are done for good now. Because the old Democrats, they were pro-gun. They just said, we got, let's not let the private sector ruin healthcare. Let's not let the private sector ruin access to housing or food. That was the old Democrats. Let's have safe workplaces. That was the old Democrats. But no, they destroyed that because it would have gained, as things got rougher, it would have gained in popularity immensely. And in other words, people would come to know that we are a collectivist species. We're not an individual species. And we always tie that notion to some sort of stupid economic system, which is disgusting. It's like, I'm not talking about economics. I'm saying we're a collectivist species. We'll do what it takes in a group, first and foremost for survival, immediately. Then we play individualism in fair weather. But the fact is what we do in desperate times is what we are as humans. And I think we're a collectivist way more than we are individualists. You guys probably, I don't know if you would agree with that or not.
Yeah. Yeah, barely any individuals are left anymore. And we're shunned.
Yeah. Well, no, you're missing my point, Dennison. I'm not talking about individuals that are individual away from the herd. I'm talking about we're collectivists in what we want our federal treasury to do, as opposed to individuals who say, get rid of everything on your own or you sink or swim.
Yeah.
That individualism is what I'm saying is they live in a fantasy land.
Well, I don't believe in the sink or swim, but
do you think healthcare is a basic human right?
I mean, those are loaded words. I think everyone should have access to healthcare without having to pay for it.
Okay, you know why I load them? Because we're so afraid of them. Yeah. I always load words when we're afraid of them, because we need we need the loaded words to drive it home.
In their language, yes, it's a basic human right, and it ought to be.
Yes, and we can't even say it. The conservatives, even though I ask some conservatives on,
I don't think they think that, though. The conservatives, I think you and I are different that way, don't you think?
I think.
What's up, G?
No, the conservatives think that it's not a human right.
Right. Oh, they think people should have to get a job in order to have health care.
Well, no, there's nothing wrong with that. No, they think that if you don't have health care, you're probably going to die. And even though they don't believe that in their hearts, they're thinking it's not a right. They're thinking that because I asked the question, and I ask conservatives all the time, if a young teenager has a tumor and it needs cut out, and his parents are drunks, and there's no insurance, should the taxpayers cut that tumor out so he can live? Any conservative says yes. They all say yes. Yes, all of them. Because who would say no?
Conservatives, I would think.
No, they try it. I call them liars. I said, you're lying. You're just saying that for effect because nobody believes it. Nobody. That kid gets that operation on the taxpayer's dime. And I say conservatives that say yes, he should get the operation. I said, see, you're behaving as if it's a right, but you can't call it a right.
You know, when I really decided to vote for Ron Paul was he was asked a question about abortion at a debate, and he's pro-life, obviously, very, very conservative, very, very religious, and he's very, very against abortion. But the moderator would not let him go. He wouldn't let him weasel out of the answer, and he pushed him. And Ron Paul is an obstetrician, and so the guy was like, if this were your patient, what would you do? And at the end of it all, Ron Paul ultimately admitted, he said, I would give her the abortion. I would administer it because ultimately it's her choice. And that's when I was like, kudos to you. It takes a real man to admit like that that even your principles have limits, right?
I would only, if I were a doctor, I don't respect Ron Paul for that answer. If I were a doctor, the only way I'd give a woman abortion is if she absolutely needed it to live. I would never let a woman.
I think this was the case we were talking about. It was like,
oh well, yeah. I mean, my God, if she's, what doctor wouldn't? It's going to kill her if she has it. I mean,
well, like you said, I think a
carrying
lot of them pretend they wouldn't, and they advocate for policies where they would not, right?
Well, that's why you got to be real clear with abortion, because 95%, 98% of abortions are done for convenience.
Birth control.
Yeah, and I would say as a doctor, that I'm not doing. No, honey, you're gonna carry that child, and if it messes your mind up, take your mind to the mental institution after you're done, because I'm not going in and cutting up a baby out of a womb, or vacuuming a baby limb from limb in a womb. That ain't happening.
When it became when I became pro-choice was when one of my good friend's wife got pregnant, and the pregnancy was non-viable, and it would likely die inside her before it was born, or it would be born unable to live outside of the womb, horribly disabled and painfully.
Time to go. Now
and it could have been dangerous to her too to have the baby.
I'm pro. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dennis.
To not force the miscarriage and to let it develop would be far more dangerous on her life. Not only the baby's in there suffering, because they feel pain at a certain point.
Yeah, no, you got to give a woman abortion. I'm pro-abortion, even for the sake of these witches that want to kill a baby at 3 or 4 months or whatever. I'm pro-abortion because I'm just saying I wouldn't be the doctor to do it. I'm just saying, where do they get doctors to do it? As we blame these lost soul of whores that are nuts, out of their minds, wanting to kill a baby for convenience, I'm asking, where do they get the doctors to do the convenience abortions is my question. Who can do it? I'm asking anybody. Can you stick a wand in a woman and pull a baby apart limb from limb? That's perfect. Both of them are perfectly healthy. I couldn't. No. So where do they get these doctors to go? Yeah, by the thousands a day or hundreds a day in America. Yeah. Oops, there's still an arm up in there. And when the wand first goes in, they got footage, sonograms and stuff where the baby's trying to fight the wand off and shit. It's like, what doctor can do that? But I am pro-abortion. I always say it is a woman's body. God damn it, in the final analysis, as sick as it is, it's her body.
Yeah, it can't be the government making that decision.
That's too weird. But I'd say the more women want to have abortions, it's an indication of that we're a foul.
Yeah, we're fucked up.
We're fucked up society.
Especially because the women are supposed to be the ones who don't think like us. They're supposed to, babies are supposed to be.
Well, I don't even think any men want to kill children.
No, but
yeah.
Not that we want to kill children.
I said that wrong. I don't think any men want to kill children in an abortive process. There's a lot of men that just don't want to do that either. But yeah, no, the fact that women can do it is proof that, well, if our women are that fucked up, probably means we're done as a civilization. Yet another reason why I am a corporatist. Don't want these animals running things. We have women by the thousands that want to, oh, I'm going to get rid of this. Okay.
Now, you don't think it's the corporatists that are programming them to be sleazy dum-dums?
Yes, I do. I'm still a corporatist because what the corporatist is running the foundation that is stable. They keep the roads and the bridges. They keep the housing for the animals that are too lazy to work for themselves. They keep the food flowing for the animals that are too lazy to figure it out. They keep, health care for people that are too goddamn stupid to figure out how to buy insurance. So therefore people get health care, which is a right. We should, but no, the corporatists give us a foundation. The corporatists are kind of like, if you think about it, you know how in the Bible says God gives you your choice what to do in life, right? You ever heard that? I don't know how the scripture goes. You guys have heard in the Bible where God gives humans the choice to choose between good and evil, right?
The so-called free will.
Yes, it's in the Bible. The corporatists are kind of like our gods. They give us a foundation. What do we do with it? If we lose our minds, even if they push us to lose our minds for the sake of them staying in power, they still supply a foundation to where you can outthink the corporatist engineering. You can. I don't know for how much longer.
So what does that look like if you're one of these people who outthinks it?
Us. People that don't fall for shit. People that can describe the mechanisms. People that
Well, where's the reward?
Your reward is you didn't live like a stupid manipulated animal. You lived like a sensible human being. Regardless of what life is afterwards, you get to go there, hopefully, if you're a sensible human being and you're not going by the latest fashions or the latest this or the latest that or what people say you got to join in. The reward is just being your own self. People
I
call
dig that, but at the same time, I'm filled with plastic and irradiated.
You're not going to get out of that. You're not going to get out of that. Nobody does. That's why I say the corporatists do all kinds of mean, nasty, dirty things to us. But the foundation is there for a human to live their life in a very has nothing to do with Christianity or anything. For a human to live their life in a very spiritual manner, the availability is still here and easier to do here than anywhere else in the world, because of the ease of living and the tranquility with which we with which we experience. So our spirituality is very easily maintained, which means that so many people decide not to, means that, well, God gave us our choice, our free will, and we chose to be evil idiots. We chose it. I understand corporate manipulation, but it's our choice in the bitter end. So it's like, well, there's no getting around it, I mean, I've always walked through life on the outside looking in. I didn't even think of it as a bad thing. It never bothered me not to want to do what other people are doing. I've never felt anything, never felt empowered, never felt like power was taken from you. It's just you walk through life and say, look, there's no changing this. So you just walk your life and have your laughs and your loves, and people call me a nihilist. I'm going, no, 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 no. You got families, you got people around you, you got children. Do you have children and a wife? Man, that's life, man. That's not nihilism. That's not nothing matters. Are we crazy? Just because we're powerless doesn't mean nothing matters. That's what I think that's why people are afraid to be faced that they're powerless. They probably sink into a brain, a frame of mind where they say that nothing matters. No, we're powerless, but still things matter. Even if you can't change them, life matters. I mean, you've got your life. It's like, geez, people. No, I think I think the realities are so. I think the realities are so. They're not even complicated. I think they're so profound though that I think we're just not a species that goes to the profound. We go, we've been led by the corporatist machine, the global corporatist machine, to be very superficial, because they could have influenced us to take different paths with their power of the purse and power over our institutions that shape our thinking. The corporatists could have shaped one hell of a human species on this earth. They know they didn't want to do that, because that group of people they would just probably be less able to be, not necessarily controlled, but I don't know. Maybe I think the corporatists, the people that run the planet, I think they'll come out of the woodwork soon, though, because we're so powerless. They can tell us to fuck off, do what we do. We're going to they could probably even risk improving the collective childish mindset that we have in this country.
Some of them did after C-19. They came out and said the laborer was getting too uppity and he needed to have his wages suppressed and his prices raised in order to remember who's boss.
Yeah. And I think they could show us who's boss. In the past, they had to show us who's boss by keeping us stupid. I think in the future, in the very near future, they'll be able to show us who's boss and let us have some dignity. I think they will. So that's kind of a positive outlook. Not what people want to hear, stuck on the fucking left and right. But, I'm just talking the human condition in general. I think we can get to where, but I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe we need
chips. I think the chips might change everything.
The semiconductors and that? Oh, inside our bodies?
Yeah, they're gonna start putting them into people, and I think that's gonna start changing the way people think before people socially evolve. They need more time. You know what I'm saying? At this rate, people need at least 50 to 100 years to socially evolve. At the rate the technology is going, in 20 years, we're gonna have chips in our heads.
Yeah. I don't know. It could be. I can't. If society gets to where we need chips, then we don't deserve anything but what we get all across the planet. I mean, if we're that, because we've all experienced reason and reason that comes to you. It's like, oh, okay, let me figure that. Oh, okay, I got this. Okay, and nobody needed chips. So if we get to where we need chips, I say we deserve everything. Right, we deserve everything we get if the corporatist machine becomes abusive.
Here's your chips, man. Sweden does it. You know where it starts. Always the Nordic countries, man.
Mm-hmm.
In Sweden, cash is almost extinct, and people implant microchips in their hands to pay for things. This was 2018.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I've never had a charge card in my life. I got my first debit card 3 years ago because you had to have it to rent a car or anything like that. But Sweden, one of the most comfortable societies in the history of man for the most part for many decades. Look what they allowed to go to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're indicting Eric Adams.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's 2 days ago now. That's 2-day old news now, I think.
Yo, what's up, upstate?
So yeah, few countries have been moving towards a cashless society as fast as Sweden. But cash is being squeezed out so quickly, with half the nation's retailers predicting they will stop accepting bills before 2025.
Wow.
Well, guess what? COVID happened. That definitely accelerated for most countries now.
Yeah.
Cashless. That was the point of COVID.
Yeah, it was to get us closer to China in a manageable technocracy. Where AI controls the daily interactions and people stay home.
Yeah. It wasn't just about cash. There was about 200 benefits to that bullshit.
Oh, I'm sure.
There's about
QR
200
codes, aren't you?
You can.
The people who really kill me are the ones now who say we won. Right? Like, there's so much copium out there that there's people who say, no, the government tried to do C-19, but we protested and we did the truckers and we did this and we pushed them back. And I'm like, all righty.
That is funny to hear him talk like that. Do you kind of sometimes, though, Dennison, when you hear him like that? Because, it's a chuckle, but sometimes don't you go, like, God, you motherfuckers are sickening. Jesus.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, what else do you look at them like? I mean,
no, dude, let me tell you something. I find it all amusing now, but I'm the first one to admit that's cope. it made me sick and angry for 30 years.
Oh,
You know, now that I'm in the George Carlin phase, it's because I had to stop caring. You know.
yeah.
It is an open panel. Good morning, Neo. Good morning, Look Within. The link is in the chat.
Yeah, I was never afraid of shit being real. I didn't even think about reality until I was 33, and then that was 1988 to 90 is when I actually looked into books. And then after that I said, "Oh, this is all bullshit. I'll be damned." My world wasn't rocked. That's why I don't understand why people are afraid of reality. It's like, well,
Their identities are connected to the reality.
well, I don't.
So when you attack the political reality, you attack themselves, their very selves.
Yeah.
If you're a mutant like me, in that you're not in that you're kind of allergic to peer pressure and the social brainwashing, then you don't have that attachment. You never get emotionally attached to your national identity or your
Neo.
political identity.
Yeah, I think you said more than their identity. I mean, you're right. It's identity in the final analysis, but I think it's just a fear of goddamn the fear of not being able to say anything. In other words, there's the accepted political statements that people make are in, I call it the safe zone or the sandbox zone, as in children, is either you go crazy left or you go crazy right. And you can play around in the middle, but most people want to go crazy left or they want to go crazy right. I don't know if that's their identity. I think people have a fear, goddamn, of being powerless, Dennison. And I suppose that would play into their identity, but I'm thinking it's just there's something people are afraid of that they just can't really discuss realities. Why would you hang your hat on superficial, disgusting blue-haired liberalism or disgusting modern conservatism? Who would hang their hat on that's got a brain? And I don't, I said, that's kind of like the abortion thing. If that many women want to have abortions, we're screwed. If this many people need to be left or right for their ability to contemplate and comment in life, we're sunk. So basically, there's a lot of ways we're sunk. we're over. As if I think we were over 200 years. I don't even think the Revolutionary War was real. I think it was a setup, a business. I think it was a realignment of powers, the revolution, the all of that hubbub. Because none of the presidents were treason. None of them got caught. None of them got killed. All of them lived magnificent lives, and yet they were going against the king. Somebody would have got checked out somewhere if that was real, but nah. I don't think from the days of serfdom. Maybe the reason serfdom worked is because humans cannot govern themselves. Could be. Could very well be, because you see what we do in all of the age of information. What we still talk like is complete bombastic goddamn idiots in our political statements. So it's like, well, what the hell, that's life. But go ahead, Mister New Guy.
Nah, I'm listening. Big ups, Dennison, man.
But yeah, and it's the same thing I ask liberals, like I ask conservatives. About the kid needing the tumor cut out. I asked liberals, if you were in a house out in the country at your brother's house and you were house sitting and somebody was trying to kick your door in, you know where a shotgun is, Mr. Blue-haired liberal or Mrs. Blue-haired liberal. Would you go get the shotgun? They all say yes. And a few of them try to say no, but they all say yes. I said, well, then why are you so against guns? You just said in a life-saving situation you want your gun. And I'm telling you, those two questions, I've had them. I've used them for decades. They're entertaining. People will either have to admit it or they'll lie their ass off. Who wouldn't go get a gun if your house is being broken into and you got your children to protect?
I, as a shooting victim myself, I would still, I don't want to take anybody's rights away from them, but I think there's some drastic changes got to be made, man. I mean, fucking hell, when there's a school shooting up virtually every morning on your fucking breakfast table, that's a problem. And
who's doing?
you can't always just come back. It's like, dude, I understand people can stab people with knives. I get it, but you got when an 18-year-old kid can go out the first thing out of being 18 and walk out and buy a freaking AR-15 and decide to go blow up a fucking school. That's you gotta nip that shit in the bud, dude. And I'll tell you straight up, I got shot in 1996 and a mass shooting. And
Who did the mass shooting? Did they catch him?
Yeah, sure they did. And the guy that did it had just turned 21. The common problem with these shootings is a specific age group for the most part. And that's something that nobody seems to really talk about a whole lot. But if you look in the consistency of who does what, most of these fucking mass shootings are in a specific age group of usually in the area of about 17 to 25.
And you're saying, since you're grouping, what race is doing them?
They all do it, bro. And I got shot by a person of color, but that doesn't mean shit to me. It's
okay. Here's the group statistics.
Sorry.
You've had in the last 2 years probably 6 whites mass shoot. In the last 2 years, you've had 670 mass shootings last year, and you've got 400 going on this year. So out of those, there's 6 mass shooters out of the 1,070 mass shootings.
Dude, I live in Crip Valley, man. I get freaking shootings every 2 minutes. I got a police radio sitting right here. I hear it every 2 fucking minutes.
Yeah.
I agree. I got swords in my house. I also got a machine gun or 2 in my house.
Yeah, those aren't legal.
But here it is. I would surrender certain things if I could make things safe for everybody. Yeah, I think they just need to make the shit harder to get. It's too fucking easy. Here's the deal: you get a fucking car. A driver's license is not a right, brother. It's privilege, And I think maybe that's something they could consider with firearms. Maybe changing it from a right to a privilege.
No. You can't go around taking away the absolute.
Nobody's taking guns. You're just making it harder for people.
I'm addressing that. I didn't say you said taking guns. I'm saying you can't take away a person's right to self-preservation because people are idiots.
Dude, I could buy a fucking slingshot. Like I said, I got fucking samurai swords here that are worth thousands of dollars. I could kill you with a sword just as easy.
It doesn't matter. Guns. Females have a right to protect themselves. Weak men have a right to protect themselves with firearms.
Dude, just because I got a gun don't mean shit about me being weak, dog.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Stop it. I didn't say that. I know. I didn't say that. Yes, I didn't. And I said weak men in general. I didn't say the weak, Mr.
I ain't trying to argue. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not arguing either. I'm just saying.
There's got to be some way you got to nip some of this.
Right. Don't take it personal. What I'm saying is what I'm saying. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the species. Can't take away the human. You can't take away the right to self-preservation because we are being loaded with idiots.
Well, partially what you said is right. You can't take it away because it's built into the reptilian part of your brain.
Yes.
You're always going to be fucking.
And if we look at the number, and if we look at who's doing the shootings, it's one demographic by far and away in the streets. So therefore, if you got a white man that'll kill his family and his wife, when I hear that crime, I'm going, oh, that's a white dude. But in the streets, what's happening, by and large, the mayhem in the large city streets is not white folks doing that.
Well, I'll just say it like this, man. I think kids got more of a right to go to school and live their lives than fucking somebody has to own a gun. Period.
Yeah. No, I don't agree with that.
Well, really? You're going to tell me your kids don't have a right to live their lives or go to school without being shot more than somebody has the right to own a gun?
No, you threw the go to school in there. I'm saying the school don't matter. The school don't mean shit. My kid has a right to live his life. But
Yeah.
if the school is a matter of it, I'm saying give me the guns. Homeschool or figure out how to safe school, because there's ways to safe school, and they're not doing that.
Well, they do it here where I live.
Yeah, they do, and they're getting better at it. You are correct. They are getting
They
much
tore
better.
down our schools and replaced them, and they got freaking all kinds of freaking metal detectors and all kinds of shit that are built into the door frames. So you don't need guys scanning you because it's already built. I mean, you know, there's little things, sure, in schools you can probably make a big difference, you know.
Yeah.
But here's another thing. During the Chicago Mafia days of what's his face?
Capone.
Yeah. The biggest weapon that was often used was the Tommy gun. And it was actually outlawed by the Republicans. And the reason that they gave for outlawing it was that no civilian person should own weapons of war. And I kind of agree with that a little bit.
Oh, I do too. To agree, you don't need a Tommy gun. You don't need fully automatics. But
I mean, if you got like a fucking 40 caliber shotgun in your house, you're good to go, dog. You don't need a fucking goddamn arsenal and fucking bazooka. You don't need this shit. I mean, dog, if you really want to fuck with somebody's program nowadays, you can go out and buy a fucking drone. I mean, if you haven't learned anything from the Ukrainian war, you can just buy a drone and take somebody out.
Yeah. No.
It's just,
You don't need. You can't have the idiots, and I'm calling the American society idiots because I think 80% of them are. 80% of people in America are self-inflicted with complete idiocy. Yeah, you don't need them having weapons of war weapons.
But all I did was walk in the store, the motherfucker came in, shot everybody, and he didn't stop there. He got on a bus 2 hours later and he shot more motherfuckers. You know, so it's just like, you know,
was anybody killed?
Yeah, of course. I was left paralyzed.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's I'm just saying that I'm just saying with the mass shootings, we're not taking them serious because the blacks are doing 98% of them. So we're not taking them serious.
Well, offering our thoughts and prayers is like a freaking
Well, what blacks are doing is they're housing the shooters. Of the 400 this year, of 670 last year, well over 450 of them last year, there was no suspects in custody. Of the 400 this year, there's probably 300 of them that there's no suspects in custody. That means somebody's housing them, and that means somebody knows this. Hold it. Somebody knows this person went into a crowd, killed a couple of people, wounded 4 others, and they're still letting him live a normal life. White people are not doing that. If we got a mass shooter,
do around here is they follow DEI, bro. They freaking hire anybody in the gang nowadays. They ain't so colored fucking happy nowadays, dog.
No, they're not, but it's still
yeah. And I'll tell you what, man, 13 and 15-year-olds are doing the shootings now. They're not fucking 18 and 20.
My point is on the problem of mass shootings, the whites are not getting refuge anywhere. They're handed over to the police or they kill themselves. That's why they kill themselves. There's no way to go. They have no family to go to. So blacks need to stop housing theirs, and it would help, but they don't.
Well, the guy that did the Buffalo, New York shooting, he didn't kill himself. He surrendered.
All right. But so many times they killed themselves, and he surrendered because he had nowhere to go. Nobody housed him.
No, he was going to kill himself, but they talked him out of it.
Yeah, too bad he didn't. But that's what I'm saying. So I was almost accurate on that. No, they killed themselves because there's nowhere to go. That's not the case. If you got 400 mass shootings and 300 of them are still on the loose, which they are, because there's no suspects in custody, that means somebody's housing them. So you got the black culture housing maniacal, psychopathic killers, and they think that, well, you know what? Can you get away with this? No, you can't.
That's not true. They're not.
What do you mean that's not true? Where do you think they're living?
They're not hiding freaking killers, God.
Well, if there's 400 mass shootings and 300 of them, there's no suspects. That means somebody's on the loose.
I think there's actually a little bit more than that. No, they get most of the mass shooters, or they end up, like you said, dead, being shot by.
No, they don't. Look at the gun violence archives, sir. There's no suspects in custody on like 300 of the mass shootings that have occurred this year. If that's a statistics, that means somebody's hiding them, sir. Somebody's housing them.
They're arrested, man. They're in jail, a lot of these mass shooters. And if they're not, they're dead, either killed by the popo or they kill themselves.
Neo the Legend, do you wish to look at a gun violence archives and look at the 0 column where it says suspects in custody?
I don't believe freaking QAnon shit, dog. I'm a little
That
smart.
ain't what do you mean QAnon? Gun violence archives is not QAnon stuff.
You're trying to tell me, man, that freaking all the fucking mass shootings that are happening, nobody's fucking held accountable or nobody's locked up. That is a fucking pile of shit.
I'm getting it from statistics.
Whatever statistic you're getting them from, you pull them out of your ass because that's a bunch of shit.
Okay, well then on that, I guess
The dude that shot me, motherfucker, got 88 years. Okay.
Oh, good.
So,
they got one.
they got one, so I guess they must have got another, and then another, and then another, and then another. You know, so
of the
sorry,
400,
I don't like bullshit, and that's bullshit. And and I'm gonna call bullshit straight out when I see it.
Good. Okay.
You're trying to say that freaking mass shootings are going to be in jail. That's like saying when I die, I go to Cobol and I get 13 fucking birds.
No, I didn't say. There are people that get caught and they kill themselves and they get caught. I said 300 out of the 400. There's no suspects. 300. That's well over 50%. 60% are not caught. That's statistics. Now, do you think the statistics could be lying? Maybe.
Yours are.
The gun violence archives, the National Gun Violence Archives, are lying.
Why don't you go to the fucking FBI statistics and look them up? I bet they're a lot fucking different, my friend.
No, the FBI statistics gives on who's killed.
That is fucking shit if I ever heard it. You know? Yeah. And that's like saying, man, all these bank robbers, only one motherfucker gets caught. What the fuck, dude?
No, I didn't say that.
I mean, dude.
We weren't talking about bank robbers.
They catch these little kids that do these mass shootings virtually in the next day.
Yes, because the white ones the white ones give themselves up.
That's racist shit, man. That's racist fucking talk, man.
Well, I'm
racist.
Well, I'm just saying the white kids kill themselves or give themselves up.
Well, I'm just saying, as a fucking United States veteran, that's fucking racist.
I don't care what you think about whether I'm a racist or not. You think I worry about that?
Well, if you fucking don't care, that sounds like you're proud of that fact, right?
No, I'm proud of looking at statistics.
Call me a racist, dog. I'd be freaking going. I ain't proud of that shit.
No. You ain't gonna try to shame me with silly names because I don't think I'm not a racist. If I got
not a fool, dog. You're not talking to some YouTuber here, okay?
No. If you're ignoring the gun violence. You got to disprove the gun violence.
I'm not ignoring gun violence, my friend. I'm a victim of it. Are you?
I didn't say that.
Let me ask you, have you been a victim of gun violence?
I said if you're ignoring.
No. So you're talking out your fucking ass.
I said if you're ignoring the gun.
Fucking racist. How about
I said if you're ignoring the gun violence archive statistics.
You're talking shit. And you're being disrespectful to everybody on this freaking panel. That's racist bullshit talk, man.
Denizen, do you feel like I'm disrespecting you?
Yeah, I do.
Denizen, am I kind of being a gentleman?
Trying.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry. Yes. You know, that's racist, dog. And
call it what you want.
Everybody gets fucking.
Denizen, you see what I'm saying? How statistics mean nothing?
Your statistics
right here is a case study.
Right.
Statistics.
We'd have to show them the statistics.
They're up. The gun violence archives. Look at them. Mass shootings 2024.
He's not going to look it up.
No, I know. 600. I wish I could. 670 of them last year. 400 a month.
I think there's a little more than that, and I think there's almost that many this year, but not
400. 400.
I'd have to ask my computer, but
go look it up. Go look it up, Bob.
I don't have to. My shit's voice activated. All they got to do is ask.
Oh, good. Yeah, look at well, I meant okay, voice activate, and then
Dude,
look at
dude,
and
I'm
look at
just saying,
look at all the zero. Go to the
I
mass
would be,
shootings.
if I was a guy and if that was those figures were true, bro, I'd be flipping a fucking breaker and I'd be calling it out. And I got press connections. I'd be going right to the fucking media and going, yo, dog, what the fuck? You ain't locking motherfuckers up in my state from doing this shit? Are you serious? If that was actually the case, I'd be calling it out, man.
How do you know it's not?
Well, yeah, he won't look up the site.
Dennison, I'm still kind of connected with that shit. It's like, it's like something that I'm always going to be connected with, if you know what I mean.
So then we all have to be ignorant and stupid and think like fucking idiots because you got shot?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I'm pretty sure it is. That's exactly what you're saying.
What
You got shot, so you have a right to override statistics?
What you're saying is freaking, and I don't give a fuck. I like Dennis, and he knows I don't mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but what you are saying is racist, dog.
No, I'm a culturalist. I'm a behavioralist. If you think that I would judge a man solely on the color of his skin,
the comments you just made were racist.
No, I didn't. I said black people are shooting up the goddamn inner cities on the streets, buddy. That's not racist. That's a fact.
White boys,
I mean, that's a fact.
So are white boys. So are
Where?
No, they're not.
Where are white boys shooting up cities?
Right here, dog. Right here. I fucking.
Where are you at?
Every fucking day. Tacoma, Seattle, Washington. Right up the I-5 corridor. We get it. They used to call our area Chirac, I think is what they call it, sort of like Chicago. Dude, it didn't get any better from the 90s crack era around here.
This is why I'm a corporatist.
Well, I suppose the FBI could be lying.
They could be,
I don't necessarily believe one way or the other.
I think people that say white people are doing it too. They found one white person shooting up the street. Now the white that gets lumped in with the 1,000 black people shooting up the street.
That's my anecdotal experience as well.
Yes.
It's like 12 black guys, like 12 shootings a day, all of them black guys. Mm-hmm. One white guy shoots in the year. White people also shoot.
Around here, most of them actually.
That's my anecdotal experience. But I honestly don't believe one way or the other because
I do.
I've never been in a shooting. I've never lived in one of those cities. I stay away from that shit. But I'll tell you, one of the ways I stay away from it, Neo, is when I move, I look up the demographics.
Yeah.
So do I.
I got moved by the popo after the second shooting, man. That's how I ended up in.
No, you got closed circuit. You got closed circuit news feeds, closed circuit cameras all over the nation, proving that it's blacks shooting up the streets. There's no need to think the FBI is lying or the gun violence archives are lying. It's on film.
Actually, around here, it's a lot of Asian gangs that probably does
whatever. It ain't white. It ain't white dudes.
75% of the shooting.
It ain't white.
And most of the Crips ain't even all true black anymore. Most of them are bitty.
Well, whatever.
There's married OG Crips, so I can't know. Unfortunately, but it's half a dozen one and the other. It still comes down to freaking people getting hands on fucking guns that shouldn't have them.
It ain't half a dozen with 6 of the other. If blacks would stop shooting up the streets, we wouldn't have near the gun violence in this country. The gun violence would drop dramatically.
I would love to see you say that on one of my street corners, man. I'd love to see how far you would make it.
Well, are you trying to prove his point?
No.
Are you saying that if he says words at black people, they'll shoot him?
Shit like that, Dennis, on my street corner, even if I was to go down and say shit like that, I'd get fucking shot again, dog. That's just the way it is.
You don't realize by a black person?
No, or freaking Asian, or Mexican, or a white dude. They're freaking gangs, dog.
No, there ain't no white shooting. The white dude shooting. That's a lie.
Yeah, he's in the Tacoma area.
I don't care. It ain't no white dude shooting. I'm telling you, it's a lie. Okay. If they got one, they turn it into equal to the other 1,000 that took place. I'm telling you, there ain't no white dude shooting. We're not cut out like that, man. It ain't happening.
No,
not in any numbers.
What is true that potheads don't usually do no shootings. That's what.
But Dennison, your point was very well put. He's proven the point. You can't go on the corner and say things. Who's gonna threaten violence?
Well, if you were down
It
in
ain't,
my
it
hood,
ain't
then
white
you
people.
wouldn't have
It ain't
shit,
white.
I wouldn't shoot your ass.
It
So
wouldn't.
that's
It
saying,
ain't
and
white
I'm
people.
white. So don't figure.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. Repeat that.
I said if you were talking that kind of shit in my neighborhood, I might cap your ass.
No, you wouldn't. See how people. That's the same thing, Dennison. This is what I'm saying. This is the same thing.
I'm gonna give her that abortion. Be brave.
This is what I'm saying.
I got no
Conservative.
problem
They
with
just
popping
say
a
shit.
cap in some little punk's ass,
They
okay?
just. I know it. See, Dennison. He would.
Yeah, but Neil, you're a victim of gun crime. You're not gonna shoot somebody over words.
He wouldn't
Not
do it
over
anyway.
just
He
not
wouldn't
for
do it anyway.
no
He's just.
reason at
That's what I'm
all.
saying. Conservatives, when they say healthcare ain't a right, same thing. It's not a right, but really, in their mind, they know it's a right. He knows he ain't gonna
I'd
shoot
kill
anybody.
you in a second, punk, just to prove a point.
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. He's lying. He's just talking big. Probably a little drunk, drugged
Big?
up.
I don't drink, punk.
You wouldn't shoot anybody, man. You're lying.
You
Stop
can't
it.
threaten people like that on YouTube either.
Well,
Yeah, be careful. Yeah, be careful. Don't get the channel in trouble. You're lying, though, man. You're lying. You wouldn't do that. Why would you? Why would you put a lie like that on your soul? Why would you do that?
Because if I had to do it, I'd have no problem doing it, dog.
I didn't say you had to. There's no reason you have to, so you wouldn't. That's my point. There's no reason to shoot somebody over words, and you wouldn't. But yet you say it with such
Oh, I might,
conviction.
man. I might.
Well, there are whites that are out of their minds, insane. So you might be one of them. You're kind of talking silly, so
You might be
you
right,
know.
man.
Yeah, I might be with you, but I still say my money says you wouldn't. It's just a lot of big talk.
I'm a pothead. I
Yeah.
go. I don't. Unless it's what I said, man. Potheads don't shoot people.
Now we don't shoot people. That's
I'm
why
a
I'm a
pothead.
corporatist, Dennison.
I-
This
I-
is a lot of people thinks like
tell
in
you
this
that if
scatterbrain shit.
Holy fuck. If I had to, man, I would.
Listen to the passion with which he speaks. And he thinks he's correct.
If you had a gun when you were getting shot, would you have used it?
I don't think it would have made no difference, really. I don't think. You know,
I thought you said you knew it was coming, that you had a bad feeling.
I did, but if I would have got, I had my back turned when he shot me, so like, dude, I wouldn't have had a chance to prevent my injury or the lady behind the counter because he shot her first, so I wouldn't have been able to prevent that.
How many people got shot?
Or 3, or freaking, I wouldn't have been able to prevent like the man on the bus, for instance, obviously because I was. But maybe when he rolled me over and he sat down and went to shoot me in the fucking face, and then he realized he didn't have no more bullets, and he stood up and ran out the door. And then when he turned his back, if I'd have been armed, I probably could have pulled out a hand cannon and popped one in his back, like he did to me.
And saved that dude's life on the bus.
Yeah. But that's like, dude. You know what was one thing that was really weird when we were talking about this? It was like time slowed down.
Yeah.
It was like that was the one weird thing about the whole experience. It was like everything was in
Your senses get very heightened.
Yeah, ultra slow mo. It was, I've been in combat, and I never had that kind of experience. But during the shooting, I sure did. It was like motherfucking shit. Just time almost stopped, and it was like, and and then it didn't really get back to normal speed until the cops came and pointing their guns at me, and I was like, hey,
Where were you in combat?
Southeast Asia in the 70s. But anyway.
Did you have to shoot anybody?
That was the one weird thing that was really strange. That remember that guy was asking about any afterlife experiences, Dennison or something, and I was going to mention that, but it felt like things really. That was the only weird experience out of that. Like, I didn't have any near death or anything like that, or after death, but that time slowed down. Like
in Southeast Asia, when you was it Vietnam?
Sort of. But That was the weirdest part.
Did you consider yourself fighting for freedom, or did you consider yourself a corporate mercenary?
No, I was a freaking kid that got a girl pregnant. I had to basically drop out of college because I needed to get a job, and I was a military adopted family, so yeah, did what I had to do. But it's no big deal. It's not like I got any fucking medals or anything. I was just an average dickhead. Specialist for.
Did you see people die in warfare?
Oh yeah, I shot people 3. But I was a real young kid though, man, and it was just too much. It's like I saw something the other night that still freaked out over it. Somebody played a ISIS video that and I couldn't
Played
get it
a what?
A raw ISIS video, and it really fucking just. It's really caused me really just like mass PTSD from it, and I can't even unsee it because it's like I might get like elevated in adrenaline at all. Like even Call of Duty, I get that adrenaline rush a little bit, and I start hitting on that freaking video. It freaked me out, dude.
Yeah, no, I didn't watch any of those. They were going around. I said no.
I was running a guy's live for him and helping him out, and because he asked me for help, and so he left his live, and I was keeping it going for him. And the next thing I know, I look over and it's fucking on full screen, and I didn't have like
a choice,
administration power to like take it off or to hide it, and so it was like right there. I couldn't do anything about it. And it just literally flipped me the fuck out. So I've been really not sleeping well or even eating. That's brutal. When I say man can be like an animal, absolutely. After seeing that I'd seen some horrid shit in my life, but I've never seen anything like that, nor do I ever want to see anything like that ever again. Just no fucking way. No way.
How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
As naive as you're talking, 10?
Yeah, I would say 12, maybe 13.
Yeah, I'll give you 12.
He chuckled.
He said, I know it.
I like Neo. He's a good man.
I like him too. He's a good cat.
I don't like him a bit. Anybody that'll deny statistics to me is a piece of shit.
Where is that fucking?
Fuck statistics. You know they make that shit up.
No, they ain't making up they ain't making all those up. Nope, Dennis. A nice try. I'm saying anybody that ignores statistics and tries to make an argument and say the statistics don't count as far as considering what is going on is to me a human piece of shit, and they're better off. We're all better off when they die.
He's just emotional about it.
No, I'm not emotional. It's just
no, he is.
Oh yeah. So what? I don't care. Emotional people need to get the fuck out of here. Go kill yourself. Go away.
Damn.
No, I'm just saying. I ain't playing.
Can't say that on YouTube either.
Oh, go delete yourself, please.
Oh, thank you.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft, yes.
Yeah. No, I don't have any use for people that are adults and think like children.
I mean, there's a lot of people I don't have use for, but I go have a sandwich.
Yeah, no, I don't wish any will on them. I'm just saying if they die, we're better off. Or if they want to kill themselves, fine, go do it.
G Nuts would like to know where you served. His dad was in the military. He's into that stuff.
Yeah, Southeast Asia, man. 70s.
Laos, Cambodia?
Yeah.
That's where the real heinous shit went down.
Oh,
isn't it?
shit. He went to the deep stuff, man.
Baton Rouge.
Oh, boy.
Get heinous, man. That's some heinous shit.
But yeah, no, that
Oh, fucking hell, man. Sorry.
fucking.
Oh, the laser again.
I was gonna worry. And then I'm trying to find my cat. I'm trying to get him to come out. I think he's hiding. Trying to call him in. His chart is GPS. I just got an alert. I gotta take his GPS out.
Damn.
Yeah, he's got one of those GPS trackers, you know,
Mm-hmm.
like a SIM card in it and shit. So
Right.
So Dennison, are you of the mind that we've got plenty of natural resources to go around forever? Or are you kind of thinking that we're probably in trouble a little bit?
I don't think that we're in as much trouble as they say we are.
So, so with that, you're thinking if they say, and by they I'm talking about, because I'm kind of thinking they could be exaggerating too, but or overstating it, or
I would advocate for a much smaller population and a different lifestyle. I don't think the current one is healthy, and it might not be sustainable.
no. That's what
But
there's.
we do have an abundance currently.
No, we don't have an abundance. Well, according to the statistics, again, there's those damn statistics. Who I'm getting it from, Denizen, is like the Great Simplification and Decouple Media. I've got a couple of books here: Scarcity, Resource Wars, Blood for Oil, Entropy, that I own. But the geologists and the PhDs and the metallurgists that are coming on these. On the Great Simplification and on the Decouple Media with Nate Hagen and Dr. Chris, they're saying that we're in big trouble.
My
They're saying
problem is I've been listening to them since I was a little kid, and they've been
no,
wrong
no,
every
no,
time.
no, 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 no. You haven't. You've been listening to the greenies. These guys aren't greenies. They're saying green energy isn't sustainable. They're saying the whole thing's a joke. They're saying if you rip up the ground to get the minerals to do the electric in order to save the atmosphere from the carbon, then you're still going to be running into a lot of trouble. So these aren't greenies, and they're not. And Malthus wasn't wrong. He was just untimely. Malthus, Thomas Malthus was absolutely correct. We are now polluting ourselves off the planet, and that's what he
Harvesting
said.
a lot of those battery shit, you know, even though you're saying that, yeah, that could really fuck with it, you know. And they say, like, to sustain what we have now, it would take 3 more Earths, basically, you know. I mean, we're like on the verge of almost not being able to sustain the 9 billion plus that we already have, I think, is on the planet.
Well, Well, what's hilarious is that you're correct. If what kills me was when people talk about what's sustainable and isn't sustainable, they leave out of the 8 billion people on the planet, they leave out 6.5 billion of them, and expect them to just continue living in the dirt. Because if anybody was honest and said, "Well, let's take that 6.5 billion and let's run a 110-volt to their line so they can at least run an air conditioner and have some heat." And if they got into any at all standard of living, the resources would just be sucked up overnight. So all of our theories revolve around the privileged few, which is another reason why I'm a corporatist. We don't deserve much because we're selfish, piggish animals. And that's why I say here in America, if we're selfish, piggish animals and we're living like gods, we better shut up, because really we're selfish, piggish animals getting away with a lot. We're receiving stolen goods when it comes to natural resources. But no, they say that there's 50, 60, maybe 30, 40 years of the easy stuff, and then it's going to get real strange, is what these experts are saying. And they're in the business. I don't know, Denizen, could they be hired? I mean, there's 20 regulars across these two panels, and there's a lot of views. But could those 20 regulars be hired to say that shit to scare people? I don't know, but they don't strike you as people that have. They're just people that are in the industry talking about the industry, and they're saying we're joking ourselves. We're in big trouble. what we do to the earth, what we do to everything, what just in there, and none of them are greenies. They all agree that green bullshit is crazy. They put it this way: if you save yourself from hydrocarbons by mining the earth and going electrical with windmills and wind turbines and solar panels, they say, what do you do after the first generation wears out in 20 years? Tear up that much earth again? I mean, these guys are good, and I'm going, yikes, you know. Not to mention, the first thing I got into way before the internet was entropy and resource scarcity, because when I first read about it, I didn't think about it at 33, and then I thought about it, and I'm going, oh my God, I'll bet that seems so sensible. I mean, it seems so logical that yes, the Earth is 8,000 miles in diameter, 24,000 miles in circumference. Where are we getting this shit? How much of it do we have? 50 oil tankers a day the world uses. Copper, lithium, cobalt, all that stuff. It's like, yikes. Phosphates. The farm fields are now burned up. Minus any chemical fertilizer, farm fields won't grow shit. Big agri.
Anybody up here down in Florida, man?
No.
Nobody?
Mm-mm.
You guys are getting their ass.
Virgo is, but she's probably like busy.
Yeah,
Stanley's in the path in Georgia, so he's busy now too. So
yeah, they all are down there right now, man. I'm watching this fucking hurricane for like since it came out of into the Gulf, man. It's crazy. Got 1 million people without power right now. Yeah, they're getting flooded big time too, man. It's 20-foot storm surge in a couple places. I'm really a weather nut, man. I've got like 5 computers, master computers. A couple of them are out in the other room, and one's always connected with SETI, and the other one's usually connected to weather shit, man. It's just been something I've always had a fascination with since school.
SETI, you mean the alien extraterrestrial?
Yeah, you can do a SETI at home, it's called.
Oh yeah, I used to do that long time ago. They still do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's boring, you know. I mean, you basically just set your computer up so it's listening to shit out in the space, and if you get a hit, you know, just register it.
That's always funny, because I hear people talk about the Anunnaki and stuff like that, and I'm going, you know what? Somewhere, some freaky ass goddamn thing happened where a handful of people took ownership of this planet. It would not surprise me if goddamn aliens didn't set them up.
We were talking about that last night. It was with me and HP.
It would not surprise me. Something's weird. You got a handful of people
it's
possible. Has all the fucking power, all of it. A handful of people.
If Stanley heard you say that, he just run out the room. Every time you talk conspiracy, he runs out. That's how you get rid of Stanley. Yeah, Stanley hates conspiracy talk.
He won't argue with it.
No, he'll just be
he
just run.
Or he'll call you a name, a gentleman.
No, he just runs. He'll just go mute or just run.
Well,
he actually. I think with me,
you know what? I literally didn't see no Anunnaki.
That's what I say. He'll hurl a gentlemanly insult, but when it comes to conspiracies, but
yeah, he bails on conspiracy. He's out of there, man.
Well, I don't know about Anunnaki, but you don't know shit.
Or he'd say, I was in the Appalachians. I lived in the Appalachians. Stanley, when he says that, he's like, you found violent whites down there. It's like, Stanley, stop it, man. Why, Stanley? He doesn't outright say it, but he implies it. I'm going, don't imply a lie. You're lying. Appalachia ain't nothing but a bunch of poor old dumb hillbillies.
He's not a big fan of the whites.
White fucking underbelly, man, is what's up in the Appalachians.
Yeah,
man.
but it's peaceful and they're civil. and they still know how to have a civilization. So
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
I don't know why you call them the underbelly, other
Well,
than
no, there's a whole documentary. That's what it's titled on YouTube, "The White Underbelly."
I don't doubt it. Yeah, the corporations like Whitey to look bad because we
No,
have
no, no. This is the unbred family. I don't know. Check it out, man. This guy, when he talks, right, he doesn't speak language like you and I do, right? He barks like a dog.
Oh well, yeah. Let's make whites. Let's say all whites do that in the Appalachia. Good example. Yes, sir. Go down to Appalachia. They're barking like a dog.
He does.
Yeah,
He really does. Yeah,
right.
it's called the White Underbelly, man. A
Yeah.
soft underbelly. It's a whole stream of videos. It's actually some of them are.
Yeah, it's a series, right? I was
Yeah.
gonna play some pimp videos on here, but I was like,
Yeah, because
copyright.
that's what they do. They got hookers, meth.
Yeah. They got all kinds of crazy people. Yeah.
It's pretty much cool, actually. You know.
It actually is a compliment to whites because they don't have people that are shooting up the streets and killing each other.
I don't know, up there they were pretty gun happy.
Well, of course they are.
You know, just protecting that one family the way that they were. I thought that was kind of weird.
Of course they were.
They were all like brothers.
How many mass shootings are there a day in Chicago?
Oh, fucking hell.
No, since there's only been 400 this year, that means only probably a few days out of the year that there were only 2 a day. But somewhere in the country, there's 1 a day. Obviously, it's 400.
How many mass shootings were there in Chicago last month?
I say 6.
9 people have been shot in Chicago since Thursday morning.
Since Thursday morning, 9 people? Shit.
That's not a mass shooting. She's giving you statistics on shootings.
Yeah, but then since Thursday morning, it ain't even hardly Friday morning.
Well, I know.
Yeah, I'm thinking you don't find nothing like that in Appalachians.
No, you don't. You don't. No. And you don't find anything where all whites live. Nothing like.
The closest thing you might find up in the Appalachians, somebody cooking meth. That's about it.
Yeah. No, you don't find anything like that. The problems and the violent breakdown in this country is being done by the black culture right now.
Even the hillbillies around here, man, they don't pull that shit either.
No, they don't. Well, now he's going a little more truthful.
He's getting more and more racist as the minute passes.
Yeah, the hillbillies around here, they basically are acting out down here on the peninsula and shit. They cook meth, most of them in eastern Washington, right along.
The white guys were Crips at the beginning of the conversation.
Well, about 50% of our gang members here are mixed gangs now, and around in our area, they're not.
Well, 50% of the gangs are mixed gangs.
Yeah.
Not 50% of the gangs are mixed.
Are mixed race. They're not all black like they used to be.
Yeah, but they're not 50-50. That means half the gangs aren't all one race.
No, they're not.
Right. Which doesn't mean anything because every gang has a white guy.
They have.
Here's how I'll put that, Neil. Here's how I'll put that. Here's how I'll put that, Neil. Half the gangs in your area. Neil, do you want to hear how I put it? Doesn't sound like you want to hear it. 50% of the gangs are all one fucking race. That's how I would put it.
I'd put it. Whites are participants.
That's not true here because like you got about 25% of the gangs are Crips and Bloods. Those are usually either white or Asian black mix. Then you have the Asian gangs that are just totally gang by themselves, so where they don't include any blacks or Mexicans. And you do have actual white gangs here that are in their own little squabble of our area, dude. That's why it's like a shooting here. Like, I shit you not, guys. That's why I wear a bulletproof vest now when I go down.
You cannot take the white race and include them in the mixed race category because the mixed race category is overwhelmingly controlled by black culture.
I'll tell you, when I go down to get weed, man, I wear my bulletproof vest every time, dog. Because, like, dude, it's right on the borderline.
He's not even saying that half of the members are mixed. That's not even what he's saying. It sounds like it when he says it, but what he's saying is half the number of gangs are not exclusive to one race.
Right.
That essentially tells you that half is, and we know that the other half are going to be mostly one race or the other two, even if they're mixed.
Right. But what I'm saying is pure whitey isn't in on the gang.
Around here, it would be about a third black, a third Asian, a third white or mixed gang. That's the way it is around.
No, he's saying white and mixed. He's got to throw
Yeah,
that in there.
in half of the gangs, though.
No, he's got to throw the white or mixed in there.
Man,
Yeah, and it's only in half of the gangs.
You got the Crips and Bloods, okay? They're exclusively not all black, but they'll have a few white or other mix in them, but they're mostly black, okay? The Asian gangs, they're exclusively Asian only.
Yes.
Then you've got sort of like Crips and Bloods around here, but they're not, and they're more Mexican, white, and black. So what I'm telling you around here,
when you say white and black, are you talking individuals?
Like I can take you from hood to hood and show you.
Right.
He's not talking about individuals.
No, but wait a minute. Are you saying white? But he keeps saying white and black, and I'm going, you got to be a little, because he's talking about the individual being a mixed between a white parent and a black parent.
No, he's not.
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'll say it slow.
Okay, just use the word white and leave the mix out of it. Now, what percentage are white?
The Crips are mostly black. They do have, like a few, whatever.
Wannabes, yes.
They're mostly black. Okay, your Asian gangs are Asian only.
Okay.
And you have another little spawn-off group around here that is white, black, Mexican, all in one gang. I don't know what they're called because I don't know anybody that's associated with them, but I know they exist because I see them on the news all the time.
Do you have any all-white gangs around there?
Yeah, I think we do. I just don't know what they're called, dude, because I don't know about
The real question is what percentage of gangsters in the area are white, and I think you'll find that it's going to be less than it is proportionally.
It's about a third.
And what's the racial makeup of the neighborhood? What percentage white is it?
Let's say if there are 1,200,
60.
Let's say if there's 1,200 gang members, likely about 400 to each segregated group. Roughly.
Let's go.
Right. So what's the percentage in the population though? 60, 70, 80?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got 80% whites, and they make up 30% of the gangs.
No, whites aren't 30% of no gangs.
I know, but I'm saying even if we give him his padded statistic, it's still
all you got to do is go through the country.
Daytime, I would get in my car and I would drive you to the roads and show you.
Oh, too bad it's not. All you got to do is go across the country and go everywhere where whites are, and there's no gang behavior. Meaning, all of a sudden, some people talk about whites and gangs, and I'm going, wait a minute, it's nowhere to be found. But all of a sudden, you know where it's at. There's something wrong there.
I live with it, though, man. It's here.
I know you don't believe statistics. I think you're a liar. I think you're capable of lying your ass off.
Yeah,
sir.
I think you suck dick too. That gives me.
There you go. There you
But,
go.
Hey, like I hear it on the scanner, dude. I see it on the news.
No, you don't see whites. You don't see anything. You don't see anything distinct.
Up here, man. I fucking know most of the people that are in most of the gangs, man. The old school gangs, I know directly, verbatim. But like I said, some of the particular white newer gangs and mixed race gang, I don't know them. I know where they are and I know where not to go. So then I kind of avoid them, That's it.
Neo's in Tacoma area, Gino.
If you go all across the nation on all the closed circuit videos of violence, there's no whitey, folks. I hate to break that to you. There's very few whiteys. Go ahead.
Hey. No, I disagree. I disagree there. But can you take down the porn blocker, please?
Oh yeah, that's my boy. You can take it down.
Okay, all right.
So you're talking about all white gangs. I'll have you know that I happen to be a part of an all white gang, the Street Sharks. Right? Maybe you've heard of it. We carry some combs, right? Pocket combs. Some switchblades. All right. We also have jackets. We drive motorcycles. So, you want to talk about an all-white gang? We don't have any of the I don't want to mention them.
My point is biker gangs aren't shooting up their streets in their neighborhoods.
Look. You wanted an all-white gang. I happen to be part of an all-white gang.
Okay. Are you shooting up streets?
Yes.
Is this your tag? Is this your tag? No, he uses a knife.
I know.
He uses a knife.
Yeah, whatever.
Street
I
sharks.
use a knife and I use
SS.
heroin.
This is how we're led to hate our own race. We lie about what we're doing. I understand it. I mean,
Look. I've proven my point. You wanted an all-white gang? Well, you've got an all-white
No,
gang.
I don't
There
know.
you go. Yeah. No. I've proven my point.
Thanks,
Thank
Ryan.
you. Thank you. Goodbye.
An all-white gang that will ruin your life called the IRS.
That was Chad, everybody. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
All
Who
right,
was
all
that?
right.
Who was that porn block picture you put up? That face.
Oh, that's Righteous Muffin. That was on speed dating.
I've
I
seen
don't
that
think you know
somewhere
Righteous Muffin.
before on a live stream. I was just at one.
Yeah,
Just curious.
I could use other ones, but that's my favorite.
You think we went to the moon, Dennis?
Oh boy.
Is the Earth flat?
I don't know. I have no reason to believe one way or the other.
I know that's kind of where I am, but if
Is
you
the
say
Earth
one way or
flat?
the other, that's why if you say one way or the other, you get lumped in with saying it didn't happen. And I'm going, well, I'm saying it doesn't seem like it did. When you look under the lunar landing module with 10,000 pounds of thrust under it, there's no crater where 10,000 pounds of thrust would have made under the landing. I'm going, that to me was the thing that stuck out. I'm going, wait a minute, 10,000 pounds of thrust, that's 5 tons of downward thrust.
Not
And
to
look
get off the moon.
No, to land.
Yeah, but that's the LEM didn't use that much to land.
No, it says it did. I think it did. I think the LEM had 10,000 pounds of downward thrust, if you look it up. Yes.
Why?
What do you mean, why? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it's like a sixth of the weight on Earth. It wouldn't need anywhere near that amount of thrust.
Probably on the Earth, then they need 60. Maybe they need, 30 tons. I don't know. But I'm just saying, if you look at it, and the horizon in the pictures is all off. If you bring up a picture of the pictures they have, the horizon looks like they're standing on a ball that's probably a mile in circumference. I mean, the horizon would be clear further off. I know it's not 8,000 miles and 24,000 miles around like
Jesus Christ.
But I think the horizon is all off. If you look at it, it's just unrealistic. Look at the pictures.
Okay, be
The
brave.
moon's
Let's
bigger
stop
than
that.
the moon's bigger. The moon is bigger
The
than
LEM weighed 6 moon tons.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about, be brave. Can we not make stuff up though?
Oh, what did I mix up?
They have actual. Are you trying to say the Earth's flat again or something?
Get cracking.
No,
Fix his
Yeah,
audio
I
was
fixed it. I
burping.
fixed it. I fixed it.
Thanks.
All right, I'm just making sure.
Yeah, no. I said the moon on the pictures on the moon, the horizon's all off. It should be much farther out. So
The moon?
yeah, on the moon. Look at the pictures of the guys on the
Are
moon.
you saying? So hold on. What are you saying? The moon isn't real, or we faked the moon landing again?
Why would you assign that to me? Why?
I'm just asking, man. I'm just asking. Okay, I'm making sure you're not claiming this.
If I disagree with you, I don't assign stupid shit to you in order to do it.
No,
I thought that's what you were saying. If
No,
I'm confused,
said-
I apologize.
I said in the pictures, it's all
okay.
off. In the pictures.
Well, the
It's like
pictures are not
36
colored.
Earth tons, G-nuts.
It doesn't matter
The
if they're black
pictures aren't. The pictures are black and white when they come back from
doesn't
space, and
matter.
then we
The
color them.
horizon is all off. It's all off. The moon is 2,000 miles in diameter and 6,000 miles in circumference. That horizon is way smaller than that. Is depicting a planet that's way smaller than
Yeah,
that.
it looks too far away.
No, the horizon
You're
looks
saying-
too close. The lighted horizon is too close.
So you're saying we scale it? We scale it up when we show pictures. You're saying?
I'm saying.
I mean, I would believe that. I would believe that.
I'm saying the goddamn pictures. You look under the lemming, there's no thrust mark. If you look at the horizon, it's too close. It should be farther off in the distance than what they show in these pictures on the moon.
You do know that if you get a telescope and look, you can actually see the shit they left there, right?
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
No, not in anything you can buy.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, sure can.
no.
Yeah.
Not the dark side of the moon. There, you can't see anything.
I don't think. I think if you, I don't even. I think it's said that even with the most powerful telescopes,
no dark side
that
of
bullshit about seeing stuff on the moon is
it's
impossible.
old,
They're still not pulling it into that extent.
How is there not a dark side of the moon?
Who said there's not a dark side of the moon?
It's a Pink Floyd quote.
Somebody up here.
Dennis.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah.
Ryan, you think
isn't that the very last words it said on the album, Dennison? There's no dark side of the moon. Really matter if it's all dark. That's the last thing said, right?
Yeah.
Well, they were on drugs, so I really don't believe what they're saying.
one of them sure was the best writer in the group. I think it said that
The point.
he
It was a quote of somebody else who wasn't actually in the band. It was someone in the engineering studio, and his point is correct, which is the moon does not generate light. Its light is merely a reflection of the other bodies around it.
Yeah, it doesn't. Of course, it's just a big rock, really. And there is a dark side of the moon. We just can't. We're in tidal lock. It doesn't spin.
Yeah, we're
always going to see it.
Didn't we just have a?
Well, it spins at the same rate it rotates.
They just had our first commercial private landing there, man, on the dark side of the moon. Everything went.
I think
tipped over.
Japan did, didn't they?
No, we did.
I mean,
one of our private guys did it.
They're wanting to put a base up there.
Yeah.
So people are going to be able to go out into their front yards and find out whether or not it's really up there.
Well, it's very difficult. Like, it's all these places. Mars is very difficult. Like, it's not susceptible to humans. I mean, Earth is built for us,
the moon.
kinda, right? Well, it's not. I mean, putting anything up there is hard. It's very difficult.
Yeah, going to Mars. I don't know. Maybe down the road they could come up with some terraform technology. They could probably terraform Mars, but I don't.
It's going to be hard, though.
Yeah, I think it would be hard to.
I mean, you're talking about when you can't even get energy policy in America good in the world, like the global energy policy. We're going to get an energy policy for Mars. Good luck.
It'll be a lot easier from the moon, which I think is what the point is.
Well, yeah. They want a slingshot. They want a slingshot from moon around Earth to gain speed to get to Mars in a timely fashion.
Well, you also don't have to.
And they can use the moon for a refill station.
You don't have to escape the Earth atmosphere too, which is where all the
that's what burns up.
And they're going to schedule the point would be to schedule these things so that there's constant return trips.
Right.
So human beings aren't actually having to survive out there very long.
Yeah.
Well,
because a lot of the stuff they're designing is supposed to be autonomous.
It's like 200 degrees Fahrenheit in the sun and 200 degrees below zero in the shade. So it's kind of a trick. But I mean, if they haven't come any closer to this, and I think they're lying about putting stuff on the moon. I say Japan's full of shit.
No, I've actually, dude. I went to Cornell, dude. I have a degree in astrophysics.
I know, yeah. You're somebody who I really trust. You are. You strike me as a man that, by God, we can listen to. Yeah.
What's the matter with you, Brave?
Well, you had to hear him earlier on stats. He didn't want no part of him. Now he's some physicist. It's like, come on, buddy.
To be fair, you didn't actually provide any stats. You asserted them.
I said where to get them. Go look it up.
Be brave. You don't really reference your stats.
I said gun violence archives. Look them up. 400 and some.
You just go to You're like, YouTube videos is your evidence.
What is gun violence archives? It's a site. It tracks. It's got all the stats for gun violence.
FBI has stats. FBI has a lot of stats,
yes,
which are
gun
good.
Violence,
FBI
right. The gun violence breaks it down. Yes, mass shootings, suicides, accidental shootings, everything. Yes.
Hey, there's a lot of my brothers, man, killing themselves, veterans out there, man, for sure. That's a big problem. Veteran suicide.
I don't know why they're putting the suicide stats in the gun violence stats. It's ridiculous.
Well, it's gun violence against yourself, Ryan. I mean, I understand that.
Okay, but what about the hangings? Are we going to include hanging? Are we going to include knife or other forms of suicide, pills? Why do they got to lump them other than inflate the gun stats, right? That's the purpose of it.
Well,
They
they know
don't.
they make a clear distinction. They're
Yeah,
not. They
between the
don't
type
split.
of weapon that's
Yeah,
used.
no, between the motive. Suicide, they make clear.
No, suicide, homicide.
Yeah,
But
but they
here's my
also break
point.
it down by the instrument that's used as well.
Like, if people didn't kill themselves with guns, they would use ropes.
Well,
They'd use other forms.
he's also right what
It's
he's
not-
saying, because when a person in a lot of places kills themselves, it goes down as suicide/homicide. That's actually how it goes down. They don't just put suicide because it's actually.
Well, no, I mean, why? But why is a gun important to suicide? It's not. It's like it's one way to do it. There's another.
Because it
I
makes
don't know.
suicide more accessible. That's why.
Oh, so you couldn't just jump off a bridge? I can literally pull over right now and jump off the bridge that I'm on, but
That's
a gun is way harder. Well,
I don't see.
I don't see the purpose other than
I'd say
to
the gun would
inflate the
probably be a lot more effective.
The gun stats are. They want the gun violence to be higher so they can, attempt to confiscate weapons. I think. And why else would they inflate the gun numbers? Right? What's the
What do you
point?
mean inflate? What does that mean?
So, in other words, when they say this
Suicides are
is
counted
when,
separately.
but when they're discussed publicly, they say 10,000 people have died this year due to guns. Well, 8,000 were suicides. They don't tell you that part. Is my point.
In public.
The point is they can.
You could be
Yes,
correct.
publicly they use this to say, "Hey, man, all these people die from guns," but they don't tell you that a percentage. They tell you in the stats when you dial into the numbers, right? But when you'll hear a press conference talking about guns, and they'll say 5,000 people died just here from guns. Well, 4,000 were suicides, but they don't tell you that, right?
Oh, you're correct. That's an agenda. But the Gun Violence Archive site,
Yeah.
it's they break it all down. They break it all down. And the reality is out of the 400 mass shootings, over 300 of them, there's no suspect in custody. That means somebody's housing people willingly and lovingly that can kill 2 people and shoot 3 others in the same setting. Oh, good.
Well, I did see a story of this kid in school who was getting bullied, and he took a gun to school and shot people, and then got to bail out the next day. That was fucked up, That was really fucked up because, like, dude, he killed people in his school, but yet he gets to go bail out of jail the next day.
Yeah,
You're innocent until proven guilty.
Damn. Damn.
Well, they set bail at different amounts for different reasons, and I think that a person that's done that and there's a body of evidence says probably shouldn't be bailed out.
Bail is
Right.
unconstitutional, in my opinion.
I think bail was a ripoff.
Bail is unconstitutional.
So if you commit any crime, you should then go and then they have a bail hearing and they should just automatically let you out on your own recognizance.
Yes,
That's-
or stop
even if you're
lying about
a
yes, or stop lying about innocent until proven guilty. And also, some people are flight risks. Some people are known to be a
That's what I'm
danger
saying.
already because they have a previous record. So there's
Yeah.
other circumstances. But yeah, for the crime that you've committed, though, or that you're being accused of, you're innocent. So being held in bond or in jail on that crime is a violation of that principle. So either be honest about the fact that you're presumed guilty, or yes, bail is unconstitutional.
Well, the way it used to be is they would have the trial within a day or two. Like you'd get caught doing something and they give you the trial within a couple of days. But now the prosecution and defense attorney says, we need to gather evidence. We're going to need 4 months. And that's when bail kind of came in, right?
You still have
But
an
in the
arraignment.
old days, it was, okay, hey, guess what? This guy did this. 2 days later, he's in court for it.
Yeah, but that's
So-
still like that now through the bond system, and because you get an arraignment hearing. And some,
But they might not have a trial for 2 months. They might have the trial for 2 months. So now you have the bail system, right?
and
Dude,
so
the guy
you shouldn't be in prison during that time.
The guy that shot me, it took 2 years to get that motherfucker on trial. 2 years.
Well, what if he's a flight risk though? What if has a history of flight, or they don't think he's going to come back? Then what?
Then a bond could be considered, especially one in the form of like an ankle bracelet or a revocation of his passport or surrendering even
Or
voluntarily
just this, like-
of his passport.
Or if you don't show up, it's an admission of guilt automatic. You
there's
don't
people
show up,
that
it's an admission of guilt.
the people
Boom.
that will walk into a school and shoot 6 other people, and you got your hands on him. He doesn't get a bond. He doesn't get bailed. And you're
What do you
right.
think of that, Dennis?
I think that would
Admission of
those
guilt.
are exigent circumstances. I think.
Right, Dennison, what you're saying is partially true too. It's like, okay, stop it with the innocent till proven guilty shit. But
Yeah.
but here's how this goes. We need the bails, and we need to at least keep the notion that you really should be innocent until proven guilty. So it doesn't hurt to keep that intact as a nice thought. But you can't do away with bails when it comes to animals. You got
And
to
let's
keep.
think about most of these cases we're talking about. Most of these cases are not what you're hearing about on the news, where the cops surround a place and catch the guy. Someone's issued a warrant. The person who puts it into the system has no idea, isn't even involved in the case, isn't even one of the investigators. And then the cop who serves the warrant and comes to your house to arrest him doesn't even really know what it's for, except for the details that are on the warrant.
Well, they did away with bails in a lot of cities for the
Yeah.
lower crimes.
And
Yeah,
here, Denison's
so, I
right.
mean,
There's like
they have done
75%
away with
of these guys in jail, or most of these guys in jail, are in jail for non-violent offenses. A lot of them. Now if you put the fucking
Most people in jail are in jail for repeated behavior.
yeah, non-violent.
It's very rare that you have a situation where a guy. Okay, but it's okay. But
yeah, but you got to
but if
go
a
through
guy
the
breaks
system,
into-
though. You might
Yeah,
not
like, they
be
don't-
in
if you
jail,
just
but
rob
you
a
got to go through
store-
the system. If you get caught doing something small your first time, they'll still put you through the whole system.
If you have like 30 offenses for small stuff, they'll put you in jail. It's not like for 3 things. It's usually for like 20 things.
Nowadays, yeah.
Yeah, the bond hit process, the bail
By the time
process,
they
the
block,
warrant
they push you
process,
away.
the arrest process, the arraignment, the probable cause hearing, all of this stuff occurs regardless of whether you spend a single second in jail.
Yeah. I would
So,
tend to
Ryan,
say that the defense attorneys have ruined it. The defense attorneys.
Among other things. So,
I mean,
Ryan,
if they don't read you your Miranda rights, you get to get out of jail. Like, that's crazy. Just because they didn't read you rights that, I mean.
I don't think that's true.
Like,
that's cop show stuff. They don't have to read you your rights.
The Miranda trial happened because they didn't read the rights to Miranda or whatever occurred, and he got off. Like, after he just did a lot of heinous stuff. Miranda.
I bet you it's more true than false, Denizen. You got it. The Miranda. There's people getting off shit because somebody didn't read their Miranda rights. I got
off.
Or some procedural bullshit.
Yeah, because they raided me for dealing LSD back in like the late 70s, and I was basically, we went in with 3 felony counts, and they came out with a gross misdemeanor and a 250 fine because they fucked up. They didn't properly serve the search warrant by reading my rights and bullshit.
So there's a. So Ryan, you think everything about the moon landing we were told is true? Then now, I'm not arguing. I'm just wondering. Do you?
What?
Ryan, do you think there's nothing suspicious about the moon landing? Nothing?
Did
Ryan,
Ryan left.
I've actually seen him in my hands. I've held a moon
Did
rock.
they question you before they let you go, Neil?
Who?
The police.
Yeah, a bit.
That's why.
But they didn't.
Police show up, they arrest you for a warrant, throw you in. They don't have to read you shit.
Yeah, I lied.
They start interrogating you, and they can't convict you without the information they had in the interrogation. Then Miranda may come into play under certain circumstances.
Yeah.
You know who helped me kind of get around it was this SID guy, the guy that comes out and does the processing. While I was in jail, he was the one that turned me on to the info about it, because he was reading the info and he goes, dude, just tell your lawyer, because it's obvious that, you weren't properly processed. And I was like, really, And he goes, yeah, don't tell him anything. And I said, well, the only thing I told him was that I met some dude at a party that had me, because I was young, married, I had a girl, kid. Somebody made me an offer and I needed to make some money. They bought it hook, line, and sinker, dude. They only found like 134 hits, and I had like 4,000 out of full gram. You know, they raided me, but the person I ended up getting this house from brought the motherfucker over to my house that was an undercover cop. She said she knew this guy, partied with
Oh, you
him.
didn't own the house either?
Huh?
You didn't own the house either?
I didn't own this house at the time. I was living with my wife and an ex-wife in another house.
Oh, so it wasn't even in your house. You were yeah.
I had it hidden in a light bulb. You know, I took the
Like it could have been anybody's.
Yeah, it was.
How many people lived in that house?
Just me and my wife and kid.
Oops.
So, they didn't arrest. They didn't arrest her. They didn't because it was back then.
Dealers of hard drugs should get the death penalty. And I'll shut up.
I know, man. I know. Hey, to see how
Dennison, did you hear?
They-
Dennison, did you hear Garion's description of the house he bought on 30 acres?
No.
Wow, he bought up exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah,
30
where
acres,
at?
little bitty. Where did he say? Was it South Carolina or North South Carolina?
Yeah.
And 30 acres with a little bitty 1-bedroom house. And he said the house is all functional. In other words, he can live in it while he's fixing it.
Yeah.
If it's still there right now.
He gave it. Yeah, really. He said he paid 125 for it. I'm saying, damn.
Yeah.
I'm just saying because they got a fucking Cat 4 hurricane that just went right through there, man. So
yeah,
there might not be a whole lot left if it's like that.
I would live a little farther inland than that.
Closer to society.
It is inland.
Well, farther away from the hurricane
inland.
zones.
Okay, I got you. Inland. Okay, I got you. Inland.
I've it's like I was a slow learner, and I didn't start, pursuing this until C19, and so I'm kind of behind. I think Garion's a lot younger than me, but I have a lot more experience with how crap goes down in America as a result too, right? So I won't be living on any coastal areas or in an earthquake zone. I've seen all the things you can see, like people die from that God/nature does. I've seen that shit.
I think
Pass.
I think Garion said it. Maybe he's a good piece from the ocean though, so he may be just getting the winds and everything. Of course, I don't know how far the hurricane went in. I don't know.
It came through the backside of the Panhandle and came up through Georgia and it came up through South Carolina and up through North Carolina and hooked back around to Tennessee. So it's like, and it stayed mostly. I've been watching it. It's still doing it, right? They still have it on the Weather Channel right now.
But if Garion was, if he bought westerly enough, it might just be wind, like Brave is saying.
That's what I'm thinking.
In South Carolina, jouts out to the southwest too, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, but
let me pull up a map.
When the storm came in, is it hit high in the Appalachians, so it dumped all that water, and it all flows downhill on the west side. So like it's west North Carolina, west South Carolina that's really getting it flooded.
Well, that's the after effect or the effect. Do hurricanes go that far inland? I don't think they do.
They did. This one really, it's still in pretty good
hundreds
shape.
of miles.
Yeah,
right, hundreds of miles, but Tennessee's about 1,000.
They're saying it's going to finish out like in Nashville, Tennessee, basically.
Yeah, the remnants. Yeah, yeah. Winds, rains. Yeah. But the actual.
I don't know why getting maps from Google is such a pain in the.
Just look up world map and keep it handy. World map.
World map.
World map. You can zoom in, zoom out. You can start all over the world. Zoom in. You can get right down to the goddamn.
You got Google Earth.
You can zoom in right down to the damn layout of the alleys and streets.
Don't you got Google Earth on your phone, Denison?
I don't have a phone.
You don't got a phone.
You don't have a phone, Denison?
No. I have back when I was in IT, I have that thing with the SIM card and the battery removed in a box somewhere in storage.
You don't
and
have a land.
I've got a bunch of them. You know, I've got like 3 or 4 of those, but I
Do you
don't
have
have an active smartphone.
Do you have a landline?
No.
Well, bless you. I don't know how you do it. I'm too curious about when I'm shopping. I ain't gonna drive there. I'm gonna call and see if you got it.
I
need
do
my
everything
phone.
over the internet, including VoIP, and I also I have like an old flip phone, like a burner.
Oh well, okay, that's a phone then.
Yeah, it's a phone.
Well, you can't put Google Earth on it.
No, right, but it's still a phone.
It's also like there has no service. I haven't used it in 18 months.
Okay, then you got no phone. Back to no phone.
Well, most phones do have that as a default. You know, Google Earth. So it's pretty preloaded. So that's why.
No, it's World Map is a nice site. That's what I keep handy.
I can't. I typed it in. It said single map of the world, but none of these results are relevant, or none of these results say world map as the address.
Oh, it doesn't? I'll be damned.
Do you know the address? Is it world map?
Well, let me see here. I'll go over to that other.
Open Google Earth.
Do that, and then do this.
All right. Here's Google Earth.
Yeah.
And I'm already signed in as Denizen. See, this is why I don't have a phone.
Well, you can have that.
Let's zoom in on
10. You should be able to get the app anyway.
Yeah, the Carolinas. Oh, that's Virginia and North Carolina that jut out to the south. The South Carolina doesn't go that far, but up it has a good northwest is pretty decent. But no, a hurricane would roll right through there for sure. You'd have to go to Tennessee, and even then, you'd want like northwest Tennessee.
Well, I suggest if you can go to Weather Channel and pull it up on your TV or phone, go watch it because it's live on the Weather Channel. They got live coverage of it right now. It shows like the fucking path where it went. Shows it.
That's where you want to be right there. There, as a matter of fact, what is this? Is this a mountain range here?
Yeah, because I got the regular Google Earth.
Delta.
Yeah, it says world maps, countries / Google My Maps is what's on the favorite.
You can see there's a carve out from the Great Lakes to the Mississippi River.
Yeah.
And that's going to be fertile, safe land, and where it is classic places for farming, right? Like, where's Ohio? Yeah, there's Ohio, Arkansas, Tennessee, Missouri, Kentucky, Southern Illinois, even.
Yeah, I got 3 houses, man, and fucking I might be selling this one. You know, my estate wants to sell it actually. Yeah, I got this house just got appraised for 504,000. And my one in University Place is 750, and the other one's 750, I think too.
If you're trying to get out, it's too late, man.
Hey, 12 man, the Hawks won this weekend. They're 3-0, right?
Yeah, but now we got to go face Detroit. That's going to be a tough game.
Yeah, I think they'll beat them now.
Well, it's against the odds. I think I'm going to throw 20 at them anyway. Go against the odds. Fuck Detroit.
Yeah. I'd go with Seattle. They're on a roll, man, and they're 3-0 undefeated. That's momentum. Usually Seattle keeps a good momentum.
Yeah, I wouldn't copy Dennison. I was going to copy and paste it over in the slide chat, but it wouldn't. It just says world map countries in Google. It's excellent though. If you find it ever, it's
Yeah, that my Google though. That's your maps though. That's not. So you got to be careful about what you share. Because if it says my maps, then that means that's where you've been. Right? Or am I wrong?
Oh, I bet you're right, and that's a good suggestion. Except I'm not ashamed of where I've been.
Me neither, but I'm just saying.
I got you. I got you. Yeah, that's a good point. That could be. It
You know,
says
Dennison,
it
you
says
cool
the
as
world
fuck,
map,
dog.
my maps, and Google.
You
Yeah.
cool as fuck, Dennison. You like fucking remind me of like a little brother, man. I got fucking my old freaking flip phones too, man. I keep them around for burners. I got the original fucking Motorola flip phone. Remember that one that looked like a communicator from Star Trek?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that still, man. I save all my cell phones, man. I must got like 100 of them.
Hey, Neil the legend. With those prices you were staying, I understand that these days that's not a lot, but you seem to be having some nice houses. Why are you in neighborhoods where you're hearing shooting?
Because this is how I ended up with this house was just by the second shooting by a fluke, dude. It was like a fluke. Um, I had another place, and there was another shooting 2 years later at the same place, and there were circumstances that I had to be taken. And anyway, so I grew up right next door to here. So like the girl that was my girlfriend most of my life, her mom died and left her this house. So when she had found out, because like we were bonded as kids, right? So we were like still close. So she basically just gave me the house. Just said, here, you know. And so it's my house. And so I had this house, and then my father, real father, died about 2 years ago, and so I copped along with step family that I didn't even know I had, but other property, 2 other houses. So that's how I ended up.
So isn't there a place where you can move away from the gunshots with all those properties?
If I could sell the 2 houses and get out from under them, I would actually lose money because like there's 5 stepchildren that I've didn't even know exist, and in our state law they get a piece, even though I'm the first and only real son, you know. So
Is that house where there's gunfire, regular gunfire?
not in this neighborhood, no. No, it's right where I go get weed and shit. My dispensary that I go to is like right on the cusp, you know. So it's only about
We don't have those problems around here because every Alaskan has a handgun on them.
It's about 2 miles, 2.5 miles from here, and the other ones are out in Lakewood, which is about 8 miles from here, maybe.
Like I love my dispensary, man. If anybody try to hurt my girls over there, I might have to shoot them.
My dispensary is actually closed down permanently because they had a second shooting. They got another guy that got killed, man, right there. So they've had lost 2 employees now. So they said, "Fuck it, they're
I
done."
think I'd cut my losses and get the fuck out of there, man.
They did, yeah, they did.
Yeah, I'll see you fellas later.
Yeah, I'm bummed out about it because like it was a dispensary.
What's up, Dennison? What you up to, man?
Looking at this map of the United States and thinking I want to move to the Ozarks.
Oh yeah?
Really? Why would you want to do that? Just curious.
Well, if you look at it, Dennison, like all these little neighborhoods they have carved out, they have covenants and all that shit.
And dude, let
any affordable piece of land you're gonna find down there in the Ozarks are gonna come with covenants, and you're not gonna be able to get away from it.
Covenants.
Before I had a chance to freaking tell him,
right.
Fucking with him. I didn't hope he didn't go away mad. I didn't want him to be freaking mad. I was just giving him some shit, Dennison. You know, give him business. Hope he knows that.
I don't think he's mad.
All that land was bought up ages ago, Dennison. trying to
What's a
help
covenant?
you, bro. That means rules you must go by in order to live here, basically.
Man, I didn't.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, but
Or no?
what if I don't mind the rules?
Then they kick you out.
Why would you like? Is there some reason you like the Ozarks, Denison? Just wondering.
It kind of matches all of my prerequisites.
I kind of think I know what you mean.
Well, let me ask you, how much money you got to invest? Like, if you can meet all the covenants, then, but you're not just gonna go out there and live in hillbilly land.
To get your free quote, call or click today.
Well, I have
Like I am.
$140,000 in cash that might,
That would do it. You could get
convince
a nice,
people otherwise.
yeah, you could get a nice place and still walk away with some pocket change.
That might do something in Montana. Well, I doubt it. Maybe Alaska.
In Alaska, big time, but like where he's talking
Yeah,
about.
you could buy yourself like 5 acres with a house on it up here. Maybe with no covenants, man. But I'm telling you, all the nice land in the lower 48, it's all bought up, denizens. I've looked it over, man.
But hard times are coming. Winter is coming.
Yeah.
So
Well,
opportunities.
Already here. Oh, is there a porn bomber coming up?
Damn, man. Look, why would you like to wake up and look at that in the morning?
My God.
Yeah.
That's your new wife.
Oh, no, man. No. I'd have to
Yo, what's up, Tony? Good to see you, mate.
Hey, I see Omar's up here. I just want to make sure you're not a porn bomb.
Let me hear his voice.
Hey, Omar.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah,
that's my boy.
I think he's good. All right. What's up, Denison? I'll be back in a few, man.
All right, I'll stick around then. I was gonna leave, but I'll wait for you to come back.
Yeah.
How are you, Dennis?
Omar, what's up, friend?
I'm okay, man. I went metal detecting yesterday, and I found a toy car and a bunch of quarters on the beach.
Oh, nice, man.
Yeah, it
Toy
was
car, that's pretty cool.
Saw shark eggs.
You know, another place to look, Denizen, might be North or South Dakota. Or somewhere like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but it wouldn't be in my S tier because I want to be able to grow all year round.
Yeah.
Then you'd want to be up here.
Brazil's good,
Yeah, right here is real good.
from what I hear.
Yeah, Washington State's one of the best places in the country for weed.
Tamarcus Gilmore, say something so we know you're real, not a porn.
You fucking coon. Nigger.
Well, we're recording.
It's Imperious.
I don't think that's imperious. I think I've heard that voice before from someone else. I think it's just a recording or something.
Well, that wasn't Angel. We all know what angels sound like, John.
Yeah, it was an angel for sure. This is Be Brave. I'm assuming this is Be Brave, but it could not be.
Oh yeah, it's Be Brave.
Be Brave was just here. He left.
No, it's Be Brave. Yeah, no.
Okay.
I just came back to point something out to our buddy Legend. Remember earlier he said he's going to shoot me over words. Now he's worried about whether I went away mad or not. See, he ain't shooting nobody. Legend, you ain't nothing.
No, he's a nice guy.
He is. That's why I said I came back to rub it in. I said you ain't shooting nobody. and when I leave, and you're worried about whether I'm mad or not, you ain't shooting.
I'm a good guy. I don't mind.
I know. I didn't buy it for a minute. That's why I told you were full of shit. I'm just.
Happy brave. Happy brave, man. Yeah, give Be Brave credit. He's feisty. Good age. It's always good to have that fire in your belly.
Man, how old does he keep saying he is?
80.
Brave is 70.
God damn.
Who, me?
No, Brave.
No, Brave.
Oh, damn. 70. Shit.
Neo, you say you're the best paralyzed grower on YouTube. I'm assuming you're growing weed, right?
Yes, sir.
Man, I have a good cousin. A good relative of mine, a cousin. I've been meaning to bring him up here because he wants to talk about his grow operation. And you'd be perfect to talk to him with it about that. Oh, how much do you grow?
I got a 5x5, a 4x4, a 3x3, and I use 2x2 that I use for doing starts and shit. But yeah, it kind of goes like, so.
Do you create your own strains and all that?
Kind of, yeah. Or I buy really exclusive strains, feminized beans and grow those.
Hold on for a second. We got a call coming in. Hold on. Hello? Oh, this is. Oh, that was a good one right there. You got me on the phone line.
Imperious is way more entertaining when he's banned than when he's actually on the panel. I'm just gonna say it.
So you got the feminized strands and all that. You saying? Go ahead.
Yeah. I'll look for them online and get them. I've done a couple different people, people's shit.
Have you done like crossed your own strands with other people's strands? And, because my cousin, he was telling me there's a difference between hybrid and when you create your own strand or something like that. How people out here selling strains and clone strains. It was very interesting how he was telling me. It almost sounded like science.
Yeah, you can clone them. You can actually start shit in the petri dish, just like you kind of see in a lab. You can actually do that now. Yeah, they've got that technology available.
What's in the petri dish?
I haven't tried it, but it's kind of, I guess, like what you would assume. You just put your beans in there and germinate it out of a petri dish, more or less.
Shit. Yeah. No shit. Oh,
Or you cross-gen it and mess with the genetics. It's crazy. Man. They got it doped out, man, to a whole fucking science.
Yeah. The genetics is nothing but science. If nothing else, it's nothing but science. It's very interesting. Yeah, my cousin talked about like creating his own. There's a difference between like a clone and I forget all that shit he was talking about. Yeah, very interesting, man. Very interesting.
Yeah, I press my own rosin, man. I do all that shit. My own press.
Really?
Hey, now this is a family show.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, I've gotten some good fire too, man. It's liquid gold.
Oh yeah.
Family show my ass.
How did you become paralyzed, if you don't mind me asking?
Pardon me?
How did you become paralyzed, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I got shot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was that vice president guy. He was hunting. The motherfucker shot me in the back. No, I'm just kidding. Never that guy. What was that vice president? Dick Cheney or something?
Dick Cheney.
Yeah.
Got the president in the back. Or something like that.
He shot his friend.
Yeah, he did. Shot his
friend in the face, actually.
In the face, yeah.
This was my prize-winning plant right here, man.
Wow.
That it was so frosty. I had never seen anything with the frost rails like that.
How did you do that? Those are called the I forget the name of this shit.
That's Dr. Sleep is that strain, but man, I'm telling you, I've never grown. And this is a bud of it. It was just, dude, the frost was just incredible on it, man.
Damn.
I mean, damn. It was like, damn. You know?
Damn.
I mean,
That could win a cannabis cup.
you got what we did. We kind of had a grow off on YouTube. A bunch of us that grew some of the same strains. That's where that kind of little boast that I got there in my title came from. But this is the other phenome, Doctor Sleep. Two different phenomes. The one
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
know,
that does look good right there, man.
frosty.
It's called like trichromes or something, right? Is that what it's called? Trichromes?
Trichlomes.
Yeah, the little white like things on there.
And it's purple. That's my favorite.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that an indica?
Yeah, these are all indica. You zoom in, look at the trikes on that, man. Look at that shit.
Yeah. See that?
Loaded with
wow.
Yeah, man, it was fire. And I'm going to start up soon because this is the time of the year I grow is mainly myself. It's the winter time because like I can use the heat to warm my house and so forth. So, in the summer it's too hot to fucking grow for me, man. So but I start like in the fall and grow throughout the winter and stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. And what is your typical yield like?
Well, I got 16 and a half ounces off of one plant.
Damn.
Yeah, one
That's
plant.
like a pound off one plant, right there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and that was dried and weighed. So it was like cut, fresh and then weighed. That's cheap. That was business. 16.5 ounces.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good off 1 ounce. One plant.
Yeah, and I had 5 in that 10 at the time. And they all didn't get a pound, but they were, 5-6 ounce plants. So still, that's a lot. It gets too much, man. I hate trimming all that shit. That's the one thing.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah, I have to hire people to do it. I just absolutely fucking hate it.
Yeah, that's a lot of work right there. Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Cut the shit down, call somebody up and go, hey, I got a bunch ready hanging, so when you're ready to stop by, come on by.
How much do you pay them for doing it?
$25 an hour plus I give them a little bit weed per how much they trim.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
bonus.
Yeah, that's serious, man. Because that's a lot. 3/10. When you're on cycle, man, 3/10 is a lot for weed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of weed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of weed there. A lot of weed.
And it just somehow or another, even if you try to stagger them a little bit, they all kind of catch up,
Yeah.
So it all usually comes like a flat right at the end, and you're going, fucking hell, man, I got to trim all this shit.
So what do you do with all the weed? Do you sell it? I know you don't smoke, dog.
Well, I know people that are like sick and stuff. I give it away.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're sick, I don't charge for it, but I do have people that. Sure. And I have a license. I could retail sell it as well. Yeah. And my license right there on the wall. I keep it pinned up, so just in case, I mean, it's legal here, but I just leave it there. But I've been growing a long time. I've grown hydroponically. I've grown in soil. I kind of like soil, even though for me it's kind of a ball buster. Being in a wheelchair, lugging around 40-pound bags of soil ain't easy, man. I mean, but you do it.
Yeah, you gotta do.
Yeah, I do clones too. Yeah, absolutely. They're easy because I got a cloner. So, you just take and you do your cuttings and then you just freaking dip them in that shit. And then you stick them in a cloner and set them in under light and come back in about 3 or 4 days. And they're just fucking heavy in roots. That's how come everything catches up because your clones root up real quick and you get them in the pots and then they mix the wheat by and they go boom, and then
I have 2 gigantic grow facilities within a pistol shot of my property.
yeah, out there, yeah, without it, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not a joke in Alaska.
Yeah, I got 2 Mars SP3000s in the 5x5 and the Mars SP4800 in the 4x4 and the Mars FC3000. I like it.
What did the Dr. Dream come from?
A friend of mine online.
From what?
They're like
Friend of mine online.
No, I mean,
50
what
acres.
strains?
Oh, it's called Doctor Sleep. It came from Copycat.
But what is it? Is it like all new? It doesn't come from other strains?
I'm sure it does. It's a cross. I'd have to look on the package of what it is. I'm sure it is. Yeah, they're like $100 a package of 10. So they're like $10 a seed, roughly. But dude, what's cool about it is they're feminized. So you throw them in the ground, you don't got to worry about it coming up a male. And
How do they feminize a seed?
well, because cannabis is one of the few plants in the world that's capable of producing
hermaphrodites.
Well, its own pollen, and so it can seed itself, and it's a survival trait. The African violet, variegated violet, I think, is one of the other ones that does it. But cannabis, if there's no males around, it'll sense that in its genes, and it'll freaking produce like little nanners. You'll find them in your buds, and they're tiny little male flowers, but there's just enough pollen in there to seed up like half of your plant. And if it's in a room with fans and it's all closed in like a tent, it can seed the whole fucking thing. So that can happen. But when that does happen, because the pollen was produced by a female, you get about a 90% chance that the seeds you end up with are going to be all female.
You should come up here and get a job in one of our grow plants.
Wait, so the Hermes make
no,
more likely feminine seeds?
No, Hermes are two different things. It's not Herming when a female produces that nice little one bud that I showed you that just had all the nice trichomes. You'll see a bud like that, and it'll have like a little tiny banana-looking thing that'll pop out, and you got to look for them, because if you wait too long and your buds get too far into the bud process, it will produce those, and then it opens up and it just blows out enough pollen to seed itself.
You got so much weed growing around here, it's stupid.
Yeah, but see those because that female plant that's female by herself produces that pollen. It's likely, more than likely, the seeds you get out of it are going to be female only seeds. Now they still could, 10% maybe could have a male, but not likely. Mostly they're going to be female. And hermaphrodite,
like nursery talk,
is like where it has both male and female in the plant. You don't want that, for obvious reasons. It's worthless. You throw that shit away. But
yeah, everybody knows that.
For a female to seed herself, it's not hermaphroditing. It's a survival trait of that plant. So that's more or less what it is.
Keep the males away from the bees. You kill the males. Everybody knows that about weed. God damn.
And if you're serious and interested in growing, or if you want to grow, I would happily send you some beans. I wouldn't even charge you, bro. And they feminized, and I dig out.
That in first grade.
You're welcome to them, dude. Free. I'd give them to you, man. I got like thousands.
Yeah, eventually. I want to start with like herbs and then move on to some vegetables.
Yeah.
But purple indica is a replacement for Advil for me, and a lot easier on my liver. So I want to be able to grow legally wherever I live.
Yeah, it's fully legal to grow here as long as you're not like on a farm or something growing it. Then you need a kind of a business license for that scale. But I want to grow vegetables too.
I smoke like a mofo though.
I do too, man. But I want to grow vegetables too this winter.
You'll be hitting the pot stove. Oh yeah.
What's your favorite strain, Denison?
One of my
stove prize.
All right, come on.
Oh yeah.
I think I'm kind of fond of the watermelon Skittles right now, honestly.
That's good shit.
I'm a little embarrassed to say it, but
Yeah,
yeah. And Blue Dream, like if I have pain, I can smoke some Blue Dream, and it's maybe about like 50 to 100 milligrams of Advil equivalent.
Wow. Yeah, fuck. I wish.
So I can get rid of like joint pain from like when I fell off my bike. You know, like when the weather changes.
Yeah.
That kind of pain.
Yeah, I know what
I
you
can
mean.
smoke that away.
Yeah, me too. I get that fucking shoulder pain shit, man. You know, and when it gets cold, and it just hurts, man. And I fucking smoke, you know, a few bong hits of wedding cake, 32%. You know, I'm like,
And you're gonna pay 48 for it too.
no, actually, this is really cheap here, man. This is like, what did I pay?
Nepali Queen.
$80 a zip, $100 for this. Yeah, $100 for
Let us see what it looks like. 80
Oh, that's
$80 for an ounce. That was full. I've smoked a lot since I got it. It's 32%, and everything's tested. You know, because it's got our state requires that it's all tested. So, and I've been smoking like Denison, like a fucking monster every day. So I need weed that's really high test, like 30% or higher, just to basically. Yeah. You can get weed as cheap here as $60 an ounce. Seriously.
What state are you in?
Washington.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's cheaper there. Good soil.
Yeah.
Good soil,
See, the
man.
Canadian people get like pillowcases full of weed in the mail.
Yeah,
That's really
they
cool.
Yeah, they do. That's a way. I wish we could do that. You know, it's not. You can kind of, but it's not legal. You know.
I wonder how potent their stuff is because they don't seem like they're getting wasted up there when they're wherever
And
they
it gets
smoking it.
fire, dog. Vancouver, BC. A lot of the top strains come from Vancouver, BC, man. You know.
Oh, okay. Because the people I know are in Alberta. I think they're in.
And that strain you're talking about sounds dope, Omar. That Nepali Queen.
Oh, dude, it tasted like sugar. Also, when you smoked it, it had like a sugary taste. It was really nice.
Yeah, that's what this wedding cake sort of tastes like.
Yeah, wedding cake. That's awesome too. I used to buy that with Nepali Queen.
Yeah. Wedding cake is fire, dog. It's just.
I do like some sativas too, especially if they're hybrids and they're kind of tempered down a bit.
Yeah.
I like the diesels. Are good energy strains for me.
Right. Me
like
too.
if I need to get something done or if I want to work out.
I can't do just straight sativas. I get too fucking fired on. I can't.
Yeah, I can't.
If they're like a hybrid sativa, that like you just said, where they're toned down a little bit, yeah, I can deal with that.
Like that strawberry sativa is really hard too. Oh.
I've had it. I've had a lot of fucking top strains and sour diesel and blue dream or all that. But there's a common strains around here. They're common strains.
Everybody likes the 80 an ounce price. Everybody's reacting to that.
Yeah, it is, man.
Hey, Portia.
Here's a way to check. There's a thing, an app called Weed Maps. You can go online.
Yeah.
And just look at our prices, man, up here.
Yeah, I love Weed Maps. And I use Leafly too for the data for the effects database. You can actually like cross-reference like the medical effects.
I like that. Mimosa's good sativa. You know, Herman, if you take the real, I think it's mimosa tree or what, something along that line, the bark, and you process it, that's where you get DMT, basically. You know, that hallucinogenic, man. It's from mimosa, I think, is the tree. Could be wrong about the name, but I think it is.
Subto for life.
Have you ever had that yet? DMT?
No.
I've heard.
That's after my time.
I don't like that. I don't like weed that's strong like 30+%. I think it makes psychosis. Like it makes people have psychosis and mental problems when they start.
If you use it when you're young.
potent.
You gotta wait
I
till after
think
the brain stops developing around age 30, then it's safer.
Well, you know, your body naturally produces cannabinol and that stuff anyway, right? You know, you have those receptors in your body brain already. That's something you can verifiably check. They do.
yeah, like around 20-25% sativa. That's what I like.
That sounds about normal. 25%. Yeah.
Got some
That'll
dank ass
get you
buds.
up in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But well, that's what I like about sativa. It'll make you get up and do something like chop wood or something.
It'll get you wired, some of it. Like
Yeah.
some of the Blue Dream, man, can really get you bouncing off the walls, man. You know, like almost like fucking diet where you can't sleep. You're just wired.
Yeah. And smoke too many cigarettes and shit.
Yeah, no shit. I love that shit, but I don't like it for those reasons. I just can't fucking
Yeah, right.
can't put my head down, man. You know?
Yeah, so you can really get it like 60, 80 an ounce, like that dank shit in Washington.
Oh yeah, you
Like
can get
up
like
here in Alaska, like to get really good shit, it's like 40 and 8, but
you can
it's
get this
okay
right
because
here on the cheap, man. This is like maybe $10 to $15 tops a gram, and it's like 97%, dude.
yeah, that's what I paid $10 a gram basically.
That's this right
For
here.
really good shit.
The dirt. This right here will fuck your shit up big time.
Yeah. So
It's like
when you're talking when you're talking 60, 80 an ounce, you're just talking, you know, like some pretty good bud, but not the really, really dank shit, right?
No, I paid $100 for that zip right there, and that was not even using any of my discounts. So by the time I got my 25% off, it was even less. So $100 a zip.
Yeah. Well, y'all certainly do have much better growing conditions in Washington than Alaska.
Yeah, we
We
do.
have to grow
Can you
our
grow
shit.
vegetables year round out there?
Pretty much, yeah.
What do you need,
Indoors.
a greenhouse?
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you
the high tunnels. I'm sure
Or you
Washington
use,
uses high tunnel greenhouses. Yeah,
or
and grow it
indoors,
all year round. You bet.
indoor garages, barns, you know, insulate it, keep it all, you know, warm.
I'm talking like state inspected facilities.
Yeah, those two.
Not like in
The
your
fucking Vietnamese
garage.
used to own all the little stores back in the day. Well, they sold their stores. The Indians bought them all, right? And they went down and bought up all these old mini storage, empty storages down here on the freaking along our one of our downtown areas here, and they were empty for years. And they gutted them and freaking rewired them. They're all massive indoor growers now. Massive indoor grow.
That's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, I found out because I got a friend that works for cable TV, and he said he did all their freaking security for them, dude. He goes, it's insane in there. He goes, it's just like.
You said the Indians did that?
No, the Vietnamese did it.
Vietnamese in Washington State?
Yeah, the Koreans and Vietnamese sure did, because they used to own all the little mom and pop stores, like the one I got shot in.
Yeah.
So they, you know, they fucking sold all that to like the Indians and, you know, people from India, not Indians.
Yeah.
And so they took their money and ran with it. And then once we got our rec laws passed, they just bought right into it. And dude, I'm not shitting you. You can drive down that road and smell it. It's like driving through Green Valley. You can just smell it when you're going past it all. You really can, dude. It's crazy. It smells like
the Northwest is the best. Amen.
Yeah, it is. It is. It really, for growing weed, there's probably no place better. California, they say, but really Washington has the perfect humidity for it, and it's just dialed right in.
And Oregon too, and Alaska.
Yeah. Yeah, any of those places does. And there's cheap. And here's the cool thing: Oregon's passed their law, and it's fully legal there. But they went one step further, so they allow home delivery, which our state they didn't pass that part. So like, if in Oregon, if you like bought into a dispensary, and you could get in one cheap, and you get into the home delivery side, that's a bankroll waiting to happen, man. Because like for people like me, if I could get home delivery, I wouldn't go anywhere for weed. I just have it home delivered. You know.
They just opened a yuppie like pot store down the road here where you can go hang out and smoke a gram and a half. To me, that's a waste of time, dude. Like I ain't hanging out no place like that.
Dude, you can walk out one pot store, walk directly across the street, go hit another one, walk right down the street, hit another one, and keep going. And they're just one right after the other. They're everywhere. They're fucking everywhere. And these guys, the store that was one of my advertisers, World of Weed, they pulled that one little store made over $500,000 a month profit just by itself. So there's serious money in weed. It's a gold mine waiting to happen. Once that they remove that federal, they really put it in granite and knock it down so it's not. They can use the banks and everything. Then weed's going to really explode. The weed market's really going to explode. It's going to get really cheap, really cheap. You might see it in cigarette machines.
How long have you been smoking for, Neo?
I first started smoking weed first time in January of 1972 when I bought the Dark Side of the Moon album.
Wow. I was like 93, I think, when I tried.
Yeah. Yeah, I was 12 years old the first time I think I smoked weed. 11, 12 years old. Yeah. I was young.
I remember the exact day when I did.
I
It
was like
March 27th, 1993. Very weird.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been growing since like I don't know. I've been growing for about 45 years roughly.
Nice.
Yeah. When I had the house next door, I had halides running in the whole top of the house next door. It was cool, man. Nobody knew it in the neighborhood. My ex-wife didn't even know I was growing weed. It was fucking dope.
Were you working when you were shot? Just in background police around town? What
I had a business. I had a kendo school for 18 years.
You had a what school?
Kendo school.
Oh, like a martial arts.
Yeah, but it teaches sword.
Oh, sorry. Okay. And
Yeah,
what happened there?
it says on 54th and South Tacoma Way for 18 and a half years.
What happened there? Like, what happened during they were trying to rob you or something?
No, it was just some kid wanted to join a gang and he had to commit a random shooting. This is an issue. So,
oh shit! So he just did he walk up to you and did he say anything before he shot you?
No, he didn't say anything. He didn't shoot just me. He shot other people. He killed them.
Oh, he killed some people.
Yeah.
No shit. So in ways you may look at yourself as like lucky to be alive. How many people?
Considering fucker was going to shoot me in the fucking base, you know? Yeah, I'd say that was pretty lucky. You know?
How many people did he shoot?
3.
And he killed how many?
3.
So he killed 3, and so he shot 4 people.
Yeah,
and he didn't kill you. So
yeah.
Damn, did they catch him?
Yeah. Sentenced to 88 years.
Did you have to go to prison to testify against him? I mean, to go to court?
Yeah. I was the only one that could.
Yeah, you're the only one alive. Wow.
Because I saw his duty, like I said, he's set. I was laying like this, and he came over and he squatted down and he put his butt right on my stomach, and he kind of was sitting with his, you know what I mean? He squatted down on my stomach, dog, and he put the gun right up here like this, and he was going to shoot me in the face, and he pulled the trigger, and I opened my eyes because nothing happened. And he kind of looked like this, and he looked at me weird, and he got up, and I remember seeing his, from the knees down, he was just soaked in blood. It's like I was bleeding out, right? You know, so like he was like had my blood all over him, so he got up and turned around and ran out the store. Then 2 hours later, he got on a bus, and he shot another man in the head 3 times.
Wait a minute, so you said he got on top of you and tried to shoot you in the face?
Yeah.
But he didn't shoot you in the face.
No, I don't think. I don't know what happened. I just don't
Where
understand.
he shoot you?
Because, like, I'm telling you, I looked down the barrel of that Beretta, man, and I thought I could see the inside of a hollow point. I truly did. And I closed my eyes and I thought to myself, well, I'm fucked. And just as I thought to say the word, think to myself the word fuck, I heard the click. And I was like, we both kind of jumped, reflexed, you know. And then he looked at it, and I know when a Beretta fires its last round, the breech locks open like blocks do, and you know what I'm saying, Doc. Breech locks open so you can pop the clip out, drop it fresh in, and you hit the button, and you're ready to rock and roll. You know, and so but the breech wasn't open. That's something I never, to this day, can never figure out. Really, what the fuck did the gun not just fire, or was he legitimately out of bullets? I can only assume he was out of ammunition. That's
But where did he shoot you? He was like, so when did he shoot you? If he was on top of you in the gun jam?
well, he came in the store.
Oh.
And so I was paying for my shit, and I started to walk away, and then I heard what sounded like lady fingers. They're like little firecrackers, not big firecrackers, but little. And so at first, you know, because I thought, you know, that he was going to do something, but then I thought no. And as soon as I thought, I pushed that thought, that instinct, I heard the firecracker. It all happened, dude. What I'm slowing things down for you, okay? This happened in like seconds. You know, bang, bang, bang. How long does it take for you? You know, it's seconds.
Right.
So I'm making it seem like a lot longer of a period of time than it actually was. You know, but
so he shot you in the back initially, then.
I'm sorry about that, Dennison. I'm sorry about it.
That's okay.
You're all right, dude.
Yeah, he did, dude. And so he tried to say at trial that he didn't have any memory because he was high on Sherm, and they fucked up. His defense lawyer actually fucked up because they asked me if I had anything to say after I wanted to say I testified, and I go, yeah, and I go, you know, I remember when he walked in the store, and I looked at him and I nodded to him and I said, yo, what's up, brother? And he nodded back at me in affirmation. And when I was saying that at trial, he nodded right in front of the jury. Just his fucking whole shit right out the window. They said it was the fastest conviction in our fucking county's history. Yeah, that hung him. The prosecutor came out and was like, after he was like, pat me on the shoulder, like, you're the one that got him, dude. You're the one that got him.
How did they catch him?
He, after he shot the man on the bus, he ran up to a payphone, because back then they had payphones, and he was calling his house. And so the cops intercepted the call, and they sent the SWAT team to go get him, and they arrested him.
Damn. A-team style.
Yeah. They arrested him at a Top Foods. That's where they got him, yeah. And I don't think they ever found the gun, though, as far as I know, because he was not on the bus alone. He was with friends, so I'm certain after he shot the man, he handed the gun off. I'm certain of that.
Where did this happen at again?
Tacoma.
Tacoma. That's where I grew up. Part of my life.
Yeah, it was fucked up. He ruined his own life too. That's what the whole tragic thing it really is, you know, about it all too. He was just a young kid. I mean, why the fuck would you want to go and have to join a gang and just ask you to go out and just shoot people for no reason, man? I couldn't do that, but you know, I couldn't do it. I could go out and throw somebody a beat, but I couldn't throw him. If I can shoot him. But yeah, he did, dude. He really did. He kneeled over on me. fucking thing.
Tacoma really turned into a fucked up place. I'm
Mhm.
glad we left it.
Yeah, back in those days, it did the crack era, fucking hell, and it has calmed down, but it ain't really
I
calmed.
lived there back in the late '70s and shit like that. Back in the day.
It was nice in the 90s.
Yeah, well, in the '80s it was, but not in the '90s. That's when it all really hit the fan.
70s, 80s, man.
The hilltop trips came around, and the blood started coming in.
I went to Fawcett Elementary School. And,
Oh, you did? You went to Fawcett?
Yeah.
That's funny. That's only like about 6-8 blocks from here.
Yeah, you know how they do the miniature hockey? Do they still do that in there?
I don't know. I remember that too. At South Tacoma Roller Bowl, they used to play that, the miniature hockey indoors on the roller skating rink too. I remember that too back in the day.
Yeah, and I won a blue ribbon doing that shit.
Oh, that's cool.
At Fawcett Elementary.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. That was fucking cool.
Good. That's my neck of the woods, homie. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's all gang now, mostly.
That's fucked up.
Yeah,
You know,
east side.
back when I was growing up there, man, like, if you looked like you was lost going home like a little kid, or like the police make sure you got home and shit, man. It was good times.
Speaking of shit, as Genesis says, shit. Funny Willis' boyfriend is on the run. U.S. Marshals are hunting for Nathan Wade. And let's see.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
I talked about this yesterday, but you can go ahead and talk about it again. But there's been an update.
Give me the update that you hear, Portia, because I didn't even know that they were looking.
What?
They caught him
on the run.
Let me start sharing. Maybe you can share. You got something better, but they got a picture.
They got his ass.
What is he charged with?
Handcuffs.
Who is it?
Riding around like Ray Caruth with piss jars in the trunk of a car. Anyway, how did they catch you, Portia? Give us an update here.
Let's see. I actually just read that news.
Man, these people ought to be ashamed of themselves. Really ought to be ashamed of themselves.
And it's crazy that they even had to go looking for him.
Oh,
Now,
sir.
we talked about it yesterday because they were looking for him. But Stanley said that it makes sense because of the hurricane. So he probably just left town and evacuated like everybody else did.
Oh, is that what he did? He just evacuated for the hurricane.
We don't. I hadn't read it yet. I was.
They never
trying to
end with
wait.
the excuses. I tell you, the excuses never run out.
Been waiting, sir. So let's see. Let's see what they're talking about here.
That's what you call a running Wade.
Oh, hey, Latino. Where's my? Okay, there it is.
I think he said he ran because he can't swim. Because he used the defense that blacks can't swim. He was scared of water.
You fucked up,
Well, a lot of Negroes are, they can't swim, John. Can you swim, John?
Yeah, I can swim. I can go way out too.
He said I can go way out.
Yeah,
Way the hell out.
Nice up, man. I live
We
down here.
Dominicans gotta know how to swim.
I only go in the ocean.
Portia, that made everybody want to talk at the same time.
I ain't trying to get in these pissy.
I believe that white people were born with like flippers, and they can all swim. And black people, I guess.
I mean, white people be holding their breath for 5
Somebody
minutes.
clip that, please. I want that. I believe white people were born with flippers.
I don't know.
Out of context, that'd be perfect.
Up here in
What's
Washington,
a free willy?
they're born with
I too am a Negro that can swim. I was on the swim team and everything. I love swimming.
Yeah, I'm
you know.
certified. Thank God, dude. At a young age, at 16, I was certified. So that's great.
I lived in Savannah, Georgia, in a foster home down there, man. And then you were right, Portia. There are a lot of the black people down in the South. They can't swim. A lot of them.
Are you gonna
Yeah.
summon Stanley?
They can drown though. They know how to drown.
Yeah.
Can I assume the reason why this man is running away?
Sure. Then I'll read it.
I think the reason why he's leaving is because, you know, in the court case that they had, he said that he had no relationship with her, and then his what was it? Her daughter got stopped or something, and he was there.
Yeah.
So I think that's the reason why.
Well, yeah, exactly. I believe so too.
Oh, you mean Fannie Willis's squeeze is missing?
Not anymore.
Well, where'd they find his ass?
Where'd they find him, Portia?
Oh, I hadn't read it yet. Let's see. The manhunt underway by U.S. Marshals for Nathan Wade, the former Fulton County investigator and DA Fannie Willis's lover, ended Thursday night. Last night. Jesse Waters broke the news Thursday evening on Fox Channel that Wade was evading. Is somebody asleep?
It is like a loud breathing here.
Jesse Waters, lover boy. Oh, so what he said is he's missing. The House Judiciary Committee, which is investigating Georgia DA Fannie Willis, needs Wade to testify at a hearing tomorrow on their love affair. But no one can find the guy. They're trying to serve him, but he's flown the coop. And now the U.S. Marshals are in a manhunt to track him down. Have they checked the conduct? The committee issued a subpoena on Friday, attempted to serve the subpoena to Nathan Wade's lawyer, who declined, and subsequently the committee tried to serve the subpoena via email through Nathan Wade himself, never heard back. As a result, the committee had to use the assistance of the U.S. Marshals, who have also not been able to find Nathan Wade. Russell Dye, a spokesman for the committee, told Newsweek. Nathan Wade, previously a special prosecutor in the election interference case against former President Donald Trump in Georgia, evaded authorities for a week. Wade was the subject of a search by U.S. Marshals after his failure to appear for a subpoena. According to the New York Post, Wade was served on Thursday night after news broke of the ongoing manhunt for Fannie's love interest. The former Donald Trump prosecutor was served a congressional subpoena Thursday after evading service of the summons for nearly a week. The House Judiciary Committee issued the subpoena against Wade a week ago, last Friday. Let's see. Okay. Famed attorney Alan Dershowitz accused Willis of committing the worst crimes I've seen prosecutors commit after her lover was released from the case against the president. Let's see. Wow. It did not tell us where they found him. Wow. I guess we're going to have to find out. I'm gonna have to look into that. But is I know that they said he was served Thursday night.
I know where they found him.
Under Fannie's house?
Hiding under her bed.
No, under Fannie.
Under Fannie.
Under her butt.
You know, it's hard to run from the Marshals. You can't run from them.
No, you know who else is hard to run from? Texas Rangers. Yeah.
Yes, sir. You know how the Texas Rangers were formed, Portia?
Well, yeah, I am a Texan after all.
That's a great story.
It's heavily ingrained in our school system here. But yeah, the Texas Rangers, I don't care where you go. I don't care what's going on. But I tell you what, they're going to get your ass every single time.
If those federal marshals want you, they're going to get you, man.
Yeah, those Texas Rangers are hardcore, man. You know?
Yeah, and it's so hard to become a Ranger, too. But you know, like being a Texan, like whenever you see a Ranger, it is like the coolest thing in the world. It's like an action figure, you know?
They're big motherfuckers too, aren't they?
Yeah, they're
like
huge, yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's his name? Clint Eastwood.
It's like,
they're bigger than that, dude. I mean, they're
Chuck
like
Norris.
Giants, dude. They're huge.
Yeah,
they're like,
Chuck Norris. That's who it was. Chuck Norris.
They look down at you with those fucking hats, man, and they.
Let's see.
I
had something of interest that I wanted to see if y'all knew about this. It was sent to me last night, and it kind of blew my mind. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if y'all have heard about this. Did y'all hear about Kamala and Michael Jackson back in the early 2000s?
What?
Get out.
Y'all didn't know? I bet y'all didn't know because
This is
I
probably
didn't.
why. This is probably why Janet feels the way she feels about this girl.
You know, whenever
I was
Michael
wondering
Jackson
about
was
that.
on trial, do y'all remember that?
Yeah, but was she
The
wasn't.
Justin
Yeah.
boys.
So
With the
And do
those
kid
y'all
stuff.
remember?
hold
Do
up
y'all
for a second.
remember where that happened? It happened right there.
Yes, that was her.
Hold up, man. How old is breaking this woman? This Carmela. How old is she?
60.
Okay, so Michael Jackson's way older than that. So like, dude, she got to be
He's
like
not.
way
He was
young.
like 50 when he died, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he died
Yeah,
a
like
long
50.
time ago, dude.
He died what?
He died a long time ago.
How long ago?
You know, I mean, how long do you think it's been since he's been dead?
Janet Jackson
Yeah, it's
told
been a while.
Kamala she ain't black.
Yeah, I heard that.
You hear about
Just
that?
because, but just because she was younger, that don't
No, that was
I
just
mean, she was with Brown, wasn't
weirdness
she?
to it, though. When you think about it, that's where I was going with it. You know,
Yeah,
it
she was grown.
to it. Yeah, when you think about
She
it.
was grown. Sorry, I'm trying to put this stuff in the description box too.
Computer.
Okay. So I
Computer.
saw this last night, and like now the news is all over the place, and it is just so crazy to me because we talked about it last week. So for those of you that do not know, Janet Jackson came out in an interview, and for some reason, in all of these liberal media spaces, if you will, they're doing this thing where whenever they're interviewing a celebrity, they want to ask them political questions, which I believe they should stop doing that. But what's happening is that they're getting a lot of responses that the liberal media, if you will, doesn't like. And so either you're like the Usher and you just keep it pushing, or you're like the Janet, and you say, oh, I didn't even know she was black, and so there was her marketing manager, she fired this person years and years ago, but they put out a statement on behalf of Janet, and then they had to retract it because Janet came after this person with full force, and so Janet doubled down and made it very clear that she did not apologize for what she said about Kamala. Now, of course, we didn't know where this came from. Well, most people didn't. I know I didn't. But come to find out, back in the day, you see this young Kamala. Oh, she was such a hoot when she was younger. Janet Jackson.
I looked it up for
Damn.
8 years difference between her and Jackson. So
oh yeah, so not too much. So Janet Jackson's issues with Kamala Harris might go further back than this presidential campaign, because the Democratic's nominee passed commentary about Michael Jackson's child molestation trial is resurfacing. In the wake of Janet's criticism of Kamala, in which she inaccurately claimed the vice president's father was white, footage from 2004 popped up on the internet showing then San Francisco Deputy City Attorney Harris sharing her 2 cents on Michael's impending trial. Beautiful. I mean, Jesus, look at her.
She's gorgeous.
Gorgeous. Let's see what she said.
In general, the child will be able to recall and recollect with some detail the incident, and that is persuasive to a jury, even if it is the only testimony that is available.
That's it?
There's more. I have another.
Janet Jackson has caused all sorts of.
What is this?
TMZ autoplay.
I don't, because I'm not even a TMZ person. That's the first one that came up.
a lot of my fucking pot grower friends in jail, man. I'll never forgive her for that.
She stated in the clip, in general, the child will be able to recall and recollect some detail of the incident, and that is persuasive to a jury, even if it's only testimony that is available. Michael was arrested in 2003 and charged with 7 counts of child molestation and 2 counts of administering an intoxicating agent for the purpose of committing a felony.
Look how much blacker she was.
She sure. My eyes hadn't even made it there yet. He pled not guilty to the charges, but yeah, she sure was.
Is that normal? Like, am I ignorant, or is
It
she
sounds
doing
like
what her brother did?
when you were reading that
Nah,
off.
Dennis and I've been the same black my whole life. Yeah.
So when you were reading that off, that sounded like you
Me no black, me no negro.
It
I'm
sounded
sorry,
like
Neo. Go ahead.
it sounded like you were reading off Diddy's charges there for a minute, man.
Oh.
I was laying there and you were reading all that off. I think,
Well,
God
we're
damn.
definitely
Well, she
going to
was
get to
chocolatey
Diddy.
back then.
He
We're going to
wants
get
to
to him.
read Diddy's charges.
Let's see. More than a year later, his trial began and he was acquitted on all counts, May 2005. Harris's remarks about such a dark moment in the Jackson family history might explain why Janet is trying to discredit her. Mind you, Harris was not involved in his trial. She was merely speaking to a news outlet as an expert because she was on her way to becoming the state attorney at that time. In contrast, Donald Trump has spoken favorably about the late singer on a number of occasions, even defending
Yes,
Jackson
he has.
after his arrest. Interestingly, the false racial narrative Janet brought up about Harris echoed Trump's words on the campaign trail. Now, I find this very uniquely interesting because whenever y'all say false, it's like y'all are attacking her in a way like everybody doesn't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, so whenever you see me, y'all see my profile, my avatar, right? You don't know what my parents look like. You don't know if my parents are mixed or not. You don't know. And Kamala Harris is no Janet Jackson. She certainly no Michael Jackson. We know who their parents are. Hell, we know who all of their family is, okay? There's not a piece of their family that we don't know about, but Kamala, y'all aren't the same, okay? So if she thought your
I
dad
mean,
was
Kamala
white,
lied about her grandmother.
I mean, but like if she thinks your dad is white, maybe she just thinks your dad is white. Why is this a big deal? I mean, just correct her. It's a mistake. You can make mistakes and correct them. Remember back in July, Trump falsely suggested his rival happened to turn black a few years ago for political gain. For her part, the Veep criticized Trump for his comments, noting the American people deserve better. Harris was born in Oakland, California in 1964 to immigrant parents. Her mother, Shamyala Goplan, I wonder if I say it this way. Shamyala Goplan arrived in U.S. from
Shamala.
India. Shamyala Goplan
There you go.
arrived in U.S.
It's Kamala Harris.
Arrived in the U.S. from India, and her father, Donald J. Harris, came to the country from Jamaica. Harris has not yet responded to Janet's remarks, and despite repeated debunking of the theory, Janet's not walking it back. Now, I do have a clip from Instagram that shows a comparison of the two, so hopefully you guys can.
Shit, I wasn't gonna go to her show next month over here, but now I am.
You got to see
How do you
Asheville,
make
North
the volume?
Carolina. You got to see Asheville, North
Is this
Carolina.
your girl? Is this your girl fucking with her brother?
In general, the child will be able to recall and recollect with some detail the incident, and that is persuasive to a jury, even if it is the only testimony that is available.
Jackson gave a wave when he was released after booking. He's scheduled for arraignment in January.
Michael's been a long-time resident of Trump Tower, and last night the Donald strongly reiterated his defense of Jackson with Larry King by going after the accuser's mother.
She's had plenty of experience at going after people, and she goes after them viciously and violently, and I saw a story and I read another story about some of the things she's done, and I don't believe it.
But you know what it's like when an indictment comes down.
It's tough.
It's presumption.
It's tough. It's tough to win.
Yes.
But I have a feeling he's going to win, Larry. The interesting thing is I've known Michael from many different standpoints, and Michael would spend a lot of time with my kids. I have beautiful kids, and at the time, like at Mar-a-Lago, and even in Trump Tower, the kids were very young. Michael would come, play with the kids. He just loved children. He was not a child molester.
So the fact that she don't really fuck with her makes sense now. It makes sense. She don't fuck with her because she loyal to her brother, loyal to the soil. At the end, so Janet really.
And you know, it must be true, and it makes more sense when a Black woman says it. You know, you really feel it that much more. It becomes that much more powerful. And so Kamala and Trump have been arguing since the early 2000s.
Dude, Dennis, man, you ought to
And
see.
Janet, she was like, no, not no, no.
You ought to see Asheville, North Carolina, man.
Would fucking murder him, and when the police show up, no one knows.
Janet said, "I ain't apologizing." In the thunder and rain.
Ever see that person live is because the Haitian people are gonna follow him to his house or her.
Asheville, North Carolina is now a fucking lake.
That's Janet Jackson. In the thunder and rain.
Dude, they're showing pictures of Asheville, downtown Asheville, North Carolina, man, right now, and it's fucking completely flooded, dude, completely underwater.
Is this still a Category 4?
No, it's broke down to a trop now, 60 miles an hour, but it's still low fucking pressure. It's only 972 millibars.
That was crazy because we started the podcast when you guys started talking about the storm.
Yeah, Helene. Yeah, I watched it form when it started down below the Gulf about a week ago. I watched it all pop together. I actually called it, man, on this live. I was like, I knew it was going to be a Cat 4. I knew it was going to make right landfall, right almost in the same place Dahlia did, damn near, kind of what Dahlia did. And then I just followed that same path, and it actually did better than I had anticipated. It went right where I said it would. It was a good guess. And I wasn't cheating and using their spaghetti, so it was cool. But yeah, man, freaking Dennison's friend was saying earlier that he didn't think that it would get that fucking far up, man, and that's way up past South Carolina, man. I mean, damn. It's gonna fuck up a lot of people's houses and shit.
Prayers for everyone out there.
Yeah. Especially people in Tennessee and shit are gonna really get beat up. Because that's where it's gonna finish out, and it's gonna dump all of its remaining fucking moisture right at now.
Every season it gets dumped on by hurricanes. It's interesting that people insist on living there.
I know. I don't understand it. You know, I went down to do a couple of hemp fests for Jacksonville Beach, and I was totally stunned when I saw actually how close these super expensive condominiums were to the water. I was like, fuck, I could never do that. I would not want to live like that. You know, for like go spend a weekend, sure, but I wouldn't want to live like that. Not that close. You know, when the water on a high tide, it can be in your living room. That's fucked. But you're right, Dennis. When it does, man, it gets flooded a lot.
You always have some interesting opinions, Denizen. It's one of the things that you're pretty quick with it. And I want to get your quick wit on this right here. If you could give me your thoughts on this, Denizen. I don't know what they're doing outside of a Trader Joe's there, but it looks like they're looting. Trader Joe's loses its entire inventory. Any thoughts on that, Dennis?
Is that really what we're looking at?
Let
me pull my chair up to the screen. Hold on.
Is he grabbing that woman's booty in that picture? Sure look like it.
Let me see if I can find the source article for this. Trader Joe's loses inventory. Parking lot. Just to see if there are any news reported about this. Oh, yeah. Here it is. Denizen. I think this may be it right here. Let's see. No, this is not it. Let's see. I thought there was a news article explaining it. I don't know if I can find a news article, but basically this was an article posted on Twitter. I don't know how the people that gained access to all of this stuff, but apparently they did, and they swarmed it there. So the main focus appears to be on the Any thoughts on that, Denizen?
I mean, I don't know what I'm looking at. Is that a Home Depot box?
Is that Home Depot? That is a Home Depot box.
It looks like Frito-Lay box or something.
It's a Trader Joe's store, though.
That's not a Trader Joe's box.
Nah, maybe they brought a box with them to load this shit up in there.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't know what I'm looking at.
Very interesting.
I don't. There seems to be a lot of inconsistencies in these claims.
People that say that it looks like, I don't know why the store would have the inventory outside unless they had a drop off of inventory. Do you think that's what maybe that's what would happen?
Usually when someone shows you a 10-second clip of something too, they're full of shit. 9 times out of 10, whoever made that clip is full of shit.
Yeah. And what you might be seeing there, like a store might have had it, like dated foods or something that they.
That's what it looked like to me. It looked like what's common in America right now is in the parking lots of grocery stores and retail chains, they invite people to come up and collect goods for free or at a discounted rate because, shit, times are rough.
But they definitely would not give out alcohol, right? They definitely would not have alcohol out there because kids could grab it. There's a lot of
not just for you to take. You have to stand in line, and it's a checkout process. Like
definitely
it's not just a grab or free for all.
Trader Joe's wouldn't leave it out like that because someone could easily get hurt.
Well, they might if it was like a food bank situation or a donation kind of situation where, like I said, they had like sell by goods that were getting ready to either expire.
Yeah, and a wine box also doesn't mean it's filled with wine. It could have potatoes in it. Yeah. I can't even tell where we're at if we're even in the front parking lot there. There's so little to go off of.
Yeah, if I show it again, you see the Trader Joe's in the background there. With a Charleroi, Pennsylvania resident called me yesterday, and she really wanted to talk, and I fell asleep, and I was supposed to call her back last night, and I thought about it, and I said, let me call her. And then some news about the Haitians popped up in my Twitter feed, and I saw this video about the Haitians, and this is a Haitian woman. And she's speaking rather bluntly here. Let's go.
Haitians are revolutionaries. It's in our blood. It's in our DNA. All right? I made a video not long ago where I said you will never see a white man or woman call a Haitian person a nigger to their face because everybody around would fucking murder them. And when the police show up, no one knows what happened. And if you ever see that person live, it's because the Haitian people are going to follow him to his house or her house and end their bloodline right then and there. That's the energy that Haitian people be on. But you see, we can't really be on it like that in America because America, not many Black Americans actually want freedom. And they love podcasts. They all have social media. All the ones who have been broken with this slave mentality have social media. They have platforms or they're in positions of power. They are there to pacify the rest of Black America. So whenever
you sound like a fucking revolutionary here, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, all right, Huey, settle down there.
Yeah.
But she may be on to something when she says they have it in their blood.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but do Black people really want a race war?
Why would be offended by the word nigger?
Say what?
Why would a Haitian be offended by the word nigger?
I think because, even in Haiti, the darker you are, the worse you are. Everywhere, they're racist against darker people.
Do they use the word nigger in Haiti?
I don't know, but I wouldn't see why not. I would assume that they would use it with each other.
Yeah.
I mean, how it's you can't use it around here in America. A white person can't use it. So I'm wondering, are white people calling Haitians niggers in Haiti? And because
I would think Black people are too.
But why would a Haitian in America respond to the word nigger when it's not, part of their culture or something. It's just odd to me.
Well, I would think they would respond to it if like a white dude was saying it to them, probably more so than if somebody there on color.
I wonder is that word used in Haiti?
Isn't it like one of the most popular words around the world? I would think.
I don't know about that, but anyway, very provocative language from a woman.
Yeah.
And you know what I noticed? Interesting. What she said is, Black Americans don't want to be free, and I guess Haitians want to be free. But they're coming here. They weren't they free in their country?
Well,
no.
Actually, what happened, man, is you do know that they got hit with a serious earthquake and then freaking hurricanes. Even Sean Penn was down there freaking helping them trying to recover and shit. If you remember
But that
that.
doesn't mean they aren't free. They can be free.
What she means by free is when the world is Wakanda. She means getting rid of Whitey. I'm not gonna lie, she's kind of hot.
Not my type, but fair enough. I don't know where the anger and the energy comes from.
I mean, the system, man, it's taking a shit in all of our souls, and it's literally telling us to point the finger at each other, and she's falling for it.
That's well put.
We're super tribalistic by nature, so all they have to do is feed us one thing or another, give us any binary choice, and then skin color is the most recognizable thing. You can see it from a half a mile away, and there you have it. It's just human plus system equals output.
That's right.
Yeah, no, I think you got a point there, Dennis, and it's very interesting.
That's well put. I couldn't have said it
It's
better.
really kind of sad to see, that much hatred in a young person, because when I was growing up, you'd always hear racism. As a matter of fact, was it Michelle Obama that said that all the old racists gotta die and we'll be rid? Was that her that said that?
Yeah, and now that they're not even going by that logic anymore. Now they're saying that I'm a racist and I wasn't even here.
The racists are getting younger and younger.
Yeah, and I'm an immigrant.
I grew up in the '60s, man. I saw racism in the civil, all of that. So, it's always been like that's the way it's kind of always been, the diversity. And you were right, Dennis, and that's exactly what they do. They freaking use color as a weapon, man. To turn us against each other. And
well, that's it's easy because we'll do it by nature and we'll do skin color first. So obviously that's going to be their most effective one.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's the lowest hanging fruit.
Right.
Coming out of Texas here.
He's got a truck.
I finished college at San Antonio, man.
Whoa.
Get down or lay down in Texas.
He got off easy.
He hurt some
You looking
people.
at his face.
Yeah. He apparently hurt some people as well in running them over. This is Texas at the Rednecks with Paychecks event.
Whitey.
The Rednecks with Paychecks event. Jonathan Earl Reed, 36, lost it after attendees started throwing rocks at his truck. He reportedly demolished a Jeep, a UTV, and hit multiple victims. Texas, ladies and gentlemen.
Did he kill anybody?
I don't think so.
Interesting.
Required hospitalization. 2 required hospitalization there.
Wow, 3 people didn't even go to the hospital.
Maybe they went and didn't stay. Got a little bandage on or something like that. Very interesting. Coming out of Texas. People are losing their mind almost everywhere these days. You know, I've been watching this this immigration thing so closely, and I think that the video about Charleroi may have generated more comments than any really passionate comments, and again, people willing to call in, things like that. And you can see it spreading all around these little towns, Charleroi and places like that. And here's Springfield, Ohio. You hear the words of a sheriff said that something is going on here. Let's see what he says.
A city that's in absolute turmoil. Everybody's against everybody.
Chad Duncan is the police chief of Tremont City, Ohio, which is just outside of Springfield. He described a general atmosphere of lawlessness in Springfield, which he says is spreading to the surrounding area.
People that shouldn't be driving are out there, and they're allowing them to drive.
Chief Duncan described one of his recent traffic stops involving a Haitian migrant.
He didn't even have a license, coming through town at 4 mile an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone. That's the second time in 2 weeks.
And you towed his car?
Oh yeah, so for the second time.
And Springfield wouldn't have?
No.
He suggested that one reason Springfield authorities might be going soft on reckless driving is to protect the Haitians' immigration status.
If you get 2 misdemeanors, you are subject to be deported.
Since Springfield became a media sensation,
in Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in, they're eating the cats.
Chief Duncan says his access to Springfield's police radio frequencies was cut off.
What exactly was going on with that?
Well, we were able to hear them on the radio. They have decided to go silent. We don't know what's going on in the city. That happened the day they brought the state troopers in to help them out.
Why would you think they would make things hard to communicate?
Nobody can hear what you say, and they don't know what you're doing, so they'll have to answer to it. There was a threat at the school today. I couldn't hear it. I just caught wind of it from another chief that's
something
right next to the city.
Right.
If they would have taken the time, instead of worrying about the elites lining their pockets, and just took the time, this could have went so much smoother and been so much more beneficial to everybody involved. But instead,
and so because that didn't happen, how do you think this ends?
I really don't know what.
You know what's interesting about that is that he said that they're protecting the Haitian migrants from deportation by not arresting them for driving without licenses, because 2 of those will get you deported. Man, that's really amazing. If so, you know how many people have gone to jail or gotten themselves killed because they didn't want to resist to the police because they were driving on a suspended license, or they would go to jail for child support or something like that. And imagine if the government said, well, we're not going to pull people over with their tail lights out because we don't want them to go to jail. For most of our lives, if we broke a traffic law, driving, matter of fact, probably puts you at the most vulnerable to the government to search you and seize your property.
Oh, yeah.
And most Americans have heeded that. And now these people are coming along in the most vulnerable area where you're exposed to the government. The government is looking the other way. Truly amazing. That is truly amazing.
It's at the very least, someone wants us to believe that we are being systematically sold out and replaced.
Do you think that's what's happening?
No.
I mean, I guess it depends where you are and who you are. If you're some old white guy from a town of 4,000 people, yeah.
You know, I'm an immigrant, you guys. I'm actually a French Canadian. I live in the United States. So, but I'll tell you what, I'm also a United States citizen. I've also served in the United States military. So, but I'm also French Canadian. So
that was another thing too. Even when this was done in the past, you could do things like serve the military. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm not for America's foreign policy or the enforcement of it, but it says something about the type of person who's coming to the country. They are willing to make a sacrifice. And there's a process in the military. You know, you kind of come out somewhat obedient and productive to society.
You know, Denizen, as you said that, a thought came across my head. By allowing them to join the military, they more or less serve the corporate interests in the wars and things like that. And they become, cheap labor,
Yeah.
meat.
Well, you also got to remember back during the World War II, we actually interned massive amounts of legal Japanese Americans, put them in internment camps just because they were Japanese after the attack of Pearl Harbor.
And now we won't even lock up actual Haitian criminals. So just think about the change there, that story arc.
You know, I think what would be effective, honestly, is if we wanted to put them in the military, put them in the Guard and make them serve the states that they're in to earn their service.
I think every
nice
country should. I do think it would help our country if everybody served at least 2 years in the military. I think it would cut down on crime. I think it would change things. I think
These are young, able-bodied people.
Yeah.
So
because like that would end. It would end almost the stupid, uneducated. Like here, I got a question for you guys, man. I got a friend's kid who's graduating from high school, right? This year, right? Can't do their motherfucking times tables. They live in Texas, right? This kid can't even do the basic times table that you could find in the back of a Peachy. They don't even know what a Peachy is, for Christ's sakes, It's weird, man, that how uneducated kids are nowadays. And that's where it's killing us. If by serving in the military, I think it would really help that a little bit, if everybody did that, I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's, I think it's not a bad idea.
I wonder, does Portia think we're being systematically dumbed down and sold down the river and replaced?
She's in the school. She would know, wouldn't she?
Well, you guys meant.
I know she can see it, but I wonder if she thinks it's deliberate.
Can you guys tell me you can graduate from high school if you can't do your fucking basic math? I mean, don't you got to do trigonometry and calculus and algebra and shit like that in high
Honestly,
school?
I dropped out of high school, so I don't know. I did do trigonometry though when I was there.
Yeah, I dropped
calculus.
Great.
Denizen, what do you think about this? I think the more and more we go on, you're going to start to see smarter and smarter people dropping out of the propaganda mills, which are the schools. You're going to see the smartest people. You're going to see smart people to go to college as well. But there's going to be a larger contingent of intelligent people who just, got out of the propaganda mills.
I think it's been that way for 40 years already, and we're seeing what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
It's apexing.
Some of the dumbest people I know clearly have college degrees.
Yeah, midwits.
Mm-hmm. A lot of the dumbest people I know, have graduated high school.
They're the worst ones too, because they have far above average IQ in the 120, 130 range. And so they know that they're more intelligent than most people, and they're very academically accomplished. But they're midwits. Because of that, they're completely blind to how absolutely stupid they are.
Yeah, they I think they have a hard time in the real world dealing with real world problems. They can solve problems in books. It's problems that have already been solved, as Booker T. Washington said, but the real world problems, the problems of the day.
excellent at like obtaining, like recalling information, storing information, assimilating information. Not so good at observation, critical thinking, spatial awareness.
That's
true. I guess it's probably a good time. I meant to call that lady last night, but since you're here, Dennison, I think you'd be a good second party in case you have questions.
Happy 420, everybody. Cheers, man.
That's an excellent question, Ryan. I don't know. I don't know that you'll ever get the same plasticity that you will between the ages of 0 and 18 months and 18 months and 36 months. This is when you have to create the brain organ. If you're an adult, I mean, there's things you could probably do to strengthen your memory and increase your ability to what's the word I'm looking for? Like if you can read faster and retain comprehension, that also could increase your overall smartness. I don't know if you can create critical thinking skills though, or increase intelligence in an adult brain.
You know, yeah, I'm not sure about that. I tell you what has worked for me is that I was in the position to really learn a lot of human behavior. And I think, you know, we saw during COVID, things like that, where there were policies made that seemingly went against human behavior. They didn't even factor that in. We talked about the Imperial College in London that made their estimates on their estimated deaths of people with COVID. But their model was flawed because they didn't factor in human behavior. And so they estimated that there would be more than we had to die because they didn't factor in that people would change their behavior. And that is what I think is very difficult to teach in school, and you have to kind of learn it by living, is that people's behavior, is all over the map, and they don't all act rationally. And being in my business as a landlord, I've seen it more than anything, and it really allows you to understand kind of the way the world works when you realize that everyone doesn't act rational. Everyone sometimes don't even act in their own best interest, which is even more amazing.
Well, locking people down, man, was something they didn't anticipate. The result of doing that, the cabin fever effect, I was kind of funny for me because I'd already lived that way for many years. So when they did the lockdown, it was no big deal to me. It was like every day for me. So it was nothing, but for people that were who were used to being free, and Americans, man, and nobody tells them what to do, and they'd be locked down in the way they were like that, and to have all the fear factor. I saw it happen just by watching it on YouTube. I mean, YouTube used to be cool pre-COVID, but post-COVID, no, it's fucked. I mean, and you can really see that lockdown effect really brought the worst out of people, and like you said, those were things that they didn't take into consideration. The human factor, that's what the psychological impact is what you're kind of, I think, trying to relate to, is they didn't anticipate that. They didn't, read people right, locking them down and restricting them and their food flow and their access to freaking social and all this shit. People need social contact. It's a thing you gotta have, and when you don't have it, some people, they can't deal with it,
Ryan,
it's like cabin fever, when you get locked down like that.
Shameless says she dropped out in the 8th grade.
Yeah.
And she clearly can express herself in chat just as well as some of the college-educated people.
Better, I would say.
I've shown you text messages of Georgetown Masters graduates. You know, you seen those text messages?
No,
you never see those.
Yeah, I went right from 9th grade right to prep school into fucking major university. Man, I never got to go to high school.
Let me see if I can find some of those text messages from a Georgetown graduate. Let me see if I can find those messages from a Georgetown graduate, and I tell you,
that's cool. Georgetown, that'd be cool.
It sounds cool, doesn't it? It sounds very cool, but I'm telling you, the education these days is just all about the money.
Yeah. Nowadays, they sell you fucking degrees. You don't earn them. You just buy them. You know.
Let's see.
Big up the dropouts.
Yeah. Be good. Think about fucking biggest one was fucking Einstein. Same thing. He dropped out of high school. Yeah. You know, but some people are just way ahead of the curve, man.
This was a tenant of mine, and there are many more text messages I could show you, and I may just do that right now just to show you the right.
Had it pretty successful, Dennison, man. I mean, you've made it pretty good. I mean, you probably had some trips along the way, but you sound like a guy that knows this shit well enough where you probably.
I've lost everything I've ever had many times over.
You made
but
it
I'll
back.
tell you, I did it my way every time.
Like Frank Sinatra there, Dennison. Like Here's an example of how a person with a master's from Georgetown communicates these days, and you can look at the conflict in his life. He's living in a room in the cheapest part of Washington, D.C., and he has a graduate degree, can't find a job, and he says, my life is ruined, it feels like. This is a very
Hit me with the heater?
She hit me with the heater after he broke her jaw. Or maybe before he broke her jaw. I don't know when he broke her jaw as it relates to when she hit him with the heater. But he broke her jaw in my house, and he was a Georgetown graduate, and he felt like his life was over. And some of his language, I mean, it is truly amazing, just the lack of proper.
Yeah, I can hardly tell what he's saying.
Right.
And he's making wonderful decisions, too.
Yeah, by breaking her jaw. And I want to see if I can see if I can show you. I think I have another text here. I have some in my phone. I'll stop sharing this one.
Did Copilot write that?
No, Copilot would have used correct pronunciation.
There you go. Let's see. Here's another one. This is a text message that he sent me, but I just copied the message and sent it to my email just so you guys could see it. And I'll see. Can you read this, Dennis? I'll read it. I just want
email from Georgetown guy. I fucked up, dog, and I can't blame anyone but me. And everything you said about me was right, man. I come from nothing, abused and shit. You barely finished at Georgetown. And my own family don't really act proud of me, so in real life I'm alone, and she really all I had. And when I felt you was losing that, you stopped caring about myself. I was busy chasing self-worth, and it affected my relationship. And even if it's never fixed, when it's all said and done, I want to get real help so I won't mess up my life. I hate black people, clip it, and I hate this area. I let my time out here decline my great clean state. It's hard out here for people never. If we in school or not, and one day, man, I hope I can speak to you and you see me, I'm doing better. God damn, son, that was one sentence. Oh, wait, no, there's a period right there.
Georgetown graduate, ladies and gentlemen, 2 times over. He's a master's in accounting or something.
God damn.
Oh shit. Yeah, so Copilot would use the correct punctuation, or it would allude to the fact that this was a retarded person talking.
As I'm
It
saying,
would-
as I said to you, the high school diploma people who stayed through high school not smart enough to figure out to drop out, they're going to be identified almost as dummies. It's almost like going to be
they're marks now.
Scarlet letter. How much school you got? Okay, that's how dumb you are. The dumber you are, the more school you
You're
have.
marks for the system too, though, right? Like
Indeed.
they know they can sell you this, that, and the other, including $100,000 education.
Yeah, non-bankruptable. Let me call this lady from Charleroi. She called me yesterday, and I meant to call her back last night, but I fell asleep. And she says she's been on Newsmax. And
was that last guy the same guy that was a football player?
Yeah, the football.
Oh shit!
Yeah, and I showed you his resume. Did I ever show you his resume?
That's what Distant Lights was saying, is that there was nothing on it but football shit. Those athletes, though, they don't have to learn. Though.
But he had a master's in accounting, and if I showed you his resume, because he wasn't going pro, he went to Georgetown. He played football at Georgetown. He wasn't going to go pro from Georgetown. And if I showed you his resume, Daniel Nixon said, yes, I did. I remember showing the resume. It was so paltry. It was so pitiful. And here's a man that just beat up his girlfriend. And guess what? When his education flamed out and he couldn't get a real job in the real world, guess what he was headed to be? He was in police training academy.
Of course. Of course.
That's why he said his life is over. Because he felt like
because he's got a criminal now, and his background check wouldn't let him be a cop.
He broke a woman's jaw while he was in police training academy.
Oh, they'll let you do that. Don't worry, he doesn't need to worry. They'll let you break a few women's jaws. You know, I mean.
And when you look at his resume, Dennis, and one thing you don't see or will not see on this resume is any work. No work. Man got to be 26, 27 years old and doesn't know how to work. And he's constantly seeking training and education to delay
having to have a job.
Where you have to pay your bills, where you have to maintain that job. They're not training you anymore. It's time to do what you came here to do, not be trained. And he can't even make it through the training academy without breaking someone's jaw.
See, now, go ahead.
And he likely will make it through training academy because she may not press charges or they may drop the charges.
Right.
He will one day be out on the street pulling people over
and
breaking their jaws.
Well, I'm almost certain if you did that shit in the military, even if you was trying to get in the military or were in the military and they found out, they'd throw your ass out for that.
Someone said distant lights. What is distant light? Masters is just a few more classes. No, masters is 2 years of classes, 2 years of delayed entry into adulthood. And that's what I think many of them are buying when they go into graduate school or Hill College. In general itself, I think many of them is like, what do they call it? Arrested development, where they are putting off interest into the real world. And they're using the banks as the financiers for their lifestyle.
It goes associates, and then your bachelor's, and then your master's, and then your PH pilot higher, deeper degree.
I'm all for exploiting the system, but you got to have a plan when you hit 27 and you don't have any work experience.
Yeah,
this like says masters is just a few more classes and probably about another $100,000. Right?
Yeah, mine back in the day cost about $45,000. So by today's standards, it'd probably be about
about 60 to 80.
You know, masters is the most profitable. I would imagine. I remember reading that getting a master's and above it is very profitable for schools because oftentimes the TAs and things like that teach some of the classes, and so all the profit falls to the bottom line there.
Now, in this corporatocracy, if you just go in and you get a bachelor's in business administration, can't you pretty much get hired anywhere for anything in the entire country, all the way from McDonald's to, working at a trucking company?
Not really.
As middle management, bozo?
I got a bachelor's degree in physics, and it's no bullshit. I really do. And I can tell you that
Well, that's not going to get you a job unless you want to be a scientist. I said a bachelor's in business administration, a BA.
That doesn't do it. Maybe McDonald's, maybe. Yeah, that'll get you a job.
Yeah, you may be qualified to be like an assistant manager track.
Yeah.
In McDonald's or something like that.
Anywhere, yeah.
But you can work your way into an assistant.
Right. Absolutely. I'm just saying that degree you could probably get for 45 to 50,000. Most of it granted, right? So you don't even have to pay it back. And maybe that is actually job training for this corporate environment in America. Maybe that's actually a degree that's worth the investment. I don't know.
I don't know. I think that all of it is pretty much today. Things have been compressed so much that you don't need 4 years of education. You know, by the time you get through educating yourself, what you've learned will be obsolete. Right? Matt Crack said his master's and PhD was free.
He says his MBAs are trash too.
You know, one thing I gotta say, college and no schools can teach us how to live out on the street, man. Until you do it,
they can't teach you how to live in a house either. I can show you some rooms, and they live just like homeless people, maybe less than homeless people out on the streets. So I don't know what the colleges are teaching.
I agree with 100 on that with your brother. 100, man.
Let me call this Charleroi resident. I'm sure she's up and stirring by now. I'll get my cup of coffee and then we call her up. Give me a second. Dennis in Portia, you got any questions you think we should ask her while we...
Who is this person?
This is a Charleroi resident. She called me yesterday after commenting on one of the videos. Charleroi is in Pennsylvania. One of the towns, 4,000 people, and they dropped 2,000 Haitian migrants into the town. And before I call it, I'll give you guys the background if you haven't heard any of the calls to Springfield and Charleroi. In my opinion, it is, I would say, if I had to boil it all down, I would say the minority blacks in Charleroi are ambivalent at best about the Haitian migration. And I think that the whites are, most of them, the ones that we talk about, if they could be honest with you, I think they feel like they're losing grip on their culture, their city, their town. And that is what they probably are most affected by, or they most feel hurt by, is that their town is now, the culture of their town is being changed. Their jobs are now going to migrants or Haitians or whatever you want to call them. The schools are being affected and things like that. And I think that from the blacks we've talked about, they've painted it more, as you say, Dennis, and you can recognize race from a mile away. So there is some, I guess, some kind of feeling of attachment, a connection with the Haitians among the blacks, even though they are culturally as different as night and day. And so that is what I think is the ultimate point of contention there. And at the root of it all is money, clearly, because someone's making money off of bringing all these people here. And so I think it's causing a lot of anger among the white people, to be honest with you. And many of them are unable to say anything. We had the lady from Tim's Treasures here. She owns a business named Tim's Treasures in Charleroi. And she was very outspoken, but she talked about not many people wanting to speak because there can be retaliation. So primarily small independent business owners, barbers, salon owners that have been willing to talk to us. And so here is a lady that is willing to talk to us. So we're going to give her a call now. I'm going to ask that you guys let me know if you can hear everything I'm saying. Neil, I know you fairly new to the panel. Are you familiar with Charleroi before we?
No, no.
Okay, Charleroi, Pennsylvania has been in the news. Donald Trump mentioned it. She was. It is a town of 4,000 where they brought in 2,000 Haitian migrants. That's half the town's population. And as you can imagine, it has changed the town considerably. And there's been a lot of propaganda being put in the news as to what the effects and non-effects are of Charleroi. Some people are saying it's benefiting the town. And are saying that it's not. And like someone is calling me now. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. All right, we're about to give him a call right now. All right. Let me look this number up. Let me give her a call. Again, this is a lady from Charleroi, Pennsylvania. And she responded to a comment yesterday. So let's call her. Let's make sure that it's going through. Roadcaster. Let me know if you can hear this ringing.
No ringing.
Not yet. Let me see.
You're just blowing bubble.
This is John Galt. I talked to you yesterday about the so I have you here live. Let me get you on the phone. Let me make sure that hello, can everyone hear her?
No.
Can you say something? Hello? Let me make sure I have everything up, all the levels up here. Hello? Let me give me 1 second. I'm trying to get connected here. Sometimes my my machine doesn't pick up as it should. Give me 1 second. Hello? Are you able to hear me? Can anyone hear her in the audience there?
No. We can hear you only.
Okay. Let me hang up and call her right back. What I'll do is I'm gonna hang up and I'll call you right back. My roadcaster isn't picking up everything, so give me 1 second, okay? I'll call you right back. All right, let me make sure. Let me see if I can just do a test call or something, just to make sure that this is picking up.
Neo, Shameless says that's bong abuse.
Let me see.
We just heard your computer's external audio.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what the hell is it picking up? Let me plug it in then. How about that? I'll plug it in. And that may work. What do I need to plug in here? What the fuck is going on?
What are you using?
I'm using a Rode Podcaster.
Your Rodecaster Pro. A
Yeah.
Rodecaster
With
Pro
a cell phone?
Yeah, it allows you to make calls, but sometimes let me disconnect it. And I'm going to connect it again. Rode Podcaster 2. Bluetooth there. And the Bluetooth's on. Let's see.
Oh, it uses Bluetooth audio to connect to your phone?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe
Gotcha.
maybe I should get my Rode cord. Where's my Rode cord? I don't think it needs to be. Let me try and make sure I can get a call through. Oh, I can hear it. You heard that, right?
Ringing's working now.
Right.
Yes, we can hear it.
I think sometimes I just have to disconnect.
Some echo though.
All right, now we're about to give her a call. Let me see. I think these are the levels for the Bluetooth. Okay, let's go. There we go.
Hello.
Hello, good morning. Hi,
Good morning.
This is John Galt again at the Urban Landlord.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing well.
You know, I was going through the comments yesterday. I was responding to some of the comments, and I guess I responded to one of yours, and you gave me a call, and that's how we ended up here, just to let everyone know. So tell me about what's going on in Charleroi. I see there are a lot of news media there, apparently. Is that right?
Yeah, I actually did an interview with NBC Newsmax picked up my portion of the interview, and they keep playing it every day, all day long.
Okay.
It's a lot. It's a lot to take in, and because I've never really wanted to be person on a national spotlight ever. I like to stay in the background, but it is what it is. You know, we have a lot of stuff going on here. A friend of mine was affected by this.
How so?
One of the Haitians missed a stop sign and went dukes a hazard into his yard and almost hit his house, causing about $12,000 worth of damage.
Did the Haitian have insurance? Maybe did the insurance cover it?
No, his homeowner's insurance picked up. Thank God he had homeowner's insurance, but it shouldn't have been on him. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's not it. This stuff is not fair to us. We didn't ask for this, and they didn't ask for this either. And I really think that they were lied to get them here. To be honest with you,
Lied to in what way?
because they've been lied and told that they told them that there's jobs here that the Americans didn't want to do. That's absolutely not true. It's the thing about it is this guy's so cheap that he didn't want to pay a living wage. And he has our state senator snowed saying that he was offering up to $40 an hour, which is absolutely not true, because I would pick up maggots for $40 an hour.
Me too.
I mean, let's face it, you know what I'm saying?
I've cleaned up a dead body for nothing.
Exactly. So basically, this guy has went and bought, I mean, he has like 2 or 3 factories, I think. And at first he was bringing in the Asian community. And I remember it was during COVID, I came back to this area, and I was actually staying at a hotel in Bell Vernon, and all the Asians were there. And they're still in Bell Vernon. They pretty much settled there. But then he started bringing in the Haitians after that. So now that he put them here in Charleroi, he bought 50 houses here. So not only are they working for him, they're living in his houses. And as far as what I know, they're living about 10 to 15 in a house down there. And like, it's not fair to any of us. It's not fair to the Haitians. It's not fair to us. We didn't ask for any of this. And I'm sure they're good people. We're good people as well. But I don't know what the answer is. I'm just trying to bring this all to light. Matter of fact, I'm the one that actually brought the spotlight here. There was a guy that used to work in Pittsburgh on one of the newscasts, and he moved to Michigan, and I follow him on Facebook, and he said he was doing a story on Springfield, and I'm like, hey, you need to do a story on Charleroi.
You mean Springfield, Ohio?
And from there, right. From there, this snowballed, and because of my interview with him and him looking into things, Trump got it. Then once Trump said it, everybody just converged here, like all the media, because our people are saying there's not a problem, and there is a problem.
Now, why do you
Haitians,
go ahead? Go ahead.
The Haitians come from a different sort of, way of life, and we're used to a certain way of life. And our lives don't kind of mix right now. They don't understand. They'll learn. But
can I, if I can interject for you a bit, can you expound on where are the tension or the conflict points in their way of life versus your way of life?
They'll just go up on people's porches and sit. I don't know them. They just go over there and sit. And it's like, you go outside. Well, I'm kind of a little out from that. I'm in the country. But people are like, there's people sitting on my porch and I don't know them. That's just not done here, And it's a little off-putting when you come out and you see big man on your porch that you don't know.
Yeah, I can only imagine. And what are they doing? They're just sitting on random people's porches?
Just sitting on random people's porches. I've heard them just take things, and I mean, they probably do that. I don't know. I don't know. People are just really frustrated, and they're like, "Oh, well, isn't America a melting pot?" Well, we're not melting right now. We're fucking boiling over. So it's like, I don't know.
Let me ask you this question: how are they driving without licenses and not being punished?
This is what they're doing. This is See, I'm getting all these reports from all these different people. They're going to the DMV, and as long as they're applying, and as long as they check that they've driven in their country, they're just giving them a driver's license. And then they go to Ohio, because it's not very far from. We're not far from Ohio. We're about maybe 2 hours. They'll go to Ohio and they'll get a car. I don't know how it's easier to get a car there, but the insurance is cheaper. So they'll get a car, they'll put 1 month of insurance on it, and then it'll lapse. And they come over here and they drive it around.
But when they're driving and they're having these wrecks, is that like a crime to having a wreck? Well, I guess you say they have a license, so that's valid. But without the insurance, is there a crime driving without insurance?
Yeah, it's a crime. And you know what? Here's the whole thing. You know what really, really burns my bridges? That guy that did that damage to my friend's property didn't get cited that day. They just towed the car away and he walked away. That was it. My friend was here, and then after he left here, he got pulled over and he got cited for his inspection being out.
So the Haitian rented his house. The Haitian rented his house, and the police let him go. No, nothing, right? And your friend, had some kind of technical violation.
Right. And this car that ended up doing all this damage, it was like a I wouldn't say it was brand new, but it was a nice car. I drive 2 very old vehicles. One is a classic car, but I just got it, and it's not worth that much. This car was probably worth about $25,000.
My car is 15 years old, so I know what you're talking about. My
truck is 2010.
Yeah.
My classic is a 1986. So where are they getting their money if they're only making $8 an hour? If they're paying taxes, which I don't think they're paying. The people keep saying they're paying taxes, and I keep saying I don't think so, because they're sending money to Haiti too. So it's like they're driving brand new vehicles, they got brand new clothes, they have wads of money. No wonder people are mad. They're not paying to live here either.
What do you mean they're not? What do you mean they're not paying to live there? Like, are they not paying rent?
HUD is covering it.
What do you mean HUD is covering it?
The government's giving landlords money to house them.
You mean like Section 8?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I just got to interrupt you for 1 second, ma'am. Let me interrupt you for 1 second to give a "I told you so" to the audience here. Go right ahead, ma'am.
But I mean, it's like, when is enough enough? You're stealing so much freaking money from us, and there are kids that didn't get to go to Head Start because of these kids.
Wow.
Okay. There are kids. We have kids in the foster care system that could use this money. There are, we could do more programs for our children. There are vets on the street. We could be helping us. We could help it. We could be cool. They're like, oh, well, they're creating businesses down there, but they're creating businesses for themselves. Their businesses, we're not going to go in. Matter of fact, the one lady,
Queen's Market,
when she first started her little grocery store, she put a sign outside that said "No whites allowed."
We hear from other people, ma'am. I wish I could cut that clip for you. We talked to a an Ohio, Pennsylvania, Charleroi barber who said he didn't have a problem with that. He was a black guy. He said he didn't have a problem with them creating markets of their own, because he felt like the white people had probably mistreated them. And so that was their response to the white mistreatment. But you say your tax dollars have.
bothered them.
You say your tax dollars have gone.
Them at all. What?
You could reasonably say that your tax dollars have gone to enable a good life for these people, but he's saying that the white people have mistreated the Haitians, so that prompted them to form their own stores. What do you think?
Maybe in Haiti. I don't know. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I want to.
We haven't done anything for them.
What is the general attitude? What is the general attitude between the whites and the Haitians? And
we don't have a problem with them generally. The problem that we have is the little annoyances, you know. But that's growing pains. I go.
Mm-hmm.
But generally, I mean, we're not out there harassing them. I mean, like, people are acting like we're putting on hoods going down there with KKK signs. We're not doing any of that. We're not arresting anybody.
You know, I was looking.
All trying to get along.
And you should go down there with KKK signs.
Someone says you should go down there with KKK. It may very well be that.
Oh, I'm black. I said that.
You know, I was on Twitter this morning, and I saw a video of a Haitian person. And, you know, one could reasonably say these people should be happy that they are here.
They actually love America.
And I want to let you listen to the hatred of this woman. Let me know if you can hear this. This is a Haitian young woman. You can overlook or don't pay attention to the music, but listen to the words that she says here.
Haitians are revolutionaries. It's in our blood. It's in our DNA. All right? I made a video not long ago where I said
she kind of looks like AI.
And call a Haitian person a nigger to their face because everybody around would fucking murder them. And when the police show up, no one knows what happened. And if you ever see that person live, it's because the Haitian people are going to follow him to his house or her house and in their bloodline right then and there. That's the energy that Haitian people be on. But you see, we can't really be on it like that in America because America, not many Black Americans actually want freedom. And they love podcasts. They all have social media. All the ones who have been buck broken with this slave mentality have social media. They have platforms or they're in positions of power. They are there to pacify the rest of Black America.
You can hear that she's talking about revolution.
Violent.
Let's go.
In the sense that they may smile.
She got another thing coming because I don't think she realizes most Americans carry a gun. I mean, I don't know what she's thinking, but it'll never happen.
But you do understand that you're more or less, and I'm not talking about you, but in a sense that these people are being brought here. And they're not coming with a gracious heart that we've delivered them from some very terrible places, right? And you can hear the anger in her voice, and you can hear the anger in the Blacks' voices. Are, at best, I could say ambivalent. Yeah. Go ahead.
Did I miss? I mean, I don't know much about Haiti, and excuse my stupidness. Did somebody invade them that I don't know about? That I don't understand. Why would you want to come here?
French.
You said, why would they want to come here if they hate us? Is that what you asked?
Right.
Have you ever seen a picture of Haiti before?
No, I don't know anything about Haiti.
You've never looked at Haiti before. Are you watching us live now? I could pull up some pictures of Haiti if you like it.
No, I'm actually at work, so.
Well, if you're in front of a computer,
yeah,
you could easily Google
I can't.
Port-au-Prince.
The thing about it is my company monitors my computer, unfortunately.
Yeah, one day you're at home, you're on your phone, you pull up a picture of Port-au-Prince and you see how it looks there. And you understand why they would be happy and angry at the same damn time about being here. Let me ask you this question. Do you have any children in the school system?
No, I don't. And that's one of my other concerns because I do live in the school district. I don't have kids. Mine's grown. But if I sell my house, no one's going to want to buy it if they have kids, because they're not going to want to send their kid into that.
Are you saying that the school system has been more or less destroyed in the sense that they can't accept all these Haitians?
Wait, was it turned into a racial jungle?
I don't want to say that. The thing about it is they brought in 258 Haitian kids just this year. And the thing about it is they have to have all these interpreters, and it's while they're catching up, it's keeping our kids behind. And that's concerning. And even if there's nothing else wrong, it gets a bad reputation. And that's not my thought. That's a home buyer's thought.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I can't stop whatever anybody else thinks. I don't have kids there. I'll have a dog in this fight. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the answers are. I really don't.
How is it when you hear about the chickens and the cat? Well, let me ask you this question. We have a question about Governor Mike DeWine. Did you know he had a school in Haiti?
I did not. I know who he is. I actually, before I moved here, I lived in Ohio, and we had Haitians there too, and they worked at one of the factories. But again, there was no problem. I mean, everybody was getting along, but it wasn't a mass influx like we have had here at one time. You know, I mean, I don't. And that was during Trump.
Why do you think they brought so many to your small town like this?
The one guy down there that owns the factories, he's a dirty scumbag, if you really want to ask me. I mean, I think he wants to just get rich on it.
And how do you think it is affecting like the culture of the town?
People are moving. They don't want to deal with it. They're moving. They're taking a loss on their house. People are just pissed. People are just mad as hell. And I don't know. Again, I don't know what the answers are. I really don't. I'm out here with a voice saying we need to do something. I don't know what. I'm supposed to talk to one of the people from the council later today. He's supposed to call me. I'm just trying to get a conversation started.
Now, I think we saw some video of your city council where they weren't very helpful to the citizens. Was that in Charleroi? We've seen so many.
I don't think there was one council member that was on Dave Blondie's show, and that's the guy I want to talk to later. Everybody else seems to think that there's not a problem. But there are thefts going on. There's people on porches. There's people shitting in yards.
Shitting in the yards?
I mean, shitting in the yards. But, you know, nothing to see here, folks. There's nothing going on. Okay, are you reading what's on Facebook? Because there's obviously something going on. It has been going on for quite some time.
You know, there was there was a talk. Someone got up here and he talked about a basin or something in Charleroi. I think it was Charleroi. A basin or something. Are you familiar with that?
A basin?
Some park area where a lot of Haitians are congregating. I think that was Charleroi.
No,
but anyway, so what about the cats and dogs? Is that true or not?
Here, we're not having a problem with that. There have been some missing pets, but I can't say that it's because of them. I cannot. There's missing pets all the time. But now I can say that there were goat carcasses found down over the hill in Twilight, which is right up the hill from Charleroi. It's right down over the hill from the factory they work. I don't know what that was about. I can't blame that on them either, but it's kind of weird.
Had you ever had goat carcasses show up before?
Nope. We have never even seen a goat here.
Maybe it's El Chupacabra.
No, it's the Satanists.
Maybe. Who knows? Maybe it's Bigfoot. I don't know.
What about the relations with the blacks? I would imagine that, in a town like that, I grew up in a small town.
Actually, the funny thing is Colin Powell was from here. I just found that out today.
Really?
I didn't know that.
Colin Powell.
But we don't really have a huge black population here. It's just like a really tiny town. And a lot of people moved. You have to realize, I mean, we had 2 factories left, and they're leaving. Pasta company's gone. Corning's gone. The jobs go, they leave. Everybody leaves.
So what are the Haitians doing? If everybody's left the jobs alone, what are the Haitians doing?
Riding around in cars, apparently. Hitting shit.
Driving into houses.
I don't know where they're taking them. They have these white vans all over the place, and they're just everywhere. I mean, I don't know if they're just working at these 2 factories or if they're taking them other places. I mean, I have a job. I can't sit down there 24/7 and video camera either. So I don't know.
Did you know that some lady was talking about vans? She sees a lot of vans driving the migrants around. Is that the case?
Yes, there's 3 vans, and they're from the temp agencies. Found out the guy. I don't like saying the guy's name because I'm not getting in trouble. You know what I'm saying? So I'll call him DB. Anyway, DB has the companies. He has the 50 houses, and he also has a temp agency now that he just started. And I guess the other temp agencies, there's 2 others, and when you look them up in the phone book, nothing, or on Google, nothing comes up.
So they're like brand new companies, like Shell-like companies.
Yeah. And I mean, I haven't been able to find anything, and I didn't really poke around too much. I doubt they even have tax ID numbers if you really want to know the truth.
You say what? They don't have tax ID numbers?
I don't think so, because you Google it, you can't find nothing. I would have to go into the Pennsylvania site. I could probably poke around a little bit. I've been focusing on other things. That wasn't my main concern to look up these companies.
John, real quick.
Yeah, sure.
They're not going to have state tax ID numbers, but that's because they're working under federal what are known as ITINs. It looks like a social security number that they give.
The companies that they're working for.
The temp agencies.
Yeah, even the tip agencies to get around that, the EINs for the state and for the federal government, some of the temp agencies like your Manpowers will work solely under an ITIN, and they'll file their taxes under that particular number instead of going the other route.
That figures.
What are the names of these? What are the names of these temp agencies, by the way?
One, his is called Advanced something or other. It's called it. Hang on, let me get my.
Some are also called Manpower, Win. Some other ones as well are pretty common temporary agencies that are throughout the U.S. Manpower is probably one of the biggest ones.
I think there's something going on there. Like these companies are somewhat colluded. You see the common thing, these temp agencies just spring up out of nowhere. And they're able to go and hire these people and kind of undercut
I'm sorry, I can't find that paper, but it's called like advanced staffing.
Advanced staffing. Okay. And you said this just sprang out of nowhere, this staffing agency?
Yeah. There was a YouTube people that was down in Charleroi. I think it was Monday or Tuesday, and they walked the whole town. And they talked to a Haitian guy driving one of the vans. And in the window, it's the papers taped to the window, and he said that was DB's company. There's 3 of them working in the town. And I heard a white guy try to call and get a job, and they told him they didn't hire white people. That's what I heard, but I don't know. Apparently, they're only hiring immigrants.
Oh boy, that's a Title VII violation if I ever heard one.
Look at it. One talking the laws. These people are breaking all kind of laws, and you still talking laws. One.
Of course.
Don't do
The
that.
thing about it is how do you prove it?
That's true. That's very true.
Yeah,
You know, and like I think most of the stuff that he is doing, he is riding right on legality, so he can't get in trouble. But it's dirty as fucking hell. It's dirty. It's dirty, and the only thing I can do is expose him as a dirtbag. It's the only thing I can do. Because yes, he's paying him $8 an hour. He's paying him over minimum wage, so he's at least paying. You know, and he owns the house. Is okay. Yeah, he's getting HUD, so they're not paying him. So there's not a conflict of interest there. But it's still scummy as shit.
Well, and the other thing to add to what she's saying, John, is that you can't say that they're hiring unauthorized employees because with immigration, what they're doing is there's a special parole process for Venezuelans, Nicaraguans, Haitians, and I forget the other group. But
they're all legal, right? They
give them what's known as advanced parole. The Ukrainians, I'm sorry, the Ukrainians. So they're given parole.
That bullshit, like they're here now, right? Whatever it is, they're here now, right?
And to get Section 8, most of the people, HUD money is administered through the state and local counties. It's not something that the federal government directly does themselves. It's usually local county agencies. So usually when people get Section 8, even if they're immigrants coming in the communities, it's usually when it comes to Section 8 funding, it benefits the whole. So whatever is available, it's there's not.
We have people sitting on the HUD list for over 20 years here, and they come in here and they get that money.
They move to the front of the list. Is that what you're saying? They're moving to the front of the list on the HUD?
I mean, they forget the list at this point. They're not calling it HUD, but it's under the HUD funding, and they just right there.
You can hold on. You can hear everyone on the panel, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go right ahead. Yep.
Okay.
She can hear you.
I was going to say real quick, John, for the parole process, on the stuff that I do, I work for an immigration attorney. So on that side of it, when they're given parole, they're able to fill out what an employment authorization request. And the moment they get that card, the employment authorization document is what we call it. Then at that point, everything in the eyes of the government's legal. So that's where the Section 8 comes from, which is what Noah, I believe, or Neil was talking about. That's where the temp agencies, which is what the lovely young lady on the phone and you and myself, John, are talking about, but also, driver's licenses, and they can actually set up their own businesses here as well under that same employment authorization document.
I've heard that they're buying property in Charleroi. Is that true?
Well, that one guy that said that was an interpreter he was on the NBC report that I was on. He's been here for like 5 years or something. I don't think he's an American citizen, but he's, obviously got his green card now. He bought a house. I mean, they are creating businesses, but here's the thing. Why can't we? I don't see the government handing me money and say, here, Misty, go start a company. Because if they did, we'd all go down there and start a company and we would all be better off. But, they're just not handing us money.
So it's kind of like what you're saying is that the government has chosen someone else to start businesses in your town over you or help others in your town over you.
And that's exactly what's pissing people off.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. These people are new, straight off the train or boat or whatever, plopped here and given thousands of dollars when we're working our tails off to keep our heads above water and trying to put food on the table, and we can't even do that.
I've heard
that makes us mad.
It would make you very, very angry. I've heard that these people.
Who cares what side of the spectrum you're on the politics? It's still all stinks.
Has that affected your view of politics in the media, seeing the media downplay what's happening in Charleroi?
You know what? I thought the media was dirty from day one, well, for many, many years. But, and when they were here, and me seeing the interview, the same lady that came to interview me, interview the Haitian guy, she was so nice to him, and she was just so combative with me.
Why do you think that?
Like,
Why do you think that was?
Because I'm a Trump supporter. That's why.
How did she know you were a Trump supporter?
In my yard.
Oh, you have a sign in your yard?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so you said she was combative to you.
Yeah. She's like, oh, this and that about Trump being racist. And I'm like, I am so tired of people saying he's racist because he's not. He funded Jesse Jackson's campaign when he ran for president.
Twice.
Do that? Yeah. He dated a black woman for 2 years. What a racist do that?
You know, I've stayed in a couple Trump hotels. He has black people working there. A racist wouldn't do that.
He has a working business relationship with Carlos Slim, but yeah, he's a racist.
And I'm like, and I told her, I said, this kind of talk that you do, and they didn't even play this part on there because they cut off half the shit I said because they couldn't use it because it's not their narrative. I said, this kind of stuff that you say right here is what got him shot. And I said, and I'll have you know, I was at that rally and I had bullets that flew over my head because I was very close to what happened.
You were at the Butler, Pennsylvania rally. You were at the
Butler.
Yeah.
I seen the guy that was shot in the stands. He got shot twice. I was right there when they were pulling him down off of there.
Wow, that is
Let me
amazing.
tell you about a scary freaking day. And that could have been any one of us in that crowd. Any one of us.
Wow, that is amazing. What do you want Trump to do about this whole immigration thing? What would you like to see him do?
Honestly, these borders need to shut up. They need to be closed up. People need to be moved out of here. I mean, we need our country back. You don't have a country if you don't have borders.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what is this, the free nation of the world now? I mean, we might as well just change our name. And I told the lady, I said, you can't just let everybody in here because we just don't have the room. I mean, if we say, hey, just come here, whole of Europe would come, all of South America would come, Russia would come, everybody would come.
You left out all of Africa.
I mean, I would love to help the world. But as my mom has always said, charity begins at home. And she's right. You're going to do your own first.
Yeah, go right ahead, Portia. One at a time. Go ahead, Portia.
Would you happen to be a member of the Facebook page?
The
Facebook group for Charleroi?
Charleroi Ramblers, yeah.
Yeah, the Charleroi.
Two of them.
Okay, because I've been trying, because we've met, they've changed it to the Charleroi Independent now, it looks like. However, we've spoken with so many people.
No, there's two of them. There's two, so I think it's the Charleroi Rambler.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one that because someone that we spoke to a few weeks ago, and it was several people, because we've talked to so many people, they asked that we join the group, and I haven't been lit in the group yet, and it's just like people keep on talking to us about the group, and I'm like, I'm just trying to get in the group. And I actually even messaged the admins, and I haven't heard back yet. So I was just curious to know if you were a part of the group.
I think they're trying to keep people out because of the media attention right now. If you don't live in Charleroi, I think they're keeping people out.
Okay, I was just curious to
know. And then she's not on there all the time, and she's always bitching about us saying stuff. But she's the one that started it. Said it's a free speech. So.
Is it Lisa Black, or is it who is this one? Emmy Wadsworth.
No, not one of the. I don't even know right now.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know how to bring that point. But I've seen her posting on there before.
Okay, because we've talked to people that told us about, like the post, the daily post of, just residents of Charleroi, pictures, videos, things like that. And of course, that's something that the news media isn't covering in the way that they should. And for instances like what it is that you're dealing with, I do believe that whatever way, especially like with you being on the show right now, whatever way to spread the word about this, like the awareness is the most important thing, because obviously the media is going to debunk it and call y'all liars. And then of course you're a white woman, so you have to be racist, right? So
right.
We have to work
I
together.
don't care if you're blue, black, purple, orange, green. I don't care what color you are. I don't. I don't. You know, as long as you treat me well, I'm going to treat you well. You treat me like an ass, I'm going to treat you like an ass. I don't care what color you are. You know,
you're really kind, because I actually do. And the thing is that, you know, I'm a Black American, but you know, hey, the ones that aren't American, like the ones in your community, I care what I care. I care about them. They gotta go. They gotta go.
Right. Well, the whole thing. I'm going to be honest with you. They are actually taking away from Black America by doing it. You know, and God, I mean, I have a bleeding heart too. I don't need to be a bleeding heart liberal to be a bleeding heart. I feel bad. Do I want these kids to grow up here? Yes, I do. Do I want them to, you know, have everything I have? Yes. But I also have grandkids that I want the same thing for. But they will never get that chance.
Well, I think the question, I think it all comes down to, who do you want it for more, your grandkids or the world? You're going to have to make some choices here.
Or the world.
Government's choice at this point. I ain't got, you know, they don't give me the purse strings, because if I had the purse strings, a lot of shit would change.
You were telling me you on Newsmax. I pulled up the Newsmax video. You're not looking, but if you can tell us if this is you or not, you don't have to if you don't want to. But
I've already looked, and the voices don't match.
But let me know if you know some of these people.
Our house, we've lived here. We're family. We're done these everything down here. If this factory, I'm not saying in this town. I'm not. My child already lost 2 years of school. She's so far behind. She was supposed to go to Head Start, and they told her she couldn't go 2 weeks before school start because 20 immigrants came in and took her out of school. So we lost 2 years of school. So why would I want to stay in this town?
It's really sad what has happened to my hometown. I mean, it's hard for me to drive through here and just see what's left of it. And, you know, I've said before, this is beyond immigration. At this point, it feels like an invasion.
I wish we could find the clip that you were on, but that lady is speaking in strong terms.
Let me see.
She said invasion.
Yeah, she said invasion. Does it feel like an invasion to you?
Yeah, it does. But it's you know what? It's not their fault, though. You know.
Yeah, none of this would have happened had we not assassinated, or had the Haitian prime minister not been assassinated in 2021.
I don't think the Haitians want to live like they were living. I don't think they want to live their lives out like they're living in Haiti.
I just texted it.
Oh, you texted it to me? Okay.
Well, may I say one quick thing about the Haitians? If we all remember our recent history, the Haitian government and the Haitian people have suffered from tremendous earthquake damage, natural disasters, both hurricanes and...
I don't want to hear a history lesson about the Haitians. I'm sorry. But I didn't meet you for that. We got to talk one at a time because it may be a little delay here with the phone. Yeah, but we don't need the history lesson on the Haitians. I mean, they're here now. We're going to have to deal with them being here. No one really cares what went on in their country, because if something happened in this country, they wouldn't welcome us with open arms. Hell, they wouldn't have the
kids. You know what, America has done a lot for the world. Anytime there's been something, earthquakes, to any kind of freaking disaster, we have pulled up and we've stepped up and we've done everything. And for them to come here and do this to us and our country,
You invited them, though.
you know, that's bullshit.
Sean Penn even been doing it.
Anyway, let me pull up this article here.
So I would like to ask. So I'm a Texan in its truest form, and here in Texas, the immigration problem has been an issue for us all my life, and I'm in my 20s. I'm not in my 30s quite yet. However, what we're doing now, well, what our governor is doing right now, is he's issuing out bounty awards for information on the Trende Aragua, the gang members, at $5,000 a pop for whomever comes forth with information of any type of disruptions in our state. So do you believe that something like what's going on here in my state of Texas would be helpful in a place like Charleroi or America as a whole?
I don't really haven't. I don't know if that would cause a lot of. You probably have a whole bunch of nut jobs doing some crazy stuff. I really don't know. I would have to see how it works there. I really, without seeing it, I would be afraid you get a whole bunch of rednecks with, whatever they do. Yeah, I don't know.
See, in Texas, it won't just be it's going to be everybody. It's going to be the blacks, the whites, the Hispanics, all the citizens just calling it snitching.
Well, calling is one thing, but I'd be afraid that somebody would take it a little further, like Dog the Bounty Hunter or something.
Oh, I don't know. Well, never mind. It is Texas. But you know what? Let us be the blueprint, and then y'all can just see how it works down here. And then, you can go from there.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think there should be a hotline where you can call. I've called the Homeland Security on the one company in Ohio that was hiring illegals. And back then they were illegal. And they actually did a raid on it. But, that's not going to help me here.
These people are illegal. Let me play this video that you were in. You sent this to me. I'm going to play it now.
City with a growing Haitian population on edge after more inaccurate claims from former President Trump.
Charleroi has experienced a 2,000% increase in the population of Haitian migrants under Kamala Harris. The schools are scrambling to hire translators for the influx of students, and the town is virtually bankrupt.
Here in Charleroi, Pennsylvania, just like in Springfield, Ohio, local Republicans say Haitians have been an asset to the community.
The Haitian immigrants here have a very good reputation. Problem is that the federal government dumped these people in and aren't providing any resources.
In recent years, many came illegally to Charleroi to work at the local meat processing facility, like Pierre Richard Montplaisir. Do you think that what former President Trump is saying is true, that Haitians are having a negative impact here?
No. When I came here like 4 years ago, so the town was a ghost town. And now we got a group of people that are working and paying tax.
Montplaisir also works as an interpreter for the school system. 5 years ago, 12 students were learning English as non-native speakers. This year, that number is 225.
We believe now diversities are super.
Did you hear that? 225 students?
And they're for their kindergarten and first grade, I believe.
Wow, that is amazing. How many children are in the schools in a town of 4,000?
Not that many. You got to figure they doubled our population because people did move away. The jobs did dry up. Yes, the town was a ghost town, but we didn't have all the rights. We had enough resources for us, and then they double our population in overnight. And I tried to go to the doctor one time and I actually had to switch doctors because I sat there for 3 hours and then the doctor came in and said, "You really want to do this right now?"
Do what? So you just wait a minute. So he comes to you and said, "Do you really want to have your routine appointment right now?"
Yeah, that's what he said. Because it was 5 o'clock, 5:30.
Oh, have mercy.
I shit you not. Then they rescheduled me for 3 months down the road. Then they called me the morning of the appointment and said, "I'm sorry, the doctor's not in today." I shit you not. I'm like, F you people.
Now, either you get some type of government health care or you pay for your own, I would assume.
I have a job, so
So you pay for your health care. And so when you go to the doctor, are you sitting next to a bunch of Haitians in the doctor's office?
They're everywhere. I mean, I can't talk to them because I can't speak the language, but yeah, they're there. And they're taking up all the appointments, all the space, and I'm like, by the time they got to me, my appointment was at the end of the day, and they had put people in front of me because they didn't have appointments, but they're sick. And I understand people are sick, but then to do that to me, I was like, "Are you fucking serious?"
How long had you been a client of that doctor, a patient of that doctor?
Over a year.
Okay.
I mean, I'm new to this area too.
Oh, wow.
I need you guys to know I've only been here 3 years. I just bought this house.
Also, well, you bought right into the storm there. What do you do? You think your house value has gone down or up since you bought?
Probably down, unfortunately. And I actually do not live in Charleroi proper. I actually have a Charleroi address, but I live in what's called Fallowfield Township, which butts up right against Charleroi, obviously. I'm in Charleroi School District. I'm just in the country.
Right.
I'm probably going to fare a little bit better on my property, on my homeowner's, property, but it's still nobody wants to put a kid in that school. And unfortunately, I can't change people's minds about what they perceive.
Why do you think people can't see what you're saying?
About reality value.
Why do you think people can't see what you're saying? Like, why do you think people can't see the effects of all of this?
I don't know. They want to close their eyes and just say, "Hey, nothing to see here, folks. Ain't nothing wrong. Ain't nothing wrong here." But the thing about it is you speak up and they want to shut you down and call you a racist. Oh, you're just a fucking racist. No, this is true.
Now, what about?
It's not about race.
What about fellow white people? Are they calling you racist, or is it black people calling you? Who's calling you a racist?
Black people are calling you racist.
They're defending.
Facebook that calls me racist. Oh no, there's a couple white people that do too.
But more or less, the blacks are defending the Haitians. Is that what you're saying by calling you a racist?
Yeah, I think they're just so misguided. The one girl, she's not very educated. You can tell by her writing. And I'm like, look, honey, I've even told her, I said, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but I'm trying to have an intelligent conversation. When you want to come at me with an intelligent conversation, then we'll speak.
And
she can't tell.
Do you think she's more pro-migrant, pro-Haitian, or anti-white?
I think she's anti-white.
What did she say to make you think that?
She just calls me a racist and just say you don't like black people and this and that, and I ignore her because she seems like a 20-year-old that doesn't really know anything. She hasn't lived enough life, so I don't pay her no mind.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Guys, do you have any more questions? How should we address you? Should we give you an alias? Because we'll probably call you back as it gets closer to the election, if you don't mind. We would love to have you up on the panel.
My name's on that video.
Oh yeah, let us finish playing the video here. Give me 1 second. Let me finish playing.
But Superintendent Ed Zelich says the state has provided additional funding.
We're not struggling. Are there more things we would like to have? Absolutely. But I think any school district wouldn't be able to say that.
Misty Cassidy disagrees.
There's just so many people, and there's just not enough resources. There's not enough jobs. There's not enough homes.
She's glad Trump, who she supports, has been calling attention to Charleroi and Springfield.
People need to know that it's just not Springfield. This is coming to a town near you.
What is coming to a town near you?
Haitians or immigrants that have poured over the border within the last couple of years.
Why is that a bad thing, given the fact that some would say the United States is a nation of immigrants?
They're not coming here to assimilate with us. They're coming here to take over, it seems.
But Montplaisir says Trump's comments are harmful. How worried are you that what happened in Springfield with the threats and the harassment that Haitian immigrants, that they might happen here?
Yes, that's why that's why they are afraid about it. That's why some of them want to leave the town.
Yamichelle Sendor, NBC News, Charleroi, Pennsylvania.
Let me ask you.
Protect against RSV.
I think you were the second lady they interviewed, correct? I forget what they say your name was. I don't know if they put it on Misty. Misty, do you know what's interesting about that? As soon as I saw that video, you know what was interesting about that? And I bet you didn't know this, Misty. I bet you did not know this. And I'm going to show you right here. The lady that you were talking to, the big fat lady, you saw her, right? Yes. Whatever her name.
She's had enough to eat.
She was a White House correspondent, wasn't she?
Yamichi El Sindor was born in Miami to Haitian-born parents. They sent you a Haitian. They sent a Haitian out to interview you, and that's why she said, "What's wrong with that?
Surprised me.
What's wrong with that?" She wanted to know.
Okay, so here's the whole thing. When this went down, I'm going to tell you. I talked to a little skinny white girl, little tiny white girl. Okay, and she's like, "Okay, well, our team's going to come here, and they're going to set up and this and that." 5 minutes before the interview, here comes this woman. She was hiding in the car. Literally, she was hiding in the car.
Really?
Yes.
Wait a minute. So,
and the thing about it is, she asked me if anybody was being harassed down there. I said, "That's not happening. I don't know where you're getting your information. No one is bothering the Haitians. No one's bothering them."
Wait a minute. I think I missed that. So wait a minute. Who was hiding in the car?
That lady. I don't know how to say her.
Yamichi. Now, who was she hiding in the car from?
It must have been me. I don't know. Maybe because I'm a Trump supporter. Maybe she's scared. I don't know.
So at the last minute, she jumps out of the car to do the interview with you.
Yeah.
Well, she really can't hide, can she, John?
It had to be a
I didn't know there was somebody I didn't know there was somebody else in the car until she came walking down the yard.
Must have been an RV, like Ben Thorpe. A Ben Thorpe RV. You know what's interesting about that? I wonder why they sprang her on you like that.
I don't know. Weird. It was weird.
So that they could scare Misty, so that Misty could jump, and they would catch it on camera, saying, "See, she has an irrational fear of Haitians. Look at what she did to this poor journalist."
That is true.
Right. I really think that they were trying to do some shady bullshit. But like before she left, she's like, "Hey, can I use your restroom?" I'm like, "Yeah, no problem. Here." Like I'm gonna. If I was racist, would I do that?
Right. Yeah.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
In the interview, she said, "What would you say?" Basically in rebuttal, America is a nation filled with immigrants. I've heard that many times, and I would like for Misty, if you don't mind, and John, if you don't mind, could you explain to me what that means to you, if it has any meaning at all?
Okay, so is what that means to me is back in the day when America was first starting, we needed the immigrants to come in here and build it. We're built. We're well established 200 years later, and we actually have a culture here now. It's not like when it first came, you had the Italian culture, you had the Irish culture, you had the Russian culture. We've all melted together now, but now you're just bringing a whole new group on us. And this group doesn't know how our culture is. We're, and we didn't live 200 years ago, let's face it. We don't know what their culture is. And right now there's like a little culture clash going on. And I don't really think it's melding well right now. And I think it might eventually. But right now tensions are really high.
What would you say is the biggest source of those tensions?
The resources, the housing. It seems like they're taking the jobs that we actually really need right here, because literally we've had 2 plants closed down in the last 3 months.
I guess I'm asking like the demographics, like what type of people were working at the plant? Were they not? Some people say drug addicts in the town. Like, give us an idea.
The thing about it is, I heard that. And then they're saying that people are falling asleep. Oh, you know, if you're paying people pennies, like $10 an hour, and let me tell you, the guy didn't pay anything over $10 an hour. And I don't want to hear that he paid 40 because that's a damn lie. Because if he was paying 40, my ass would have been up there. So he was only paying $10 an hour. We did have a lot of drug addicts down there. Yes, they're probably on, what's that stuff that they take to get off of heroin? When you take that shit, it makes you fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably what they were on. But again, if you're, you know, you get what you pay for. Hell, McDonald's pays more than that.
Methadone.
Yeah, methadone. You give them methadone and they start falling asleep. And I don't know what makes them fall asleep, but I've seen it happen.
What about some?
But I mean, you don't get the greatest of people if you're only paying $10 an hour.
What about some of the
But now
cultural?
he's paying these people $80 an hour, and he's making money off the houses.
He's paying them how much?
$8 an hour. He's paying the Haitians
And
$8
he's
an hour.
housing them, so he's making money off the housing too.
Wow,
so this is pretty
It's legal,
damn good.
and it's
Gee.
plumbing.
That's
You know
a-
what I'm saying?
yeah.
He owns like 50 houses down there.
What's his name again?
I'm not going to say his name. It's DB.
Can you send it to me by text, and one day I'll look it up, and I won't look it up while you're here, but we'll look it up, and we'll just do a deep dive into, just kind of see where he fits in this whole immigration thing. Yeah, if you didn't mind, you can text it to me. We won't do it while you're here, but we'll look it up one
I'm
day.
not real sure how to spell his last name.
Okay, fair enough. You
I
get close
think
enough, I'll find it.
No, he changed. No, that freaking phone changed it.
Have you ever heard of voodoo before?
I have. I haven't seen anything like that, but I'm not saying it's not because I mean I don't get that close. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not scared of it. I mean, I like weird shit. I like ghosts and stuff like that. I don't think that would scare me. I might go and say, "Hey, what do you got in there? Got some shrunken hips." You like, "Hey, you got a love potion? Love potion number 9."
We can all make light of it, I guess.
You with their love potion.
Right.
I wouldn't trust it, Misty. I wouldn't trust it.
Probably not.
Misty,
like you're the white devil. You're the white devil.
put a voodoo doll on you. Misty, do you think Trump is going to win the Pennsylvania? You think he'll win Pennsylvania?
I sure hope so.
What?
I sure hope so. I think we won it last time, but that's you know.
Let me ask you this question.
there was
You think they won it last time, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think they did some shenanigans.
What do you think they did this shenanigans?
Well, let's see. In Allegheny County, which is just right north of us, is where Pittsburgh is.
Is that where Pittsburgh is? Okay. Mm-hmm.
Over 100% of registered voters voted. That has never happened ever.
Mail-in voters, I imagine.
Wait a minute, you said over 100%, as in
101%,
102%, 103%?
No, she said how much? Well, she said over 100% of voters voted. Right, Miss?
Everybody that was registered and then some voted in that election in Allegheny County.
Improbable, yeah, she's right.
Something ain't right here.
And 100% of blacks too.
And tell us, where else do you think the voting was affected in Pennsylvania?
I think out north near Philadelphia. I think there was some issues, and I heard some words up towards Erie, like something to do with one of the mail carriers. I don't know. Again, all speculation.
Can I ask, do you really think Trump's going to deport those people?
Nope. If you really want to know the truth, honest opinion, nope.
Please.
They're saying they're gonna be citizens.
The New Americans as I call it.
Why vote for Trump then? Why do you hope he wins?
It's not over immigration, honestly. It's actually over. To be honest, it's the economy for me. I made more money under him. I'm just.
What do you think he'll do differently?
Yeah. Well, when he was in, the price of the groceries are down. Gas was down. Mortgage rates were down. Those are the important things for me. He gave tax relief, which God, I pay over half my salary in freaking taxes. I had to even take out my 401. I actually owe the IRS almost 10 grand, and I don't know where I'm getting it. And then I see all these people have all this money. I'm going, what the fuck here?
So you
then because I ended up paying $4,000 and I was crying over that. So hats off to you.
It's like, why did I even take that out? Because you just stole it.
So you owe the government while you see other people walking around with a handout from the government. You said, what the hell is going on? It's like upside down, topsy-turvy.
Yeah, and it pisses me off. And I, you know what? I was supposed to make some kind of arrangements with the government, and I haven't done that yet because, you know what, I'm just so pissed off. And I know eventually they're going to go to my employer, but, you know, I would rather delay it as much as I can because I'm so pissed off. It's my own little protest.
When you say when they go, you mean garnish your wages? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question. You say you hope that Trump wins. What do you fear if Kamala wins?
Oh God, if she wins, if her policies are fucked. Her policy on, what did she say? She's going to put a cap on, the price of items because of price gouging. Honey, she does not have any clue about how the economy freaking works, because if she does that, oh my God, that is just going to destroy. People are going to go out of business left and right because she can't do that. It will just crush everything. And if you're taxing, the thing about it is if you're taxing, and she wants to tax all these companies and this and that, if you tax the companies, they're just going to raise the prices and they're going to give the workers less money. They take it somehow. They're going to make their money. If you give them a tax break, they give it to their employees and they lower prices. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. It's like, where in the hell did she go to school? And where did they find her? He sent us the worst person.
When you hear people say that she's black, and I knew you mean that.
She's Muslim.
Why do you say she's not black? She says she's black.
Actually, I found out her real grandmother is white.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So when you hear people say that she's black and they somewhat force it down your throat that she's black, what do you think about that?
It's aggravating. I mean, I don't think it. I mean, it really doesn't matter to me, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just the whole conversation is aggravating and stupid.
But it's the force of, but don't you say the forcing upon you a lie and making you accept it is what you might find troubling, right? Like, she ain't black. You just said it. But if you say she's not black in public, you get in trouble.
Really, the thing about it is the thing that pisses me off is that they're saying that she's black to try to get the black vote. And it's like, you're sitting there going, she ain't black. What? Huh? Okay. Whatever. Be whatever you want to be. It's like almost like the Rachel Dolezal thing again.
Do you think that black people will vote for her in the same numbers that they voted for, say, Biden? I think blacks voted for Biden in overwhelming numbers, I want to say.
Yeah, and so I have a question about that. Well,
I am black, by the way. You can ask me some questions if you have if you're curious to know.
The thing about it is how I just find it real funny that Biden got more black votes than Obama.
Yeah.
And
That
I'll
is
let
rather
you know,
interesting, huh?
I voted for Obama the first time.
Oh boy.
I was a Democrat. So I'm like, where did they dig these people up at? And you know what? I honestly would rather have Biden over her because, you know, at least he's asleep. He's not ruining anything.
What made you turn from Obama the first time to maybe not voting for Romney or voting for Romney the second time?
I did not vote that year. Actually, funny story. I was actually going to vote for Romney, and I was still a registered Democrat then. But it was my birthday, and I didn't want to stand in the line. We got there, and there was a line. I said, I don't want to do this. I want to get a drink and get food. So I left.
All right, fair enough.
But a lot of the things Obama did, I didn't agree with, and like he talks a good game, I think, and he left me a very bad taste in my mouth, and I'm like, oh, I don't know.
He did talk a good
But he's
game,
definitely
though.
better than Biden. What?
He did talk a good game. I will give him that. He did.
He's smooth. He's smooth.
So what made you
So
cross
yeah.
over? What made you cross over to becoming a Republican?
I started looking at my paychecks, and then the one guy I was dating then, he started explaining shit to me because I was listening. I was on that stupid media brain, and he's like, you know, that's not true, right? And then it just started looking at it, and you wake up, you're going, huh? Motherfucker's been lying to me for years. I don't know.
Denizen,
I
you
don't
still
even
here?
like
I'm
the
surprised you don't want to chime in. Is Denizen still here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Did you hear what she said? She realized she had been lied to.
Yeah. Yeah, and that it was her boyfriend that taught her that, so I picked up on that as well.
Well,
Or does I get that wrong?
Yeah. His dad was he was military. He's ex-military, plus he was a game warden for Pennsylvania. And I started looking at a lot of things a lot differently. And I was like, wow. It was like a wake-up moment. And then I went and switched my party.
So it's primarily pay for you.
I was the one that drug him to the Trump rally that was in Pittsburgh, the very first one that he ever had. As a matter of fact, our lovely senator that loves to wear hoodies and look like a fucking ape. He's oh god.
You talking about Fetterman? You talking about Fetterman?
Yes, yeah. He caused a riot outside of the venue. That's when all those riots were happening at Trump rally.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, this is what Trump does. When it was found out that people were starting it. Well, he's the one that started the one in Pittsburgh.
I didn't catch what her name was.
Misty. Misty is her name. Misty.
Misty, yeah. What if I told you the Republicans are lying about the economy, too?
I kind of don't believe that because I was doing way better under Trump than I am now.
What if that had nothing to do with Trump?
He lowered the taxes. He gave us all tax breaks. Did you miss that?
Well, the president doesn't actually determine the tax rate.
When they came in, and I'll tell you how I know this because I went to get my taxes done, and she's like, "Oh wait, I have the wrong years. I have last year's. Here's this year's, and this is how much you're going to pay." Because if it was under the previous, I wouldn't have paid anything. I would have broke even. So that's how I know.
So you think he's going to come in and lower taxes?
Probably not right off. I mean, you have to get Congress and Senate on board. Unfortunately, I mean, he just can't write a pen and go, "Hey, here's some money." But the thing about it is we need to take our country back, and I don't think she will do that at all. And actually, you know what? I think all these motherfuckers are assholes, and they all need to go. If you really want to know the truth, every single goddamn senator, every goddamn congressman, they're nothing but fucking garbage. They steal our money. They lie to us. They only want our damn vote when it comes to election time.
That'd be the Republicans too, though.
Right.
And the business cycle that you're experiencing is a byproduct of that bipartisan corruption. There's the boom cycle,
All corrupt.
and then when it busts, that's when prices come back down and inflation comes back down. And there's
Kind of funny.
data that shows that actually started in the second half of Obama's term.
So she can get elected.
Yeah, and the data show that trend and decrease in prices actually started during Obama's second term. That Trump inherited a low inflation environment and a boom in economy.
Let me see if I can
Well, I'll tell
distill
you
this.
what.
Go ahead.
When Trump started running and it started to look like he was winning, things did come down, but then they kept going down. Like, I bought a house. I bought 2 houses in between then. Believe it or not, I did. But I was just finishing buying my other house right when Trump came in, and I got a really good interest rate on that house because of that. So I sold that house. I made a great profit on it. Then I bought this one. The interest rates were still down. He had just lost the election. So I signed on this house in February of that year. I don't think the new administration came in. So I still got lower rates. Thank God. So right now I wouldn't sell or buy anything right now. I don't care if they're saying they're coming down. I wouldn't do shit. I don't even have a 401. I don't believe in any of
Well,
that.
interest rates were lowered.
Goddamn.
Well,
interest rates were lowered last month, and I just got an email while we were talking from my bank about how my savings account interest rate will be lowered. As a result, it was lowered 0.5 basis points.
So you were saying that you don't have a 401k account? Is that correct? You saying you don't have a 401k?
Nope. I cashed that out, and that's the reason why I owe the government, because I needed to pay. I just bought this house, and things happened, and I was here by myself, and I couldn't afford it. I actually rent to people now. I have 2 people living in my basement because I can't afford to live on my own.
Had you ever rented your basement out before?
Nope. No.
So you
I
now.
had a part-time job in Ohio, but
So now you kind of wait a minute. You said you had a full-time job in Ohio?
I've always had a full-time job, but I took a part-time job in Ohio just to make a little extra money.
Oh, so
when
you
I lived
crossed.
there, plus I was bored.
Okay, so you crossed the border.
I didn't make that much, but
So you work full-time and a part-time right now?
no, I just have a full-time job.
Okay,
I
but
just have
you supplement your income by having renters in the basement.
Yeah.
You know, I've said
Well,
all. You know, I've said all
It's
along.
kind of like they share. We house share. I
Yeah,
don't
house
wanna say
share.
that,
Yeah.
Brian.
You know, I've said all along, guys, and you're hearing an example of it here in that Americans, this is one way out of it to lower the cost of things. And you're hearing a real world example of how instead of going out and getting another job, which she probably could have, she saw some additional space in her house and she monetized it. And I think that they had to. Sometimes you have to, sometimes you don't. I think it's better to do it when you can as opposed to when you have to. And
right.
Here she is. She did it when she had to, but she'll pull her way up out of this if it works. The house mating, it'll cut her costs tremendously and it will increase her income. And I've said, hey, we got to start adapting to what works that the migrants are doing. They're forcing it upon us. And one of the ways we can help ourselves is to live kind of like a migrant.
Sometimes.
If I can ask you 2 quick questions, I'm sorry, I got to jump. So real quick, when you're working full time, is it in Pennsylvania or is it in Ohio?
I actually have a work from home job, so I can work anywhere as long as I have the internet connection.
Okay, because I was going to ask, my second question was going to be, are you a Penn State fan or are you an Ohio State fan?
Well, oh my, I'm going to have to go with neither, because you know what? I actually was born in Wheeling, grew up a little bit in Ohio. That's where my parents are from, like the Steubenville area.
Uh-huh.
We've been over here since 1984, and I could care less. Honestly, I have family and friends from both sides. I don't care, because you can go Penn State, you can go, West Virginia, and you can go Ohio. I don't care.
When I think of those cities, just Steubenville and Youngstown, places like that, I think of the first thing that came to my mind was Rust Belt.
Yeah.
And all the things we hear about the Rust Belt, all the dying towns and the jobs and things like that. The only thing kind of left behind, I guess, would be the culture of the people left behind. That pretty much the case?
Right. You know what? The thing about it is the policies of our leaders. I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican at this point. I really don't. But the policies that they've done have killed business and killed the steel mills and killed the coal companies. Those were the really good jobs. And people would love to have them. I mean, I don't know about these kids coming up, because these kids just want to play video games. But people in my era would really love to have those, because we could be making money, bank right now, so we could retire. I'll never fucking retire.
So you said you cashed out your 401k. How do you plan on retiring? Most people.
I planned on my house for the retirement, but now because of this shit, I probably won't. Because I made $30,000 on the house that I sold in Ohio, and I only had it 3 years.
That's pretty good.
And I was hoping that I would have that kind of
appreciation.
Because I was making more on my real estate than I did on my 401. So I was hoping that I could use this as a retirement. You know what I'm saying? Like I can have this and then maybe buy a little tiny little trailer with a little piece of land.
Yeah.
Cash. I'm not going to need all that space. I don't know. We'll see.
We have a comment up here, and I guess I'm curious. I'll just run it past you. I mean, your situation is a little different. These are kind of your housemates. Are kind of, I guess you know them personally. Is that right?
Yeah, I've known the one since I was 15, 16.
I've been a landlord.
The other one's his boyfriend.
I've been a landlord for. You said their boyfriend, girlfriend?
No, their boyfriend. Yes, I have 2 gay men that live in my basement, and they are also conservative.
Log cabin conservatives, as they say. Log cabin Republicans. Log cabin Republicans. That one came out of nowhere. I didn't think you would say that. You threw me a curveball there. But I recovered very well.
People are like, you have what living in your basement? I have 2 guys that I live with.
Laying the wood to each other, log cabin. Hey, laying the wood to each other, log cabin conservatives. So I was going to ask you, someone asked me to teach her the long, short-term rental game, John. I've been a landlord for a long time, and I used to rent houses. Hell, even the house that I'm in right now, you can see me if you were looking at this screen. And then I started renting rooms, month to month, yearly leases. And after COVID, I caught wind of something. I said, you know what? I'll just go short term, like hotels. And I furnished the places like a hotel. Pretty much, I try to make all my rooms look very similar. And I started charging people by the week, by the day, as opposed to the month. Because the government, once you go past 30 days, all these laws and shit kick in. This is your tenant, blah, 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 blah. But 3 days, a month, a week, 2 days, whatever, they're short term and the laws are different. It's like you check into a hotel. And if you stay beyond your hotel reservation, then now you're trespassing. And as opposed to you rent a room to someone and that person has a lease or has receipt of payment for that room, the police are going to come out and say, hey, I'm not going to make a decision one way or the other. Go to court and figure it out. But they don't do that when you have short-term contracts.
See, I was afraid that somebody would try some shit like being a squatter, like some of the people that are having problems with them.
Oh yeah, that happens. You know, you're fairly new to being a landlord, I take it.
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean, they've been with me 2 years. And it's just, we don't have a lease. It's just.
That's the best way to go. I don't have leases either. No paperwork.
I mean, they're not even worth the fucking paper they're written on anyway. That's what one landlord I had told me. She goes, I don't do it. They're not worth papers written on. I'm like,
That is correct. Hey, I don't have one lease anywhere. I don't do leases. Never done leases. That never made sense to me. If you want to leave, you can leave. A paper is not going to make you stay, and it ain't going to make you pay. A piece of paper ain't going to make you do either. So I've never had leases. You know, but what is your relationship like with your housemates? Good, bad? You know, kind of in the middle.
They're really good. Actually, the one guy that I've known since I was like 14, 15, we actually dated at one time. And this before he came out.
Oh, before you
he came out, like, I was getting a divorce like 15 years ago, and that's when he came out, and that's when he met his boyfriend.
Wow.
And they've been together ever since. So I've known both of them for a very long time.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So that, I mean, it works, you know, with us. So
I was going to say, you should go buy up some of that Charlotte boy housing and rent to the Haitians. Hell, the Haitians going to pull it off. You might as well make some money as well.
You know, there is a house down there sale for $10,000.
Yeah.
But I really would rather keep my classic car.
You probably can get it for less than $10,000.
One of the reasons I did take the money out was to buy that car.
Mm-hmm.
I figure I'm not going to get to retirement. And I've always wanted one. And I'm like, well, you know what? I'll be 50 in a couple weeks. And I'm like, well, this was last year. I'm like, I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I don't give a shit because you know what? I'm tired of fucking working and not getting anything.
Yeah.
And not living my damn life. I don't go on vacations and shit. I'm getting what I want.
When's the last time you've been on a vacation?
I've never been on a vacation.
Wow. You ever been out of the country? You never been out of the country anywhere like that?
Nope. I don't have a passport. And that's one other thing. Like, these people can come in here. I can't leave.
It's like we're trapped in here. Huh?
Right. I'm like, how the hell does that work? I'm like, okay, well, so what if I get on to Mexico? Come across the border. Do I get this shit?
You know, I've said the value of being an American citizen is diminishing day by day. And I've long said, man, some of these Americans are really going to have to make some decisions. It would be better off if they went to the border and came back. Paid a coyote to bring them across. And
I'm considering leaving the continent.
Start a new life in America. Leave a new continent, come back, start a new life.
There's countries where my ancestors come from where they'll pay me to move in, you know, and rejuvenate the local economy, etc.
That would be interesting. You could be like a Haitian in another country.
Yeah.
I talked to this one kid that's up in Canada. He goes, have you ever thought about coming up to Canada, moving up here? I'm like, I don't know about that. I've never been out of the country.
So what's the farthest you've ever been in the United States? Away from your hometown area? Mm-hmm.
Farthest south would be Nashville. The farthest west, when I was a kid, we lived in Illinois, so it'd be Springfield, Missouri would be the furthest west, and then Virginia Beach would be the furthest east.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And north, I think I was up to the Niagara Falls for a weekend one time.
Okay. That's a little vacation. That's a little vacation, no?
I mean, I've never taken a week anywhere, so I always like a couple of days.
Okay, yeah.
I'm back.
Back to
You
working
know.
with it. Back to working with it. There you go.
Back to life.
Well, it has been quite a pleasure talking to you. You have anything else you want to say to the audience? Anyone have any comments? I'll put the link in the chat. We give them a couple minutes.
No, I've had fun.
It has been fun, right?
Yeah.
It has been fun. I'm going to look through the comments and I'm going to see if I missed a question for you. Portia, are you there? You have a question? If not, you can jump on your news segment when I leave because
Oh no, I'm here.
I have to step away for a minute.
Where did everybody go? I was just
Gotta go work. Yeah. At some point, I have to,
You guys do this 24 hours a day?
every day. I have to go clean up some rooms today. I'm a cleaner. You should come back to our stream and look at. We have so many videos, and we've categorized them. And your video will be here, and it will be timestamped, so you can come back and show it to your friends, family, whoever else you would like to share it with.
it'll be into its own video as well.
And we'll have it clipped into your own video. And we hope that you would subscribe to the channel and come back. And anytime you jump on the panel, go ahead. What are you about to say?
I think I checked it out yesterday. I'm not sure if I had the right one. I was watching a few people on there.
Yeah, anytime you jump on the panel, we have kind of guests that we really want to hear their opinions, and we'll switch the topic in any time to hear what you have to say. So you jump the Section 8 waiting list when you come here. You get straight to you go straight to the front of the line, and
That's cool.
But yeah, I'll send you the link and everything by text, and it's been a pleasure talking to you. And if anyone else,
Okay. I've had fun. I've had fun, guys.
Same here. We hope everything turns out well. Hey, do you want to give us a prediction on Charleroi, how it all turns out with the Haitians and everything?
I guarantee you nothing ever is going to change. It's going to remain, and everybody's going to keep bitching about it on Facebook. And no one's going to do shit about it.
You think it gets better or for worse?
I'm at least going to do something.
Do you think it gets
Get
better?
out while you can.
Yeah, you think it gets better or worse from here? Is it time to hit the higher ground if it's going to get worse?
And I don't know. I mean, it depends on how many more they bring. If they bring more, you might as well just forget it because
They're going to bring more.
It's going to be their town then. It's going to be, they're probably going to even rename it to whatever they want it to be. I don't know. And that's fine. That's fine.
You're willing to concede ground. You're willing to concede the town to Haitians by virtue of population bomb.
Well, it's really not my town since I live in Fallowfield.
Yeah.
I really don't have a town. I have a township. So,
Gotcha.
I mean, there's nothing I can do, but I did meet a few interesting people along the way. It's been a kind of a cool journey and a kind of crazy 2 weeks, to be honest with you. And there's this one guy that I was talking to, and hopefully if things straighten out, we want to start a teen center down there. And he was talking to me about it last night. And I'm like, okay, I can do that. I can definitely do that. Because kids don't have nothing to do around here. So that's something we're looking at.
A teen center, you said? A teen center?
A teen center, like a place where the teens can hang out, like pool and video games and things like that.
We have a comment saying you should move. The business owners have pitted the druggy townspeople against desperate and starving immigrants. I don't think everyone's drug addicted in the town. She can't move. It's not that easy.
Actually, the funny thing is, the drug people left. They left. They beat feet. The drug dealers, they all left.
Some of your more productive citizens, the people out there selling what people need, even they left.
Yeah, they took off.
Anyway, this has been great. I gotta get out of here. Misty would have to have you back again.
Definitely,
right.
Definitely. I've enjoyed the time we spent together.
Thank you. Same here. Give Misty a virtual applause, guys. It's been great. They're going through it in Charleroi.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye, Misty.
That was Misty from Charleroi.
So I thought it was interesting that she doesn't think Trump will. Sorry, what?
You can just leave it over there. Thank you.
I found it interesting that she doesn't think Trump will deport anyone, and she doesn't think that he'll lower taxes again, but she hopes he will win and thinks he'll be good for the economy. I would like to lean into that and figure out where that line of thinking comes from.
You know, Dennison, what I'll tell you is this, man, and what I believe it is. The economy and all that shit aside, man, people still have normal in the rear view and they can still see it. And they want to go back to normal, pre-COVID.
They just want to go back to Trump time.
No. They want to go back to pre-COVID, all that bullshit. That's normal for them.
Yeah.
For most people, right? Remember normal before the mask.
But how are we going to get there?
I don't think you can. We can't even take the mask off people. It's never.
Nobody got. I just went to an office the other day with this architectural firm in DC.
Yeah.
There was 100 cubicles, 4 architects in the cubicles, and there's supposed to be 100 architects in the cubicles. So tell me that it's not going to be normal. People are not going back to work. There's all kinds of distortion. Distorted housing market. I mean, they've just thrown so much crazy into this. And a lot of it's government, some of it's private. It's just, they've distorted the economy. They've distorted the social mores. I mean, we're in Lunaticville right now.
I just wish there were a real labor movement in this country again. This would be a good opportunity for the working class to take some of the pie back and push back.
Well, there was to a degree, but when you have, 10 million people enter the country, like that's a lot of labor coming in.
Well, that's how the government is fighting back.
Did you hear the lady? She cashed out her 401k. Said, "Fuck it, I gotta live. Can't keep living and working." Like
Yeah.
I've been telling you, a lot of people are saying that there really is no hope. If they're young boy, they may crash out and kill a police officer.
Well, there's that the American dream isn't real anymore, that you can't just work hard and expect to be able to live your life. That, you gotta do something else.
And if you can't do anything else, then you just kind of cash out. And that's what she did on the middle class, lower middle class side. You just cash out and you buy your dream car. There's a woman that's never been farther west in Illinois, she said.
It's crazy. That's most Americans have never been more than 100 miles from the place where they were born in their entire lives.
This is a woman that, she cashed down.
You mean travel-wise? Hold on, can I ask John?
You
mean as far as how far they've traveled? Really? Hold on, so they've never traveled. Dude, that's a crazy statistic. I don't know that's wild. Wow, I didn't know that.
She just told you. She gave you a good example. That's the reason why I started asking those questions. She had never really.
And Niagara Falls was like the farthest she'd ever been away, and that's the only one time she did it.
Yeah, she never heard much about Haiti. Haitian? What the hell is a Haitian? She probably thought they were black till they started seeing goats missing. And people sitting on her porch, the blacks don't even do that. They sit on their own porches or hang on the street corner. But these Haitians just plopping down on her front porch.
Do they have, John, I'll tell you that a lot of countries where private property is a big deal in America, right? But in some places where private property isn't really a thing, they go sit on each other's, because it's not theirs, you know what I mean? But in America, it's like private property is a huge deal. So it's interesting that they do that, because I don't know what private property is like in Haiti, but they might not have that, Might be why they're doing it. Culture clash.
That's what she talked about, right? That is what she talked about. And that's bigger than money, guys. If I can't be broke and sit on my come out my house without some third world man shitting in my front yard. Like, that's deeper than broke. You know, you can tolerate being broke. Broke is a natural state of life. But not somebody shitting on your personal property. That's a whole lot different, man. You know, that's a different pill to swallow, I think. You know, that's why I think when she talks about Trump, it ain't about the economy. She's just calling this shit out because she remembers maybe I was doing better than him, but she wants normal, man. She wants normal. You know, where people weren't shitting on her front porch, sitting on her front porch, shitting in her yard. Haitians weren't flooding in from who knows where, you know, and, you know, but I think it's too late, and I think she recognizes that by cashing out her 401k. That is the biggest sign that she doesn't see any future in investing in. It's worthwhile.
But she needed the money. She might have needed the money.
She bought a dream car. She bought a classic car. She didn't go fix up her house. You know,
Wow.
like mother, she bought a dream car. She said, fuck it, why am I keep working this hard? And I'm not getting anywhere. Might as well get me something. Get something I like. Never been on a vacation. Is that what she said? Right? You know, very interesting. Anyway, Portia. We're waiting on all the hot topics. I'm sure there's so much news here. Eric Adams.
There's quite a bit of news now. You remember how they well, you know what, before I even say it, I'll just play it. Now this story was told as if it was a Haitian that did it, but it was actually just a regular old black person, apparently. So
regular old black person.
Just a regular old Negro. That's what it turns out. That's yeah. So apparently, I guess now because she did it, that means that all Black Americans do it too. So let's take a look.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Now back to our other top story. Last night, President Trump doubled down on claims that Haitian immigrants are eating pets in Springfield, Ohio. Our verified team confirmed with the Springfield mayor that these claims are false. We will talk more on this in just a moment.
But first, here's the thing. The claims stem from a case in Canton where a woman was recently arrested and charged with eating a cat. Our Annabelle Childers is live in Canton where these claims started. So Annabelle, what is the story here?
Well, Matt and Christy, we want to start out by giving our viewers a warning because the details here in this story are incredibly disturbing. Now, about 3.5 weeks ago, a housing community here in Canton was shocked as neighbors tell us they watched a woman eat a cat. But now they're dealing with a new wave of emotions as they watch body-worn camera footage from that event circulate widely online. And connection to that story in Springfield, the influx of Haitian immigrants 170 miles away.
What did you do?
August 16th, Canton police responded to disturbing 911 calls.
She killed the cat and is eating it.
Multiple people reported 27-year-old Alexis Farrell was eating a cat on the 1100 block of 13th Street Southeast in Canton.
I do want to point out that because I'm named after a car and she's named after a car and we're both black, that does not mean that we are the same, all of you white people, okay? Just wanted to say that, okay?
You almost made me spit out my Fresca.
Let's keep going.
Canton.
Stand up.
Officers on scene placed Farrell in handcuffs as a crowd of onlookers watched.
Put your hands behind your back. Someone got rubber gloves. She's covered in blood.
Police believe she killed the cat before eating it. One writing, they saw blood on Alexis's feet, hands, and fur on her lips.
But the people around here knew her. They like, Alexis, get up. Like, what is you doing? Like, da-da-da-da. Like, they know for sure that wasn't her.
Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. And he has gold fronts, a do-rag, a gold chain, and he is tatted from neck to stomach to back, and I'm sure ankles.
That is a hell of an overbite.
Middle of the day.
Middle of the day, da da da.
Da-da-da-da-da.
I'm gonna have to say that all day. She was, Alexis, what you doing? What you doing, girl? Da 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 da. That's what they were saying. I mean, let me keep going.
Click clacking.
Her right mind.
Neighbors recall it as a deeply unsettling night for their neighborhood, speculating Farrell may have been on drugs or experiencing a mental health crisis. Now, Alexis Farrell is in jail today. She's being held on a $100,000 bond, and she's facing multiple charges, including disorderly conduct and cruelty to animals. Now, Canton police say they have nothing to share on this today with us. It's important to note that voter records do show Alexis Farrell is not a Haitian immigrant. She is a U.S. citizen.
All right. Well, thank you.
She got a higher bond than if she burned down a police station.
I know.
But you know what, guys? Sorry to interrupt, but the funny thing, the part that pissed me off, excuse my language,
what
Trump did was that instead of focus on whether they could be eating cats, roaches, or whatever, number one, they have no business being here. Number two, they are not an asset to the country. And number three, instead of focusing, and this is where Republicans and Trump himself goes off the rails in, instead of focusing on the fact that we have these guys coming here that are raping and killing women and children. That's the part that we need to be focused on. Not whether they can eat all the cats and ducks if they want to, even though that's not a good thing, but focus on the crime cases. We just had a 13-year-old girl that was taken by two so-called Venezuelan asylum seekers. I think, Mr. John, you went over this case. The girl, they raped her, tied her up, and threw her body in the water. Okay. Then we had the Georgia nurse.
Girl? You talking about the black girl from Texas?
Oh, there's a black girl too. I was talking about a Latina girl. She was 13. She left the house when she wasn't supposed to. And two grown men, they have them on camera, taking this girl. They assaulted her, tied her up, and threw her body in the river. They said her pants were pulled down. She had no top on, right? Then you have the Georgia girl that she's going to college. Guy assaulted her, beat her up. And the fact that the Republicans will not focus on the fact that we're letting the Venezuelans are letting our prisoners over here that are allowed to rape women and get away with it. And it's not being addressed yet. And still we have a so-called first female black president. I'm using all quotes. She's supposed to be for women's rights. If he was smart, he would ask her, what are you doing to protect the women in this country? Because we know that women in Latin America are a dangerous species. We know their record on how they rape and they beat women. And they have a high record of child molestation over there. But nobody wants to talk about it. And this is the part where even conservatives going into the weeds, we don't make them focus on what the issue is at hand. They allow them to be dragged off into things that really don't, excuse my language, freaking matter. You understand?
Thanks for saying it, AP. I totally agree. Rachel Morin is a mother of 5 in my state that was killed by a Venezuelan, and it wasn't picked up in national news. She has 5 children. She was 40 years old.
Yes, that
and
beautiful blonde woman. I know exactly.
got killed. Didn't make the news. It only made Fox. Did not make CNN, MSNBC, New York Times, nothing.
And let me tell you, the number of people that are getting ran over and killed by these people that have no IDs, that driving around these big trucks, drunk driving, that are killing people. That is a part that's been talked about. And then too, when you talk about these Haitians that are coming here, we've already been through what the Haitians do. Look what they did in Florida, 1980s, 1990s. Anyone? The machete killings, the drugs.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think people really. I mean, we do.
And that Rachel Morin was pretty. Oh my God.
We do. We get it.
Mother of 5.
Case after case of these Latin American guys coming here that are molesting children, even in their own community, because it's okay to do that over there. See, what the so-called Christians want to focus on about what the Muslims are doing. Well, we know that's normal in their community. But what the Latinos do, it's normal in theirs too. Have you looked at their programs, the way they portray women, young girls? Very sexualized. But yet still they throw up in our face talking about they're religious, they're Catholic. That's bullshit. And I'm not saying all, But if you have a group of people that are coming over here victimizing their own community, then they want to throw up in our face talking about they're seeking asylum. Asylum from what? From what you destroyed? There should be no such thing as asylum seeking. There's no such
We've
thing.
already given them to them. I mean, Biden's
Right,
given them temporary protective status,
right.
TPS,
And let me tell you something.
right?
If Donald Trump becomes president, he is not going to pull their ass up and kick them out either. And the lie that Republicans will tell us, oh, we can't do that because that's a federal government. Bullshit. The Democrats do it all the time. The very fact that we have sanctuary cities in this country is saying that they have already negated federal law. They're already doing
Yes,
one.
facts.
This is the case you're talking about right here, AP. The death of Jocelyn Nungare, 12-year-old girl, body found in shallow
And
water.
and Mr. John, she's the one that we know about. But we know there are others. If you go on YouTube now, and especially in places like California, you will see it over and over again. Girls that are molested. We just had another Haitian guy. He was arrested for molesting the 9-year-old black girl. She was another Haitian girl. I can't remember that. I think that was in New York this past couple of months.
They don't cover it nationally though. Like there should be a database on this, but there's not because it's not in the best interest of the current administration to have a database. But I bet in every city across the country, there's been people killed by immigrants,
And let me tell
illegal
you something,
immigrants.
Denizen. It's not just this administration, it's the Republicans too. Let me tell you something. Another thing that's not focused on is the number of them they're shipping to white areas. The purpose of them bringing them here is to change red states into California. And the one way they do that is through the manufacturing industry and the farming industry. They will tell us in our face that we need these people to work our factories. We need them to work our farming. I'm here to tell you, majority of them are not doing that. And even if they are, they're watching those communities, the number of fentanyl overdoses increase. That's another thing they won't talk about, is the number of drugs in Western Virginia, Kentucky, and all these other farming states, even in Wyoming.
Hey, AP, did you hear the lady that called in from Charleroi today?
No, sir, I wasn't listening earlier.
So, Charleroi has been in the news about the migrants coming in from Haiti. And this lady kind of had her eye trained more on the businesses. And we've been seeing that more and more. A couple of Charleroi residents, the white women primarily, have been coming on the businesses that are taking advantage of this. And one of the things that seems to be coming through to me is that the businesses are somewhat double dipping, getting a very, I call the word pliant workforce, and that they are housing these people, transporting them, and they are paying them, and they kind of are all in one. And in some cases, they seem to be starting temp agencies.
Mr. John, where I'm living now, I'm telling you, it's not just the Hispanics, but the Chinese are in on it too. There are restaurants you go to. I was looking at the poster, temp, what do you call them? Temp agencies that are advertising for workers, some in Chinese and in Spanish, and they're bringing them here in the restaurant industry to work. And I've seen it also too in the hospitals. All of a sudden, like the work, most of the time in the hospital areas like housekeeping and stuff, you'll see mostly women, white women or black women doing that work. Now I'm seeing all of these Hispanic looking people and some Africans too. They're bringing these people here and giving them jobs on purpose. And let me tell you something. Black people have lost the opportunity and they're being blinded because when these people get in positions, the management positions, they will only hire their own people. And I'm seeing that over and over. Jobs, housekeeping.
Of course.
They used to have blacks there. They're not there anymore. They're all Hispanics.
Well, AP, let me ask you this, AP. I got to ask this question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel it's businesses' obligation to make, so if they bring people here, if the government who's supposed to be making decisions on behalf of the American people, the citizens, if they elect people in and you're a business owner, why wouldn't you take advantage of it?
Can I answer that for you?
Yes.
I understand from the business perspective. First of all, this shouldn't be here. Let me tell you something, because
I agree. I totally agree with you 100%. But I'm saying it's not business's fault. It's government's fault.
Oh, But if the businesses allow them to be here, then the businesses need to take care of them. The way I say that is this: when these people come here, they're on benefits, right? We know that
Yes, that's
places like
government. That's
Walmart
right.
have done that with American citizens as well. So when
Yes.
Jose gets injured, he's going to go on disability, and he will be stuck on the taxpayer. And not only that, this is the thing: not only when they come here, they bring their older relatives here too. So then they're stuck on the health care bill of the American citizens. And not only that, when Jose has 3 or 4 children, those children are going to public schools, taxpayers' money that we pay for.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you.
And so my problem is, if the government allows these businesses to hire them, then they need to take care of their wages and they need to take care of their insurance. They should not be qualifying for government subsidies.
I totally agree.
I mean,
But what I'm saying is it's not business's job, though, is not like businesses should be focused on making money. And and the government's job is to set up the guardrails for businesses to make money, right? So ultimately, it's government's fault for doing all this shit, not business. They're just
But if the state has e-verify, and if the businesses are not using that to verify the citizenship of these people, they
have to.
Responsibility.
I want to say this though. Again, man. One, and he'll come up here, and I respect his opinion of the law. But shit, man, it's gangster country. Nobody's respecting the law in large areas.
okay, but John, listen. This is what nobody's understanding. The Haitians, the Venezuelans, and 10 other countries, the Biden administration signed them up as TPS. That means temporary protected status.
Yes.
There was only 2 countries prior to Biden, but now there's like 11. Ukraine, they got a ton of them, like anywhere in the friggin' world. So they're allowed to be here and they're allowed to work here. They're allowed to take your job and my job if that's just the way it is, right?
Yes.
This is not the fault of business to be hiring people and paying them peanuts.
I'm saying, Ryan, is
it's the fault of government. It's idiot Biden and the Democrats, not business.
Dennison, you're going to have to help me out here. We still have some true believers, Dennison. We still have some true believers.
Okay, so go ahead, bring it then. I mean, look, the Republicans are not the ones that signed the TPS status for Venezuela, Haiti, Ukraine, and the other 11 countries where people are coming from. Like,
Dennison,
they didn't sign it.
Dennison.
Syria,
hold on,
Senegal,
I'm
friggin',
Hold on. Before I get out of here, hold on. Before I get out of here, Dennison, you see the problem. I think you and I, we kind of see things very similar. Is that like the government is playing games with you? You mentioned all these countries. Hell, you run out of countries. You run 12-hour stream naming all the countries that the government is giving this one an exception and that one an exception, or label this.
This TPS is specific though. Okay.
And you guys,
the other ones are asylum countries. The rest of them, the other 155
but Dennison,
are asylum countries.
What have the Republicans done, even in their own Republican-led states, to keep these people out? Because they can do it.
Oh, white people sound alike.
Listen.
I'll yeah, it's Ryan. It's Ronaldo. It's Ryan. It's not AP. It's not. Yeah.
I'm just saying, what are the Republicans going to do? What is the law? This the TPS.
I do know that there was a Republican that attempted to build a wall. Yeah. He also did Title 42. He also did remain in Mexico. Like, there has been attempts by Republicans, whether it be the good governor of Texas, putting barriers to prevent people from entering, etc. Like, there has been efforts by Republicans.
And none of it is work. And none of it is work, seemingly.
And John, as long as you allow them to come here and squat out children and send their kids to school on the taxpayer's dollar, you're not rounding them up like you're supposed to. Put it this way, John. Mr. John, if we were hanging around the White House, we set up a tent on the lawn of the White House, or you set up a tent on the lawn of your governor, would they allow you to say you want to seek asylum, or would they pick up your ass and arrest you and take you out of there?
They would arrest me, take me out of there.
Thank you. So
then there's H-1B visas that Obama expanded to help tech, and Trump scaled back.
that
Trump
Republicans
scaled back
are
H-1B
doing.
visas.
That
If you're
Republicans
gonna
are
let
doing.
me make my point here, guys, honestly, you know,
All
because
right, John, go ahead. I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry.
Biden did this, Trump did this. I mean, they're here now, man, and you know, I think everyone can see that businesses and the governments have colluded to bring these people here to provide cheap labor. It's the only way it can happen.
It's a new class system.
You're gonna have to you're gonna have to accept that, and that policy this, policy that. Somebody gonna build a wall. This, that. It's too late now, right? Maybe that could have been effective.
Too late.
But it's too late now. And like the lady did, where she cashed out her 401k and put some people in her basement and got income now versus a promise of a pension or retirement later. Those are the decisions that people are going to have to make because the government can easily track her 401k and take it if they so chose.
And John, this is where I'm saying, well, Black people need to get onto it too. And I agree with you. I'm doing it myself. I don't want them here. I don't agree for them to be here. But every American citizen need to be getting our pennies together, buying up homes, because why it's cheap now. If you are a person of color, I don't know, anything that you can get your hands on paperwork, apply for these loans, these government loans at low interest rates, because at least you can buy rental housing. Because if you don't, these people, they're very smart. They're very business minded. They will put their money together and they will own the town that you live in less than 10 to 15 years.
Yeah,
and
well,
you won't even know it.
You see that happening? I think you see the white woman, she got her some roommates, right? To make it a little bit easier. She found gay roommates. And you heard her say the first thing she said is that they were culturally aligned there, right? And that they were Republicans like her, even though they were gay. So we're going to have to find commonalities amongst us to basically adjust to this new style of living because they're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
I disagree. They currently have all the people we were mentioning, Venezuelans and Haitians, currently have TPS, temporary protective status. Listen, John, just hear me out. That is authorized until August of 2025. Okay, so if that doesn't get extended, then technically they're supposed to leave, and the government would like to provide. I'm not saying they will. And Biden has deported people. He's been deporting people. The ICE has, right? They go to court. I'm sorry, it's been adjudicated that you're you can't have asylum. He's deported about 1.5 million.
You broke up there, Ryan.
Sounded like he said he deported 1.5 million.
And the same thing too, Mr. John, that all these, like for instance, for years, think about all the billions of dollars cities have.
Well, that was cool.
Programs have been put in for these kids in the inner cities, and they just been wasting it, not taking advantage of it. But now
that leads me to
going to it. Yeah.
That leads me to my final point here before I get out of here.
Virgo's live.
I somewhat blame the us Americans, for this. Because I think that there are a lot of unemployed Black men that have said it a long time ago that would work for less than the minimum wage. Many of them don't even know what the fuck the minimum wage is. And they would have worked for it. They're no better than Haitians. But somehow we've drilled into many of these young inner city people that it's better to hang out on the street corners all day than do a job that American won't do. That's a damn propaganda phrase in and of itself. What of Americans have done the job, they clearly are willing to do them. The pay may be an issue for some, but there has to be some people that we could have busted into Charleroi just the same as we bust them in from Haiti.
And the same thing, Mr. John, too, is how the unions have also backstabbed the American workers. Because the same way they can march and complain about hours and how they're not getting paid. Think about if people had joined together as union workers together in the farming industry and the manufacturing, even in tech industry, they could block these people from coming here.
Well, yeah, the tech industry could use a labor movement. That would be pretty wild.
Yeah, the tech industry is being affected on the high end. we tried to push people into STEM, but again, I don't think you can just push people into STEM. So the businesses went around them and found H-1Bs.
Yep.
On the lower end, I think that the businesses have gone and they found third world labor.
And you can find it when you're
But John,
IT. You can feel it. It's real.
who expanded
All the
H-1B visas
recruiters
times 10?
Sorry, I
It
took
was
a breath, Ryan.
200,000. It was okay. It was 200,000 H-1B visas. The Obama administration made 1 million H-1B visas, which pushed down wages of American tech workers.
Imagine bringing in
So as an American tech worker,
imagine bringing in 1 million new competitors into your field. That's what Obama
you feel it because all the recruiters are Indians.
The recruiters are Indians. Now I can show you.
And listen, here's the thing. They laid off 300,000 tech workers in the last 2 years. Guess what? They still have the same number of H-1B visas they did before.
Right.
They're not laying off the H-1Bs because they're giving them 40 grand. The Americans want 100. Well,
They're
why are
even
we
in some
scaling back?
cases outpaying.
And
They're
it's not
they're
just
paying immigrants more than they pay Americans sometimes.
Right.
Well, I know they.
You can pay them
Go
more
ahead.
because of one reason only. They are a captured audience. You never have to give them a promotion. They're going to be there for 7 years, however long the H-1B is.
Either way, if it was just Americans all along, they would have had to pay them more. And all these jobs they say we won't do, we would have done because they would have had to pay not $8 an hour or 12, 23.
Yeah, we want time off, and we want our women to be able to take care of their babies when they're born, and we want
that's
health
not
care
bad,
and
right?
all
That's
this
good
shit.
stuff.
You know,
Let
Hold
me
on,
ask
the
you this
Emmy-
one.
the-
For those people, they do the same. But you know the thing about them, they bring their older relatives here so that
They bring everybody here.
both people
Yeah.
be people working. But see, Americans, the family structure and everything is so broken. Very American women say, "I need time off from work. I need maternity care." Those women don't ask for that. You know why? Because they have an auntie here that's taking care of the baby. You like in my neighborhood during the daytime, the medical professionals, they're gone. Guess who's here babysitting their kids? They don't pay for daycare. They don't pay for anybody nannies or none of that stuff. Guess who's here? Old grandma, grandpa's here, living here.
I think it's definitely true. I got to get out of here, guys. It was a great stream. I enjoyed the Charlotte.
All right. See you.
Information. Keep it going.
That's it.
peace.
Are we ending this stream?
No, Portia's gonna keep it going
She's
for
full
another
up?
2 hours and 40 minutes.
I hear y'all.
Okay.
I'm listening to y'all.
Well, I'm just going to say that when they say Americans won't do that job, right? If there's a limited number of Americans, if only 10 people can do a job, you have to pay more money to those 10 people or the job's not going to get done. If there's demand. So I see it all the time in my industry. What happens is owners of construction businesses say, I can't get guys, man. You know any guys? I need guys. They need guys. Oh, okay. Well, why can't I need men. I can't get people to do this stuff. At the end of the day, do I say, well, you might have to pay more and get people to come over to your company. You can get anything you want for the right price. I can't get truck drivers. I can't get truck drivers. Well, double the wage. And guess what? You'll get as many truck drivers as you can handle, double the wage. So the point is, in economics, it's simple. When it's a closed system and you have limited labor, you have to pay more for the labor. But if there's 1 million people that can do that job, all of a sudden, you don't have to pay anything. You can push wages down, and
Let me
that's
tell you
what's
something,
happening.
Ryan. They won't do it. You know why? It has nothing to do with wages. Why would I work a $425 an hour job when I can collect disability or food stamps and housing assistance tax free? Right?
Okay, so that's a
We have to
separate
pay
social
taxes
issue.
on all that
Let
stuff.
me tell you something. This is the part that what I say Republicans could always get back at Democrats if they really wanted to. You guys keep talking about when I say you guys, I'm not talking about you, Ryan, or no one on the panel. I'm just saying it for the Democrats. They always talk about minimum wage. We need a higher wage. We need a higher wage. Well, first of all, why would someone go out and work when you tax every single penny that they bring home, and for useless things. The social, even though it's never going to go away, but the social welfare system is what destroyed us, because the woman, she doesn't have to work, the man doesn't have to work. When I can apply for benefits saying I'm disabled, I'm this, I'm that. And then two, why? When you can't afford to live in your apartment, you can't afford to pay rent, you can't afford to pay your water bill or your healthcare bill, because these are things the government has increased the cost of living on. So
I don't buy it.
that discourages workers as well. I know I'm
No,
not
there does
I
discourage. There
think
is.
this is a story corporations tell you in order to get you to vote against your own best interest.
I mean, that she's not
You're
wrong,
being
guys. And if you,
you're being exploited by corporations. They pay you shit, and then they also write all the laws that tax you 10 times
But it's the
till Sunday.
corporations. They're
And
paying
they're the ones that are giving you. They collect the most welfare. Most welfare in the most welfare goes to the military industrial complex and the corporations, not to poor people.
okay,
And the
that's
people who
not.
collect disability. Listen, hold on a second. How many of you are disabled on the panel? Anybody?
No, hold on. I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is,
You literally just did talk about them.
Listen.
No. She's saying
What I'm
she's.
saying
It's another
is
point she's saying.
the welfare part, like you said, they pay less wages. But guess what? These same companies are supplemented by the government, and they are forcing the taxpayers to take care of these people.
That's what
I
I
don't know
just
how
said.
these companies are supplemented by the government. There's no
Yeah,
corporate
that's what
welfare.
I just said. You're agreeing with me. They're
Okay,
supplemented
but
by the
hold on.
government because they don't pay taxes and they soak up all these grants.
Who doesn't pay taxes? What do you? If they're profitable, they're paying taxes. There's a corporate tax for corporations, citizen. What are you talking about?
They're given tax incentives and tax breaks and anything that you do. If you know how to use the tax code, you don't pay any taxes on your money so long as it's reinvested or
Okay,
moved.
And
Okay,
Ryan,
so-
too, companies like Walmart and other companies. I'm just using Walmart as an example because they are one of the biggest ones. Tyson Foods. They keep the wages low. They pay the people less. So then that person has to get
Their income is basically being supplemented by the tax base.
by the taxpayers. That's
Okay, so let's just tighten this up then. So let's talk about economics for a minute. If there's an unlimited number of work during the pandemic, demand increased, and guess what? They couldn't get workers. So Walmart voluntarily, which is
why couldn't
not
they
like
get
them.
workers, Ryan? Why couldn't they get
Hold
workers?
on, let me finish. They raised wages because they were losing people. They were going to other places. We limited the number of workers. All you can do is limit the number of workers, and then Walmart has to pay more. Everybody has to pay more if you limit the number of workers.
You limit the number of workers by labor movements, Ryan.
No, exactly. And then not only that,
How are you going to have a labor movement when you got 10 million people walking in? It makes no sense.
Increased the wages of many of these places, and guess what? People still didn't work during COVID. You know why? Because they were giving them COVID. They were collecting checks.
So listen, what you're stating here is this. AP, listen, we're talking about two different things. What you're saying is the social benefits are too high. I don't disagree. If there's a disincentive,
social benefits are not too high.
Well, AP's argument is that
they're ridiculously low. How many of you are on social benefits here?
I'm not on social benefits, but I believe the last I read that from a standpoint of a single person on the system, we'll say it's the system.
Most single people don't
housing,
qualify for any benefits in this country.
But Ryan, the part that I'm saying.
So this is what I'm talking about. You're talking out of your ass when it comes to welfare.
Right. The higher tax.
You're making it up.
Is causing people to.
I'm not making it up.
You are though. You are.
The higher taxes is causing people to have to go on social benefits. Think about this. You live in the state of California. You can't afford the rent, right? So you have to ask for a housing subsidy or some assistance, food assistance. That's because they've done that. That has nothing to do
Who's they?
with it.
Who's the government?
Look at healthcare. Look at what Obamacare has done to the healthcare.
Yeah, and it's corporate capture too. The government is owned by the corporations.
Exactly. Hand in hand. Hand in hand.
So the last I read, a family gets about 40 grand in total benefits between healthcare. I'm talking nobody's working, right? From the last I heard, it was 40,000 in total benefits. I don't know the number. AP's arguing
A
there's a
household?
disincentive to work. There's a disincentive to work if the social benefits are too high. That's what she's
An
arguing.
entire household with a family of 4 collects the same amount of money as a single working person, is what you just said.
That's the last that I read. It was 40 grand.
Yeah. But
okay.
say it again. Yeah, that's a family of 4 collects the
Yes.
same amount in benefits that a single working person does.
Well, making $20 an hour, yes. That's right.
It doesn't, and even with the person that was working, look at all the taxes the government is taking from them. You know, it hurts people. Why do you think there's so many people?
Look, AP, I'm going to be frank with you. If you're making 40 grand a year, if you're making 30 grand a year, the federal taxes are very minimal. Your state taxes might be 5 or 6% or 3.
If you're a single
That's not
person,
true.
That's not true, Ryan. And
You
if
get
you're
taxed on your
person-
income. You get taxed on your income right off the top. You get their payroll taxes off of that. Anytime you buy anything, there's a state tax on that too. Anytime you invest in anything and get a return on it, there's a tax on that as well.
Actually, it's $14,000.
If you sell something that you own after you already bought it with tax and you had to pay taxes when you bought it, and you had to pay taxes on the money that you got in order to buy it, when you sell it, you got to pay some more taxes.
Right.
What's really funny about this
Taxes on the
is
money that you saved. You're eating.
We're taxed into oblivion.
Yes.
Denizen, do you think you're
Productivity
arguing
has
with
never
me
been higher.
about?
Human
I totally
productivity,
agree.
even in the United States, has never been higher than it ever has been. It's higher now than it ever
If
has been
anybody
before.
hates taxes, it's me. My point is, okay, most people at the bottom end of the income spectrum, 30 grand a year, they pay very little federal taxes. They pay some state taxes. The people that pay the most taxes are like the top 20%. They're getting crushed. The top 20% are getting
Because they
crushed.
can't afford to live because of the high cost of living.
Nobody in the top 20% is crushed.
Yes.
You're not crushed. You live in a much higher quality of life than anybody who's
The
making
top
30 grand.
5%.
And when you got to pay taxes every single time you make a transaction in this country, it hurts the poor way more than it hurts the rich. I'll tell you when I became a socialist, Ryan. It's when I started making 6 figures in a single month. That's when I realized it was a fucking scam. And no, poor people aren't getting all the money and getting away with it. That's retarded.
Yep.
So let me ask you a question.
Yep. Hey,
If you're making 6 figures in a single month, you are in the 1% that is earning and paying about. If you're in the top 1%, you're paying about 40% of the federal taxes in the country. Okay? If you're in the top 20%, you're paying about 95% of the taxes in the country, federally speaking, of course. Okay? Those are the statistics. The bottom and middle pay very little relative to their income, to the tax man, to the federal government.
I mean, there's a
That's the
whole bunch of modifiers you just threw in there, but most of the money comes from the middle class.
Yes.
They pay a smaller percentage, but a part of the whole is all of the workers.
Yes.
It's not the top 1%.
There's a lot of middle
and I
class.
tell you,
There's a lot of people
I
in that
haven't paid
group.
any taxes at all on the money I've made. I've been able to get away from that. My accountant is a wonderful, wonderful man. And when I do, it's going to be somewhere around 5%. Because I speculate
I don't know
off
how
the
you
economy.
can have personal income, okay, and not pay the 37% rate unless you're breaking the law. That's
I never
reality.
said it was personal income.
And Denizen, do you have any children?
Well, that's how
I
it
do
has to
not
be
have any
personal
children.
income.
Okay,
If
so
it's
why
not
It doesn't have to be.
Why are you forced to pay taxes?
Explain what it would be then.
Hold on, Ryan. The whole why are single people with no children forced to pay higher taxes? So
It's a question I've always asked, AP.
So people earn income. Let me tell you something. I'm sympathetic on both sides. I have children, but you know what? Nobody should pay for my children. That should be a decision that I made, and I should be paying for. When I was single, the same thing. I look at my paycheck and all the money they used to take out, and I'm like, I'm not using all of this. Who is it going to pay for? Earn income? How did it get to earn income credit? What earn income? Having children, I didn't have fun to make those children. That's your responsibility. And the lie that's being told is, well, we need to have kids for the country. Hold on. If you cannot afford to have them, then why are you having them? We all know that
I agree with
most
that.
of the earned income credits and taxes are being given is for single mothers, women who should not have had children. Now, I understand if you lose your husband or, something happens or whatever. But a lot of these people who have not worked or contributed anything, they qualify for earned income. Do you
And
know
they
the
just
number
keep
of
having kids too.
Right. Do you know the number of migrants are now going to be taking advantage of this? See, this is why I say, what upsets me is that the American people are being taken for a ride, and especially men. Look at this crap. You'll constantly hear about we women, we want this, we want that, we want maternity leave, we want this and that. Well, what about the single guy? What incentivizes
He
him?
can go. Who's gonna pay for it? Yeah,
No, he's
that's
gonna be living on the street with his dog or something, cooking on
yeah,
the side of the
could
corner.
be
Nobody gives a shit about them.
there, but for the grace of God.
And see,
I don't know what argument you're making. You're making an argument that people don't make enough money. You don't want to help them socially,
Good
and
morning, Blacks.
I don't.
Good
know
morning.
what
Hey,
you're.
I'm here to intercede for all illegal aliens. They should all be here forever, ad nauseum, etc.
Good morning, Blacks.
Hey.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do believe that people need help. However, if the social benefits are too high, it's a disincentive to work. But I do believe that, which I'm not real big on many social benefits. I think you should incentivize the people to work. So, but ultimately, I don't blame corporations or businesses. Their job is to make money. The government's job is to rein in the corporations, is to rein in the moral thing to do is to give them guardrails. That's the right thing for government to do.
And it's
So,
not only that, it's
um,
just a healthcare thing as well. Okay, for these people who claim they're so disabled, you see them getting out there in now little rolling wheelchairs at the grocery store. You see them
yeah,
in
of course,
Disney World. What do they all
everybody's
have?
disabled.
Most of them have in common. They have a weight problem. How is your eating habit a
Of
disability?
course, yeah, most of them have a weight problem. Ozempic would fix them; they'd be cured after that.
I mean, there are so many things we disagree on a lot of things, but I think deep down we'll all agree on it. Everything is broken and needs to be fixed.
I think my whole argument is I don't blame corporations because it's
Right.
not their job to. It's the job of government to restrict the corporation, make them comply, fine them, put
Correct.
them out of business, do whatever you got to do. That's the government's job. It's not like if you want the corporations to make moral
Tax
decisions,
them.
you're asking for more ESG. So you're asking for
Is
more
that a thing
ESG.
too? Tax them too, or no?
Well, they're paying 21% tax. It's proposed at 25 and 28. I don't want to scare them off and send them to
Really, are they paying
re-headquarter.
21? Is that the effective corporate tax rate in the United States?
I don't know the effective rate, but I'd imagine that
Because
it's
I
a
think the
blended.
effective rate should be closer to 50.
I think the effective rate is about 12, I want to say. So,
Yeah,
approximate.
so how about if we just made that 21?
Why do corporations, like, they're not people? Why are we taxing them? Why don't we just tax income?
Corporations shouldn't be
That'd
allowed to
I
exist.
don't want to be a person either. If they don't get to pay taxes, they're not human.
State-sponsored
I'm not human either.
business is an abomination. It's fascism.
But you know what, Ryan? I think the corruption is so deep, and Mr. John is really good at talking about how, we can't fix it, we can't beat them, so the only thing we can do is join them. And constantly, I always tell people all the time, get a small business, do something, some kind of legacy for your kids, because we don't know what's coming. But the regular 9-to-5 job, who knows what the future is going to bring? And that's just my thing. We can't fix this. I think we're at a point in this nation we can't fix it.
Nope.
So
You have to
No, I
remove your
think
dependency on
it's
the
okay to
system.
break it more. I want to see Kamala wins because she'll break it worse, and eventually things
You
will
might end
get
up in
better.
a
I believe.
hut.
What's that? What's
So
that?
you might, if she breaks it anymore, you might end up in a hut.
Well, she's gonna spend a lot more money, I'm sure. A lot of her policies are just dumb.
A
So,
hut will be an upgrade. I think it's be more of a refrigerator box.
Yeah.
She's gonna remove moral hazard for.
I'll take a tin roof hut.
There's no moral hazard now, Denizen.
She's
There's
gonna
no
remove moral hazard for first-time home buyers and get that bubble going again, which I'm all for. Bring
and
it,
for
Kamala, bring it.
banks, and for banks,
Yes.
they're going to protect them. They'll give them a higher PMI.
Yep.
They'll be that's a great thing that you said, because the truth is the government literally doesn't understand the concept of moral hazard. They literally, it's almost built into everything. I mean, I have to
wanna
have
melt
car
up Ryan.
insurance. Look, I gotta have the thing about how people would drive if you didn't have and knew everyone else didn't have car insurance. People would drive great. But because there's so much moral hazard built into that, right? Everyone drives like a lunatic. I mean, everyone would drive very defensively if you're like, I don't know who's got insurance.
It's the mentality here, because I've gone to third world countries and the people drive crazy, but you know what? I feel safer driving there because there is no road rage. People just go. They have less accidents than we have in the United States. And I was looking at that and I'm wondering, what is it here in America where people have so many accidents? And like, you go over, especially Taiwan, Singapore, even in India, they are on their cell phones. But when it's time to go, they go. Everybody goes. Here in America, you know, people want to give other people the finger. They are rude driving. You know, it's
We have
something wrong in our
laissez-faire
society.
drivers out here.
Yeah.
Smoking.
Well, we all have insurance too. Everyone and health insurance now.
And that
Well,
underlying rage is the the sellout you're getting.
But I will tell
So
you.
think about this. Think about this. There's the government's now paying for huge portions of our healthcare industry. All the private insurers have also made a lot of money since Obamacare, and they're also supplementing food, right? It's like they're pumping money into food and healthcare, and we're like the second fattest country.
Unhealthy food.
It's amazing.
And let me tell you something. There is no incentive in our health insurance for people to get healthy. There's no incentive.
None.
There's nothing.
I mean,
Not one drop.
MDs aren't here to make you healthy.
No.
They're here to prescribe. That's what an MD does.
Right.
They know that if you ate differently, you know, you stayed away from the fast food, you stayed away from the processed foods, generally any middle aisle in a store. If they encouraged you to stop doing that,
Hey, Black, have you heard about the fluoride in the water? The same
of course.
thing.
Yeah, it's been in the water for decades.
Right. And now they're admitting that the fluoride has been dangerous, and it's you know, neurologically it's not good for young children, which they've known for years, you know. So
But used to lie about.
they still lie about it. Yeah.
True, yeah, they still lie.
Before I go I just encourage everyone, do all you can to make sure you build a legacy for yourself and for the rest of your kids, because that's my whole focus. I don't think we can change any of this. You know, get your training. I would say stay armed as much as you can as well. Prepare for whatever. But my future, my plan is I don't want to be eating recycled food and living in a hut. Have a great day.
Nobody does.
Sorry, good night, guys.
What's his name? Who's doing that? The billionaire from Microsoft. Why can't I think of anybody's name?
Bill Gates. Bill Gates.
Bill Gates is some kind of monster, man. That guy. That guy.
Well, he's the guy. He's the one that went to Obama and met several tech owners. Said, "Hey, we need more H-1B visas because they didn't want to pay American tech workers more." He's the one.
Not only that,
Him and
I'm telling you,
him and like three others.
Father
Tech
is
guys.
a founding father of Planned Parenthood. Nobody cares to know this. The guy, I mean, where do you think he gets his eugenic leanings and tendencies from? This guy is the guy wants to cull people quite literally.
It is weird, man. Okay, let's think about it, Blacks. He's got a water program in Africa.
Mhm.
He's buying up farmland, and it's very weird, man. He's
The
got,
apples that he produces on his land.
I don't know what his deal is, but he's got some weird stuff he's involved in. I'll tell you.
Yeah,
Like, what's his end game?
Anybody here with a pulse has at some point in their lives come in contact with or seen or tasted Bragg's apple cider vinegar, correct? I would think everybody's seen the brand at least. It's
Maybe,
the
yeah.
brand. It's the brand everybody used to tout. It was on the shelves at Walmart everywhere with the old woman on it. It was the gold standard of apple cider vinegar. Well, of course, Bragg's no longer owns it. The woman who and man who created the man died years ago. The woman died a few years ago, and then they sold it off to Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom. Those nut jobs. They started utilizing Bill Gates's apples, which are, of course, some sort of toxic Avenger amalgamation, and then they sold that company to I can't remember, some big conglomerate that, of course, doesn't care about the gold standard that they had, a brand that they created, which was supposed to be, quote, organic, unquote. And of course, most stores still carry it, but all the stores that sold that as a organic solution or whatever started taking it off their shelves because it's no longer what it was. You know, the different things that make it apple cider vinegar that's good for you, it no longer is. And I'm just using that as a small example of what Bill Gates or Pill Gates likes to do, man. This guy, man. He is a Frankenstein, man. This guy wants you dead. He wants you dead. He says it all the time that we need to reduce population. The guy wants to kill you, and he doesn't care. He'll use his billions to make sure it happens. They're going to keep giving him billions. He's never going to be broke, so he'll just continue to use it and affect governments all around the world, kind of like his brother in arms, Soros.
That's another part of this immigration too, is to kind of stop to lower the breeding rates of Haitians, Muslims, Africans, El Salvadorians, etc.
Oh yeah, and
You think Bill Gates is trying to do that?
oh yeah,
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. He's not even that worried about white people. We don't even reproduce anymore.
Well, I don't think he's doing very good.
Whites and blacks, I think, are right around the corner now. Finally, aren't as of the last couple of years, aren't even doing 2 times, like two children per couple.
2 1/4 or 2 1/2.
No. But what I'm saying is the Latinos are South Americans, right? Africa, and then parts of Southeast Asia, and the whole affluent rest of the world, Europe, Russia, China, Japan, U.S. is not, the whole northern hemisphere really is not reproducing.
Yeah,
but it's
so
affluent.
If you import the southern hemisphere up here and give them the jobs, then within 2
one
generations, they're not going to be breeding anymore, and they'll be voting Republican.
I don't understand why Republican.
I mean, that's what happens once you have something to conserve. You
about
stop voting for them to give you stuff, and you vote for it to conserve it.
Okay, good point.
And
yeah, once you actually have any assets, it's like,
yeah,
okay.
You're not gonna vote for that. Absolutely not. And, but
well, I think the biggest thing is, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Blacks. I didn't mean
no, go ahead. You can finish your statement. Go ahead.
No, I don't know. I think that sometimes I think that maybe these people aren't as diabolical as I hear, but then I hear certain things like Bill Gates. Well, I don't want to believe Bill Gates is just trying to, extinct humanity.
Well, let me
No, he's not.
Tell you what I
He
mean
doesn't.
by diabolical. Okay,
Yeah,
I don't mean they sit around a table like they're the axis of evil.
Yeah.
Laughing maniacally.
Who shall we kill today, Pinky?
Okay,
Yeah.
so exact same thing we do every night. Pinky trying to take over the world. They already have the world now. What means the most to them is legacy. They want to affect the world and leave their mark on it, and they're just
Or maybe live forever in some cases.
Or live forever. Exactly. That's the first
It's
goal.
really crazy.
But again, I'm saying they're nuanced in that, of course, but for instance, Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban is a small billionaire, billionaire with a little b. 5.7 billion is what he's worth. Well, that's a lot of money, but less than Bill Gates or any of those people. But Mark Cuban toes the line. Do you remember when he was being interviewed before, when Donald Trump was running against Hillary Clinton, and he excoriated Hillary, said that her monetary plans would never work. Her foreign policy was abysmal because, we were fresh off the heels of her sabotaging American powers in Benghazi, a couple years hence. So he was all for Trump. Fast forward to 2024, Trump's a slaver. He's racist. He is evil. All the people who championed him for the last 20, 30 years are now against him because they toe the line. And that's what I mean by diabolical. These guys are I guess, beholden to a greater power, and whatever that power is, they want to make sure that there's only two classes, slave and the haves. And that's it. And we are definitely not in the haves, okay?
Well, the more the middle class and people that actually have some assets that aren't they're really in the 0.01%. They're not in the 1% that's 0.01, right? Like they're super wealthy.
But
they don't want anybody that's wealthy getting in there, right? They want people that are they're cool with taxing top income earners at 100% because they're not really he's no longer he's now just paying capital gains tax, right? Or alternative minimum tax, really.
Yes.
He's not in the high tax range anymore because he's just living off of his investments or his stock options or whatever he has.
Yeah,
right?
he doesn't have any liquid currency. Absolutely, it's all
he's beyond wages. Yeah, I mean Elon Musk is beyond wages, and
yeah,
and a
lot of stuff is given to them.
I think it's irritating that the media is complicit in it. They don't point to the people that actually most of the ultra wealthy now are left wing. It's the left. It's wealthy.
Everything. Listen, I remember recently he made a trope. He said that what is the most consumed news, and he said it was Fox. Okay. But then when you juxtapose Fox being consumed more, having generally more people who watch that, then you look at every other industry that's controlled and planned and scripted by the left. Everything, literally.
Everything. Every lever of power is left.
And you have to add that up and compare it to Fox to get the actual balance.
And they're
that's right.
It's imbalanced because they run everything. And what they're telling you is, we don't want you to have any voice, is their point. They're saying,
and it goes to show the American people are consuming, most of them get it. They know they're being screwed over.
Yes.
I will tell you that Apple, I get Apple News. I have Apple News, right? So it gives me all these different publications and it dumps it into my feed.
Yeah.
And I got the Wall Street Journal I subscribe to and Apple News. I got National Review. There's some conservatives. But I'm going to tell you something. You click on one of them, and then the next Apple News feed dump, it'll be I'll click on a National Review article and scroll down, and then it has similar articles by other magazines. Dude, it is every publication. It's National Review, Wall Street Journal against all the other publications in existence, from the New York Times leans left. You're talking about it's given me Elle, it's given me Vogue, it's given me Vox, it's given me every publication. Newsweek leans left. I mean, what was print media is all left. There's no right leaning, nothing. The entire journalism industry is left. Yep. I mean, so you got Fox, Newsmax, and News.
They're left,
and that's it. What's that?
I said, even if they are right leaning in the news, they are left, because it's not really right. It's really just left of
semi-moderate.
Right of the left.
And the Wall Street Journal will have left-leaning articles. it's actually very well rated in terms of being a centrist paper, other than the opinion section, which obviously goes right. But ultimately, it is just
Obviously,
the
That's a
whole
uniquely
media.
American phenomenon, though.
say again.
What's that?
Elsewhere,
the media?
Almost everywhere else on Earth is far left compared to the United States.
You're right. You are absolutely.
And they would say our leftists are actual like Tories compared to conservatives.
That's crazy, man.
He's not lying.
It's crazy.
But that's
Well, I think in the Western world, I think when you end up in the Middle East, though, it's we're still considered they're pretty conservative in the Middle East.
Yeah.
You'd think.
No, there you go.
conservative.
That's good. That's an excellent spectrum. When you go
Yeah,
around
they're
back to the
pretty-
Middle
they're
East,
pretty
now we're
conservative.
liberal, we're crazy progressive heathens compared to them.
Yeah. But I do think that I mean I think there's too much corporate. And Dennis, and to your point earlier, there's too much corporate meddling in government for sure, and we need to find a way to limit that. But I want the thing that irritates me is the left makes blanket statements like Elon Musk doesn't pay taxes, and then no one understands how the tax code works. So they go, if he doesn't have income and doesn't cash in any of his stocks for that year, he's not going to have taxes. But if he does, he's going to have personal income taxes, AMT. He's going to have some taxes. The following year, he happened to pay, I think, $11 billion in taxes. So Elizabeth Warren is full of bullshit when she says it. So it's irritating.
Ryan, that's not enough. $11 billion, which is more than you'll ever make all of us up here will ever make in our lifetimes collectively. That's not enough money. $11 billion.
Listen,
the GOP,
what I'm saying is,
he shouldn't
I
be
think the
allowed to
top
own
tax-
Twitter or our space program.
Okay, listen.
And
the
he
top-
owns both.
Well, one of them's
Arguably,
not-
he owns our future car industry too, because as much as everybody likes to shit on him for Tesla, he's beaten fucking Ford and Toyota and Chevrolet at the game somehow. I don't know enough about it, but I can clearly see the results.
Well, he made it cool. Now the left hates him, even though he made environmentally
Their
friendly
dream
cars
cool. Yeah,
it's weird. It's weird how they hate him, but I'm like, what? You hate him? He made electric cars cool. You guys should be loving him, but now he's not a radical progressive, so they don't like him, right? So,
remember, I gave you the metrics
but
into electric cars or electric vehicles. Anyway, they're not even
listen.
selling. No other vehicle except for Tesla is doing any sort of numbers in the United States of America. None.
Of course, yeah.
And if they do, it's hybrid. Hybrid vehicles are the ones.
Well,
unfortunately,
unfortunately, we have a very polarized situation with that because of both parties, frankly. One of them says that the climate's going to end tomorrow, and the other one says there's nothing going on with energy at all, right? Like they can't just say what is true, which is, hey, we should probably address the fact that we're burning all of the oil up in the world, and we'll be out of it in a few years.
But we
If we
won't
don't,
be out
you know.
of fuel. We won't be out of petroleum in a few years. There have been studies showing that it replenishes itself. So the point is,
I don't have a problem with many forms of energy, LNG, oil. I don't
But
like.
we
I'm
need-
fine with EVs. I'm fine with nuclear. Let's have all of it.
We need the right
That's an
forms
idea.
that are not money drains. That's the point. We need, like, for instance, nuclear reactors are not bad. They're the cleanest.
They're awesome.
Okay,
Yep.
Exploring, damming more waterways, or maintaining the ones, or bolstering the ones that we have instead of trying to scale them back. Dealing with what's that? Salt reactors are
Yeah.
promising.
Seawalls and turbines, man.
Yes.
Well, that's still years out though, but like energy
for
policy
sure, but why
wise,
don't we talk about it? If we were
we
serious,
should. I
we
totally
would
agree.
talk about
Totally
that
agree.
shit and be doing shit like that, man.
Instead, we get pipe dreams. Like, let's put a whole bunch of windmills all over the
Or
land
solar panels
and solar panels
that
become
basically creates like a laser on the earth.
Yeah, for migratory birds, yeah.
Just
Remember,
cooks things out of the sky.
Well, listen. I think if you were in a windy environment and developing those technologies in windy areas is probably good. Like
they don't
you
work.
could do it.
What's more windy?
Well,
than Oklahoma? Where? Tell
so
me. Give me a state that's more windy than Oklahoma. And
what I'm saying is this: if so, if I was a farmer and I could get some free energy from windmills, I would do it. Like they did it in the Netherlands, right? Isn't that the windmill?
Yes, I agree with you. On a
But
small
here's what I'm saying.
Yeah, small scale.
The problem is you got one side that's saying we have to go with these forms of energy
Yeah.
because these are the future, and you got the other side going, no, let's just burn the shit out of all the oil. Well, I don't want to burn up all of our oil for sure, but like the oil's used for make coatings, it's used to make epoxy, it's used to make a lot of cool
Plastics
stuff.
is
and everything.
Plastics, which are if we burn it all up, we don't
we'd
have
have
any.
a real problem without plastics.
Oh, we're done without plastics are critical to
Around the world,
existence.
we'd be done.
The medical infrastructure would
collapse.
Yeah,
They
would
don't-
be
Your house would collapse.
They
Your
don't-
house. If you have siding on your house or shingles, all the paint in your house, all the
but we can
steel.
easily make houses that don't have that anymore. We don't have a replacement for IV bags.
Your house would.
Dude, we don't have a replacement for shingles. What are you going to do without oil?
We don't have.
Where are you going to get shingles for your roof?
If we were to do that, Denizen, the house that would cost you in materials $100,000 to build, would go
You
to
can do it.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I mean?
For sure. I'm just thinking at this point, I'm not sure that's a terribly bad thing.
Okay, but Denizen, go sit inside your vehicle and tell me what you see that's not plastic other than the glass.
That's true.
Every part and piece and component in your car is plastic.
Even in the
inside of your car.
We wouldn't need plastic in order to produce vehicles, though.
even in the engine, there's plastic.
What do you replace it with? Are you going to have wood inside your car, like a wood steering wheel, a wood dash? Everything's plastic. Your shoes are plastic. Your shirt is probably plastic if it's polyester.
No, we could do most of a car with alloys, I would say.
Oh, no. We couldn't do it.
I mean, I guess you could. It would be like a car from 1940, right? But I mean, I guess you could. I mean, it would be. I personally think that plastic is it's almost a miracle product. Like you can do a lot of stuff with it.
Problem that we have with plastic is that they started putting it into the food industry, taking away other forms of packaging in lieu of plastic. Absolutely, and now
it's left in the environment too.
So, yeah.
That's why we need to find a replacement for it.
Also,
I don't know how you do.
Getting into the
I don't
brain.
know.
There's studies saying
polymers, I would say, probably is
polymers are plastic. That's polymers. Poly.
Well,
plastic.
some of them are, sure.
All of them are.
I mean, the only thing it's not is like siliconized stuff, which is from sand.
You can make celluloid polymers.
Hey, let's make it out of graphene.
Well, that's
and who's to say we can't just make a safer plastic that isn't?
So think about
leaving these
the microparticles.
But that affect us in a very particular way. They screw with our hormones.
Like just industrial lubricants, right? Is all plastic. You're talking like carnauba wax, or you can't. Were you going to go to beeswax? It's hard to replace it at this point. It's hard to replace. I don't know how you do it.
Well, everything worth doing is hard.
There's so much abundance of oil currently that I don't know how you get away from it with any other item, right? Just from think clothing. Where are you going to get all this cotton? You're going to have to turn the whole place into a cotton
into a sheep
to grow cotton. Yeah, I mean the whole freaking
they
country
could start growing cotton in the ocean.
You'd have to, but I don't know. I think, but I do think that one thing that's happened is this. They've lowered the filibuster to 60. So now when it's higher, it's harder to pass stuff. The problem that we're looking at is we're coming off of Biden with this industrial policy that is very EV oriented, right? And Trump's going to get in and he's going to shut that down.
But it's
And I'm
not.
like, okay.
But that was the point. That was the great lie by the Biden administration, because they gave lip service saying that it was very EV oriented, but
Yeah.
still put 100% tariffs on all EVs coming into the
We've
country.
got, but we've
Yeah, and
got
told
battery
Musk to go screw
factors.
himself, even though he's kind of the granddaddy.
We've got battery factors. There's companies that are invested in the battery industry. There's a lot of industry that's been deployed for this. And again, I'm not an EV guy. I don't care, right? But it's like we're going to zig and zag on energy as one thing, right? We're going to zig and zag. We're going to go oil, and then we're going to switch back and go EV. Then we're going to go oil. I feel like that we're in a tough spot here. We got, now that we're in EVs, I think we should continue to pursue it all forms of energy,
I
frankly.
don't think that's the issue. The issue is we don't have the infrastructure. It's going to cost us trillions of dollars to build the infrastructure. All the money that the government had earmarked toward that infrastructure has dried up. It's too expensive. That's why in the first quarter of 2024, Elon scrapped his supercharger program. Everybody in it.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, it was gone. They got rid of the 500 or so employees that were a part of it, and then they said we're not doing any more R&D on it, and the ones that are out here are what you got. Period. And then people
We're back on and by the way, Bless, I'm not saying that like like Trump had his policy, which was, hey man, we're going to roll with this pipeline, and Biden scrapped that, and Biden did a lot of stupid stuff too. So I'm not arguing for Biden. I'm saying we're zigging and zagging like lunatics here now.
Yeah, because it's left, right. Nobody wants to concede.
Yeah.
I agree with that. But
That's why the filibuster was 66%. You had to have more to pass things, right?
Yeah. One thing that I do know is a lame duck is EV. EV is a lame duck. We don't have. There's no way. They have to do that gradually. They try to speed up the process. It was happening.
What's a lame duck?
EVs are a lame duck because they try to supercharge the process. They try to say, hey, by this year, mandatorily, you're going to have an EV, period. In the state of California, those are all the laws. Yeah. And then, of course,
really, they got that shit passed, huh?
Yeah, in California, but then, of course, around the country, people are following suit. And here in Texas, though, they really, really tax the hell out of people in EVs. I mean, every year,
they really, that's funny.
You got to pay every year to relicense your EV on the road. It's something like $500. And I was like, my God. Or
plus the registration.
Yeah, just to register them. Yeah. Whereas
another thing he did was hammer permits. Biden literally just crushed the permitting process too. That's another thing he did. It was terrible.
He sure did.
Crushed the LNG business. The LNG business is back, like natural gas because of Ukraine, because Biden more or less had to let that flow, but he would have got rid of that too because it's petroleum. But anyway, we're zigging and zagging. I don't think it's good. Yeah, we got to have a direction here.
Gordon Turner just said it costs so much to produce the batteries. We don't have the mines or materials from those mines to produce these batteries. Yeah. You can't recycle the batteries. You can't. There's only like two or
what you do with them after the fact.
Yeah. Them, and it costs money to recycle them. There's no way.
Yeah, so even the companies that are capable don't actually do it.
No, it's too much money. You don't make a profit. It costs way too much. Well, I don't know. Look, man, I know everybody likes all those fancy buttons and whistles and screens and the futuristic sounds. It feels like you're in a Star Trek episode or something. It feels like you're on the Enterprise. But they don't understand what goes into that. Kind of like these people who erroneously say, oh, I'm for my state getting rid of state income tax or state I'm sorry, not income tax, state property taxes. Remember, we talked about this the other day. $81 billion is what it would cost Texas to do it. And then other states who are looking for it probably cost the same or more. It's too expensive to just do it. You have to do it gradually, take some off the
Yeah,
top once in a while.
that's right.
Yeah.
Well, I've said for a long time, like I want to abolish corporate taxes completely. Denison's probably going to laugh at this, but I think that they can. And Denison, listen, the reason I want to do that is because it's kind of a hidden tax on consumers, right?
It is.
Because
I'm all for it.
corporations, yeah, but how do you make up the revenue? It's about 10% of the
I
government
think
revenue is corporate
where we
taxes.
differ is you've capitulated to corporatocracy. See, I see
I
this as
haven't.
a hollowing out of a nation by the corporations, and if I look back in the legislature, I can see how it was done. It's plain as day. And
Yeah,
so,
but
but at this point, we're so fucked. I mean, what difference does it make? Try
no. So
anything.
look. What I'm saying is, you get rid of corporate taxes, and then you put the onus on income taxes. Like I'm fine with the top rate at 95%. Charge on 11 billion. Musk probably should have paid at least 65% of that money, 70% even. But hit him in personal taxes, not corporate taxes, right?
Then he'll just move his
To get
money. He'll
that,
incorporate.
But that's not a problem because
but you can't. He can't spend it unless it's. How's he going? How's he going to buy a house? You can't buy a house. Your corporation can't buy your house. It has to be a private
100%.
residence.
100% a corporation would buy
So
your house.
they do.
that's called tax fraud, and he will be investigated and go to jail for that.
He didn't get away with it because they didn't have any more use for him. But you can absolutely
Like per GAP, you cannot buy a house. A corporation can't buy a house unless it's for business purposes. And I'm pretty sure if Elon Musk bought a house and he said, my corporation bought it for me, and he was living in it, I guarantee that's going to draw an audit. There's no question.
I'm
Like
sure.
it's tax fraud.
There are probably ways creative ways we haven't thought about that's feasible. But what I was going to say was when they talk about, for instance, times where the income tax was at, I don't know, somewhere close to 90% back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
They don't
The
talk
50s.
they don't talk about how corporate taxes were very low. They don't talk about how, because with a corporate tax, like you just posited, that tax is passed on to the consumer. So if you're paying top taxes on your personal income, but then you're able to go to the store and purchase a pair of pants for $10,
Not because it has to be, though, right?
it evens out. But these people are the zealots for your money. They don't want to pay for anything. They want you to pay for everything. And it's only going to get worse. Period.
Right. And that's
Well, I think it's
what
more
you're
transparency.
incentivizing by lowering their taxes, by the way.
What do you mean?
And listen, look.
We're going to
No,
go
the government is taxing us at 90 different levels all over the place for all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
What I want is, I want people to open up their paycheck or their wages, working people, and go, oh wow, because the government's going to have to get money from somewhere to fund itself, and most people are probably. I mean, Dennis, and what you said earlier was correct. That's what I was saying. I agree with you. Like we're being taxed at every level on everything all over the place, whether it's the stuff you buy at the store in your local sales tax or the goods you're buying that are taxed at the corporate level, right? There's so many layers. If there was just one personal income tax on everybody, or one tax, right? We could all see it, and that's when the American people will go, hold on a minute, what the fuck are you doing with this money? You're taking 50% of my money, but most of the taxes are hidden. They're hidden in this and that and everything, right? If we could all see what we're actually like, if you think about it collectively, the economy's worth $28 trillion, and guess what? The federal government is spending $7 trillion this year. That means $1 in $4 is going to the government, right? We're paying $1 in $4, and if you have
It's
more
more than
money,
that.
they're taking more. Well,
Yeah, he's just giving you a conservative number. Yeah, yeah.
That's the first go around. It keeps cycling.
They take
through.
the money and they just fucking steal all that they can, and then they turn around and go, "We've got to help the poor. We've got to send money to Ukraine. We've got to do all this shit." I'm like, you guys don't do anything for me. I don't even use the fucking library. I use the roads that are all beat to shit. Okay, and you keep the country relatively safe. What the fuck do you do for me? The government doesn't do shit for me, right? They don't do nothing for me. So, my kids aren't in school anymore. I'm like, what do
Why
you
is that,
fuckers do
Ryan?
with this
Why
money?
don't they do
Well,
anything
they
for us?
graduated. They graduated. Because they're assholes. I mean, I guess I'm self-sufficient, but either way, I'm like, what are you doing with all this fucking money you're getting off me,
They're
right?
giving it to the
What do you,
military-industrial complex.
Well, they're doing more than that.
they're giving it to everybody. I mean, yeah, do they give money to the military?
They're
Sure.
not giving it to poor Americans. I hope you understand that.
Yeah, they're giving it to banks. They're giving it to countries. They're telling you why you do it.
If you look at the
Poor Americans are not living high on the hog.
I think they're living, right? They're surviving, which is what the deal
It
is,
depends
right?
on your situation. If you're a single male in this country and you fall on hard times, you better have family and a support system. Otherwise, you're under a bridge and you'll be dead soon.
I don't. If you're okay.
If
you
you're a
fall on hard
single
times,
male in this country and you don't have family or a support system and you fall on hard times, the government
when
will
you say
not
fall
help
on
you.
hard times, you lose your job. Like,
that's where
get
you're
another job.
They say you're living paycheck to paycheck and you lose your job. Can't make your rent.
Well, see.
Okay, look for a job quickly, and if not, you might have to move out and live in your car, or
Look for your
you're
job
going
in
to be
this
broke.
environment.
They
And what if you live
I
in
just
Death,
have a hard
what if you
time.
live in Death Valley? You gonna live in your car?
Better
How
move
Well,
about
then you might have
Phoenix,
to move. You might
Arizona?
have to. I don't know. I'm sick of hearing how the fucking poor need more shit than they do. Okay, I'm
Nobody's.
sick of it.
Yeah, I mean,
Fucking
that's great.
sick of the liberals saying that shit.
I'm glad you're sick of it, Ryan. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like
I
the
mean,
poor people
we're
aren't fucking
3%
you.
on a.
The poor people aren't fucking you, and that's not where your money's going. You're mad at the wrong person. I don't know why you're not
No,
sick
no, no.
about
I'm not
hearing Jeff
mad.
Bezos
I'm
talk
tired
about
of
how he's paying too
liberals.
much taxes.
I'm tired of liberals. I haven't heard Jeff Bezos say that. I'm tired of liberals telling me that we have to help the poor more. Okay? There's a trillion
Amazon
programs for that
told New
shit.
York they wouldn't move there unless they were given more tax credits.
What's wrong with that?
Well, you
That's
just
not
said that you
welfare.
didn't hear them
Hey,
saying that they
lower
pay
our
too much in
taxes
taxes.
or we're not coming there. Why do they?
I was
They're
just
doing the best thing
addressing
for
the
the shareholders.
claim that Amazon has no problem paying taxes. That they
And
don't
just
try
so
to
we can
decrease their
define
tax.
welfare, let's define that. Corporations are paying taxes, and if there's tax incentives, that wouldn't be welfare. Welfare is when
That's
you don't
corporate
have to pay as
welfare.
much. How's it welfare? Welfare is when you get free shit from the government.
Yeah. So how is an $11
Corporate.
billion tax break not free shit?
So let me get this straight. So the government's seizing some corporations' money as taxes,
These white
and
boys.
they're saying, "Hey, we're not going to take as much." Like, why does the government even have a right to it? Right? Corporations, when a person just doesn't do anything, doesn't pay in, or doesn't produce anything, and then the government just gives them some free shit.
So we're just
Corporation
abolishing
is
taxes
actually
now?
no, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is you can't call it welfare when you're incentivizing corporations to behave a certain way.
They do the same thing with single mothers, Ryan. They pay them more than was paid into the system through tax credits. This isn't
Yeah, but
fucking rocket
corporations are
science. I
paying
don't know why
tax.
you're acting like you're an 8-year-old all of a sudden. We know what corporate welfare is. You just gonna try to pretend it doesn't fucking exist? Is that what you're doing? Because then I'll
I'm
just let
saying
you.
you're terming
I'll
it
let you carry
welfare,
on
and
the
that's
conversation.
a
You know?
stupid categorization when you're saying tax incentives, which welfare is when the government just gives shit away.
It's paying corporations more
So
than
if
what
they
they
cut,
pay into the
if the government
system.
reduces
It's
my
giving them free
taxes, then
money.
I'm getting
It's
welfare.
giving them free money that they would otherwise owe to the government, and paying them more than what they pay in. Yes, just like they
I
do
don't
to
know.
single mothers. It's the same exact thing.
Yeah, but see, single mothers are they working mothers or are they not working mothers? Are they just on the system?
They get a child
That
tax
would be
credit
welfare.
regardless.
So if they're not working and they get free money,
What
I
if
would
they
deem
are
that
working?
a welfare payment.
What if they are
If
working?
they are working, I mean, I guess that's a form of welfare, but I don't see it as
it is.
like a corporation isn't even a human being. So at the end
Let's
of the
use a
day, it's
different
not
word.
welfare.
What word would you like to use for when the corporates get free government money?
I mean, when do corporations get free government money? I mean, the government is taking money from the corporation in the form of taxes. A tax reduction or an increase, right? Like they're either incentivizing. I mean, Elon Musk took advantage of the Obama era EV, whatever it was, to start Tesla. That's what Obama wanted him to do. Like, hey, let's start some companies and build this business, right? Would you say he got corporate welfare? Would you say he got welfare from the government? Because Obama did that so that people would start businesses at EV companies and shit. I don't think that's welfare. I think he took advantage of a situation as the government wanted him to, right? He started Tesla. That's pretty good. Am I right?
No.
I don't know
No,
why you have
one man
so much
shouldn't
smoke
own
for
our space program and our future in electronic
So do we
vehicles.
seize?
And I mean, I would. You're asking me, I would
I mean, if
absolutely.
you're a socialist, so you are a socialist. You said you are. So, I guess the thought is that the state should seize as assets. Should they take over these businesses? Which one man doesn't own Tesla? It's owned by many, many, many shareholders. And SpaceX, I believe, is also owned by a lot of shareholders too. Musk may have a majority stake in it in terms of like how many shares he owns, right? But I certainly don't think that. What about the shareholders? Do they not have a say?
Well, I think we should increase the shareholders by somewhere around 340 million.
So you think that? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I struggle with, you seem to have it in for businesses, and I don't know. You're saying everyone pays too much taxes. You just want to take the money out of the super ultra wealthy, from what I hear. The 1%ers, right?
Yeah, I want to take more money from super ultra wealthy people who literally control nations than I do from some fucking Mexican guy working at a taco shop down the street from me. Yeah, Ryan, you got it. You got me. You figured me all out.
I guess I'm trying to figure out. So just higher income taxes. I told you I'm for higher income taxes
Honestly, I would
above.
abolish. If I were dictator, I'd abolish income taxes and I would abolish corporations. People would have to go back to having liability to do business in the country. You couldn't create LLCs. Nobody would get state-sponsored business. That's an abomination. It's un-American and it's fascist, and I would do away with it. If I were Darth Vader, I would just undo all of the Supreme Court rulings that even allowed corporatehood to exist to begin with, because it's a fabrication of the Supreme Court, as well as all the income taxes that go along with it. And the corporate personhood would be the first thing. I would throw that out the window on day one. I would sign my little, emperor's decree.
You'd be Emperor Palpatine.
Yes.
I mean, listen, I don't disagree, but I do think that by having corporations, it certainly allows some risk taking, right? Because I don't want to be, if I was Dow Chemical and I was the principal of Dow Chemical, I wouldn't want all the liability with Dow Chemical. So I think it allows some risk taking. But if we went libertarian, other nations would definitely have an advantage over us because they are very, very muscularly involved in their economies. For example, the amount of money that China pumps into their steel industry and their tech industry, they literally charge no taxes on tech companies if they're doing things that the state wants them to do.
Yeah,
So
I'm
we're
all for
competing
trying
with
pure
them.
communism too. Technocracy, whatever it is, bring it on. I'm down for
China's
trying
not really
all
a
of that shit.
communist country. It's more just a dictatorship.
Well, whatever you want. Yeah, whatever you want to call it. If the state controls all of the money, right?
I do not want China's business model here.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I mean, it's
as long. And here's the thing: as long as the stock markets keep going up, I really don't care.
Well, it is, but I don't know. I don't know how this works. If you want libertarian, liability, if everyone that owns the company is liable, we're not going to form large corporations like we are.
Yeah,
right?
I know. That's a good thing.
And so we're going to have small companies, and then we're going to be competing with Chinese state-backed companies. That doesn't work. We're not going to win
Well,
that.
I mean, I'm emperor of the world, so the Chinese, they got to do what Vader says.
I say the same thing. I'm all for everything we want to do with the environment and all this other stuff. If we didn't have other global competitors like China, like other countries that want to eat
Everything
our
is
lunch.
commoditized, Ryan, in America. That's the problem. If we were serious about clean energy and not, we wouldn't even have a green. We wouldn't even call it green. The fact that we call it green is American and makes it fake. And it's fugazi, it's a fugazi, it's a woozy, it's a wazi. If we were serious about these things, we wouldn't commoditize them, and we would work together towards common solutions.
Denizen, I have a question for you. How are corporations un-American, or did I hear you correctly?
Because it's unentrepreneurial to remove the liability from the person who's supposedly the private holder of the means of production. So we're going to give like private ownership and control over all of the profits for a corporation, but the liability gets spread across the state.
Okay, so basically the liability across the state is the un-American part. I got
Which
you.
is what state-sponsored business is. What's the purpose of a corporation?
I got you.
I shouldn't even need to ask the state for permission to start a business to begin with.
Well, what if you want to start a business that, I mean, under the libertarian model, which you're suggesting, it's you don't need regulations because then the one individual is liable
I'm not against
for
regulations.
the corporation. Well, I mean,
you
if
need
you,
a lot less corporate regulations because individuals can be held directly criminally responsible for screwing up. So yeah, I think it would lower the regulatory burden, but you wouldn't have to do away with regulations altogether.
yeah. Which I don't. I think that bad actors should spend longer time in jail than 10 years. If you hurt a bunch of people, you got to spend 50 years in jail. But then again, we don't really have we're not really too tough criminally. So, but I guess what I'm saying is if you just had liable parties and no ability to form corporations, what about shareholders? Are there no shareholders going forward then? Well, just one person owns it, one person runs it, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean that would be ideal, but there's nothing, a private company can issue shares.
Okay, so there would just be a group of per se shareholders.
Have you
I don't know. I think that
you guys ever heard of Richard Wolff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
no,
He's a communist to end all communists, but he always posits Mondragon, Spain, as one of the places that have successfully enacted or utilized or
Currently, or the ones that got wiped out?
Currently, he says that Mondragon, Spain does it right. Said that they had people who owned the factory, etc. That was communism in its truest form. I mean, it's a pipe dream. It's hilarious to hear it, though. But yes, I just wanted, since we were on that vein, I thought I'd bring up Richard Wolff.
I mean, we kind of got, look, this is going to sound crazy, but in a sense, if everyone were required to put some money, like everyone had to have a retirement account and buy into the stock market by way of their 401k, most of the ownership, which it currently is, most of the corporations would be owned by the people that have money in their retirement accounts, right?
But
we kind of have that.
It's already happening.
These companies, it is, right? But some people are not investing in their 401k, so therefore they're not part owner of that company, right?
Or you mean they're not actively watching what the representative of the company that has your 401k or services your 401k is doing on those boards. The people that they appoint.
Yeah, well,
most people are
most of the
employed by
companies are
small
owned by
business,
retirees.
right?
Most of the companies on the stock exchange, the corporations, as we're calling them, corporations, right? Most of
Public
those,
companies.
like the publicly traded companies, are owned by the shareholders, which are generally in everyone's retirement account across the country and the world, frankly. I mean, the interesting thing is, like, it is somewhat communist in a sense in that it's owned by most of these companies are owned by us, the shareholders, Denizen. And you have a retirement account, Blacks. I'm sure you probably got money in a 401k or IRA or something, and so does
Unfortunately,
Stanley. And a teacher's pensions are invested in it. Like, it's interesting because most of these companies are owned by us, the people.
Those are publicly traded companies. And what ownership
Well,
do you have?
I have shares. You have shares. We all have shares.
And how are
Like
the
Tesla's not
dividends
owned by
determined?
Tesla's. I mean, it's by the board. The dividends are determined by the board and or if they're profitable.
Oh, yeah. So in the board, how much do they pay themselves compared to what they pay their shareholders?
I mean, you got to go look at the prospectus. You can get that information. Like, you can look at
I
that
think I have an
information's readily
idea.
available.
I think it's somewhere in the hundreds of times. More than it's ever been in history, in fact.
but
And the
there
CEO is
lies
making a lot of money, but if he makes a lot of money for the shareholders, I don't really mind.
when the problem is
But he isn't.
eyes aren't on it. That's the problem. Nobody avails themselves of this information. And why would they? Because they're lulled to sleep by trinketry. You have to keep yourself in the know. I mean, as I guess dystopian as that may sound to some, don't mess with my luxury. I guess.
But if your parents don't do that in the first 3 to 5 years of your development, you're fucked.
Yeah.
You're fucked for life.
Jamie Dimon, interestingly,
I'll be
made
right
like
back.
220 million. His last payday, he got 220 million, right?
Yeah, and
Now Jamie Dimon, interestingly, the week before was wrote a letter and was up on the CNN and MSNBC talking about inequality. It's terrible that we have too much inequality in the country, and a week later he got 220 million. So I'm like, that was called a preemptive strike. He went out to tell everybody inequality's bad, and a week later he got huge money.
well,
But the thing is most of the money he made was in increased value to shares, because if the bank is worth more, then he gets more, right?
you're on mute, Ryan.
I think my mic is dead.
You're good now.
Okay, you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Wow, interesting. So yeah, my mic is here, but so the thing is if he didn't increase the value of the shares, of which he gets options on, and they pay him in shares, right? If he didn't increase those, he wouldn't have got 220 million. He would have got nothing.
I think whether or not he increased them is subjective. It's not an objective truth that he actually had anything to do with steering the ship to make the stock price grow. You know what I mean? I think that yes, a CEO should be paid a hefty sum for the shit that they got to take from the government and being the face. Yes,
It's
but
too much money, by the way. Like, the government should be taking.
but I don't think
that money.
that they are always deserved of those hefty paydays, and plus not to mention their stock portfolios, their stock options they're given. So I don't know, man. All I know is.
But how do you regulate that?
Getting
Like, you
paid.
can't. Like, what do you do? Say, hey, company, you can only give people X. It's hard to do that.
You said, how do you regulate that?
How would you regulate CEO compensation? Like, do you? I mean,
Just make it lower. I don't know. Listen, I'm not telling you that I have the solution. I'm not even saying.
Blacks, here's what I don't understand, right? Yeah. Like, why? Like, Trump instituted a 37% tax on the top rate, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So if you're making $1 million a year, you're paying on your millionth dollar, you're paying 37%.
37%. Yes.
Or 200 million, 37%. Why don't we have graduating tax rates where over 5 million you pay 40%,
on every dollar over 5 million. Over 20 million, you pay 60%. Like whatever it is, like why can't they just continue to graduate up the scale? For the Republicans, this is smart because they're constantly getting beat down for being quote unquote the party of the rich.
Uh-huh.
When the truth is most of the Republican base now is not the rich. It's
No.
like poor or middle class. Why
Thanks
are the
to Trump.
Republicans? Why is Republicans? Why are they still digging their heels in on? Hey man, we shouldn't tax the job creators. The
Because it's
Republicans
sexy
say
to
no,
say.
tax the shit out of them. Who cares?
Because it's sexy and easy to say. That's why.
Yeah.
Like anything. He's a racist. It's sexy and easy to say. I don't ever have to fact check it. I can just say it and people will believe it because of, quote, the history of this country. I say it. He does something, a facsimile of something that may look like it to me. And then they're justified and they don't ever have
The left is always going after the 1%. The 1%, the 1%, the 1%. The Republicans just say, okay, cool, go ahead and tax them. Because, by the way, most of the 1%
I
are
don't think they understand what the 1% is. That's why.
Yeah, the
They don't-
1% is very fluid.
Yeah, they
People
don't
go in and out of the 1% every day. It's the 0.1% you got to have your eye on.
exactly. They don't know what the 1% is. Where they are indoctrinated to believe that the 1% are the billionaires, and that's not the truth. We know that that's not true.
Right.
But people don't do any of that research. Again, we go back to the point I made earlier. People want to be blissfully ignorant. They want to be lulled to sleep. I don't want to get off my cruise that I worked a year for.
Yeah,
I want to
maybe
on
read
my 7-day cruise where I get to drink and act a fool and perhaps lose my life when I fall over the guardrail. I on the weekend starting Thursday want to go to the club and get smack drunk and take Molly or whatever the drug of choice is today. Whippets, whatever. And that's what we're in a consumer based economy.
Yeah, most people are not even looking up. You're right.
No, not looking up. They don't look up from their phones, iPhones, iPad, iTunes, whatever. Nobody wants to do that. And so we are willing to give all of that freedom, because that's what freedom is, actual checks and balances by the people who it matters for. We're willing to give all that freedom away as long as we don't have to do it and we can just luxurize our lives. That's what it is, period. I'm willing to be told, just tell me where to go. I'm a horse. And then when I'm done, you'll throw me in a glue factory.
Yeah, no shit.
And blacks, you think Trump will restore order?
I surely do not.
No. Come on, Stanley.
I'm not that naive. My naivete, Stanley, is limited. But I also am not naive enough to believe that Kamala can do it. And so I'll just pick my poison. I'm going to get poisoned anyway.
Ooh, okay.
These are possibly the most uninformed and dumbest two candidates I can. You got to think. Like, I swear to think about it. Like Obama.
Why don't you ever go lunch?
George H. Bush. Clinton was smart. Hillary was smart. Carter was very smart. Nixon was very smart. And I'm like, we got Trump and Kamala. I don't think we got smart. I don't think anybody's going to break any awards here for smart presidents. These people are not smart. That's who we got. So.
Hey, Tamarcus Gilmore. How'd you find us?
That's Imperious.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Imperious is funny. Is he allowed to come up? He's probably not allowed to come up now, I guess. I don't remember.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. I disturbed y'all. I didn't recognize the name.
I know you want to chime in, Stanley. Go ahead.
No, you know what? I survived overnight with no issues, actually. So
you know what? I think I woke up and heard you and maybe Virgo talking at like 3 a.m.
Not this morning.
Okay, when you it was like two
had to
people,
have been
and I
John or
just kind
somebody.
of woke up and I'm like, yeah, and then went back to sleep. It was two people though. Maybe it wasn't you, but they were just talking back and forth. So
Nope. I actually have asked the questions. I wanted to comment that your point, Dennison, is very Jeffersonian. So that's really my only comment on it.
what about the corporations and
Yeah,
I
liability?
agree.
yeah. No, it's a very very old Jeffersonian Republican.
Like a libertarian thing.
Well, I
That's what
I
they
think
think. The libertarian.
I think
As
if I
Jefferson said, there are two camps, political camps. Those who think that the interest and well being of the public at large should be controlled by a small group of elites, and those who think that the people, though not always the most knowledgeable or wise, are the best keepers of the future of the
yep,
welfare of the republic.
yep, definitely Jefferson. Though sometimes I don't believe don't believe him, being a of the planter class, but
Same.
really that's my only comment. I don't really have pushback. Surprise, surprise.
Well, I think that in the hands of our current population that is uninformed and doesn't, and like Black said, just wants to go on a cruise. They don't know
Well,
any.
that's one aspect that back in the day, and to be honest, I don't really know this. I'm kind of just throwing this out there, but I think it was a lot easier, probably enough, for the public to be involved or informed, but there wasn't that much to know.
Right.
It's a lot more complicated these days.
And the public was more informed at the state and local level back then.
Exactly.
And the bidding for the national stuff was done at your state house level. So you only had to know the local, not national per se. Now we're all national. No one even reads local politics. We just look at national.
All the papers are going out of business, all the local ones.
Well,
But,
yeah.
oh no, go ahead.
But like for example, so you might know about what's going on in your local town or city or even your state, and really kind of like that's all you need to know, right? And then you had a state representative that would handle the matters of the state to the federal portion. So when it came to power lines, when it came to like, hey man, we got a mine here that we can get this out of, and we got to send the power 6 states over. We're gonna have to run power lines to people's yards, through whole cities, through districts, whatever, right? Your state kind of did the bidding for you on that, right? So, because those are big deal items, right? Like right now, we talked about energy earlier. That's why I'm going to it. Like, but running a pipeline from Montana to ship out of Louisiana would be difficult. But your state would do the bidding for you. It would speak on behalf of the people. We don't want it through our state. We do whatever, right? And so, it was different in that sense, because you got to have national policy also. You got to have national energy policy. Do we want a nuclear power plant in our neighborhood? That kind of stuff, right? You
Well,
really don't know more
go ahead.
local stuff. You got a state representative that would represent the state, the people in the state. So,
Well, I'm gonna throw out there. All that sounds good, and I will blame the Confederacy for ruining that state government stuff.
look, well, yeah. I mean, they were part, but it's the 17th Amendment.
Because they took it too far.
Well, I think they took it too far. To the point to the they basically said, hey, if we can't get our way, we're going to secede. When they were beaten or defeated in the Civil War, I don't think states' rights were ever the same. And as a personally, because I'm not going to speak for the whole Black community, but that's basically why you will probably never get a majority of Black Americans who are big believers in states' rights. And Blacks may have a counterpoint to that, but
well, it's not necessarily the states' rights. I'm speaking on behalf of
well, yeah, states' rights, but everything at the local level, that's kind of bleeds into the states' rights thing, where states have a lot more power. You're talking the 17th Amendment, where senators are now they aren't selected by state houses, but by popular vote. I still haven't read about it. I've got a really good book by Emil. I'm sorry, Amar Akil. He's like a really big time constitutional law professor at Yale.
Yeah.
And I read the book years ago, and I need to go back and read the part on the 17th Amendment. But that's basically what I have to say. I don't think we'll ever go back to a point to where the 17th Amendment gets repealed. It's here to stay. I think one of the reasons that that Black Americans have tended to vote in a block, because if you parse everything down, peel the onion down a few layers, local in the South, state governments wanting to insist on slavery and wanting to control national politics to a point to where they basically wanted unfettered access to to slavery. If a state, they just got tired of having to compete, like one state free for every state slave, that sort of thing.
Yeah, sure.
It just became.
Well, I think it hurts the states' rights argument. They've forever damaged the states' rights argument. But what I'm saying is, it's more about the, what people could focus more locally if we didn't have senators involving people locally. Like, you'd only have to vote for your House and the president, right? That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And your state representatives you'd have to vote for if you wanted representative in Congress, right?
Right.
But now senators are showing up.
It'll never be that way again.
I don't know, man. I think the fact that they distorted it is problematic. I think that's why we have all this populism right now, man. All these fucking senators just come and say, "We're going to do this."
Who are the most oppressive right now?
We're going to do that. We're going to do this.
Yeah, I don't think populism. I don't think populism is necessarily generated by states' rights, or a thirst for states' rights.
I think populism is politicians telling people what they want to hear, basically.
I think on the left, that's not true. I think on the right, that is true.
Oh. You don't think the progressive?
I think the left populism is actual populism. I think the right is populism kind of in corporatist clothing. It's just my personal opinion. Now,
that's not abnormal, though. The funny thing about this, Stanley, is like I have a progressive friend of mine that is bent. He's like, I don't trust the right because he believes they just stand for corporations. And I'm like, they did for sure for a long, long time.
I think they still do.
Well, I know. And he says the same thing, but I'm like, look at the top businesses, man. They're like, it's been a total shift. The top
Right.
10 businesses in the United States are Democrat donors.
But politically, you will never be able to convince me that a billionaire former playboy is a populist. A man who
Donald Trump aside,
doesn't even much like shaking
would you
hands.
say that corporations are now very Democrat? They're in bed. The Democratic Party, I mean, the top 10 companies have given more money to Harris than Trump could ever imagine getting. The only money he gets like a billionaire and an oil company.
Okay, but so you're saying that's what makes the right populists?
What I'm saying is, I was observing that you and a friend of mine also believe that the Republicans are about. You said the Republicans are really pro corporation and wolf's clothing, sheep's clothing.
Corporatist clothing.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, man, I think that you're imagining a party with Newt Gingrich from the 80s and 90s.
His rebuttal is not that there's is not any evidence that your assertion is incorrect. It's evidence that the same is true for the left, for the so-called left, that the Democratic Party is corporate captured.
Banks,
well, those corporations aren't supporting progressives. They're basically
Democrats.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, the Democrat Party as it is now has a left which calls themselves progressives, and they have more center, what I'll call liberals, like Kamala, Biden. That's who the corporations are supporting. They're not supporting Ilhan Omar.
What I'm saying is the Democratic Party, in my opinion, is now the party of corporation.
And in my opinion, MAGA specifically, I'm not talking center right, I'm talking MAGA specifically, is not populist. You will never convince me that the current head of MAGA, one Donald Trump, a billionaire, you will never convince me that he's a populist. He knows how to talk to the common man. I do not believe he is for the common man.
I see what you're saying.
And if he is, he
basically trying to get elected.
Basically wants to take trickle down economics and make it populist. And I don't think it's possible.
I don't.
Well, it could be possible, but it's not going to work.
I got to be honest with you.
Well, that's what I mean.
Look at what he's currently presenting. He literally sounds like friggin' Jimmy Carter. Some of the stuff he
sounds like.
If he tries to pass half of it, he's basically Jimmy Carter. I mean, he might as well go pro-union, tariff.
I don't think it's really.
He gets in there though. He gives a ton of tax breaks
to
all the guys who have their hands in our pockets. Yes. And then now what he did differently that was more populist than the other. What he did that was more populist than the other Republicans was he gave a tiny little bit back to workers, right? So workers got a little bit more on their checks for the first time ever, and we're like, oh my God, this guy's a hero, when he gave us some pennies on the dollar and he gave them tens and tens and tens of dollars to the corporations.
I don't know where. Okay, so his personal tax cut of 39 to 37% is minuscule. It's nothing. Right?
That's what I just said.
And then he increased the individual deduction to $12,500 from your first deduction. For the low percentage, for the first $12,500 you pay no taxes, it was $6,000. And then he really didn't affect anything other than cutting the corporate tax rate from 35 to 21.
Right, that's what I just said.
Yeah, but that doesn't really have an impact, though. I mean, it means that corporations pay lower taxes.
I don't know what you mean by impact. I said that it's giving more of the money back to corporations while giving crumbs to the populace, making them feel like they got something for once. because they're just used to having their taxes raised for the last 40 to 60 years. No worker has gotten a tax cut. Now increases on tax credits when Obama and even W did increases on tax credits, but actually getting more on each paycheck, hasn't happened in my lifetime.
So Obama increased the Medicare tax on employers. Obama increased what was the Obamacare bump by 1%, I believe, from employers, which are really borne by the employees. Let's call it what it is. I mean, most of the taxes, that's why I want to abolish corporate taxes, because again, corporate taxes are paid when we buy goods by employees and a percentage of it by shareholders. Corporations aren't a thing, right? Who's gaining by corporate taxes? Who's losing by corporate taxes?
Well, being
figure that one out.
able to do stock buybacks, being able to increase your C level or your C-suite salaries. I don't know whatever became of corporations bringing their, they were offshoring money to shield, their money from.
Where were they offshoring money again?
Did that money ever get repatriated?
Why would they offshore money?
You know what?
To avoid taxes.
Yeah, a lot. There was like a ton of money. Apple comes to mind. Like
Apple did it. Tesla did it.
Yeah, locating their corporate headquarters or something like Apple did in
Ireland, where it's 12%.
Yeah,
I would too.
In the US.
I would too. I'd do it too. But then don't talk to me about how we're all taking care of each other and how I'm supposed to reach into my pocket to help my neighbor, or I need to help out the Ukrainians. You see, they talk out of both sides of their mouths. So the corporations tell us we need to pay our fair share, but not when it comes to collect from what they've earned. Oh, I'm sorry. Those are private profits.
It's a government trick. It's a government trick. They vilify the corporations when they very well know who pays corporate taxes. The consumer when they buy the fucking goods. It's a trick. It's bullshit.
But Ryan,
you think Walmart doesn't lose money? They say, "Oh, you're going to double my taxes." Okay,
that's
cool.
the point. Walmart does not lose money.
No, none of them lose money. They pass the cost along to the consumer.
Exactly.
And here's my point: when they vilify corporations and then say, "Oh, greedy corporations," well then, okay, well, so then the Democrats want to raise corporate taxes, which just raises the cost for me and you.
Okay, you're slightly drifting from my point.
Okay.
I'm just saying, because corporations, whether they give money to Democrats or Republicans, are still going to win. Many corporations give money to both. All I'm saying is that things like offshoring jobs, offshoring money to protect it, from corporate taxes, I would argue and have argued that corporations and wealthy people, wealthy business owners have contributed over the past 50 years to the immigration problems. Under Trump, how many corporations did Trump repatriate? How many? I think I heard, and I could be wrong, that maybe, I don't think Trump brought back any corporations or manufacturing processes back to U.S. soil.
No, he threatened one automaker, if you leave, we're going to tariff you back inbound. And then they didn't do it, and now he touts like he had a win.
Right. I am hard pressed, other than some crumbs, like he gave some money to HBCUs. He basically got legislation passed that got some prominent Black rappers out of jail. he just
know
kind
why.
of, he put
What a waste of
To
time.
get the black vote.
Yeah, he did some things that paid, or like Dennison said, he gave working people crumbs. It was the corporations, and that's why they want him back.
Yeah.
He gave
Well,
corporation.
and I don't.
He's a populist in corporate clothing. He doesn't even look. He
Here's the
doesn't
problem
even look
we're
good in
not
a
seeing.
baseball cap. Now
Yeah,
that's
and he
Corporations.
represents the worst, most evil part of the corporations too, if you ask me, which is the pharmaceutical industry. That he greased the wheels for that, we won't say because we are not allowed to. Another corporation doesn't want me to tell you what he greased the wheels for and how many people were hurt from it. And he still touts that crap today like he's the greatest savior ever. And he's also the one who shut down the economy to begin with. I mean, what a tool. I can't imagine handling that situation worse than what he did.
Well, they will blame it on the governors, on the Democrat governors.
Right, which was very convenient. He was like, I'm not forcing anybody to do anything, but here's our recommendation that you shut down. And if you decide to shut down, that's your fault. If you don't decide to shut down, then I'll take credit for it.
Who do you think the pharmaceutical industry donates most of their money to?
Huh?
Medical industry. It's
Say
not
again?
The Democrats. That's who they send it to the most.
They send.
I didn't hear the question.
Again, we are drifting away from my point that I think the right, I think the left, I think progressives, if they have huge problems, which I can get into at some point, progressives are actually more true to a populist title than the right is. And, corporations give money to right and left. I don't really, it doesn't really affect my point.
I think they're fake on both
You're
sides.
saying they're fake populists.
Never convinced me that a billionaire can be a populist. Being a populist is not in his best interest.
Right. You can imagine such a thing could happen, right? But it would
Here's
obviously
my
be
point
against.
to you, Stanley.
It would be
I
the
understand
billionaire
what
would have to come out and propose things that would destroy his wealth.
What I'm saying is this. You keep on blaming corporations, Dennison and Stanley. And greedy corporations, what I'm saying is you're being tricked by the Democrats to get you to believe that corporations, A, are greedy because it's their job to be greedy and make money for shareholders and etc. The people that own
Yeah, I
it.
don't give a fuck about shareholders.
And number one. And number two, it's a trick because, again, when they raise the corporate taxes, the consumers pay more money for the goods, which is you and I and the common people.
Right.
That proves my point. That proves the anti-corporatist point. You're not making the point you think you're making. You're only proving that corporations need to be more controlled, not less.
Right.
That's not what that proves.
Stop taxing.
It's exactly what it proves.
No,
if I
because-
tax,
oh,
if no matter what I do to you, you're
control the
always going to pass on the cost to the consumer, and you're never going to take any responsibility.
Like-
You're never
like
gonna
any-
corporations are the only mechanism of society that has no responsibility to the society.
Oh no, because if
No,
there
they
is
have
if there's some sort
follow
of
the
tariff
laws.
enacted, if there's some sort of tariff enacted on the small business isn't going to say, you know what, I'm just going to absorb that. I'm going to make sure that my prices remain the same.
And let's not talk. We weren't talking small businesses.
But I am.
Okay, well, you know what? You're
I'm just
besides.
adding. I'm adding nuance.
It is a different conversation, to be
Are
fair.
besides the
No,
point.
it isn't because
See,
of small
this is what annoys me. People will bring up like stuff from outside.
Yeah, we're talking about the trillionaires, and you're talking about some dude selling golf balls.
Yeah,
Let's talk about populism, and that had nothing to do with the conversation. The point here is that just like anybody else
here
would,
is Trump is not a
price hike. So let me
populist,
just
and
finish
neither
this
is
and
MAGA.
move on.
That's my
The
point.
point here is that any other price hike, any other tariff given to anybody who owns a business, whether it's small business or corporation,
this is besides the
people
point.
are going to people are going to raise the prices. They are not going to.
And corporations, therefore, corporations are
either.
not held accountable. You
They
know what?
held
How
accountable.
about have a corporation eat it? How about a corporation take a hit?
Money?
The standing for large corporations too is a very strange thing. To watch two middle-class American males sticking up for
A love
billionaires is
story
strange.
to the government just now from the two of you. All right, so now I'm trying to bring it back to reality, and the reality is that if you raise the rates on anybody, they are not going to absorb.
I think you're a little off target here.
Who's going to do it?
Wait, hold it. That's the point.
Who's going to do it?
That
Who's
is
going
the
to
point.
absorb any of the costs?
Absolutely.
Nobody.
You are right.
Stop. They need to
That
stay
is
their
why-
hands.
I'm
because
actually
the more
arguing for the
the
consumer.
more you regulate, the
Okay.
more it costs us.
I mean, a stupid one, perhaps.
Basically, defending the corporations is exactly my point.
Is that Ryan
MAGA
has a point
is
that the more
not
we regulate,
a
the more it
populist
costs the little
movement.
guy. It costs us more the more they regulate. That's the point. That's it.
Yep, old line conservative arguments are not populist.
The more they regulate, the more it costs you and I.
Yes,
Period.
absolutely. You are totally right about that, except we weren't talking
That's the
about
only
that.
point that Ryan's making. He's not making any
Okay,
other.
well, I have a problem with Ryan's points.
I'm saying that one
So
point.
defending points
no
that
matter
I
what,
found
no
a
matter
problem
how
with
he went
isn't
around to get there,
adding
is
clarity.
the only point he's making. He's just saying that the more you regulate things, the more it costs us.
Well, the more that
My question is, why can't a corporation tell me why can't a corporation eat it?
Let me give you an
Because
example.
nobody here.
Tell you why, Stanley. Stanley, let me explain it to you.
Therefore,
They
if
they
I
waive
understand
taxes.
the point,
No,
all
listen,
I'm saying
just hear what I'm
is
saying.
you are basically proving why
Yeah.
corporations, Donald Trump, MAGA, etc., are not populous.
You're advocating for a system in which we are always the one who fucking eat it.
We do anyway. Let me explain it once, please. Here's the deal. I have a state tax of 75 cents a gallon on tax. Gas, okay? A few years ago, gas went through the roof. The governor immediately said, hey, we're going to waive the gas tax for now. He did for about 2 weeks. In the morning, I was paying $3.50 a gallon or $4 a gallon. That afternoon, magically, every gas station I drove by, I'm like, holy smokes, gas is cheap here, right? And it was $3.25. It went from $4 to $3.25 same day in every gas station I drove by. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? I got ripped off. Well, then I found out, no, the governor waived the gas tax for the next 2 weeks. So here's the point. They were passing that 75 cent, all the stations I drove by were passing that on to every consumer. As soon as the governor waived it, all of a sudden, because they're all competing with each other, universally, all these gas stations are competing, right? All of a sudden, gas was $3.25 at this station, then this one, then this one, then this one, because the 75 cents didn't have to be paid by all the consumers. You follow what I'm saying? They passed the costs along for higher taxes. If immediately the government said, hey, we're going to charge 10 grand for every gas car, right, that's sold from here forward. Do you think GM and the car dealer are going to lose money, or they're going to go, okay, jack the price up by 10 grand for every car that's gas? That's all they're going to do.
Can I
That's
answer
all
that
they've ever
question?
done. They pass it on to us.
Can
They
I
make us
answer
pay.
the question now?
Yes.
You've proven my point.
What, that corporate taxes are just
corporations
they always
will
win?
Corporations will always pass on the cost of regulations or anything that might benefit society. If it costs them, they will pass that cost to the consumer.
But how does
you're in a system that is
benefit
corporate captured, and you're advocating for it basically, and you're saying there's no other way.
And Donald Trump is the chief
government eat the cost.
Like Mavid says, it's Stockholm syndrome.
Black said it.
No, the real question should be: should government eat the cost? Okay, whatever regime that's sitting in office now,
it should be
they eat the cost. Because remember, They have a rainy day fund of about $1 trillion. So why don't
Okay.
they eat the cost? That's the
Now,
question. Why create
fit your argument.
Why
Fit,
create
fit your argument
why create the
into
no? Because you
how
asked,
is this?
why
How
you
is
asked
what you're
erroneously,
advocating for
why
populist?
can't they eat it? So why can't the
Understood.
government eat it? Because we're
Understood.
not the government. We don't make the
Understood.
law.
Now, how much more are you going to beat this dead horse?
No, the same amount that you're going to be until it's
Okay,
in a
just
glue
gonna
factory.
ask you.
Until it's in
I'm
a glue
just gonna
factory,
ask you.
Stanley. Until
Just
it's in a
going
glue
to
factory
ask
because
you.
you've been beating it to death. You've
Yeah,
been beating
okay, we
it
get
raw.
it. I've been beating the dead horse. We get it. Now, my question is, how fit your government eating the cost argument into a populist movement? How is that populism?
I'm not fitting it into any populist movement.
That's
You
my
just
point. And we
posited-
were talking about why
I'm
the
not.
right.
I'm not. But
We
you posited it.
were talking about
Stanley,
why the
you
right.
posited it. You said, why
We
can't the corporations eat it?
yes,
I'm saying,
yes,
why?
that's what I
so
said.
my
But
counter
why
is-
did I say that,
no,
Blacks?
so my-
Why did I say that, Blacks?
because,
Why did I
because you're
ask
making
the
a
question?
populist argument.
Why did I ask the question, Blacks?
Because
Do
you're
you have
making a
any
populist
idea
argument.
why I asked that question?
Why are you asking that question then?
Because to prove my point
Okay.
that the right, and MAGA specifically, is not populist.
Okay. But
It's
It's
not a populist
corporatist.
movement.
the
The right
greater-
is not more
greater
populist
issue isn't
than
the right.
the left.
The greater
They're
because
not populist at all.
the greater issue.
His argument was that it's corporatist and in populist clothing, and I think like the two Trump voters on the panel are kind of proving his
So you
point.
think the left isn't? You think the left?
But I'm actually
No. That's where Stanley and I differ, Blacks, is that I know that the left is just as fake as well.
Oh, there we go.
Okay,
Okay.
Okay, so well, neither side is populist. I can live with that.
I
Word.
mean, there's a reason that the
I like the compromise.
hasn't broken up the
No,
Texas.
they're not.
Now we got some bipartisanship going, Stanley. Let's do this.
Well,
Yeah,
let's
hold on.
polarize. Look,
I think the progressives are more populist than MAGA, and they have huge problems.
Okay, we all agree progressives suck. That's what's
Okay, yeah.
Right.
You took the bait.
That's the key. The progressives.
No, it's not the key. It's not the
Progressives.
key to my
Hate
point.
'em.
It's not the key to my point. And I'm not going to beat the dead
Here's
horse
your argument
anymore.
about
I think
populism.
I've made my point.
Stanley,
Like William
I
Jennings
think you
Bryan up
built
here
the
arguing
glue
about
factory and you shipped that dead horse to that glue factory.
My point is Donald Trump is not a populist. MAGA is not a populist movement. It says it is, but it is not.
But who up here is MAGA?
Okay, well, you know what?
He just loves to say
You're not
MAGA.
MAGA.
with all the comments.
Is Trump MAGA?
I got to call back in on my phone. This is going to die.
Okay.
I'll call right back.
I'm really not talking about the people on the panel. I'm
Okay.
talking about Donald Trump and MAGA.
Okay.
So, and I'm done. You know, I've over talked.
Mavis says, I'm surprised the elites don't have us convinced that giant corporations are not just legal persons, but legally gay, black, obese, female, immigrant persons.
Well, they certainly support all those causes heartily.
Listen, I have no love lost for corporations, but I definitely have less love lost for the government.
But they work for the corporations.
I will say that they definitely work in tandem, but I'm not going to be for one in lieu of the other. That's my
And
point.
No, neither am I.
Going to say that that the people elect the government they feel so disenfranchised from.
Absolutely, in some cases they do. I
think in all cases.
But
it tickles me.
Let me preface my statement by saying, when I say in some cases, I mean we don't agree to the bureaucrats. We don't vote in the bureaucracy that create these erroneous rules.
Yeah, the administrative state is obese and out of control.
Well, filling it with political appointees, I don't know that that's actually a solution.
I think it should be repealed.
Well,
we can. There's no reason why we can't legislate against corporations.
Yo,
We don't need.
Dennis, and on target. Make Congress do their job.
Right.
And
Congress loves to abscond all of the responsibility to the executive branch and the administrative state, and even to the Supreme Court in some cases, as we just seen what happens when that happens.
Right. And my contention is that the people are allowing this. We vote for Congress.
Yeah, it's. I think those people are programmed by the corporations too, though.
Could very well be, but
they teach them to be like to fight over social issues while they're getting economically enslaved.
Yeah,
I
think that government being apart from the people is un-American.
I agree with that.
Well, and ultimately, even if it's the shittiest people in government, they're still people.
The people demanding, whatever the means, that government be more accountable and hold corporations more accountable.
Right.
That would be populism, and that's not what's happening.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'd like to see. I'd just like to see what would happen.
Trials, we don't want lawyers and judges making the decisions for us.
You can blame the lawyers, you can blame the judges, you can blame the corporations, you can blame the government, but in the end, it's the Constitution says we the people. Okay.
Agreed.
We are not holding ourselves accountable for that matter. And I'm one of the people. I hold the as much blame as any other people. But
I don't disagree with your point.
Okay.
I was actually
so if in my opinion, and I will stop beating the dead horse, I think we have a lot of work to do. The problem is we the people can't agree, on methods. So it's an eternal problem. I'm talking utopia right here, at least currently, but it really annoys me when people want to blame the government or people want to blame corporations or people want to do this. We have the means, at least we used to. I'm not so sure we do now.
And that was going to be the point I made. We have given so much power away.
True.
And I don't mean even legally. I just mean mentally. We've given so much power to people. And you're like, when you hear people tell you, what can we do? I'm like, what are you talking about? What can we do? Have you read the Constitution? No, you haven't. So you don't know what you can do. Do you know any of the amendments? No, you don't. So you definitely aren't going to know what you can do. You don't know the powers that you wield. And that's the problem. Where the indoctrination apparatus has.
But you also have to understand that, this sort of dissension is also in the fabric of the Constitution.
Well, I'll take that. But we need some dissension. We don't need everybody to agree across. That's the whole point of it. You need healthy discourse, but we're beyond healthy discourse. Everybody, like I made the point earlier, wants to live in their own utopias. Quite frankly, they want to be lulled to sleep. They are willing.
And you know what? I think that's probably, a natural evolution. I mean, America's like probably 1,000,000 times more complicated than it was back, in 1776. And I also find problematic, and this is kind of off the topic, and I will limit myself, but I find a strict reading of the Constitution to be problematic also.
Say more.
Well, I tend to be, and I get beat up because I've got conservative friends who, poo-poo. I think we need to be less textualist, or more willing to do constitutional conventions.
Yeah, I would propose the latter.
Yeah, it's impossible to, you know, or or very difficult to, get something that everyone agrees to enough to cause a constitutional convention, or get an amendment or a new. Well, it's impossible to have a constitutional review.
Okay. Yeah. Anymore.
I think that's a corporate strategy.
You think that's a corporate strategy? Say more.
Yeah, I think the idea that everyone should vote, and then they train these people to be consumers through advertising, and the school system doesn't educate them otherwise. So it becomes a socialization method. So you learn to raise your hand, ask for permission, walk in line, don't talk out of turn, while you're also being programmed to drink Pepsi. It's a one-time generation. Coke is freedom. Coke is happiness. Pepsi is freedom and choice. These people they're pumping out, voters, consumers,
Well,
we are not the same.
Part of that problem, though, when you're talking about schools, I've been kind of on a soapbox lately about poor parenting. I think parents have, in for reasons. There's a reason why parents, I would almost say, have been forced to abdicate some parenting to schools because they're working all the time. But schools should be there to teach you how to, not talk out of turn, that sort of thing. I guess parents should do that too. But there was a video that Portia showed yesterday about a woman who was well, you were there, Blacks. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, the woman.
She was kind of like a diamond and pearl or whatever, diamond and silk sort of.
Yeah, who excoriated the
Trump
teacher.
voter. And I think she rightly, got irritated, or more than irritated, with the school registering her daughter to vote.
Yes.
I think she was right in doing that, but in doing that, she pointed out that schools are doing too much parenting. I also made the comment that I bet that was the first time she'd ever been to the school. But, besides that, snarky comment, it's a perfect example of schools doing too much parenting. And I think for reasons, I mean, parents are, raising latchkey kids. The schools are a natural, expectation to do some parenting. But I think it's just adding to the cascading problem.
More corporatism. More corporatism brought to you by the CIA and the feminist movement, moving women away from the home and into the workforce. Doubling the labor force, cutting the wages in half, doubling productivity.
Well, preach, brother.
And then nobody's home with the kids, so we might as well be parents to your kids too while we're at it.
Yeah, and it at this late date, it's kind of a not just a cascading problem.
Yeah, the point is moot, unfortunately. And you're right. Schools are doing too much parenting. However, schools are also toothless because they can't discipline either.
Yes.
So,
but I would prefer, the corporal punishment and all that stuff. I think we need to figure out a way to get. If a woman wants to work, I would certainly encourage it. But we need, to the natalist point. You know what? If you want more babies, have people work less. They will do what nature calls or nature wants them to do. if they have more free time.
Yeah. As for me, gentlemen, I'm just gonna pick up and move a little bit farther west, if you know what I mean, and I'm gonna grow tomatoes
You,
and cilantro.
sir, are a true Jeffersonian. You're going to become.
Thank you, sir.
You're going to become a yeoman farmer.
He will be a yeoman farmer. Might even be 12th man. I was playing.
Well, blacks. Where's Get Crack?
That's funny.
Get Crack a year, you motherfucker.
Oh, wow. That's good.
That wasn't very bad.
You need to slur it a little more, though.
When he's drunker, yeah.
What would be great is if he were here and I could hear it. And then also if I had 2 beers.
Oh, man. I don't see how they do this 24-hour thing. I couldn't do it. It would, my brain wouldn't work.
Well, that's often my case, except I probably got a good 8 or 9 hours sleep.
Oh, because of the rain?
Yeah, it actually wasn't bad here. My cousin lives in the track. He got he's thinking he got like maybe 3 feet of water in his house.
Really?
Apparently, USAA, he basically his house is covered by USAA. So, but he's a retired he's retired from the military. So I thought no one insured houses down there, but apparently USAA does.
Hey, they were meant for doing that for him. Goodness.
Well, it may be because he's a vet.
Okay. Because I'm back with USAA now for my homeowners and car insurance. For years, I swore them off because they screwed me over when I was in Korea. I got hit. I mean, I had been there for 3.5 years. On the day, a guy in one of those little vans hits my brand new vehicle, and they made it a 80-20 split, 80% his fault, 20% my fault. And I didn't even do my due diligence and look and see what that meant at the time. And yeah, my premium just went sky high during that time. And I was like, yeah, they screwed me. And then I moved on. But then I shopped around for years. And so 15 years hence, I'm back with USAA.
Right.
Oh, man. Sucks. At times. Everything's going up, though. So I really don't have any recourse.
Yeah, well, I lucked out, all the way up here in West Georgia. Were
there far fewer accidents?
I don't think we got it bad. It got kind of windy. Apparently, there were, some 90-mile-an-hour gusts here and there, but none happened near me. Or if they did, they weren't sustained enough to cause major damage. It knocked some leaves off the trees, and there are a few branches, that'll need to be picked up. But other than that, we're none the worse for wear. And they canceled school, so my son's here. He's got a 4-day weekend.
That's good. So, how far away is he again? I can't remember where
he's just over in Atlanta. He maybe an hour and a half, somewhere in that range.
How far are you away from Douglas?
Oh, 15 minutes.
Okay, my brother doesn't live far from you.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah, he works for Atlanta PD.
And, wonderful. Wow.
He's been there since 2000 and maybe 2001. Yeah. That's my oldest brother.
This part of Georgia is actually really, really nice.
It is. He raised all his children out there. His daughter, my niece, goes to Georgia Tech.
Really, my son goes to Georgia Tech.
Well, she's in the master's program.
Really?
Yeah, she's attending there to get her MPH. So
nice.
Then my other niece, she goes to the school my sister went to out there. West Georgia. What is it?
West Georgia?
It might be West Georgia.
West Georgia University now?
Yes.
Literally, it's in Carrollton, and I'm in Carroll County, but I'm about 20 minutes from Carrollton.
Okay, so yeah, my sister attended there for her bachelor's in English, and she did a dual bachelor's in English and theater. So that's what she does.
You know, Newt Gingrich taught at West Georgia.
Really?
Yeah, he was a history professor.
I had no idea. I didn't even think about that. He probably sure have, right?
Yeah.
And then what else? Who else? Anybody else? Any other family attend school down there? I don't think so. No, but yeah, that's where that part of the family is out there. I haven't been out there in a while, man. I haven't been to Georgia since maybe 2007. So it's been strike that. I haven't been to Atlanta since 2007. So
well, it has grown for sure.
Yeah, for sure it has. It's just not a place I would rightly frequent.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I know your sister, or your niece.
Yes.
I know she's loved Georgia Tech's just like an awesome campus.
It's a gorgeous school. It really is, and her going there is apropos for her career. So I encouraged her to do it, and I was happy she did it. And hopefully, I don't know what she plans on doing with that MPH. Perhaps working for the CDC. Who knows?
Going to work for Fauci.
Maybe NIH or something. Who knows? Or
well, I mean, CDC's right here in Atlanta.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And that'll be cool for her. I remember once upon a time I had floated going to go get my MPH. And I don't want to do that. I know several people, several colleagues who have. They went and got their MD and then they got their MPH, or I'm sorry, did it dually. So they had their MD MPHs or whatever.
Wow.
And,
MD MPH. Yeah. That's what epidemiologists do, right?
Yeah. Which makes them actual scientists, because like I told everybody who was surprised about an MD not knowing how to complete that math problem, I said, I don't know what you're surprised about. MDs are not smart. I don't know. I'm like,
now I've known some smart MDs, but you know what? If you like to study hard and you're good at science and, math, because, I'm not a mathematician, but I was good enough to get a chemistry degree. So you have to know some math, but I'm by no means a mathematician. But
exactly. Yeah. But I would wager you know more math than the general MD. And I say that because MDs, so they go to school. The medical portion is only in the first 2 years, maybe. Okay. You're relearning some chemistry, you're relearning physiology. That's the biggest portion. Physiology, pharmatox is what you're mainly dealing with, and also paperwork. How to deal with the bureaucracy of a hospital or something or another, and learning how to be a physician, because contrary to popular belief, physicians are just masters of paperwork. You know what I mean? That's what it is. And when you see a doctor, I tell people, don't be surprised if they don't know what's going on. Okay. They'll do the research They'll come to you with a treatment plan, and that treatment plan will consist of a primary medication they want to give you, an auxiliary medication, and then maybe some paperwork that you'll never read on exercises you may need to do. And that's it. And then all the rest of it is making sure I don't get sued and I maintain the $1,000 a month I pay for my medical and my goodness, the what's that insurance called? My liability insurance if I'm a doctor.
Medicaid.
Yeah.
Medicaid,
And
Medicare,
no,
Medicaid.
I mean if you're an MD,
Oh, liability insurance.
liability insurance. Yeah. So, and I'm telling you, a lot of guys just don't know it. They just don't know math. The majority. Hey, look, you would be surprised, Stanley, how many Indians and Southern Asians cheat on those exams. I mean, and I mean truly cheat. I don't mean you got a copy of the test and you memorize the answers. You know, to me, that's kind of like fair game. You got a copy of the test and now you memorize them. No, I mean, they will go break in to wherever, and this happened, by the way, break into the database, get the answers of the current test, not previous tests, of the current test, and then take it, ace it, and be good. The FBI, listen, you'd be surprised what the FBI gets called for. It's insane. And it was business as usual. This is what they do. This is what MD students do. So whenever I see, you know, journeyman MDs, I'm like, yeah, I know not to trust them. Some of them, not all, of course, but some.
Opana was saying that he's got a degree in math and a master's in actuarial science.
Oh man, those are actual smart people right there. I knew a black guy, well, a couple black guys. He's a really good friend of mine in the military. When I was getting out, he's a lieutenant colonel, and he was the statistician for my division. And the guy, you know, cool guy, but just rightly majored in math.
Mm-hmm.
And it was crazy what he could do with numbers. You're like, man, dude, just, you know, utilizing the formulas to answer a question mentally and not have to worry about utilizing a calculator. You're like, wow, man,
Yeah.
he didn't even look like the type. He didn't.
Well, all I can say is, you know, I'm competent in math, but, you know, I feared, you know, having to like tutor my son in, you know, calculus and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But luckily, he's actually good at math. So,
which one did you find easier then, Stanley?
calculus.
Say again?
Calculus 1.
Thank you. So I'm not crazy. I remember one time, I think it was CT. He had a question. He was talking about math, and he said that algebra trig was easier than calculus, and I said, no, it actually isn't. Algebra trig is a lot harder than calculus, in my opinion. Calculus made more sense to me than algebra trig, but it's actually the easier of the two mathematics.
Well, the thing is, you know, anything, I found geometry hard because I was too undisciplined to, you know, memorize all the, you know, theorems and stuff.
Yeah.
However, it's so funny, you know, and I kind of wish in my math education it had been more, quote, practical instead of, you know, reading it on a page and having to imagine, you know, this sort of stuff. The Surface Navy in the navigation part and just kind of like day to day avoiding hitting other ships.
Yes.
Geometry is geometry is life and death.
It is.
And I had to be able to do stuff in my head that I never thought I would be able to do. And consequently, when I took the GRE, it was a weird GRE. This was back in the early 90s. It had 3 parts. It had math, English, and problem solving.
Okay.
And
Yeah. It's kind of
I
like
blew,
that. Mm-hmm.
I blew. Well, I did better in math than I did in English, and it was the opposite of my SAT. And then the problem solving, I blew out of the water. So,
Wow.
but what I'm saying is, computer science would have been a perfect fit rather than chemistry.
Okay.
I think in the end. But anyway, I'm getting off the point. Math. People just don't know how important math can be until they actually need it, and then you get real good real fast.
And I think that is the key. You need to be able to visualize it, because with
Yes.
algebra and algebra trig, I could not visualize it. Here, you're telling me to manipulate these symbols. I'm like, why? Tell me why I'm doing this. Can you tell me why I was always that student? To my credit and to my detriment in some cases, I have to know why, because if I'm applying a value to y or x, or solve for x or something, I need to know why I'm doing this and how it applies to my world. Versus calculus, you can visualize a curve. You can do things, take little bits and pieces from here and put it there. I think that was why calculus was so easy for me, and why geometry was so easy for me, because in what I did in the United States Army, geometry was key as well. And you needed to know distances. You needed to know, can this big thing fit here? You know what I mean? And do it on the fly. And it's amazing. And that's another thing. This is just an aside. People don't know how amazing their minds are. Your
Right.
mind is an amazing piece of machinery, man. If I could be so bold as to call it that, because you calculate things so quickly without even knowing that you're doing it. Calculating distances and spaces, adhering to rules like the rules of the road. Think about that, man. Think about it, Stanley. You're driving on some podunk 2-lane road, and you're going 60 miles an hour on the back road.
Right.
Somebody's coming around a curve going 70 miles an hour on the back road, and you have to avoid them. And the only thing that's blocking the two of you from hitting one another is a yellow dotted line. Think about man, it's insane how the brain is so amazing, and I don't think people use it very much. What percentage of the brain do we use again?
Oh, I thought it was maybe 10 to 20%.
No,
That
we
number might have changed by now.
if we utilize 20%, all of us would probably be flying right now. I think it's less than 10% of the brain we use, maybe 10%, but still, think about if we used all that power. Even if we used all 10%, man.
Well, I think I wonder if today we actually use less brain power than, say, some pioneer who had to figure out how to survive west of the west of the Alleghenies.
True.
Used.
I would say that as well. Some people, and I think it's because we have everything. We don't have to retain any information. Think about the age-old time lost skill of memorizing stories and then repeating them down through the ages with varying degrees of accuracy, but for the most part, it's accurate because you gave a lot of time to mastering that craft. That takes a lot of frontal brain capacity, frontal utilizing your short-term and long-term memory. And a lot of people don't do that anymore because they have these supercomputers, these handheld supercomputers to do all that work for them.
Well, it's funny you mentioned the calculators. Someone, I can't recall who, talked about, kids not being able to do math in their heads, and I'm like, well, why do they need to? They have calculators.
Exactly.
Now, I had my high school chemistry teacher, Sister Johanna. She was a nun. She would not let us use calculators. You either did it in your head, or she would let us use slide rules. So
Yeah.
I
No
learned
slide rules. Yeah.
learned how to use a slide rule. But imagine a teacher teaching you chemistry, not allowing calculators. She would be tossed out. She would be burned at the stake for suggesting that today.
What
And
not utilizing a calculator while
no, she
learning?
would not let you use calculators.
I can understand that. I had a teacher named Dr. Locente, and he would not allow us to utilize a calculator for simple algebraic expressions. And then whenever we needed it for, of course, diagrams or whatever, utilizing a scientific calculator, yeah. But for just solve for problems, yeah, no sir. And I had a chemistry teacher named Dr. Sharma. She was a Indian woman, nice lady. She would not allow us to utilize calculators on her tests because the burden of work was so low. It
Right.
wasn't a very complicated equation, but yeah, she wouldn't allow us to use it, and rightfully so. And like you said, she would probably be burned at the stake if that were ever floated as an idea in public school. And the weighted grades, the way the grades are weighted these days, it's ridiculous. That's you an A is an 80%. Wow.
Wait, what?
In some school districts, like Chicago Public School District, in Oak Park School District, I'm just specifically speaking about the Chicagoland area. They've
Mhm.
changed the way grades are weighted. So now, instead of an A being what is it, a 89?
Well, in public schools, it's 90 to 100.
Yeah, not anymore. Now they've dropped that to maybe like an 80, 84 is an A.
I can't believe that. I mean, so they're grading on a curve?
I don't know what curve they're grading on. The curvature of the earth, maybe. I don't know. But I'll tell you, it is.
Well,
talking about building confidence or whatever. I don't see how that builds confidence, but okay.
Well, you know what? It just, stuff like that just shouldn't be changed, because colleges will get wind of that. If you're making an A for an 85, it's actually going to hurt you when you apply for college.
It's going to hurt you when you go into the workforce, because you're telling me that substandard work deserves top marks, deserves top dollar, and that's not the case. And schools on all levels are party to this now. It's not just grade school and your formative year schools like high school. It's now universities that's doing things like that, are doing things like that. And to Mavitt G, yes, I've heard that argument that we use more than 10% of our brain, But that argument is based upon them saying, yes, every portion of your brain has a function. You know, left side being for what is left side? Left side's more analytical, and right side's more artsy or something or another. But then you're not using all that brain capacity to calculate consciously, and that's the point. You're not using your occipital lobe to the most rear hemisphere of your brain to do math problems. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's what's going on. So yeah.
This Opana's just Opana's just going crazy in this chat.
I see. He said, I'm not doing back and forth. You need some pussy. I will send you one or two for free. Like, what's he talking about?
Nah, he gave me some weird form. You know what? I don't even understand. He's basically saying I'm smart but not educated, and his running theme is I'm a danger to society, basically. So I that's our running theme. You know, I'm a threat or a danger.
Oh, that's funny. You guys, I have to admit, I do watch you and Opana go back and forth. Your tete-a-tetes. They're funny in the chat from time to time.
Well, I see.
You're learned, you said.
I see. I'm learned but not educated, and I asked him what's the definition of educated, but he says he won't do back and forth. I suspect that he didn't think about what he wrote. He's a heavy duty math person, but you know he neglected his letters.
You know, that's another thing that I like about you when you utilize terms that I have to stop myself from using. Otherwise, people or less people don't know what I mean. you get me.
I figure this crowd, you know, someone in this crowd knows what I mean. And you know what? The funny part is I'm not reaching for these words.
No, me either. I'm reaching to dumb it down.
Exactly.
There was at the current ABC organization I work for, I utilized a term he called you Stalin. It's not like Stalin. I utilized a term that meant immediately. I said post haste. Right? Am I off? Like, is that not utilized anymore?
That term post haste is common usage.
Right. I said I thought it was common. I wrote it to her. I said, yeah, post haste. I'll get that to you post haste. She wrote, what does post haste mean? Now, this woman's your age, you know, close to maybe 56, you know, so that's about within the margin of error as far as your age goes. And I'm like, you don't know what post haste means? and I just respond. I said, it just means to hasten, to move quickly. Immediately, I'll get it to you. And then I put the stupid laugh out loud emoji in there so as not to insult. But I like using whilst too. And you utilized that the other day in one of your writing, in something you wrote in the chat. You said whilst. I said, wow, yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about, man. We don't get that very often. Let's see. John Galt wrote something. He said,
I don't quite get. Maybe this is something he was talking about earlier.
U.S. District Judge John Blakey directed his question to Hoover's defense attorney, who argued that the gangster disciple street gang is now a splintered, disorganized group with no hierarchy. Oh, he's talking about that guy who spoke.
Who's Larry Hoover?
So Larry Hoover was the king of the gangster disciples. He was in prison for a while. I don't know if he's dead or no, but I can tell you all about that gang lore, partly because my brother was steeped in gangs in Chicago, and if you're from Chicago, that's gang. But that's the way it came. He said John is cleaning. Okay, so I guess somebody else is typing this.
No, he typed it. That's why he's not on air.
Yeah, he typed it, but this story that he's talking about. Hold on, let me click this link really quick because we can actually open up the next show with this story if y'all don't mind.
Gangster disciples were never a good thing, just like vice lords were never a good thing, just like Black Stone Rangers, aka Black Stone Rangers, aka Black Stone, they were, or the Moes, were never good things. They were all drug dealing, their own people extorting, Gaddafi weapons selling, militant subgroups. And all they did was cause havoc in their respective communities. They were never good, ever. Just like the Crips were never good, just like the Bloods were never good. I'm so tired of them romanticizing and rewriting history for these.
Oh, oops.
Murderers and drug dealers is what they were. And are.
Okay, let's see.
But that means school with a whole lot of them.
You need to tell Kimmy to start, like when she comes on, she needs to start pushing her channel more.
Oh, she has a channel? I had no idea.
I'm a subscriber.
Yeah, she travels a lot.
Oh, where does she go? Like out of the country, out of the state?
Yeah.
Wow.
John said to connect this with the migrants. Okay.
Okay.
Well, we'll do our best there. So in the back chat, I posted it for you guys already. Let me put it in the.
All right, you sound a little sick. Are you under the weather?
Oh, my allergies.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know. Well, it's not cool, but yes.
You know, like the allergies in Texas haven't started to bother you at all.
I don't really get bothered. I guess I grew out of it, but my children, my wife, it bothers them.
Is it ragweed?
No. I feel like
it's everything.
Yeah, everything up under the sun is in Texas, and I also think that the illegals have added more to it. So I feel like that's why my allergies are so bad this year. No, but I'm obviously kidding. However, my allergies, this is like the worst that it's ever been. That I mean, from what I can recall, and it's just like sneezing all day, just sniffing nonstop. So just my allergies. Texas just has so many things blowing in the wind. But so for the people that are listening, I put the link to the next show in the chat because we are quickly approaching the 11-hour 55-minute mark. So I'm going to go over there and start the next one. And I really hope that y'all come over there, okay? Because the show never ends, literally. Okay? And the story that John is talking about, I'll have that up first.
Okay, I'm going to join, but it's going to be about 10 minutes